A magnificent, high-tech building called the Polaris Naval Academy stands in the center of the city. The academy was bustling with activity, with countless young men and women displaying expressions of anticipation and nervousness. They stood in neat rows, ready to participate in a commander qualification test that could change their lives. At this moment, Luo Xingyuan was sitting by the classroom window, calmly looking at the noisy crowd below, a faint smile slowly rising on his lips. He wasn't nervous at all about the upcoming commander qualification test, because becoming a ship girl commander was something that was already destined for him. He was transported to an interstellar sci-fi fantasy world by accident, an era of great starship voyages. In this universe, there are many alien races such as kobolds and insectoids, and humanity constantly faces their threat. Fortunately, every human who reaches adulthood has the opportunity to participate in a commander qualification test. Successfully completing the mission allows you to summon ship girls, build your own starship, become a true commander, gain the power to fight against alien races, completely change your destiny, and enjoy supreme power. Failure, however, condemns you to eternal life as an ordinary person. Ship girls are ranked from lowest to highest rarity as gray, white, cyan, blue, purple, and gold, and their rarity also determines the upper limit of what a ship girl can achieve in the future. When Luo Xingyuan transmigrated to this world, he awakened a cheat system that belonged only to him, the Destiny Panel system. This system allows him to spend destiny points to ask any question, including how to summon powerful ship girls, the locations of various ruins and treasures, enemy movements, and so on. All answers are 100% accurate. Currently, the system only allows one question per month, while actions such as killing enemies, participating in battles, and changing fate events can all provide him with fate points. As your commander level increases, the fate panel will become more powerful, allowing you to ask more questions and obtain more clues. After activating the Destiny panel, a plan for rise to power quickly took shape in Luo Xingyuan's mind. He planned to first accumulate enough destiny points, then use the system to summon a powerful ship girl, build his own powerful spaceship, and thus enhance his own strength. Subsequently, he will rely on the system to continuously summon one beautiful and powerful ship girl after another, and establish his own ship girl starship legion. Ultimately, he will personally lead his fleet to sweep across the entire universe, establish an incomparably powerful interstellar empire, and become the sole ruler of this universe. A week ago, Luo Xingyuan finally accumulated enough destiny points to answer the question he had always wanted to ask, and successfully obtained the answer. The Fate panel not only directly provides the time and location of powerful ship girls' appearances, but it also indicates that there are more than one. Luo Xingyuan now knows in advance the locations and construction times of all the high-rarity ship girls this time. As the teacher in charge of the test called his name, Luo Xingyuan slowly stood up and, with a hint of anticipation, went to the door of construction room number 107, ready to welcome his first ship girl partner. There weren't many students at the entrance of building room 107. This was normal, as unauthorized personnel were prohibited from entering the construction area during the testing period, and those who came to observe, including students' families, could only wait outside the construction area. On the other hand, the 5 days leading up to the commander qualification test at the Polaris Naval Academy are open only to students of the academy. The entire construction area has 30 construction rooms, and each student's scheduled test time is 5 minutes. There are only a little over 2,000 students in Luo Xingyuan's grade. Even if everyone chooses to take the test on the first day, 1 day is basically enough time for everyone to complete it. "It's Chief Luo. Your test time is almost up, please come in." The person in charge of the 107 construction room happened to be Luo Xingyuan's teaching assistant. Upon seeing Luo Xingyuan approaching, he immediately waved enthusiastically. "Good morning, Teacher Wu. You seem to have a lot of free time here." Luo Xingyuan did not refuse and walked up to greet him with a smile. "The first 5 days will be a bit easier, and besides, the number 107 in my room isn't considered lucky. Look at the rooms next door, 106 and 108, their appointment slots are almost fully booked," Teacher Wu said with a smile. "I think the number 107 is pretty good. Thinking of the purple ship girl that was about to appear, Luo Xingyuan also smiled. Although Teacher Wu in front of me is only a teaching assistant, she is also a real ship girl commander with successful experience, so she is naturally qualified to say these things. It's important to know that nearly 100,000 students take the test at Polaris Academy every year, but only about 1% of them actually become ship girl commanders. Moreover, these are people who are qualified to participate in the test. Many remote naval academies are considered lucky if they can get 10 test slots a year, so those who can come here are already extremely rare. Of course, there are also some who are favored by connections. However, the situation has improved a lot in the last 100 years. The Galactic Human Alliance has introduced relevant policies to allocate resources and quotas based on the probability of each branch producing a commander, thereby limiting the existence of those with connections. This also puts the teaching quality and luck of each department to the test. Generally speaking, the more outstanding the human student, the easier it is to gain the recognition of the ship girls, but even so, there will still be a few unlucky ones who do not receive any response from the ship girls. Even the top student in their grade at Polaris Academy still has nearly a 30% chance of not becoming a ship girl commander. Thinking of this, Luo Xingyuan stopped his wild thoughts, because his testing time had already arrived. Chief Luo, do you have any other needs before the test officially begins? Teacher Wu glanced at the time and asked according to procedure. Luo Xingyuan was filled with excitement and anticipation. No, teacher, let's begin. Teacher Wu nodded, then led Luo Xingyuan to the construction pod that was more than a meter tall. The academy has prepared all the construction materials in advance. As long as you press the construction button, the ship girl will respond to the qualified commander. The whole process usually does not take more than 3 minutes. After saying that, he added earnestly, during the test, please try to remain calm and don't be impatient. If the ship girl doesn't respond to you immediately, it's also possible that the other party's rarity is high enough, which doesn't necessarily mean you've failed. However, if you actively interrupt the construction process, the test will be automatically considered a failure. These were all basic knowledge learned from books, but Teacher Wu still reminded him again very responsibly. I understand, Teacher Wu. Luo Xingyuan took a deep breath and slowly placed his hand on the build button. As the door to the construction room slowly closed, the entire room fell silent instantly. Teacher Wu sat in the seat next to him, staring at the construction pod, while Luo Xingyuan stood still, also watching the construction pod in front of him. For the next few minutes, he had to remain in the designated area to ensure the construction process proceeded smoothly. Time ticked by. Half a minute. 1 minute. 1.5 minutes. 2 minutes. But the construction module remained unresponsive. As the 3-minute limit approached, Luo Xingyuan remained calm. He could vaguely sense that something was responding to him. But Ms. Wu, sitting next to him, had already started shaking her head. If they hadn't succeeded by this time, it basically meant failure. This year's top student was clearly so outstanding, yet they lacked the qualities of a commander. It was truly lamentable. Ms. Wu was even starting to worry that Luo Xingyuan might lose control of his emotions after failing. After all, if this kind of thing escalated, it would have a negative impact on the entire grade. However, before he could even finish processing the thought, the construction pod suddenly erupted with a dazzling purple light. What? Teacher Wu exclaimed in disbelief. Even the students who were originally scattered outside noticed the purple light bursting from inside Building 107 and gathered over there. A purple rarity ship girl? Purple ones are coming out so early this year? A student couldn't help but exclaim. Meanwhile, in the adjacent construction room 108, a commander who had just brought out his initial ship girl couldn't hold back any longer. Because although his ship girl wasn't the lowest rarity gray, she was only white rarity. Lucky bastard! Lucky bastard! His expression twisted, and he couldn't help but slam his fist hard against the wall next to him. The ship girl beside him looked helpless, even beginning to wonder why she had ended up with such a commander. Even many of the instructors who were originally free couldn't sit still any longer and rushed towards construction room 107. Meanwhile, inside the construction chamber, a blue-haired girl with silver highlights slowly emerged from the construction pod. She wore a solemn and magnificent morning dress, a knight's longsword hanging at her waist, her gaze sharp and resolute, and walked directly to Luo Xingyuan. A smile appeared on Luo Xingyuan's face. The answer on the destiny panel had been verified. The moment the girl appeared, the commander network within Luo Xingyuan's body officially awakened. He could clearly feel an intricate connection between himself and the girl before him. At this moment, he had finally become a true shipgirl commander. A flood of mental feedback poured into his body, and within the previously blank network of the newly created commander, a dazzling deep purple star slowly rose. This was arguably the greatest benefit a commander could receive after creating a purple rarity shipgirl. Only purple rarity shipgirls would directly provide talent feedback upon completion of the contract. Looking at the shipgirl before him, Luo Xingyuan's face was filled with joy. However, before he could speak, the blue-haired girl had already walked up to him, knelt on one knee, and drew her longsword from her waist. 7th Ship of the Kingdom Knight-class battlecruiser, Snow Knight, reporting for duty. From this day forward, my sword will be wielded only for you. The girl looked up at Luo Xingyuan and said resolutely. Luo Xingyuan quickly understood. I understand, Lord Snow Knight, please rise. Upon hearing this, the Snow Knight gracefully rose, sheathed his longsword, and then naturally stood behind Luo Xingyuan, like a true guardian knight. It's even a historical shipgirl. You've really hit the jackpot this time. Teacher Wu couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. I've been a commander for almost 8 years, and I only have one blue shipgirl in my fleet. Luo Xingyuan could only smile and remain silent. Purple rarity shipgirls weren't easy to obtain, and new commanders basically only had the test construction opportunity. The Academy's construction area wasn't open without restrictions, and the construction permissions for blue and purple rarity shipgirls were only available during the new commander testing period. Normally, the maximum number of shipgirls that can be built is blue rarity, and the probability is extremely low. There's even a significant chance of not being able to build anything at all. Therefore, those who continue to use the Academy's construction area are mostly commanders from remote areas, as well as civilian commanders without any background. As for truly wealthy commanders, they will choose to first build the ship hull, and then attempt to activate the shipgirls using source fragments. Even if the activation ultimately fails, they can still directly sell the ship to a human fleet. This method actually has a higher probability of creating shipgirls, and the stronger the ship hull, the greater the probability of producing high-quality shipgirls. However, even so, the highest rarity shipgirl that can be obtained is blue. To truly obtain a purple rarity shipgirl, one must rely on special ship blueprints or complete source material. Of course, there's an even simpler and more direct method. Have the blue shipgirls in your fleet achieve a breakthrough in their attributes. Chapter 3 Shipbuilding and Talent Levels. Teacher Wu glanced at the growing crowd outside and shook his head, saying, Let's use the special passage in the construction room, otherwise we'll definitely get blocked when we get out. As he spoke, he pressed the remote control, and a hidden passage immediately opened behind the construction pod. Luo Xingyuan's heart skipped a beat. Clearly, the school had anticipated this situation. Thank you, Teacher Wu. I'll take Snow Knight with me now, Luo Xingyuan said, taking his leave. Teacher Wu smiled wryly. You've got a rare purple shipgirl. I'm afraid I won't have any peace and quiet these next few days. Luo Xingyuan didn't linger, leading the Snow Knight through the passage and quickly exiting the construction area through the back door. After leaving, he sent messages as he walked. Going to the shipyard to prepare for shipbuilding first. I also need to notify Xingli. Waiting for her at the entrance will likely attract a crowd. The Snow Knight followed quietly behind, her gaze fixed on the new commander. After making the arrangements, Luo Xingyuan put away his phone and said, Go to the starport and build your ship first, so you don't have to wait in line later. Snow Knight replied briefly. Yes. He then smiled and said, Don't be so serious, your blueprints are for AT3 class Kingdom Knight, right? Yes, Commander. She nodded in confirmation. Luo Xingyuan breathed a sigh of relief. T3 was already the top-tier initial ship that a new student could obtain. If it were T4, he wouldn't be able to build it at all right now and would have to build other ships as a temporary measure. Even if such a situation were to occur, he wouldn't be without options. With his background and the support of the Academy's resources, stabilizing the situation in the early stages wouldn't be difficult. It would just be a much more complicated process, and once the T4 ship hull was completed, its combat power would be sufficient to place it among the strongest. The two arrived at the Academy's starport by shuttle. During the grand event, ship hulls were being built here free of charge for new students. As the chief candidate, Luo Xingyuan quickly obtained the right to use the dock. She led the Snow Knight inside and handed over the one-time construction blueprints. These special blueprints can only be used once. Once inserted into the scanner, construction can be completed quickly with sufficient resources. Even a T3 battlecruiser only needs 3 days to complete its hull. When the bill was printed out, Luo Xingyuan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. 2,300 units of cyan source material fragments. This is really a steal from the Academy. Source material fragments are universal currency, which can be used not only to build ships and upgrade ship equipment, but also to repair ship hulls. They are the core resource of the commander system. Both being T3 hulls, a regular cruiser only requires 800 to 1,300 units, while the Snow Knight requires a whopping 2,300, making it significantly more expensive. Without hesitation, Luo Xingyuan initiated the construction program on the control panel, and the dock immediately entered automatic operation. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the Academy Principal's office was somewhat shaken. Principal June looked at the report in surprise and said, "The Luo family's 2 stars produced purple ship girls on the same day? Is this true?" Director Zhang smiled and said, "Absolutely true. This year's top 2 students have amazing potential." Principal June snorted. "They're the ones who are capable. It has little to do with you." But he quickly became serious and said, "Give them the highest level of resource support, meet their conditions as much as possible, and strengthen their protection. If anything happens, that guy from the Luo family won't let it go easily." Director Zhang nodded solemnly in agreement. At the shipyard, Luo Xingyuan didn't leave but waited for Luo Xingli to arrive, taking the opportunity to study the destiny panel. He opened the system interface. The data had changed. His life energy level had become Tier 1, and the number of questions he could ask per month had increased from 1 to 2. His abilities would continue to improve as his commander level increased. He closed his eyes and entered the commander's network. The network was now stable, with deep purple stars hanging in the sky and a miniature image of the Snow Knight. He could communicate remotely at any time, making it very convenient to use. He then checked the talent information. The talent brought by the Snow Knight was called Living Towards Death, and it belonged to the deep purple quality. Its effect was to comprehensively enhance the fleet's attributes, and it also came with a powerful active skill, Rapid Repair, which could save lives in critical moments. This talent not only enhances the ship's hull strength and shields, but also increases maneuverability and speed when attacked, making it primarily focused on survivability and counterattack. If upgraded later in the game, the fleet's resilience will become extremely formidable. Unfortunately, he is currently only at level 1 and cannot improve his talent for the time being. Luo Xingyuan knows that he can only wait for the Snow Knight to go into the water and improve his strength little by little through exercises and actual combat. There are no shortcuts on this path. Chapter 43 Dawn Lance-class Star Cruiser. While Luo Xingyuan was checking his talent, Luo Xingli also arrived at the Starport Shipyard Center at the time and place he had given her. She was still somewhat dazed, completely unexpected that this large-scale construction would directly yield a purple rarity ship girl. Although she wasn't a historical ship girl with a built-in level, she was already very satisfied with the result. Luo Xingyuan couldn't help but smile as he watched her unusually absent-minded expression. He hadn't expected his usually aloof clan sister to react this way. Behind her stood a blonde girl, clearly the new ship girl. Luo Xingyuan, accompanied by the Snow Knight, stepped forward and waved his hand in front of her eyes. "How was it? Pretty good haul, huh?" Luo Xingli snapped out of her daze, the coldness on her face softening slightly, and asked directly, "Chief, how did you do that?" Luo Xingyuan casually made up a reason. "I've compiled the construction data from previous years and picked a few times in construction rooms with high output rates. What about you? Do you have any blue or higher?" "Thank you for your trouble." Luo Xingli nodded seriously, clearly believing him. She then introduced the girl beside her. "This is Qingli, AT-3 Dawn Lance-class interstellar cruiser, purple rarity, a concept ship." Qingli bowed slightly. "Hello, Commander, I am Qingli." "Luo Xingyuan, just call me by my name," he replied simply, gesturing for Snow Knight to step forward. Snow Knight answered crisply. "7th ship of the Kingdom Knight-class battlecruiser, Snow Knight." Thus, they officially became acquainted. After exchanging pleasantries, Luo Xingyuan led her to the designated dock. Luo Xingli placed the blueprints in. The construction of Qingli was quite costly, requiring 1,700 units of cyan source material fragments, only 600 less than the Snow Knight. The construction time was also lengthy, only 4 hours shorter than the 3-day Snow Knight. Luo Xingyuan glanced at the time. "It seems we'll have to wait another 3 days. At this moment, Luo Xingli regained her composure and said, "Chief, there's something else." She took out a roll of blueprints and spread them out. "These are the blueprints for the Dawn Lance-class cruiser." Luo Xingyuan was taken aback. Xingli comes with it. Yes, it can be mass-produced. Luo Xingli nodded and pointed to the special weapon on the blueprint. Although it costs more, the performance can be made up for, and it will be very strong when transformed into a ship girl. Luo Xingyuan nodded in agreement. If you license it, you can make a lot of money. Concept ships with accompanying blueprints are already rare, so this is indeed quite lucky. Luo Xingli took a deep breath. I plan to give it to you. This surprised Luo Xingyuan. She explained. If you hadn't arranged the time and the construction room, I wouldn't have met Xingli, let alone obtained the blueprints. Looking at the blueprints, Luo Xingyuan was pleasantly surprised. Then I'll hand them over to the family. We'll split the profits 50/50ths, so you won't lose out. After checking them, he confirmed that the T3 cruiser's performance was indeed excellent. The Luo family currently lacked a high-quality T3 cruiser production line, and these blueprints perfectly filled that gap. Once mass production began, both of them could obtain continuous profits, a win-win situation. Luo Xingli nodded, having no objection. Luo Xingyuan then said, Let's go back to the dormitory first. The clan leader is looking for us. We can report this matter together. After handling the affairs of the starport, the two took the shuttle back to the academy dormitory. A detached villa was the treatment reserved for the top 2 students, but given their current performance, they would soon be able to upgrade to something even better. Back inside, the two let the ship girls roam freely while they put on special glasses and connected to the family meeting system. Soon, they appeared in the holographic conference room. Opposite them was a young man who appeared to be in his 20s, but both knew that he was none other than Luo Xingyuan, the head of the Silverwing Luo clan and the lord of Tianluo territory, who had actually lived for over 700 years. Patriarch. The two bowed. Luo Xingyuan was in a good mood and smiled. You two have really made me proud this time. The Wang family must be furious. After the two responded briefly, Luo Xingyuan's smile faded. It's serious business. I've already included you in the family's seed list. Luo Xingli was startled. Isn't it too early to include them now? Luo Xingyuan shook his head. Your starting point is already high enough. As long as you grow normally, a purple initial ship can at least reach the 5th tier calamity level. The family doesn't even have 100 purple ships, so your advantage is obvious. He added that their identities would not be revealed until they matured, and they would not be required to fulfill any obligations under the hierarchy. Luo Xingyuan nodded. We will improve our strength as soon as possible. Luo Xingyuan nodded in satisfaction and then asked, Next, should we build a fleet, or take the elite route? Luo Xingyuan had already planned ahead. I will manage the resources myself, and contact the family if needed. Luo Xingli also indicated that she would not be forming a fleet for the time being. Luo Xingyuan approved of this choice, reminding them to plan before acting to avoid regrets. He then stated that the first batch of resources had been deposited into Xingdong Bank and they could collect them themselves. As the meeting was about to end, Luo Xingyuan suddenly spoke up. Patriarch, we have another set of blueprints for AT-3 cruiser. Luo Xingyuan immediately became interested. It came with the concept ship? Luo Xingyuan nodded and transmitted the blueprints over. Luo Xingyuan checked the results, and quickly gave his evaluation. The quality is good, among the top tier T3, which perfectly fills the family's gap. He directly quoted a price. If we can mass-produce them, I'll give you 80% of the net profit for the first 1,000 ships, and 40% for each subsequent ship. How about that? The terms were quite generous, and Luo Xingyuan was already satisfied, so he readily agreed. No problem. Once production begins, this T3 cruiser will provide the two of them with a continuous stream of resources. Chapter 5 Snow Knight completed. 3 days later, Luo Xingyuan, bundled up tightly, brought the Snow Knight back to the starport shipyard. Today was the official completion day of the Snow Knight. The two not only had to complete the final handover procedures but also conduct the Snow Knight's maiden voyage. But Luo Xingyuan's feelings were extremely complicated along the way. Ever since he created the Purple Rarity ship girl, he had become famous throughout the Polaris Naval Academy. Before, he was just a popular figure in his grade, but now he was famous throughout the entire academy. Luo Xingyuan finally realized that he had underestimated the sensation caused by the purple ship girls. The meeting had just ended at noon that day, and countless people were crowding his door that afternoon. Students, teachers, media, academy executives, and even people from the Imperial Navy personally appeared to ask him if he would be willing to join the Imperial Navy after graduation. If the head of student affairs hadn't promptly sent people to seal off the dormitory area, Luo Xingyuan suspected his dormitory door would have been trampled down. Even when Luo Xingli went out to buy supplies, she was almost surrounded and couldn't escape. After returning, she didn't dare to go out for 3 whole days. Therefore, during this period, Luo Xingyuan could only stay obediently in the dormitory and cultivate the family's inherited technique, the silver wing breathing technique, with Luo Xingli. This is one of the core extraordinary cultivation methods of the Luo family. Family members must start cultivating it from the age of 8 to strengthen their physical fitness and lay the foundation for becoming commanders in the future. However, before officially awakening their commander network, no one dared to raise their bioenergy level above Tier 1. This was because breaking through prematurely would decrease the probability of becoming a commander. Now that the two had officially awakened their commander network, they naturally had no more reservations, and the family had even personally handed them the complete inheritance. For ordinary people, physical fitness might simply be a matter of strength, but for commanders, the body signifies the upper limit of their mental power. If the body cannot withstand an increase in mental power, it will directly halt level progression. Therefore, truly powerful families almost always cultivate their offspring in advance. In contrast, commanders from commoner backgrounds start at a much weaker point. They can only gradually learn basic cultivation methods after entering the academy. This is precisely why various families use advanced cultivation methods to attract talented commoners. Because everyone knows that what truly limits a commander's growth is never the ship, but themselves. After several days of training, Luo Xingyuan's physical attributes finally reached the first level, and his overall condition had noticeably improved. Once inside the starport and confirming that no one was paying attention to him, Luo Xingyuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He and the Snow Knight discreetly made their way into the dock before finally taking off his heavy coat. Fortunately, the reporters didn't know it was the day the ship was to be delivered, otherwise his disguise wouldn't have been able to fool them at all. And just as the dock gates opened, a true steel behemoth slowly appeared before the two. The Snow Knight was officially commissioned. Luo Xingyuan stood rooted to the spot, his gaze almost instantly drawn to the colossal vessel. Since transmigrating to the Star Sierra, he had seen countless interstellar warships, but this was the first time he had ever stood so close to a T3 class battlecruiser. The sense of oppression was indescribable. The sheer length of the ship was like a floating steel mountain range. Its long and powerful hull was densely covered with turrets, resembling a sleeping war behemoth. "Let's go, I can't wait any longer." Luo Xingyuan's voice was unusually excited. The Snow Knight's eyes also lit up, and she immediately led him onto the ship. However, it was her turn to lead the way. After all, Luo Xingyuan couldn't find the captain's cabin at all. But as the Snow Knight stepped onto her ship, her expression suddenly became somewhat dazed. Since the emergence of her nascent consciousness, the ship in her memory had never been so neat, intact, and quiet. In the past, she was forever in the midst of war. Cannon fire, alarms, insectoids, explosions, that was practically all she remembered. Time and again, she dragged her battered ship back to port, only to be thrown back into battle each time. Finally, she returned to the dock with her crumbling vessel. Then, she received no further orders. She lay there, alone, in the cold dock, until she awoke again 3 days ago. The first person she saw when she opened her eyes was her commander. Thinking of this, the Snow Knight's lips curled into a slight smile. However, Luo Xingyuan, following behind, didn't notice this scene. Soon, the two arrived at the captain's cabin. The Snow Knight gently placed his hand on the control center. The next second, the entire warship instantly lit up with a silver light. As the ship started moving, Luo Xingyuan suddenly felt a strange connection. He felt as if he could directly control the giant ship beneath his feet. Even commands like turning the gun barrels and adjusting fire control could be clearly perceived. The entire activation process lasted only 3 minutes. When Snow Knight reopened her eyes, she had completely taken control of the entire warship. At the same time, Luo Xingyuan's commander network also changed. Next to Snow Knight's miniature image, a warship model appeared. At the same time, all the warship's data appeared before his eyes. Warship name, Snow Knight. Warship status, shield 100%, armor 100%, no damage to any parts. Warship prototype, T3 Kingdom Knight class battlecruiser. Warship length, 2,760 meters. Warship rank, Tier 3 destroyer, level cap LV60, level, LV41. The moment Luo Xingyuan saw the attributes, his breathing became heavy. The Snow Knight's configuration is almost ridiculously strong. Its hull length, firepower, and number of accessories all far surpass ordinary warships of the same tier. especially its terrifying number of cannons, which maximizes its firepower suppression capabilities. No wonder it absorbed so many source material fragments during construction. At this moment, Luo Xingyuan finally truly understood what "you get what you pay for" meant. The resources provided by the Academy were indeed well worth the money. But what shocked him even more was yet to come, because the Snow Knight's own Ship Girl attributes were also officially unlocked for him. Ship Girl, Snow Knight has 4 talents. Born to Die. Deep Purple Mid-Tier, Zerg Slayer, Blue Purple High-Tier. The Last Glory of the Nor Kingdom, Sky Blue High-Tier, and Guerrilla Warfare, Sky Blue Low-Tier. Among these are Deep Purple Tier talents. Luo Xingyuan immediately realized that the Snow Knight was definitely not an ordinary warship in history. A ship girl with such a configuration must have experienced an extremely terrifying war. Moreover, the ship girl's talent mechanism was also extremely unique. As affinity increases, a ship girl's abilities can even be shared with the commander. Purple ship girls will even directly and randomly share one of their talents. In other words, from the moment Snow Knight was created, Luo Xingyuan was already ahead of countless new commanders. But what truly concerned Luo Xingyuan was something else entirely. He suddenly discovered that ship girls' talents could actually be altered later in life, and even newly acquired. This meant that the true potential for ship girls' growth might be far more terrifying than what was written in the Academy's textbooks. Chapter 6 Trial Sea Flight P-137 Route Cruise Mission. While Luo Xingyuan was still checking the commander network, Snow Knight had already completed the ship's preparations and walked up to him to report. "Commander, Snow Knight is ready to set sail at any time." Luo Xingyuan nodded, but first took out 2 strange objects gleaming with a bluish light, and had her install the Source Essence Extractor and Purifier. These 2 devices were key equipment manufactured by the Alliance. They could extract and purify Source Essence after battle, and were practically standard equipment for the fleet. Otherwise, no matter how many battles were fought, it would be difficult to obtain anything. This was also the family's support for Luo Xingyuan. Luo Xingli was also equipped with them. Snow Knight took the equipment, and quickly installed it into the slots. Luo Xingyuan then invested resources to enhance the 2 rare items to LV-41, and immediately ordered, "Request departure from the control tower. Snow Knight will conduct its first sea trial and carry out a 15-day patrol mission along the P-137 route. This mission is of E difficulty, higher than the F difficulty that newcomers usually take on. The P-137 route is located near the border, and the risks are not low." The Academy originally did not intend to assign it to him, but considering that Snow Knight is a high-quality historical shipgirl, it was ultimately approved. Meanwhile, Luo Xingli, who also has a purple shipgirl, can only carry out missions in the safe zone. Soon, the departure application was approved, the dock gates opened, and the starry sky unfolded before him. Although Luo Xingyuan was used to such sights, this was his first voyage as a commander, and his feelings were still changing. As the engine started, the Snow Knight slowly departed the starport, and he officially embarked on his journey across the stars. After leaving the starport, Luo Xingyuan ordered the ship to proceed to the Stargate as planned. "The Snow Knight will enter the North Star Gate in 1 hour. Passage has been granted," the Snow Knight responded. Although the ship can perform warp jumps, traversing dozens of star systems still requires the use of stargates. Half an hour later, the Snow Knight arrived at the Stargate region and waited briefly in line due to the testing event. The giant ship then passed through the Stargate and instantly arrived at the Polar Bear sector, dozens of star systems away, which was the starting point of the P-137 route. The route extends from the Polar Bear sector to the Salmon sector, passing through multiple star systems. Formerly a military transport route, it has now been converted to dual-use, military and civilian, operations, with relatively low overall risk. The pirates are mostly T2 class, making it a good opportunity for Luo Xingyuan to gain experience. After confirming the location, Luo Xingyuan ordered, "Initiate level 5 warp jump, target Salmon sector." The Snow Knight replenished the journey information and executed the orders, covering a distance of approximately 12 light-years. Upon completion, she would return to the Academy via a Stargate. Before the jump, the Snow Knight asked if she needed rest. After some thought, Luo Xingyuan decided to entrust the patrol to her and go to the training room to cultivate. "Notify me if there are any anomalies." The Snow Knight agreed, indicating she would complete the mission. As warp drive began, the space around the ship distorted, enveloped in negative energy, but the interior remained stable. The Snow Knight navigated along the edge of its course, avoiding areas densely populated with merchant ships, and turned towards the outer ring to increase the probability of detecting anomalies. She activated her shipboard radar to search for threats. Although she didn't find pirates, she locked onto several merchant ships suspected of smuggling. The Snow Knight didn't intervene, simply reporting to the Coast Guard and continuing her patrol, focusing on completing her mission. Night fell quickly. Luo Xingyuan finished his training and began to worry about dinner. I can't keep eating compressed biscuits. I guess I'll have to learn to cook while watching videos, he muttered to himself as he prepared to take a shower. Snow Knight, who was in the captain's cabin, heard everything. She decided to temporarily activate autopilot and prepare a surprise. After arriving at the ship's dining room, she took out the ingredients, intending to cook herself. As a historical ship girl, she naturally possessed cooking skills, but she had never had the opportunity to show them. Thinking of this, she smiled slightly, but also felt a little troubled. She always seemed too reserved in front of the commander. She envied those ship girls who were cheerful and could naturally get close to the commander, but she could never bring herself to say it. Finally, she put aside her distracting thoughts and focused on preparing the ingredients to cook dinner, trying to bridge the gap between herself and Luo Xingyuan. Chapter 7 Candlelight Dinner. After washing up, Luo Xingyuan went straight to the captain's cabin. He had intended to call Snow Knight home so they could discuss dinner together, but found the room empty. Just then, the loudspeaker announced, "Commander, please come to the dining room." It was Snow Knight's voice. Luo Xingyuan was somewhat surprised, wondering if she could cook. With this question in mind, he turned and headed to the dining room. Meanwhile, in the restaurant's private room, Snow Knight had just lit the last candle, finally finishing the setup before Luo Xingyuan arrived. She drew the curtains, changed into a black evening gown, gave herself a gentle pep talk, and then went out to greet him. Luo Xingyuan was still thinking about what to have for dinner, even deciding what videos to watch. But as soon as he turned the corner of the corridor, he froze, speechless at the sight before him. A young woman walked slowly towards him, dressed in an elegant black evening gown, her expression gentle, a faint smile playing on her lips, like a noble lady straight out of a fairy tale. For a moment, Luo Xingyuan could hardly believe it. This was his ship girl. The young woman approached him and gave an elegant bow. "Excuse me, Commander, may I invite you to dinner?" Her tone was gentle and restrained. Luo Xingyuan quickly recovered and responded with a slight bow. "Of course, it would be my honor." He handled the situation with composure, clearly having received relevant etiquette training. Up close, he noticed the young woman's cheeks were slightly flushed, as if she were a little nervous. "Please follow me," she said softly, turning to lead the way. Luo Xingyuan followed, a hint of anticipation rising in his heart. They arrived at the door of the private room, and the girl pushed it open, gesturing, "Please come in." Luo Xingyuan stepped inside, the dim candlelight filling his vision, the atmosphere exceptionally quiet. The girl then closed the door and led him to a seat. After he was seated, she walked to the window and drew back the curtain. "Commander, this is the surprise I prepared for you. Do you like it?" At this moment, the warship was anchored in deep space, and the Milky Way stretched out outside the window, with countless starlight converging into strange shapes, a breathtaking sight. But Luo Xingyuan's gaze was fixed on her, her sapphire-like eyes reflecting his image. He smiled and said, "You're so thoughtful. I really like this surprise." Then he added, "By the way, let me give you a name. Snow Knight doesn't sound very nice." The girl nodded. "Of course." Luo Xingyuan smiled and said, "Don't call me Commander anymore. Just call me Xingyuan." She tentatively asked softly, "Xingyuan? That's what I'll call you." He nodded, then added, "I've also thought of your name, Xinxue. What do you think?" The girl paused for a moment, then nodded. "Thank you, I like it very much." The two quickly became closer. Xinxue then handed over a knife and fork, saying expectantly, "Commander Xingyuan, try my cooking, it shouldn't be too bad." The table was set with exquisitely presented steaks and side dishes, the plating meticulous, but Luo Xingyuan was still a little worried that it was just for show. However, under her expectant gaze, he still picked up his knife and fork. The first bite surprised him. The taste was unexpectedly good. He then tried a few more dishes, and the overall quality remained consistently high, completely allaying his concerns. Xinxue had been observing his reaction, and seeing him relax, she breathed a sigh of relief. This was her first time cooking since becoming a ship girl, and she was somewhat unsure of herself. Luo Xingyuan gave her a thumbs up. "Not bad, very good." This praise made Xinxue smile, and she began to eat, the atmosphere gradually becoming more relaxed. The candlelight dinner quickly ended in a pleasant atmosphere, and the cleaning robot cleared the table. Xingyuan then brought out dessert, preparing to conclude the meal. Just then, her expression changed. "Commander, there's a special situation." As soon as she finished speaking, a flash of light appeared around her, and she reverted to her usual combat attire. "I'll go check the captain's cabin." She said this and quickly left. Luo Xingyuan also realized something was wrong, put down the dessert, and immediately followed. The two arrived at the captain's cabin together, where they saw a dense array of red dots appearing on one edge of the radar screen. Chapter 8 Zerg Invasion. Luo Xingyuan spotted a large number of red dots on the radar and immediately inquired about the situation. Xingyuan frowned as she drew a star map, quickly identifying the source of the anomaly. "It's the Zerg," she reported in a low voice. There were a large number of Zerg units ahead, along with two T2 class mother hives, the closest being only 0.01 light-years away. Although Luo Xingyuan was surprised, he did not panic. "The current size is insufficient to threaten the Snow Knight," he quickly ordered. "Issue warnings to Imperial outposts, and simultaneously notify the Polar Bear Sector Fleet. The presence of the Zerg within Imperial territory is highly unusual and must be reported immediately." He then continued to order the analysis of the Zerg's movement path. The Star Snow responded that a simultaneous warning had been issued and began analyzing the target, producing results in approximately 2 minutes. Luo Xingyuan decided to halt the Snow Knight's advance temporarily and await further intelligence to avoid rash action. 2 minutes later, the Polar Bear Sector Fleet was urgently deployed, but only a top-tier T3 emergency fleet could be mobilized, with limited combat power. Meanwhile, the Imperial outposts confirmed that this was actually a large Zerg fleet centered around 7 T3 motherships. The previously discovered T2 was merely the vanguard. Worse still, the Zerg had their sights set on 3 nearby inhabited planets, posing a potential threat of catastrophe. Xingyuan had also completed her calculations, confirming that the vanguard was advancing towards Red Maple Star, and the Snow Knight was positioned directly in their path. "Entering our strike range in 15 minutes, Xingyuan reported, then looked at Luo Xingyuan awaiting further instructions. Luo Xingyuan inquired about the existence of a T3 mother hive and, upon receiving a negative reply, decisively decided to attack. "Go straight for it, and also relieve some pressure on Red Maple Star." Xingyuan immediately carried out the order. The Snow Knight entered warp drive, quickly creating distance and selecting a battlefield in a vast expanse of deep space. After leaving the asteroid belt, the ship ceased warp drive and switched to combat speed, preparing to confront the Zerg vanguard head-on. "Entering firing range in 30 seconds, Xingyuan prompted. At this moment, Luo Xingyuan could already see the dense swarm of Zerg in the distance through the sights, their numbers almost obscuring his view. Faced with such a swarm of Zerg, a single ship seemed exceptionally small. Luo Xingyuan calmly ordered, "Fire freely once within range." Xingyuan responded that the main guns were ready. 18 1,800mm electromagnetic cannons slowly rotated, aiming at the swarm, but she deliberately left some positions open to prevent loss of firepower during reloading intervals. About 35 seconds later, the main cannons fired simultaneously. The terrifying firepower exploded among the swarm, instantly clearing large empty areas. However, the Zerg were fearless, filling the gaps again in less than 10 seconds and continuing to press towards the Snow Knight. Xingyuan was experienced with this and remained calm. The secondary artillery systems were all ready. 3 minutes later, the main cannons were reloaded and another salvo was unleashed. The Zerg suffered heavy losses, but their numbers continued to rise, and the swarm continued to approach. Soon, the swarm entered the 500mm electromagnetic cannons range. Dense fire poured out, tearing apart large numbers of Zerg, but due to the reload interval, subsequent Zerg quickly filled in, and the overall advance was not completely halted. The Snow Knight remained stationary, acting as bait to lure the Zerg closer. Xingyuan calmly observed the chaotic battlefield, quickly locking onto her targets, the T1 and T2 mother broodums within the Zerg swarm. One of them was still out of range, and she deliberately lowered her main gun rate, waiting for the opportune moment. Luo Xingyuan also saw through her intentions. This was a classic decapitation tactic. Instead of wasting resources on the swarm, it's better to destroy the mother hive directly. Once the core is destroyed, the swarm will naturally collapse. As for the Zerg that managed to get close, they pose no threat to the Snow Knight. The Knight 2 rapid-fire electromagnetic cannons on board are more than capable of intercepting them all. Under the dense barrage of fire, any approaching Zerg will be instantly annihilated. Chapter 9. The battle ends as the insect swarm rapidly approaches the Snow Knight, countless ferocious insect beasts coalescing into a black storm, their power terrifying. At this moment, the Snow Knight ceases firing its main guns, as if its ammunition is exhausted. The insect hive mothership seizes the opportunity to advance, its biological cannons all aimed at the Snow Knight, ready to end the battle in one fell swoop. However, once all the motherships were within range, the outcome of the battle was already decided. Xingyuan sneered, and the long-dormant 1,800mm electromagnetic cannon fired again, its target aimed directly at the motherships behind the swarm, ignoring the minions in front. The moment the cannonball left the barrel, the motherships sensed the danger and hurriedly moved to the side to evade, but they were ultimately a step too late. The hypersonic projectiles ripped through deep space, instantly striking their targets. 2 T2 mother nests and 6 T1 mother nests were annihilated on the spot, leaving only the 2 foremost T1 mother nests to survive. Star Snow showed no mercy. After its main cannons roared, the Snow Knight immediately maneuvered, unleashing a barrage of Knight 2 electromagnetic cannons, tearing a gaping hole in the black swarm. The 2 remaining T1 mother nests finally realized they were outmatched and began to turn and flee. However, their speed was far inferior to that of the Snow Knight. Once the main guns were reloaded, both mother hives would be doomed. Watching this almost overwhelming battle, Luo Xingyuan sighed inwardly, thinking that using the Star Snow to deal with such low-level Zerg was indeed a bit bullying. Under her precise control, the Zerg swarm was swallowed up by the fire net like snowflakes, and not even a single Zerg could touch the shield. This was the terrifying power of a Tier 3 destroyer girl, coupled with her natural advantage against the Zerg, making the outcome of the battle almost a foregone conclusion. In less than a minute, the last 2 motherships were locked onto and destroyed by the main guns. With their cores severed, the entire Zerg swarm instantly lost its command, falling into complete chaos after a brief silence, as if its brain had been severed, leaving only the instinct to devour and kill. The out-of-control insectids quickly began killing each other. Without the command of a node creature, they were no longer an army, but a swarm of mindless beasts. Before the Snow Knight could continue its attack, the swarm was already engulfed in infighting. Luo Xingyuan understood that the Zerg relied on the hive as a unified node for command. As long as the hive was destroyed, the swarm would collapse. This is also the most effective way to fight the Zerg. Directly destroy the command core, causing the enemy to collapse on its own. The Zerg swarm before them was clearly extremely hungry. After the mother hive was destroyed, it quickly turned to cannibalism. Xingyuan seized the opportunity, piloting the Snow Knight forward, its secondary guns continuously firing, reaping the harvest of these chaotic Zerg beasts. She had no intention of letting any remnants escape. Because once these insectids resume feeding and recover, and new nests appear, they will be regained control and continue to threaten humanity. Now is the perfect time for a complete cleanup. The battle is no longer in doubt, the rest is just the cleanup. The secondary guns efficiently swept through the area, each salvo taking away large swathes of insectids. Soon after, only floating wreckage remained in the entire universe. This vanguard insectoid fleet had been utterly annihilated. After confirming there were no signs of life on the radar, Xingyuan reported, "The Zerg vanguard has been annihilated. Both T2 mother hives and 8 T1 mother hives have been destroyed, with no survivors." The cleanup phase then commenced. The Snow Knight remained stationary in the center, its source material extractor operating at high speed, converting free energy into fragments. Grayish-white source material was continuously produced and transported to the purification device. The LV-41 extractor was extremely efficient, completing the recovery of this battlefield in just 5 minutes. Since no higher-level Zerg were present, the extraction process went exceptionally smoothly. However, this battle resulted in minimal experience gain for Xingyuan, almost none. On the other hand, Luo Xingyuan's level jumped directly from LV1 to LV11, a 10-level leap. Looking at the data, he couldn't help but sigh. Having high-level ship girls help me gain experience is really comfortable. If he continues to participate in battles, he might soon be able to unlock the first-tier commander advancement mission. The commander and ship girl level system correspond, with the first tier capped at level 20. Commanders can contract higher-level ship girls, but there are limitations on the gap, and historical ship girls like Xingyuan are already far beyond their current level. At this moment, Xingyuan reminded him, "The battlefield cleanup is complete, Commander. We can return now." Luo Xingyuan nodded and then asked about the battle's gains. Xingyuan replied somewhat embarrassedly, "The gains were SOSO. The main cannon consumed a lot of resources. A total of 100,000 gray fragments and 7,000 white fragments were converted from source material, and ammunition consumption was about 10%. Calculated based on the exchange rate, this battle was almost unprofitable. Luo Xingyuan, however, was unconcerned. Such firepower inherently meant enormous consumption. Once the cannons roar, resources flow like water. Getting close to breaking even was already a good outcome. More importantly, this interception bought precious time for Red Maple Star behind them. Without intervention, this Zerg force would have arrived and launched an attack within 2 days, with unimaginable consequences. Luo Xingyuan patted Xinxue on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, someone will pay for this, whether it's the Star Sector or the Imperial Outpost." He then ordered a return to Red Maple Star for resupply. "Yes, Lord Xingyuan, the Snow Knight has entered warp speed and will arrive in 2 hours," Xinxue replied softly, a relaxed smile on her lips. Chapter 10: The Uneasy Governor and the Departing Fleet. Meanwhile, Governor Charles of Red Maple Star was pacing back and forth in his mansion, looking anxious. Just moments ago, he had received an urgent alert from the Polar Bear sector. A Zerg fleet was heading straight for Red Maple Star. This news struck him like a bolt from the blue, leaving him instantly disoriented. Red Maple Star was remote, yet it was still within the heart of the Empire. Charles grew increasingly alarmed, even suspecting that the borders had fallen, and whether the Zerg might once again unleash a dark upheaval similar to that of history. He briefly considered fleeing, even thinking of having his steward prepare a starship. But he quickly suppressed this thought. Fleeing would only offer temporary survival. He would inevitably face retribution later. Moreover, he had been managing this planet for over 30 years. Now, the people were becoming increasingly prosperous, the starport was about to be expanded, and in a few years, it might even be approved to build a Stargate. Its future was bright. He had originally envisioned Red Maple Star becoming a jewel of shipping routes, allowing him to return home with his achievements, perhaps even receiving a noble title. But now, everything had become uncertain. Just as he was lost in thought, the person he was waiting for finally arrived. The commander of the Planetary Defense Forces walked into the hall. "How is the situation? Is the fleet ready?" Charles asked anxiously. The old commander took off his hat, his tone calm. "The fleet is in good condition, and morale is high. But its size is limited, and it may be difficult to directly confront the Zerg swarm. A single T2 mother nest would be enough to pose a threat. The governor needs to prepare for surface warfare." This veteran of 40 years appeared unusually calm. In contrast, Charles still clung to a sliver of hope. Are they really going to fight on the ground? He knew that once the Zerg landed, years of construction would be destroyed. The commander nodded. It must be so. Immediately enter a state of war, activate the highest level of mobilization, and do everything possible to buy time while awaiting Imperial reinforcements. Before that, the defense fleet will launch a preemptive strike to delay the Zerg advance as much as possible. Charles remained silent for a moment, then accepted reality, and ordered the entire planet to go on high alert. The inhabitants began preparing to deal with the swarm, while the old commander put on his military cap, turned, and left. "Your Excellency, I hope you can wait for reinforcements." Charles watched his retreating figure and sighed softly. "If only there were a few more warships." The commander's reply came from afar. "This is a natural disaster, not your fault." He then led his fleet out of port, preparing for a desperate battle with the Zerg. However, he was unaware that just 2 system times earlier, the Zerg Vanguard fleet had been completely destroyed by the Snow Knight, and that victorious warship was heading towards Red Maple Star. The Polar Bear sector had only issued an alert, without providing any updates on the battle situation. At this moment, on the Snow Knight, the situation took a turn for the better. Luo Xingyuan checked the information transmitted back by the Academy and said to Xinxue, "The Academy has issued a new mission, which has been taken over by 2 high-level commanders. One of the fleets has already passed through the Stargate, and will arrive at Red Maple Star within 3 days. Xinxue looked at the star map and analyzed. "If we can successfully rendezvous with the fleets in the Polar Bear Star sector, we might be able to control the battlefield outside the star system." On her return journey, she also detected a signal from the main Zerg force. They weren't far away, but their speed was limited, and they would likely arrive in about 4 days. This time would be enough for all fleets to assemble and confront the Zerg swarm head-on. Luo Xingyuan nodded. "Continue sharing intelligence and keep a close eye on the Zerg's movements." Although he saw a glimmer of hope, he remained vigilant. Shortly after, the Snow Knight encountered a fleet. The opposing force, marked as friendly, appeared rather weak, primarily consisting of a single T2 battleship, along with a few destroyers, frigates, and several armed merchant ships. Their overall combat strength was clearly insufficient. Luo Xingyuan ordered the warp to be disengaged, preparing for contact. The enemy radar was outdated, and they only detected the Snow Knight at close range. The old commander was somewhat surprised and immediately instructed his adjutant to initiate a communication request. After they identified themselves, Luo Xingyuan understood this was indeed the Red Maple Star Defense Fleet, and their mission was to fight the Zerg to the death, buying time for the planet. At this size, facing the Zerg was practically suicide. Thinking of this, Luo Xingyuan felt a surge of respect for the commander. If the Snow Knight hadn't intervened beforehand, this fleet would likely have perished. He immediately reported, "The Zerg vanguard has been annihilated. The crisis is temporarily averted." Upon hearing the news, the Red Maple fleet erupted in cheers. They voluntarily cleared the way, lining up on both sides to welcome the triumphant Snow Knight, as if welcoming a hero who had saved the planet. Luo Xingyuan watched this scene with some emotion. "This kind of treatment is the first time I've ever seen it." Xinxue responded softly, "Because you are their savior." Luo Xingyuan shook his head. "It's us, but mainly you. I'm more like an intern here to observe and learn." Xinxue smiled slightly. "I understand, Lord Xingyuan." Chapter 11: The Academy's Reinforcements. The Snow Knight returned with news of a great victory, and Governor Charles was thrilled upon receiving the report. He was even more excited when he learned that the reinforcements were led by a ship girl commander. As the planet's governor, he knew the weight of such a figure. A single powerful ship girl could often be worth an entire fleet. Judging from the ship's size, the defense commander determined it was a T3 class capital ship, equivalent to a T3 fleet. He was confident that even if the main Zerg force attacked, let alone the Zerg vanguard, they might still be able to put up a fight. Charles was brimming with confidence. However, he was unaware that Luo Xingyuan was actually a newly appointed commander, only a few days old, and hadn't even graduated from the Polaris Naval Academy yet. If he had known this, his optimism would likely have been somewhat diminished. "I never expected that a first-class planet like Red Maple Star could receive support from a ship girl commander and resolve the planet-destroying crisis so quickly," Charles couldn't help but exclaim. He had once been a student at the Naval Academy, dreaming of becoming a commander, and had even obtained the qualification to take the test. Unfortunately, he wasn't qualified enough, so he eventually transferred to the management department, which led to his current position as governor. Shipgirl commanders are extremely rare. For 30 years, Red Maple Star has sent numerous talented individuals to the academy, yet none have distinguished themselves. There are no shipgirls stationed locally, only a regular fleet, making them particularly vulnerable against the Zerg. The Empire would not place its precious commanders on such a low-level life form. In fact, the Polar Bear sector had already decided to abandon Red Maple Star and retreat its defenses to the secondary planet Golden Leaf Star to hold out for reinforcements. This decision was not unexpected. The support fleet was weaker than the Zerg, and there was no need to fight to the death for a planet of limited value. Preserving the main force was the only way to limit the scope of the disaster. More realistically, they wouldn't have been able to reach Red Maple Star in time anyway, and by the time they arrived, it would most likely have already fallen. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The rookie commander who issued the warning completely altered the situation. They had reviewed Luo Xingyuan's file, initially assuming he was just a novice, and hadn't placed high hopes on him. After receiving the warning, they merely praised him and ended his patrol mission. But no one expected that he would have a Tier 3 destroyer-class capital ship under his command, annihilating the Zerg vanguard before it even got close, forcibly suppressing the crisis on Red Maple Star. Meanwhile, the Polaris Academy dispatched reinforcements, which were rapidly en route, intending to push the battle line forward and prevent any Imperial planet from falling. Two commanders within the fleet, both graduates of the Academy, were the first to respond, strongly demanding an advance. They knew the Academy's style well. If they claimed to be capable, they would be fully prepared. Under pressure, just as the fleet commander was about to request instructions, the order to attack was issued. Immediately proceed to Red Maple Star and hold out until reinforcements from the Academy arrive. The fleet that was originally heading to Golden Leaf Star immediately turned around and headed straight for Red Maple Star. Meanwhile, Luo Xingyuan's Snow Knight had just entered the starport when it received a new mission from the Academy, to cooperate with subsequent reinforcements to annihilate the Zerg fleet, with a large amount of academic credits awarded upon completion. Detailed battlefield intelligence was also delivered with the mission. The Zerg swarm size has been largely confirmed, 8 T3 hives, 34 T2 hives, and 96 T1 hives. No T4 Leviathans have yet been detected. The polar bear fleet comprises 39 T3 starships, but only 6 are truly capable of threatening a T3 hive, resulting in a disadvantageous overall firepower. The Zerg are unlikely to expose their high-level hives to human fire, making a decapitation strike impractical. Faced with the Zerg swarm, the human fleet has no choice but to engage head-on. Fortunately, before reinforcements arrive, the sector can muster over 500 T2 starships, sufficient to strengthen the defenses and withstand the Zerg onslaught. As for the commanders, the 2 from the polar bear sector are of average strength, with their strongest ship girl only reaching the second-tier limit. However, they do have 4 capital ships approaching the T3 level. The real ace comes from the Polaris Academy's direct fleet. A level 53 commander brings 13 third-tier ship girls, including a complete formation of aircraft carriers, battleships, and battlecruisers, along with supply ships to provide continuous firepower. This fleet is well-balanced and extremely powerful, almost like an elite force with unlimited firepower. This lineup is too exaggerated. It feels like the polar bear fleet is just a foil, Luo Xingyuan exclaimed after reading the intelligence. Xingyuan noticed his mood and said softly, "Lord Xingyuan, we will have a fleet like this sooner or later." "I hope so. Let's go, the governor must be getting impatient." Luo Xingyuan nodded, his composure quickly returning. He knew that others envied this fleet, and they would envy him just as much, starting with a purple-tier ship girl, whose potential was even catastrophic. If Xingyuan were to grow to Tier 4, this luxurious fleet might not be a match for her. With this in mind, Luo Xingyuan secretly decided that in the future, when building ship girls, they would at least be of blue quality, and sooner or later he would build his own top-tier fleet. After clearing out the insected beasts, he had also accumulated a lot of destiny points, and had begun to plan where to get a few more high-quality ship girls. Chapter 12 Planetary Levels. Chapter 12 Planetary Levels. On Red Maple Star, Luo Xingyuan and his ship girls received the highest level of hospitality. In the eyes of the governor and the people, he had just saved the planet from a near-apocalyptic catastrophe. The war was not over, but when that colossal warship docked at the starport, hope was rekindled. The warship was far larger than the local flagship. Its mere presence was enough to awe everyone. The Red Maple Star Navy watched with envy, and many young officers even petitioned Governor Charles, hoping to introduce a more powerful warship system to enhance overall combat capabilities. After experiencing this crisis, Charles did consider strengthening defenses, but the reality was harsh. A leap forward was simply not possible in the short term. Ultimately, Red Maple Star is only a Tier 1 planet, barely able to support T3 cruisers. It simply cannot afford capital ships unless the planet's potential is increased. A planet's energy level determines its upper limit of development. The higher the energy level, the richer the resources, the better the cultivation environment, and the easier it is to produce commander-level talents, naturally attracting powerful individuals to gather there. This is also the fundamental reason why Red Maple Star has not produced any commanders for many years. It is due to inherent deficiencies, not a lack of effort from individuals. In fact, Charles has accomplished a great deal during his 30 years in power. He introduced a large number of second-tier spirit trees, improved the ecology, and promoted large-scale reforms. Today, Red Maple Star is close to becoming a Level 2 life-bearing planet. If given a few more decades, this planet might actually be able to upgrade to a Level 2 planet, and his status would rise accordingly. In the polar bear sector, Level 2 planets are already quite rare. This remote sector has limited overall resources, with only 2 Level 3 habitable planets and a handful of Level 2 planets under its jurisdiction. In contrast, Luo Xingyuan's hometown, the Arctic Fox Star region, has far superior conditions. Its capital city is a Level 4 planet, and there are also several Level 3 habitable planets scattered around it. His territory, Tianluo Territory, possesses 3 Level 3 planets, with its main star, Tianluo Star, having advanced to Level 4 a century ago, surpassing its rival, Black Serpent Territory. Further up, the 5th level planets are the core of the star system, and there are only 9 of them in the entire Galactic Alliance. All 9 naval academies are located there, with Polaris being one of them. As for Level 6 planets, there are only 2 known to exist, the Alliance's home planet, and the Red Dragon Star of the Star Dragon Empire. Both represent top-tier resources and strength. High-level planets are highly attractive to commanders because they release large amounts of origin every year, which can be refined into origin fragments that do not require purification. There's even a chance to obtain complete source material, which can be used to directly build ship girls, with a quality of at least blue, making them incredibly valuable. After graduating from the Polaris Naval Academy, Luo Xingyuan also planned to become a pioneering lord, leading a fleet to explore the starry sea and search for undiscovered new planets. But the reality is, he currently only has one ship girl, and he still has 2 years until graduation. He must build a fleet capable of long-range voyages within this time frame, otherwise it will all remain just a pipe dream. Red Maple Star has beautiful scenery, but it can't resupply the Snow Knight with ammunition. Perhaps Golden Leaf Star behind them could, but Luo Xingyuan has no intention of turning back. Going back and forth is too time-consuming. It's better to wait for the academy to come and resupply. He had already made up his mind to go through the formal reimbursement process later. He refused the accommodations arranged by Charles and, after meeting with senior officials, returned directly to the Snow Knight, ready to respond to any changes in the battle situation. A major battle is about to break out in a few days, and he must remain on the ship at all times to react immediately. Although reinforcements are on their way and the defenses seem foolproof, Red Maple Star's defenses remain vulnerable to the Zerg swarm until they arrive. During this period, the only vessel capable of putting up a fight is the Snow Knight. If the Zerg swarm launches a probing attack, he must immediately engage them. The Zerg are not mindless attackers. Under the command of the Hive, they possess sophisticated tactics, and some of their node creatures are even more cunning than human commanders. Luo Xingyuan judged that after the vanguard was annihilated, the main force of the Zerg would inevitably take action, so they had to prepare in advance to deal with any changes. Xinxue wholeheartedly agreed. She had personally experienced the Zerg war and knew firsthand how terrifying this enemy was. In her memory, the kingdom was devoured by a swarm of insects, and multiple life worlds were eaten up in a very short time. The knights could only launch a desperate charge in the apocalypse. In a secluded corner, unnoticed, she clenched her fist, then slowly relaxed it. She was certain in her heart, this time, such a tragedy would not repeat itself. At this moment, Luo Xingyuan was staring at the star map, his expression surprisingly calm. Although he judged the situation to be tense, he was not worried about his own safety. The reason is simple. He had just received news from his family that a patrol star-level ship girl from the Silverwing Luo family had jumped into this star system. This was originally just a tentative request for help, but the Patriarch acted so decisively, directly dispatching forth her combat power. Of course, this powerful ally's mission was not only to protect him, but more importantly, to investigate the suddenly appearing Zerg fleet. The appearance of the Zerg within the Empire was already highly unusual and had already stirred the nerves of many powerful forces. Naturally, the Luo family would not remain uninvolved. The North Sea Empire has not faced the threat of the Zerg for far too long, and this time, not only did they appear suddenly, but their location was also extremely unusual. If the truth isn't thoroughly investigated, the entire Imperial leadership will likely find it difficult to feel at ease. Chapter 13 Ambush. The preparation phase of war is always tedious, not to mention that Luo Xingyuan had already made preparations for battle. Now he only needed to wait for his teammates and opponents to take their positions. One person is enough to keep an eye on the radar. In this respect, humans certainly can't compare to ship girls, so Commander Luo Xingyuan found himself with nothing to do again. And so, another hard-working commander joined the training room. After the first battle, Luo Xingyuan knew that with Xinxue by his side, his leveling speed in the early stages was very fast. In order to avoid being stuck at the commander level and not hold Xinxue back, he had to train hard and improve his physical fitness. Fortunately, they had made thorough preparations before this voyage, bringing along enough ingredients and medicines to aid in cultivation, enough for Luo Xingyuan to use for a month. Although the cultivation speed here is much slower than cultivating on Polaris, after all, it has the cultivation environment of a level 5 planet, and can be regarded as the Empire's cultivation holy land. The days of waiting passed quickly amidst the training. The next day, when the Polar Bear support fleet was still about 5 hours away from Red Maple Star, the situation changed somewhat. Xinxue detected the rapidly approaching Zerg on the radar. She immediately notified her commander via the ship's broadcast system and began analyzing the approaching swarm. This is AT-3 Mother Nest. Xinxue quickly came to her conclusion. Just then, Luo Xingyuan also rushed back to the captain's cabin. How is the situation? Luo Xingyuan asked after tidying his clothes. The situation isn't good. According to the radar, it seems that a T3 Mother Hive has broken away from the main force and arrived at Red Maple Star ahead of time to check this situation, Xingyuan said. Is there only one T3 hive? Luo Xingyuan glanced at the star map, and was also taken aback, asking. That's right, that's normal. Only a T3 Zerg hive can arrive this quickly. Lower-level Zerg motherships don't have that kind of speed. The hive we're detecting is still rapidly approaching this way, and it hasn't released any Zerg forces yet, Xingyuan explained, describing what she had discovered. This is a good opportunity, Luo Xingyuan said, looking at the star map. We have to intercept it. If we're lucky, we might be able to take it down. Xingyuan nodded and said, Commander, if we launch a salvo, I am confident that we can severely damage this T3 Zerg hive. Then let's launch the attack. At the same time, notify Red Maple Star to prepare for battle, but tell their fleet not to launch an attack for the time being. The two were of one mind, and the Snow Knight resumed its operation, sailing away from Red Maple Star Harbor. Governor Charles also received a notification from Luo Xingyuan, instructing his fleet not to make any rash moves. The Snow Knight did not activate the warp jump, but instead sailed away from the starport at normal speed, far away from Red Maple Star. The two had to choose a new battlefield, as Red Maple Star was not a good location for an ambush. At this moment, both of them thought of the small asteroid belt near the battlefield where they fought the Zerg Vanguard. If they wanted to reach Red Maple Star, they would basically have to pass through that area. The Snow Knight could hide in the small asteroid belt and attack the passing Zerg fleet. Large meteorites can also effectively hinder the Zerg mothership's detection. As long as the Snow Knight shuts down all power and enters a completely silent state, it can be disguised as a large meteorite. With the plan in place, the Snow Knight began to accelerate. This small asteroid belt was not far from Red Maple Star, and they could reach the ambush point before the Zerg fleet. The Zerg's T3 brood mound, unaware of the danger, continued its rapid advance. However, to their surprise, the T3 hive began deploying combat units near the asteroid belt. A large number of insected beasts poured out of the hive, and the hive began to slow down, slowly moving into the asteroid belt. At first, Luo Xingyuan was really nervous. He thought the Zerg fleet had discovered him, so he started deploying combat units. The fact that the Zerg hive continued to advance dispelled his doubts. The Zerg probably just felt that Red Maple Star was very close and that his presence might be discovered, so they released combat units in advance. It probably didn't expect that Xingyuan had discovered it and had already set up an ambush here. We have no choice but to fight. Staying here any longer risks being exposed if we get encountered by Zerg units, Xingyuan said, watching the slowly moving Zerg hive. The Zerg hive was now fully within range of the Snow Knight's main cannon. Firing from this position would almost certainly not miss, not to mention that the Zerg hive had to slow down to deploy units, which gave Luo Xingyuan a great opportunity. Then let's get started. Luo Xingyuan naturally trusted the battle-hardened ship girl beside him and immediately issued the battle order. Xingyuan, you don't need to consult me for the next battle. I trust your judgment. In the second clash with the swarm, Luo Xingyuan once again chose to delegate authority. It's better to leave professional matters to professionals. Yes, Commander, thank you for your trust. I will bring you victory. Xingyuan naturally accepted the mission. All the main guns of the Snow Knight began to rotate, aiming at the Zerg mother hive. Because they were arranged in advance, it only took a few seconds for all the main guns to be ready to fire. A flame flashed in Xingyuan's eyes as she gazed at the distant Zerg T3 mother hive. Turn to ashes in the artillery fire, target Zerg T3 mother nest, volley fire. At Xingyuan's command, the 8 triple-mounted 1,800mm electromagnetic cannons opened fire, and the light from the 24 giant cannons flashed in the asteroid belt. The swarm of insects instantly caught sight of this. The T3 brood mound accelerated in an instant, but its actions came too late. Apart from 6 shells being detonated prematurely by the Zerg, the remaining 18 shells locked onto the brood mound's location. The hastily opened shield was no match for the shells with special attack buffs. The thin membrane shattered the moment it made contact, and a large number of shells slammed directly into the mother hive. The terrifying destructive force violently ripped open the outer shell of the mother nest, and the biological warship began to disintegrate on a large scale. However, the entire mother nest did not lose its ability to move and began to retreat. However, the large number of T3 insectids did not stop because of this. They began to gather in the direction of the Snow Knight. The results are remarkable, but we still lack a decisive blow, Commander. I want to go all out. Xingyuan turned to look at Luo Xingyuan beside her and said. Luo Xingyuan naturally understood what she meant. Xingyuan wanted to completely destroy the severely damaged mother hive, and the Snow Knight would break through the swarm's resistance head-on to achieve a decapitation strike. Go do what you want to do, Luo Xingyuan said, patting her on the shoulder with a relaxed expression. He believed in Xingyuan's powerful life-saving skills, and he also believed in the patrol starship girls sent by his family. He was destined to win this battle from the very beginning. A smile appeared on Xingyuan's lips. The Snow Knight began to accelerate, crushing the meteorites blocking its path and charging towards the dark swarm of insects, like a heavily armored knight carrying a lance. Chapter 14: Annihilating the Invading Swarm, Commander Promotion Requirements. Hiss, is this guy really that crazy? He doesn't look like the third brother's son. Near the small asteroid belt, a slender warship was faintly visible. On the ship, a black-haired girl was eating ice cream while commenting on the great battle in front of her. A single barrage severely damaged the T-3 class biological warship. This historical ship girl that Little Star Abyss drew is truly capable. She lives up to her purple rarity. However, chasing after her like this is a bit reckless. Let's wait until their fleet is damaged before making our move, the girl muttered to herself. In her opinion, the ambush was perfect, and Xingyuan's pursuit was reasonable, since letting the mother nest escape was a huge loss. It was a bit unexpected that she chose to charge directly. If it were her, she would have chosen a flanking maneuver, clearing out the swarm while waiting for her main gun to reload. The Zerg hive would have been damaged and wouldn't have been able to get very far. However, a cautious approach also has its downsides. If Zerg reinforcements suddenly appear, or the brood mother escapes quickly enough, the ambush will not be perfect. After all, there is a big difference between sinking a brood mother and severely damaging one. Xingyuan's solo charge was undoubtedly a death sentence for the Zerg broodmother. If she had been fast enough, she wouldn't even have needed to reload her main guns. Her secondary guns could have taken out the heavily damaged T3 broodmother. However, doing so would likely have destroyed the Snow Knight's shields, forcing her to use her hull to withstand a large number of Zerg unit attacks. If it were to suffer serious injury as a result, it would be a loss that would not outweigh the gains. The nearby Red Maple Star does not have the capability to repair the Snow Knight, and if it were to go to the rear, it would miss the final battle with the Zerg. But she didn't expect that a ship girl who had only been built a few days ago had 4 talents, and the lowest one was blue. The Snow Knight's secondary guns fired fiercely, killing even the stronger T3 Zerg with a single touch. Melee units couldn't even reach the shield field outside the giant ship, and only some ranged T3 Zerg units could deal effective damage. With Xingyuan's guerrilla warfare talent in effect, a large portion of these ranged attacks still failed to hit their targets. In a very short time, the Snow Knight had created an opening in the swarm, while maintaining his shield at a healthy level of over 80%. The only thing Xingyuan was wary of regarding the Zerg army in front of her was the large-caliber plasma cannon on the Zerg hive. That thing could deal a lot of damage and had a wide coverage area, so the charging Snow Knights would definitely not be able to avoid it. But with the mother hive severely damaged, Xingyuan didn't have many concerns. Even if these Zerg melee units managed to get close to her shield, they wouldn't be able to break it in a short time. She just needed to take down the weakened mother hive first, and then get rid of the Zerg swarm. With the swarm breached, the Zerg were unable to mount any effective defense, allowing the Snow Riders to charge directly to the front of the mother nest. At this moment, the Snow Knight's main cannons had also finished loading, and the 24 1,800mm giant cannons were aimed at the mother nest, which was still trying its best to escape. Star Snow fired a second salvo. This time, there were no loyal guards to shield the hive from bullets. The shells pierced through the entire hive, tearing it apart completely. A large number of Zerg fell silent in an instant. Their command system was destroyed, leaving only instinct and confusion. The insectids close to the Snow Knight were still attacking on instinct, but were easily dealt with by the Snow Knight's secondary guns. The warship quickly broke free from the swarm, and what followed was a pleasant target practice session. The Zerg hive unit has been confirmed destroyed, Xingyuan said. Very good. Send the battle report to all sides, continue dealing with the remaining enemies, and clean up the battlefield. The battle didn't take long. The outcome was decided in an instant. From the moment Xingyuan opened fire to the subsequent pursuit, it only took 2 minutes, and a Zerg army led by the T3 mother nest was annihilated. This would be almost impossible on a direct battlefield. Just knocking on the shielded mother nest would take a long time, not to mention that this thing can hide behind the swarm of insects, and use a large number of insect beasts to take the hits for it. Moreover, there weren't actually many Zerg units in this operation. A large number of units from the Brood Mother were hit hard before they could be released. Otherwise, it would be considered good if the Snow Riders charging into battle had 30% shield remaining. The ship girls watching the battle were surprised by how strong Xingyuan was, but they could vaguely guess that Xuan Knight had a good defensive talent. He's a seasoned veteran. He doesn't seem reckless but rather confident. The black-haired ship girl took a big bite of the ice cream in front of her. He doesn't need me to look after him. Even without T4 Leviathan, he could be walking around with his ship girls like they own the place. The battle ended quickly, but cleaning up the battlefield took longer than expected. Xingyuan didn't want to waste her large-caliber ammunition, so she deployed her carrier-based mechs to clear out the Zerg. These mechs aren't particularly strong on their own. They'd probably be at their limit if they were to fight 3 insected beasts of the same level. However, they are part of the Snow Knight and can benefit from the Star Snow talent bonus, which makes them quite formidable. Xingyuan opened the 5 compartments of her mechs and deployed 500 combat mechs to mop up the remaining forces. She also used the ship's 240mm electromagnetic cannons to provide fire support. It took her 2 hours to completely annihilate the Zerg in the area. This time, the ammunition consumption was much less than last time, only 7% of the total reserves were used. It has to be said that she is a very thrifty and hard-working girl. Before receiving the report, Luo Xingyuan hadn't expected that fighting a T3 Zerg fleet would result in such low losses, and the gains this time were far greater than the last. First, let's talk about their levels. This battle wasn't exactly a stomp, they were fighting opponents of the same level. Xingyuan's level bar was full at LV42, and Luo Xingyuan's commander level was also full at LV20, having already unlocked the commander advancement quest. The advancement mission for commanders is not simple. It can be said to be just as difficult as the advancement of ship girls. Luo Xingyuan's commander had 4 advancement conditions pop up on the network. 1. Combat experience requirement, 100% met. 2. Have experienced at least 1 real-world competition, 1-to-1 membership achieved. 3. Possess at least 1 ship girl of level 21 or higher, 1-to-1, meets the requirement. 4. Has a total of 2 ship girls, 1-to-2, not up to standard. Combat experience is a percentage indicator, and this experience can be farmed through practice. Therefore, an additional combat experience indicator was added to limit the number of commanders who cannot advance to the 2nd tier. The 3rd condition is actually the most difficult to achieve among the 4. Cultivating a ship girl of level 21 or higher is a headache for most ordinary 1st-tier commanders. It's important to understand that lucky players are ultimately a minority. Many commanders start with greater ship girls. To meet this requirement, they must find ways to increase the rarity of their initial ship, and then help the ship girls advance to higher ranks. This takes a lot of time. Generally speaking, it's considered pretty good to graduate from the Polaris Naval Academy with a Tier 2 qualification. The 2 commanders in the Polar Bear sector are basically in this situation. However, the 4th condition was what stopped Luo Xingyuan. He didn't want to build a ship casually, as that would be irresponsible to himself and others. Chapter 15 Clues to Purchasing Ship Girls. Fortunately, Luo Xingyuan already had a solution for how to obtain high-rarity ship girls, and his destiny points had also increased significantly after the 2 wars. He used to need a long time to save up 10,000 destiny points, but now he has more than 200,000. It was at this moment that Luo Xingyuan realized that the simplest way to obtain destiny points was to kill. Eliminating someone was also changing their destiny. All he could say was that he was the one who got the destiny panel. Luo Xingyuan shook his head. He dared not think about it further. Picking up his phone, Luo Xingyuan prepared to let his cheat ability shine. Type. How to obtain ship girls of blue rarity or higher. Directly into the chat box. However, unlike before, the fate panel does not directly give the required fate points, but instead lists them. 1. Blue Frigate Girl Clues, 6 days 10,000. 2. Blue Destroyer Girl Clues, 21 days 56,000. 3. Blue Cruiser Girl Clues, 27 days 90,000. 4. Blue Battleship Girl Clues, 21 days 148,000. This was the first time Luo Xingyuan had used the Destiny panel since the panel was updated. He hadn't expected the Destiny panel to have changed so much. It had practically become a small shop. All the information that matched Luo Xingyuan's criteria appeared on the Destiny panel for him to choose from. Among them, the number of days is time-sensitive. The closer to the time of release, the fewer fate points are required, and vice versa. This number generally does not exceed 10 times. Luo Xingyuan's previous problem was that he only obtained the information when the time limit was about to expire, and the price was reduced to 10%. Otherwise, 10,000 destiny points would have been far from enough. There are 10 items listed on the fate panel, with expiration dates ranging from 5 to 30 days. Among them are purple ship girls, but they are priced at 1.2 million fate points, which is far from enough for Luo Xingyuan. However, this news is still early. He has 30 days to wait until the price drops to its lowest point before buying the information. Of course, the price can't be too low either, otherwise even if you know the answer, you might not be able to complete it, and you'll have wasted your destiny points and one chance. Luo Xingyuan had this experience before, so he usually leaves a safe period of time instead of waiting for the price to drop to its lowest point before buying. Unable to afford the purple ship girls, Luo Xingyuan turned his attention to the blue ship girls. There were 9 blue ship girls, with various types of ships. Luo Xingyuan even saw the shadow of an ecological ship among them. The price was only half that of the purple ship girls, and the time was also 30 days. The price had not yet started to drop. These eco-ships are quite useful. Although they have little offensive capability, they have the ability to modify planetary ecosystems. Whether it's bringing life back to a barren planet, or transforming a lifeless planet into a habitable one, eco-ships can theoretically achieve both. That's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that it can help planets complete their ascension. It's important to understand that planetary advancement is not easy. Although Red Maple Star met certain advancement requirements, it already had a good foundation among first-level planets. In addition, Charles and his family made countless investments, which took 30 years to elevate the planet to the peak of first level. However, the advancement to a second-level planet depends on luck. Unexpected events could cause it to fail, and even if everything goes smoothly, it is unknown how long it will take for the planet to complete this step. The ecological ship is different. As long as there are enough resources, it can greatly accelerate the advancement process. The advancement of the planet in Luo Xingyuan's hometown was aided by the ecological ship. However, ecological ships are quite difficult to build. The technology is not mature enough, and the required resources are hard to obtain, so mass production is not possible. Ecological ships that are built will be used by higher-level planets first. Level 1 planets are not enough for the people on them to allocate ecological ships. If Luo Xingyuan could obtain an ecological ship girl, his territory would be secured, and it would be a blue-level ship girl, which is extremely rare. After adding this clue to his wish list, Luo Xingyuan started looking at other clues. There was still plenty of time, so he wasn't in a hurry. The most urgent task right now is to select some high-rarity ship girls that have been around for a while to expand your fleet. After some filtering, only 4 clues remained in front of Luo Xingyuan. All 4 clues had a time limit of less than 6 days, and their validity was very low due to their imminent expiration. Of these clues, Luo Xingyuan decided to choose the one with the highest price. First, a frigate worth only 10,000 destiny points was eliminated, leaving 3 blue ship girls with relatively high prices. The clues are as follows. 1. Blue battlecruiser ship girl clues, 6 days 30,000. 2. Blue cruiser girl clues, 6 days 22,000. 3. Blue heavy destroyer ship girl, 3 days 20,000. With Luo Xingyuan's reserves of fate points, acquiring all these clues wouldn't be a problem. Unfortunately, he only has 2 chances now, and can only choose 2 clues at most. Of the 3 ship girls, Luo Xingyuan was most interested in the last one. The clue for this one seemed to be the cheapest, but it was actually a 10% discount. The first 2 clues were 20% off, so the third clue actually had the highest original value. With a value exceeding that of battlecruisers and cruisers despite being a destroyer, this ship girl must have something special about her, and she may very well possess multiple blue talents. However, Luo Xingyuan was also somewhat conflicted about whether to buy the information. After all, the information was only valid for 3 days. What if he couldn't get it after he learned about it? In 3 days, many things would probably be irreversible. After thinking for a moment, he decided to take it. Taking a little risk was necessary for high-quality ship girls. As for the last chance, it will be reserved for that purple ship girl, or the eco-ship. The clues for these 2 ship girls will continue until next month, and it won't be a problem to collect both of them then. Having spent 20,000 destiny points, Luo Xingyuan purchased the information and awaited the answer from the Destiny panel. The answer in the dialogue box slowly appeared under Luo Xingyuan's gaze. The T3 class Escort 4 upgraded heavy destroyer is another new creation from Skyhawk Industries. They will be offering a trial sale of 100 brand new Escort 4 upgraded heavy destroyers at Starport in Polaris. This batch of destroyers has excellent performance, and many of them have the potential to become ship girls. Among them, Destroyer number 32 is waiting for a commander who is qualified to awaken her. This was undoubtedly good news for Luo Xingyuan. He already knew which ship could materialize Blue's ship girls, and he just needed someone to buy them for him first. He could activate them once he returned to the academy. However, Luo Xingli was also carrying out her own mission at the time. If she wanted to purchase ships, she could only ask her family to do so. The Destiny panel also provided some information, indicating that there was a high probability that these warships would include ship girls. This would allow her family to buy more warships, and perhaps even some Cyan rarity ship girls. Without delay, he immediately sent a request to his family to purchase a ship. Chapter 16 Support arrives. After cleaning up the battlefield, the Snow Knight slowly began its return journey, taking the opportunity to check for any potential threats around Red Maple Star. Luo Xingyuan also gained a lot from this battle. Because the Zerg only sent one T3 Zerg mothership and only had T3 units, the source fragments obtained this time were all Cyan, totaling 2,500 pieces. The Zerg mothership accounted for the majority, with about 2,000 Cyan source fragments being extracted from near the wreckage of this thing. In addition, these T3 insect corpses also have considerable recycling value, and since they are close to Red Maple Star, with the help of the Red Maple Star fleet, we naturally cannot let these insect corpses go. Luo Xingyuan had already informed the Red Maple Star fleet that they would come to clean up the battlefield, collect the insect corpses, and handle the bodies on Luo Xingyuan's behalf. Luo Xingyuan only needed to pay 10% of the total value as payment. Xingxue has already calculated that, apart from some insect beasts that were completely destroyed, the total value of the insect beasts remains at the scene is about 3 million star coins. Star coins are the currency issued by the Galactic Human Alliance. The value of one star coin is roughly equal to one gray source fragment. This exchange rate tends to be stable over the years. After selling all the insect beast corpses, Luo Xingyuan can still earn at least 200 Cyan fragments. However, exchanging star coins for source fragments is not so easy. Luo Xingyuan plans to keep the money for now and use it to buy starships or some raw materials later. In the world of ordinary people, star coins are still widely used. After all, they are electronic currencies. If they were to use source fragments, they would not have the ability to store these source fragments in the commander network, or the storage space of the ship girls. After the Zerg launched another attack, both reinforcements sped up their pace, with the closest support fleet, the Polar Bears, arriving at Red Maple Star that same day. More than 40 massive ships lined up in a row at the starport of Red Maple Star, creating a rather spectacular scene. This was only the first batch of reinforcements. A large number of T2 fleets would arrive on the battlefield before the war began. According to the commander of the Polar Bear fleet, the number would be around 1,000. This is undoubtedly a massive battle for the Polar Bear sector. If things don't go well, a T4 fleet from the Polar Bear sector will warp to the scene 2 days after the start of the war to ensure everything goes smoothly. Luo Xingyuan understood that the remote Polar Bear sector could not afford to lose this Zerg invasion. Although the presence of T4 Leviathans in the Zerg fleet had not yet been discovered, the Polar Bear sector recalled its pioneering fleet in the Lost Starfield to ensure absolute safety. The Academy's commander also arrived at the scene the next day, bringing Luo Xingyuan ample supplies, the cost of which was naturally reimbursed by the Polar Bear Star region. Luo Xingyuan also met with this senior, who was already a veteran commander. Since graduating from the Academy, he had been stationed in the Academy's direct fleet on Polaris for many years. In previous years, he had served as a teacher at the Academy, but in recent years he had relinquished his responsibility of teaching students and was preparing for external expansion. Luo Xingyuan also learned some inside information from him. Starting with his class, the Academy cancelled a large number of on-campus theoretical courses and replaced them with exercises and actual combat, allowing a large number of students to take on missions and accumulate practical experience. As for the theoretical courses, they will be conducted online, and students can watch the videos on their own, but the overall credit percentage is not large. The era of great exploration has begun again. Work hard, and when the time comes, seize a few inhabited planets in outer space and manage them well. 100 years from now, another family will rise again, the senior from the academy remarked. Luo Xingyuan agreed with this, as his Luo family had risen to prominence by seizing several promising life-bearing planets back then. Are the conditions just as generous this time? Luo Xingyuan asked. That's right. As long as you have the ability to actually control a planet and join the Alliance, you can receive dual recognition from both the Alliance and the Empire. Even controlling a planet through the power of the Empire can bring considerable benefits. They give civilian commanders the opportunity to rise to power, the senior said, a hint of longing in his eyes. He was the civilian commander he mentioned. After graduating, he could only rely on the academy. After the academy had developed for 100 years, he had built up a decent team and now he had the opportunity to show his skills. With the battle situation urgent, Luo Xingyuan didn't have much time to chat with his enthusiastic senior. After offering his blessings, he returned to the Snow Knight, ready to face the approaching Zerg army at any moment. After losing 83 Brewmother, this Zerg army seems to have learned its lesson and did not split its forces, but instead concentrated its strength together. This is also what Luo Xingyuan's side wants to see. A decisive battle is always better than countless encirclements and annihilations. The advancing Zerg fleet was not fast, and its arrival time in the star system where Red Maple Star was located was delayed by several days. The Empire's intelligence department also discovered other developments. They discovered several extra bioships in the Zerg fleet. These were not Zerg hives, but rather Zerg escort ships. They are consciously increasing their fleet strength to protect the mother hive, possibly to guard against long-range artillery fire from the Snow Knight. Seeing this, the Academy commander decided not to wait any longer. He summoned Luo Xingyuan and the fleet commander of the Polar Bear Star sector, preparing to launch a preemptive strike. After all, with the support of a large number of Tier 3 destroyer-class ship girls, the human side is much stronger than the Zerg. Since the enemy is not planning to come, the Academy's commander decided to take the initiative to attack. Everyone naturally had no objections, and Luo Xingyuan also wanted to end this crisis as soon as possible and return to Polaris to receive his new partners. And so, a massive fleet set sail from the starport of Red Maple Star, spearheaded by the ship girls commanded by the Academy's direct fleet commander, heading towards the Zerg. The war broke out quickly. The Zerg were not far from Red Maple Star. They simply slowed their advance to make more thorough preparations. This also provides the aircraft carrier ship girls with a good opportunity to strike. She launched a large number of fighter jets, which swarmed towards the storm in the distance like a swarm of bees. The Zerg quickly noticed the intruders, and the hive stopped manufacturing bioships, with a large number of Zerg units beginning to intercept them. However, the Zerg fleet, which had no prior air defense preparations, suffered a great loss in the face of the carrier ship girls' air attack. The aircraft did not need to engage in close combat with the Zerg swarm. As soon as the Zerg swarm discovered them, they fired their own ammunition and are now on their way back. The Zerg swarm was thrown into a panic by the incoming missiles, torpedoes, and shells. A large number of Zerg units were shielding their own brigades from the fire. Even so, many Tier 1 and Tier 2 brigades were sunk in this round of air attacks, and even one Tier 3 brigade was severely damaged. Before they could even reorganize their chaotic formation, a massive fleet leaped over from the direction where the fighter jets had just disappeared. Chapter 17, The War Ends, Return to Polaris. In the fleet, Luo Xingyuan observed the massive swarm of insects in the distance. Unlike the previous two battles, this time the swarm was much larger and also included other biological warships different from the mother hive. The good news is that they don't have much time, and there's no food along the way, so even the Zerg hive would have a hard time producing more Zerg under these circumstances. The insect plague is best contained in its initial stages, when the insected population is small and the number of species is limited. Faced with the human fleet that had sprung up, the Zerg did not back down. Perhaps their hunger had reached its limit, for a black storm that blotted out the sky swept toward the fleet. The endless fleet of ships was equally determined, with many starships opening fire with their main cannons. The black storm was torn apart the moment it came into contact with the cannon fire, and then a large number of insected beasts filled in. The battle gradually turned into a war of attrition, with the Zerg swarm struggling to advance its lines under heavy artillery fire. Just then, the second wave of air attacks arrived. A large number of carrier-based aircraft tore a large hole in the swarm's flank, and the warships followed with heavy fire. The swarm's flank began to collapse, and the gap was difficult to fill for a time. A human fleet seized the opportunity to enter through the gap. This was a decapitation strike fleet composed of shipgirls, and its target was the T3 mother hive behind the Zerg swarm. Luo Xingyuan's Snow Knight also followed the fleet. The ordinary warships behind them also began to unleash their full firepower to provide cover. The Zerg swarm was forced to retreat by the sudden firepower, and their own nests were also engaged in close combat with the decapitation fleet. Xingyuan had already set her sights on an intact T3 mother hive, with 2 Zerg frigates guarding it. However, the guards of the brood were quickly defeated when faced with the Snow Rider's artillery fire. After a round of bombardment, both Zerg frigates were reduced to fragments. The Zerg hive did not sit idly by. After its guards were torn apart, its plasma cannons also aimed at the Snow Knight and fired a salvo. Xingyuan didn't care. She dodged 3/4 of the plasma cannons with her extremely high mobility, and the remaining quarter only reduced her shield by 10%. After this round of attacks on the mother nest, the Snow Riders have closed in, with a large number of secondary guns swarming the Zerg mother nest shields and moving around the mother nest with high mobility, making it difficult for it to retaliate or escape. On the other side, the Academy Commander's fleet had already achieved considerable success. 3 T3 Zerg mother hives had been destroyed, and the remaining ones were mostly damaged and had become lambs to the slaughter. The battle was nearing its end. The Zerg could no longer organize an effective defense. In deep space, a large number of mechs and fighters began to hunt down the Zerg swarm. A few minutes later, all the T3 mother hives were destroyed, the main force of the Zerg fleet was lost, and the Academy Commander's shipgirls began to attack the Zerg swarm's secondary commanders. Luo Xingyuan, however, had no interest in joining the next hunt. The harvest of a T3 mother hive was enough for him, and he would leave the rest to others. He also greeted his senior, who was preparing to return to the academy. The enemy has other tasks here. Besides, they have only wiped out the T3 mother hive so far. The swarm still has a large number of T2 and T1 mother hives. They will not sit idly by and wait to die. After the mother hives fell, they had begun to scatter and flee. It would take a considerable amount of time to clear out the remaining Zerg fleet, and Luo Xingyuan had no intention of staying here for 10 days or half a month. Luo Xingyuan's request was quickly approved. After all, his fleet only had 1 battlecruiser, which wouldn't be of much use in the upcoming encirclement battle. Fighting some low-level Zerg would actually be a waste of resources. Furthermore, Luo Xingyuan was also in a hurry to go back and meet his new partner, who had been staying at the North Starport for several days. This time the harvest was also good, with a total of 2,400 cyan source material fragments extracted. It's a pity that this T3 mother nest isn't very strong, much weaker than the one we ambushed last time, otherwise we could have obtained even more source material fragments, Xingyuan reported after the battle. That's enough. There's not much risk this time. It's so comfortable to fight a winning battle with Big Brother, Luo Xingyuan said with a smile. He thought of his predecessor's aircraft carrier. The main credit for this operation came from the enemy's powerful aircraft carrier. The first round of air attacks caused considerable losses to the Zerg fleet, and the second round directly tore open a large gap. If conditions permit, he also plans to raise an aircraft carrier. One of the previous leads could be considered as a candidate. 2 days later, the Snow Knight entered the Stargate and sailed into the North Star Starport, finally returning to the Naval Academy he had been away from for so long. After parking the Snow Knight in the Starport, the two took a shuttle to the ground of the Starport, where Luo Xingli had been waiting for a long time. The mission they received was safe and short-lived. They completed the test voyage and returned to the Academy early on. Most new commanders don't experience combat on their first mission, and even if they do, it's usually against space pirates or something similar. It's quite unique among commanders that Luo Xingyuan participated in such a high-intensity battle right after becoming a commander. "Chief, you're back," Luo Xingli greeted her. She came alone and did not bring her ship girls with her. "No need to be so polite. How have you been feeling lately?" "Nothing particularly special. The Academy's tasks are quite uneventful. I basically just have to focus on cultivation. But you, Chief, managed to uncover the Zerg's conspiracy on a trip to the Outer Ring," Luo Xingli said, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. "Actually, it was just a coincidence." Luo Xingyuan didn't think he was uncovering anyone's conspiracy. It was entirely the Zerg fleet's bad luck. "Your luck is always exceptional." Luo Xingli nodded in deep agreement. Luo Xingyuan always felt that she was teasing him, but judging from his younger sister's personality, she was probably serious. Moreover, he had indeed shown a lot of good luck in front of her since he was a child. Alright, stop talking at the door, let's go into the warehouse. Is the warship I asked the family to buy still there? Yes, please follow me. We can also collect the supplies and subsidies distributed by the family. I heard they brought 2 special chips this time, Luo Xingyuan said as she led the 2 of them to the scene. The Luo family has a sizable warehouse in Polaris Starport, which is the center of the Polaris Star region and the most prosperous commercial area. Every month, a large amount of goods are transported from the Luo family's home planet and stored in the warehouse for sale. Luo Xingyuan had made prior arrangements, and the warehouse manager personally came out to greet them, leading the 2 to a small warehouse where the family had provided the second batch of resources. The first batch of resources was mostly star coins, with some source material fragments stored in the bank. This time, however, physical items have been delivered. First, the 2 received 30,000 cyan source material fragments and 200 blue source material fragments respectively. This large sum of money was not sent through a bank, but was delivered directly to the 2 of them. Next up are the characteristic chips that Luo Xingyuan mentioned. They can be installed in the commander network to provide the commander with a characteristic. They can be retrieved from the commander network, but this requires the consumption of source fragments of the corresponding color. When a ship girl commander reaches level 1, she will receive a chip slot, and she will receive a new chip slot every 10 levels thereafter. The features provided by the chip slots also offer a significant boost to the commander, but these chips also have certain limitations. For example, the blue learning chips that the family prepared for the 2 of them this time can increase the experience gained by the commander by 20%, but when the commander's level reaches LV81 or above, the experience increase of the chip will be invalid. However, there is no problem with low-level commanders equipping high-level chips. The chips that the family allocated to the 2 of them are hot commodities and can hardly be seen on the market. They can only appear at some auctions. Unexpectedly, the family sent 2 of them directly, and they are blue-level chips. This also expressed the patriarch's high expectations for the 2 of them. Luo Xingyuan immediately installed them into his commander network, and Luo Xingyuan, who was next to him, did the same. Finally, there are some resources for improving physical fitness, including the latest gene-enhancing drugs developed by the Alliance, as well as some energy-rich foods. Chapter 18 New Companions. Having received the family's resources, the next step was for Luo Xingyuan to ask the family to purchase the Guardian Tier 4 improved heavy destroyer. This starship is stored in the family's starship warehouse, which is some distance from here. Luo Xingyuan had her own matters to attend to, so she left after receiving the resources, while Luo Xingyuan followed the family's warehouse manager to the starship warehouse. Young Master Xingyuan's request to purchase this batch of starships is of good quality. The family has purchased 30 of them this time, and 2 cyan ship girls have already been successfully materialized. The steward knew that Luo Xingyuan's status was not low, so he was now addressing him as young master, and trying to build a closer relationship through casual conversation. Numbers 30 to 39 are reserved for you. You can use them freely as instructed by the head of the family, he said. Luo Xingyuan knew that the patriarch was worried that one of his starships wouldn't be enough to activate the ship girls, so he specially reserved 10 for him. Skyhawk Industries is indeed impressive. A 1 in 10 success rate is quite high, considering that T3 warships are easy to mass produce. However, it's also possible that this batch is simply of higher quality. After all, these 100 ships are for trial market entry, and Skyhawk Industries needs to build a reputation for its new product, so they certainly can't choose inferior quality. I wonder if they'd feel cheated if they knew they could activate blue rarity ship girls from this. Thinking of this, Luo Xingyuan shook his head again. How could such a large and powerful family feel at a loss because of a blue ship girl? If they knew that he had a blue ship girl, they would probably be eager to come to his door and make him their brand ambassador. After all, if a T3 ship can produce a blue rarity ship girl, then that ship will definitely be very popular. After exchanging a few more words with the warehouse manager, the 2 arrived at the family's large starship warehouse, where dozens of starships were moored. The steward led Luo Xingyuan to the designated location and stopped in front of a starship marked with the number 32, saying, "This is the 32nd Guardian Level 4 improved heavy destroyer you requested." Luo Xingyuan looked at the warship in front of her. It was very different from ordinary T3 destroyers. First of all, it was huge. She didn't know how Sky Eagle Industries dared to call it a destroyer. It was almost the same size as some T3 cruisers. No wonder it's called a heavy destroyer. It probably means that the hull is larger than that of a regular destroyer. Luo Xingyuan gently stroked the surface of the ship, lost in thought. The family steward wisely withdrew, knowing that many ship-girl commanders would do strange things to increase the success rate during large-scale construction, and he couldn't stay here to witness the dark history of these important figures. However, what he didn't know was that Luo Xingyuan had no intention of doing that. His construction was very stable. "Let's go, Xingxue, let's go up and greet our new friend together," Luo Xingyuan said to Xingxue behind him. The two walked side by side into the interior of the starship. Luo Xingyuan took out the starship blueprints that the warehouse manager had given him earlier, and the two headed towards the captain's cabin. The interior of this destroyer is much more shabby than that of the Snow Knight. After all, it is a destroyer, and there is no luxurious canteen on board. However, the captain's cabin is still very spacious. Luo Xingyuan probably thinks it is only a little smaller than that of the Snow Knight. Arriving at the control center, Luo Xingyuan took out 500 fragments of cyan source material and began attempting to activate the ship's shipgirls. The destroyer obviously didn't need that many. After dropping 200, Luo Xingyuan felt that there was no need to add any more source fragments. Next, they had to wait for the warship to undergo its transformation. During this time, the two of them needed to leave the captain's cabin and wait outside. The waiting time wasn't too long, only about 10 minutes, when a blue light emerged from the captain's cabin, and the activation was successfully completed. Shortly after, the door to the captain's cabin opened, and a red-haired girl in power armor appeared before the two of them, holding a shield that was even taller than herself. Upon seeing Luo Xingyuan, the red-haired girl's eyes lit up. She put her shield aside and said, "Commander, your loyal guard, the Crimson Feather, is here to report for duty." Luo Xingyuan was wondering if he had wandered into the wrong movie set. His eyes were slightly dazed. He was supposed to create a shipgirl, but how did he suddenly become a space soldier? However, he also knew that the shipgirl's equipment was incredibly diverse, so it wasn't surprising that some had power armor. "Do you have a casual outfit? It's not really appropriate to chat in this gear," Luo Xingyuan reminded the space marine who approached him. "Oh yes, Commander, please wait a moment." The girl seemed to realize something was wrong. She disarmed herself, and her power armor disappeared, replaced by a red-haired girl in a school uniform. Her height has dropped quite a bit. I wonder how she, with her petite stature, manages to control the power armor. The red-haired girl now looks like a middle school student. Luo Xingyuan nodded. "That's more like it." "Nice to meet you. I am your commander, Luo Xingyuan. I hope we can get along well in the days to come." Luo Xingyuan extended his hand and simultaneously opened the commander network to check the information of the newly contracted ship girl. Battleship name, Akabane. Warship status, shield 100%, armor 100%, no damage to any parts. Warship prototype, Tier 4 improved heavy destroyer of the T3 class. Warship length, 1,360 meters. Battleship rank, Tier 3 destroyer, level cap, LV60. Level, LV1. Ship components, Guardian Tier 4 improved hull, blue, LV1. Guardian Tier 4 improved armor, blue, LV1. Guardian Tier 4 engine, blue, LV1. Guardian Tier 4 shield, blue, LV1. Guardian Tier 4 radar, blue, LV1. Ship armament, 3 700mm general-purpose main guns, blue, LV1. 180 twin 100mm general-purpose secondary guns, blue, LV1. 6 Flame Demon Tier 2 space torpedoes, blue, LV1. Blazing Long Spear Tier 5 ram, blue, LV1. Ship accessories, Autonomous Type 4 Space Marine Powered Mech, blue, LV1. Armament slots remaining, 8. Accessory slots remaining, 45. Shipgirl, Akabane. Talents, Undead Guardian, Mid-tier Sky Blue, High-grade Armor, Mid-tier Light Blue, Impact Enthusiast, Lower-tier Cyan. The specific information for these 3 talents is as follows. Undying Guardian, increases hull strength by 30%, shipborne shield effectiveness by 20%, and reduces the chance of core damage by 50%. Upon receiving fatal damage, the ship will not sink and will recover to its state before the fatal attack. This effect has a 1-week cooldown. Restriction, enemy attack levels must not exceed the ship's level by more than 20, otherwise this effect will not apply. Advanced Armor, reduces hull damage rate by 20%, and the hull will automatically repair itself when damage begins. Crash Enthusiast, increases collision damage by 10%, reduces self-damage from collisions by 20%. This stat sheet is quite good, and it would be considered top tier among all the blue ship girls. However, looking at this talent, I always feel that Akabane's personality might be a bit unreliable. I will get along well with everyone. Akabane also extended his hand and gently shook hands with his commander. Then her gaze fell on Xingyuan next to Luo Xingyuan, her eyes filled with curiosity. However, she did not speak rashly, as she could sense how powerful the ship girl next to her commander was. I am Xingyue, Lord Xingyuan's ship girl. Miss Akabane, please take care of me from now on. As Luo Xingyuan's initial ship, Xingyue greeted him generously. Akabane nodded in response, and the two chatted casually for a few minutes. Akabane was officially integrated into Luo Xingyuan's small group. Chapter 19 Major Update to the Destiny Panel. Luo Xingyuan was quite satisfied with the newly added Akabane. After all, her stats far surpassed those of other destroyers of the same class, and the ship girl also had some good talents. However, the type of character Chiyu is not what Luo Xingyuan needs most at the moment. Akabane's various equipment are clearly designed for head-on combat, and it is also equipped with a ram. Close combat is definitely Akabane's forte, and the large number of autonomous mechs on the ship can even board. However, for Luo Xingyuan, who already has the Snow Knight, such an ability is only icing on the cake. If they were to fight together as a team, Chiyu would probably only be able to serve as the Snow Knight's close bodyguard. However, under certain specific conditions, Akabane should also be able to play a significant role. What Luo Xingyuan lacks now is the ability to acquire intelligence. Although Xingyue discovered the swarm that time, it was difficult to detect the large number of Zerg fleets following behind them. If you are fighting alone, you are likely to misjudge the situation and end up in a disadvantageous position. Thinking about this, Luo Xingyuan felt that the most suitable thing for him at the moment was an aircraft carrier, which would have both good reconnaissance capabilities and sufficient combat power. Aircraft carriers are arguably the most versatile type of warship, combining detection and attack capabilities with a wide strike range. However, their own defensive capabilities are weak, requiring an escort fleet. Adding to that unmissable eco-ship, if there are only 3 chances to advance to Tier 2 commander, then that purple ship girl might have to be given up first. Luo Xingyuan thought to himself as he began advancing his own commander network. After activating Crimson Feather, Luo Xingyuan had met the requirements for a commander's promotion. However, since a major promotion takes time and cannot be completed in an instant, he was not in a hurry to promote. Now that he has left the family's starship warehouse and settled the Crimson Feather near the Snow Knight, he went to the Snow Knight's training room to prepare for his promotion. Her 2 ship girls were waiting outside for his good news. It is not difficult for a first-tier commander to be promoted to second tier. Generally speaking, as long as the promotion conditions are met, the commander can be promoted smoothly. But there is a hidden condition, the commander's physical fitness. If a commander's physical fitness is insufficient, their promotion will be halted halfway. Fortunately, generally speaking, Tier 1 physical fitness is enough for a commander network to advance to Tier 2, and the surge in mental power will also bring significant feedback to physical strength. About 5 minutes later, the promotion was over. The promotion went smoothly without any unexpected events. Luo Xingyuan himself didn't feel anything, and the promotion was completed. He felt his body was still a little weak and he was unsteady on his feet, but his mind was very clear and his connection with the ship girls was stronger. He can now communicate with his ship girls remotely via the commander network, but this communication period won't last long. The 2 ship girls outside could also sense the change in their commander and knew that Luo Xingyuan had completed his promotion, so they pushed open the door and came in. Congratulations, Lord Xingyuan, on successfully advancing to the second tier. Xingyue walked to Luo Xingyuan's side. Are you feeling unwell? I feel a little weak, but I'm fine. It's just that my physical strength hasn't caught up with my rapid advancement. Luo Xingyuan waved his hand. I need to adjust for a while. Don't worry about me. Go chat for a bit. I'll come find you later. Xingyuan naturally had no objections and pulled Chiyu, who hadn't even had a chance to speak, away from the training room. Luo Xingyuan sat on the ground and practiced the silver wing breathing technique. His body immediately felt much better, and he regained his usual senses. His physical strength also improved significantly with the advancement of his mental power, and he was now at about the mid-stage of the first rank. Opening the Destiny panel attached to the phone, sure enough, after upgrading to the second tier, the panel had undergone a major update, with the entire layout completely refreshed. However, the number of questions to ask each month remained unchanged, and had even been reduced to once. Luo Xingyuan patiently read on and discovered that the original ship girl clues had become an independent section, and it showed that there were still 4 chances, which meant that it had been separated from the original function. It's hard to say whether this update is good or bad, but Luo Xingyuan doesn't really have that many questions to ask right now, so he doesn't mind having the opportunity to buy ship girl clues instead. Furthermore, it states that the clues will change depending on Luo Xingyuan's location. If he leaves the North Star region and goes to other star regions, the clues here will become clues about ship girls in those other star regions. In other words, if Luo Xingyuan wanted better clues, he could use the Stargate to travel to other star regions to investigate. However, he doesn't have that plan yet, as the fate points he gained from fighting the Zerg seem rather meager now. In addition, this ship girl module is different from before. The initial price of all ship girl clues has been reduced, but now it will not decrease to 10% of the original price as time expires. Instead, it will drop to the lowest price on the 10th day, and the lowest price will last for 5 days. If you have not purchased the clue, it will disappear. The current rule is that the price will decrease by 20% every 5 days, with a maximum decrease of 80%. The rule also states that the time-limited price reduction will be removed in the next update, but higher rarity and better ship girls will be released. The most expensive purple ship girl clue has dropped from 1.2 million to 1 million, and the lowest price has been reduced to 20%, or 200,000. It's tens of thousands higher than the previous lowest price, but it's still acceptable. The initial price of the eco-friendly ship that I originally valued has dropped to 400,000, and the lowest price has become 80,000. There's also a blue aircraft carrier that I really want. There are still 16 days left on the clues. The current price is 180,000, but the lowest price should be 60,000. Now all Luo Xingyuan can do is wait. Having participated in 3 battles against the Zerg, he currently has over 300,000 first-tier destiny points. He's still a little short, but he'll definitely have enough to acquire all 3 ships before the end of the month. However, when Luo Xingyuan swiped his phone over the ship girl module, he discovered that the update wasn't over yet. There was more new stuff coming up. The icon looks like a gift pack, with the words, "Monthly Blind Box Clue," below, which requires 10,000 destiny points to redeem. Once activated, you will randomly receive 5 clues. These could be trivial matters, major news, or even some hidden knowledge. Of course, all of these clues will be information that Luo Xingyuan is unaware of. Upon seeing this, Luo Xingyuan couldn't help but complain. Damn, naming this thing Destiny Panel is way too early. It has absolutely no class. Anyone who didn't know better would think I'd awakened an information broker system. However, despite the complaints, it's still worth buying these blind boxes, since you'll get information you never knew before. With a wave of his hand, 10,000 destiny points were thrown in. The blind box also had an animation of untying a rope, and several beams of light emerged from it. 1. Gray Clue. The warehouse manager of the Luo family is very capable and has high emotional intelligence, but he has a secret that he can only wear a wig to work every day. This reminded Luo Xingyuan of the steward, who looked to be only middle-aged, but unexpectedly was already bald. 2. Cyan Clue. The dean of the Polaris Naval Academy values you highly. To protect your safety, Director Zhang sent his ship girl to follow you all the way. She has now returned to Director Zhang's side to report back. Surprisingly, she's a special ship girl with stealth abilities. Seeing this, Luo Xingyuan felt a slight sweat beading on his forehead. He hadn't noticed at all that a ship girl was secretly following him the whole way. No, my fleet will definitely need ship girls specifically designed for anti-stealth in the future. 3. Cyan Clue. 5 days later, a miner working at the Yunxia Star Space Station and his partner discovered a cyan object in the mine tunnel. In order to keep the object for himself, he tricked and killed his partner and sold it for a high price at Yunxia Starport, thus achieving a class change. The following is the specific information about this clue. The cyan artifact, even if it cannot be converted into ship equipment, is still a treasure worth nearly 10 million star coins. For an ordinary miner, it's like a windfall. Keep in mind that he might only earn 100 star coins a month at most, and that money would be used to buy several cheap T3 frigates. However, this person who made a fortune didn't seem like a good person. After reading the details, Luo Xingyuan decided to intercept him. This lucky miner should just stay a miner for the rest of his life. 4. White Clue. 3 days later, a fourth-year student at the Polaris Naval Academy, successfully activated the T-2 cruiser purchased from Skyhawk Corporation. The following is the specific information about this clue. The fourth point was automatically skipped by Luo Xingyuan. 5. Purple clue. Half a month later, a crisis erupted on a human civilization that had just entered the space age. An alien race from another star system had its eye on them and released a genetic virus on the planet through a meteorite. The alien race planned to use this to eliminate most of the resistance forces on the planet before colonizing it. The following is the specific information about this clue. Upon seeing the fifth message, Luo Xingyuan perked up. It was about an attack by a higher civilization on a lower civilization, and it certainly wasn't something that happened within the Empire's territory. However, this advanced civilization was clearly not that advanced either. Faced with a civilization that had just entered space, it chose to release a genetic virus instead of sending a fleet to attack and colonize it directly with overwhelming superiority. Luo Xingyuan checked the details and found that it was a story that took place in an extragalactic galaxy, where a human planet called Silver Willow was attacked by an alien force called the Norse. This is outrageous. It gave me a purple clue, but it turns out the whole thing happened outside the Milky Way? Luo Xingyuan scratched his head. Then he thought of another possibility, swiped up on his phone, and clicked to ask a question. How do I get to Silver Willow Star? Luo Xingyuan typed his question in the question box. Chapter 20 Hidden Natural Wormholes. As expected, the fate panel did not indicate that the problem was unavailable, but instead prepared to charge him a fee. Luo Xingyuan even suspected that this strange object might have gained sentience, as it was trying to bundle his blind box purchase with other consumer activities. However, if there really is a stable way to reach Silver Willow Star, it would be a huge opportunity for him. The fee for this matter was 100,000 destiny points, which Luo Xingyuan paid without much hesitation. If he could get involved in the affairs of this planet, the destiny points he could obtain would definitely exceed 100,000. The answer was given on the fate panel. Reaching extragalactic systems is extremely difficult, and for ordinary ships it would be a long process. However, there are always various ways to shorten the distance to extragalactic systems and allow you to arrive quickly. You are lucky. In the Arctic Fox Star region, next to an extinct star, a natural wormhole has been operating stably for a century, and it will continue to operate stably for the next 1,000 years. Through it, you can reach the star system of Silver Willow in just a few minutes. Good heavens, it's actually a natural wormhole. Luo Xingyuan's face showed surprise. Natural wormholes are a great cosmic wonder, and they have certain practical value, which usually depends on where the wormhole leads. There are quite a few known natural wormholes within the Galactic Human Alliance, most of which are remnants of collapsed wormholes. There are actually not many wormholes that are actually in use. However, these wormholes mostly lead to other places within the Milky Way, and it seems that none of them lead to outside the galaxy at present. Of course, it's also possible that you just don't know it yet. In short, this natural wormhole leading to Silver Willow Star is of immense value. Luo Xingyuan never expected that there would be such a hidden wormhole near his hometown. There aren't many extinct stars in the Arctic Fox Star region. We'll be able to find the exact location of the wormhole soon. There are 2 extinct stars in total. One is near the Wang family's residence, and the other is in a more remote location. Luo Xingyuan quickly began his investigation. It's most likely that remote star. If it were near the Wang family, they would probably have discovered this secret long ago. Luo Xingyuan pondered, choosing that remote, extinct star as his target. Of course, if they weren't in this remote corner, the Luo family's attitude towards the Wang family would probably be different. Putting down his phone, Luo Xingyuan walked out of the training room, intending to invite the shipgirls to have a big meal first. Of course, the matter of the wormhole and Silver Willow Star couldn't be rushed. Although Luo Xingyuan did intend to appear on Silver Willow Star as a savior, he decided against helping them resolve the crisis ahead of schedule. If he did that, the other party would probably not be grateful to him. Only when a real natural disaster strikes will they realize their weakness. Luo Xingyuan does not want to become that natural disaster, but he can become the one who dispels it. Another point is that Luo Xingyuan doesn't have the capacity to do this right now, since he only has 2 ships. On one hand, he has to face the Norse fleet of unknown size, and on the other hand, he has to intercept an unknown number of meteorites. He definitely couldn't do it alone, and even with Luo Xingli's help, it would be difficult. As for reporting this matter directly to the Luo family, Luo Xingyuan felt it wasn't the right time yet. He is currently just a level 21 commander and doesn't have much say in the Luo family. Reporting this matter to the family rashly would not be a good thing for him. He could share some information with people close to him, such as his parents who were pioneering in the Lost Starfield, and his clansmen. However, contacting his parents was a major problem. There were no signal towers for the Empire in the depths of the Lost Starfield where they were located, which was why Luo Xingyuan was unable to inform his parents when he successfully became a commander. They have been venturing into the Lost Starfield for 4 years, before Luo Xingyuan even enrolled in the Polaris Naval Academy, and have only communicated with him twice during that time. Moreover, it wasn't just his parents, almost all the commanders in their lineage had gone. Only some younger commanders were still carrying out missions within the Empire, accumulating experience. They couldn't be of much help to Luo Xingyuan. We can only wait for the next contact. By then, he should have already built outposts in the extragalactic system, and at least taking Silver Willow Star as his base should not be a problem. Thinking of this, Luo Xingyuan's brows relaxed slightly as he walked towards the captain's cabin. The trip to Silver Willow Star should be scheduled after he has finished building his fleet. In the meantime, he will need to complete some more missions and accumulate more destiny points. Luo Xingli can also be invited, as the other party can be considered one of the people he trusts most. As for the Morning Star Club he founded, let these kids practice first. He brought along 2 ship girls, and also invited Luo Xingli and her ship girl, and they had a party together that night. Of course, it was held in the dormitory. This grand meal was not eaten outside. Luo Xingyuan ordered food from a high-end restaurant and brought it back to the dormitory, and also bought some drinks. The atmosphere was quite nice. Xingxue had relaxed a lot after the candlelight dinner that day. It seems that when we first met her, she wasn't too aloof, but rather she didn't know how to get along with people. Akabane is an enthusiastic ship girl, and Xingli from Luo Xingli's side also has a good personality. The 3 ship girls quickly became friends. Luo Xingli, on the other hand, maintained her expressionless demeanor and did not join the girls, but simply sat quietly to one side. However, you can tell from her actions that she is relaxed and enjoying the party. The party was drawing to a close, and we had things to do tomorrow, so we couldn't linger too long. After helping Akabane tidy up his room, everyone left. This dormitory probably wouldn't last much longer. It would be full with just 3 or 4 more people. When they returned to their room, Luo Xingyuan called out to Luo Xingli. He planned to take his loyal subordinate with him to Silver Willow Star, and he wanted to give her a few words of advice first. Take Xingli to level up these days, but don't go to places without stargates. There will be an operation in about 20 days, Luo Xingyuan said. Understood, Chief. Luo Xingli nodded, and without asking what the operation was or where it was going, she directly agreed. This is why Luo Xingyuan brought her along. Whenever Luo Xingyuan had a mission, she was always the best executor and basically never disappointed him. Taking her to Silver Willow Star would certainly not be a burden, and Xingli would also be a great help. I have an extra ship purchase lead this month. If I have enough destiny points, I might consider increasing the size of Luo Xingli's fleet. The blue ship girls that Luo Xingyuan didn't like weren't too expensive, so spending some destiny points to develop Luo Xingli shouldn't be a big problem. Chapter 21 Akabane, who loves ramming ships. The day after the party ended, Luo Xingyuan arrived at the Naval Academy to report for duty and officially submitted his mission, directly receiving 30,000 credits and 3,000 cyan fragments. In addition, he was given a chance to exchange for cyan ship equipment, which he could choose from on the Academy's intranet, and would be delivered to his dormitory within 3 days. The Academy's treasury still contains many valuable items. Considering that there will likely be many opportunities for interplanetary warfare on Silver Willow Star, Luo Xingyuan plans to strengthen his land-based forces. After careful consideration, Luo Xingyuan chose the T3 Polaris autonomous mech, which has strong overall capabilities. This mech, named after Polaris, was independently developed by the Polaris Naval Academy and can be converted into ship-mounted equipment. It is also one of the few blue rare items that can be mass-produced. Only 1,000 units are sold each year. The average price of each blue rare item is around 2,000 blue source materials. Being able to exchange for it in the treasure vault is really a great way to save money. Like the Kingdom mechs carried by Snow Knight, and the Space Marine Power mechs carried by Red Feather, the Polaris autonomous mechs occupy 5 accessory slots, and each accessory slot can provide 100 mechs. Now Luo Xingyuan has 1,500 mechs at his disposal. Of course, Akabane's level will be much lower. After all, she is still a newborn baby. Therefore, after this Polaris autonomous mech arrived, it could only be installed on the Snow Knight, and could be directly upgraded to LV-42. After placing an order in the Academy's treasury, Luo Xingyuan accepted a bandit suppression mission near Yunxia Star and set off with 2 ship girls. Yunxia Star is a third-level planet with many asteroid belts nearby, producing various high-quality mineral deposits, which are highly sought after by major mining companies. The clustering of mining companies here has also attracted numerous interstellar pirates. It's important to know that while the asteroid belt is rich in minerals, it also has complex terrain, making it easy for pirates to shake off the patrol fleets of Cloud Star. As a result, banditry has always been a serious problem here. However, the warships controlled by these space pirates are not powerful, mainly consisting of T1 and T2 ships. They also dare not rob large corporations. Therefore, the governor of Yunxia Star is too lazy to play hide-and-seek with these pirates. He simply posts the missions on various platforms and lets interested people deal with these pirates. This mission is a regular mission at the Polaris Naval Academy, but not many students actually go to Cloud Star to fight the pirates because those pirates are too cunning and familiar with the terrain, always able to escape from various locations, making it not a good leveling spot. The reward for this mission is based on the number of pirate ships sunk. It doesn't matter if you can't sink them. Luo Xingyuan's main goal is to retrieve his blue treasure. Fighting pirates is secondary. If he does encounter them, he'll let Qiyu level up. Following the Stargate to Yunxia Star, Luo Xingyuan went straight to the point, marked a location on the star map, and the 2 starships began their journey. Unfortunately, on the way, Luo Xingyuan happened to encounter pirates robbing a merchant ship. The pirate group seemed to be quite large, with 4 T2 warships, including 2 frigates and 2 destroyers. The merchant ship that was surrounded was a T2 armed merchant ship, which was already teetering on the brink of collapse under the attack of 4 hyenas. Luo Xingyuan shook his head upon seeing this scene. This was most likely a small enterprise with only 1 armed merchant ship and no escort fleet. Traveling through the asteroid belt was like being a sweet cake. No wonder these pirates stopped this armed merchant ship on the Outer Ring Road. Unfortunately for them, they were unlucky and just happened to run into me. Qiyu, make your move. Xinxue, keep an eye on things and don't let these space pirates get away, Luo Xingyuan ordered. Now that they had encountered it, there was no reason to let it go, so he ordered Akabane to attack. Akabane was very excited when she heard the order to attack. This was her first battle, and she was determined to fight it out spectacularly. So she broke away from the fleet and rammed into the pirate ship at an incredible speed. Luo Xingyuan couldn't help but rub his forehead. Had this kid forgotten that he had cannonballs on him? Why was he bumping into people like that? The sudden arrival of the Akabane also startled the pirates. Based on the Akabane's length and speed, they immediately determined that it was a T3 class starship, or even a T3 cruiser. With such a powerful opponent, how could their 4 T2 starships possibly stand a chance? They immediately began to scatter and flee. However, how could a T2 starship outrun a T3 destroyer, not to mention that the Akabane's conventional propulsion was extremely powerful in order to successfully ram the opponent? Less than a few dozen seconds after she was discovered, a pirate ship was smashed into space debris by the Akabane, and the excited Akabane then entangled herself with another pirate ship. Luo Xingyuan couldn't stand it any longer and said, "Qiyu, where's your main cannon? Why isn't it firing? If this continues, we'll let the other pirates escape." Akabane then remembered that she had ranged weapons, and said somewhat embarrassedly, "Sorry, Commander, I was too excited and forgot." Luo Xingyuan didn't criticize him after hearing this, and said, "It's not too late to think about it now, let's take care of them all." When Akabane realized his mistake, he began to take remedial action. Her ability to adapt to changing circumstances was not bad. The Akabane continued to sail towards one of the pirate ships, but the other main guns were aimed at the 2 pirate ships that were fleeing. This amount of time was not enough for them to escape the range of the Akabane's main guns. 2 beams of light flashed, and Akabane did not miss. The 2 pirate ships that had already fled far away were instantly killed, and the remaining pirate ship could not run far either. Akabane caught up with him at an even faster speed and ended the battle with a headbutt. She still loves to crash ships. This time, Luo Xingyuan didn't say anything. Impact was one of Qiyu's main attack methods, and he wouldn't force Qiyu to change his preferences. However, Akabane needs to learn to assess the situation first. He can't keep ramming ships all the time. If we really ram them one by one, we could take care of the second one, barely catch up with the third one, and there was a high probability that the fourth one would escape. This would cause Akabane's battle objective to fail. Fortunately, after being reminded by Luo Xingyuan, the girl made the right choice in the shortest time and annihilated the entire pirate ship. "I'm sorry, Commander, was my performance a bit poor?" A somewhat regretful voice came from the other end of the communication channel. "It's alright. This is your first battle, so it's normal to have some minor flaws. You'll improve as you gain more combat experience. As a ship girl, you can't be so reckless. You need to learn how to read the battlefield." Luo Xingyuan comforted her. Knowing that the commander didn't blame him, Akabane breathed a sigh of relief and regained his energy. "Commander, I understand. By the way, should we provide humanitarian aid to these pirates?" Akabane asked, looking at some survival pods floating in space. Luo Xingyuan shook his head and said, "No, let's notify the attacked armed merchant ship and let them handle it. I don't want these pirates on my ship." After making contact, the captain of the merchant ship was extremely grateful to Luo Xingyuan and agreed to Luo Xingyuan's request without hesitation. However, judging from the captain's eager expression, the pirates who received humanitarian aid might not be having such a good time. Not only will he get a beating, but he'll probably be sentenced to mining for the rest of his life. After parting ways with the attacked merchant ship, Luo Xingyuan only managed to extract 1,000 gray source material fragments and a dozen or so white source material fragments, which was barely enough to make a living, amounting to only a little over 2,000 star coins. The wreckage of the pirate ship could fetch a good price, so Luo Xingyuan simply handed it over to the merchant ship captain to dispose of. Selling it as starship scrap would probably earn him tens of thousands of star coins. Akabane leveled up 3 times in this battle, so it did have some leveling effect. Although the opponent didn't even put up a fight, it was still a T2 ship after all, so destroying it would still give experience. Chapter 22 Attack. The two ships continued their journey within the asteroid belt, and Akabane captured and destroyed almost all the pirates he discovered. In an effort to regain the good impression she had lost in front of her commander, she was working hard, even though her method of destruction was still simply to crash into things. What she didn't know was that this crude and simplistic approach only reinforced Luo Xingyuan's opinion of her as a brute. However, Luo Xingyuan felt that it wasn't so bad, at least they saved money on ammunition. Even Xinxue remarked that she was a thrifty and hardworking girl, and that she would find it difficult to play such a cost-effective style. After all, unlike Akabane, she can't recover automatically. A collision with another ship will inevitably cause some damage to the ship, and repairs will cost a lot of money. It's more cost-effective to just use secondary guns. Pirates in the asteroid belt were really unlucky. Their opponents were usually T1 and T2 warships, and T3 warships rarely fired at them unless they were in their way. After all, the sound of cannons can bring in a fortune, and the captains of these T3 starships didn't gain much from the effort of destroying a pirate ship, so they disdained to do it. After all, these space pirates aren't capable of robbing us. As long as they're not blocking our way, we can go wherever we want. This was the first time they had encountered a warship like Akabane that would destroy anything it saw. What was even more tragic was that these pirate ships couldn't outrun Akabane at all, and once they were discovered, they had to be prepared to be destroyed into space debris. Before long, Akabane became famous in the asteroid belt. Space pirates who had dealings with each other all knew of this person, and would keep a safe distance from Luo Xingyuan's fleet. If Akabane targeted them, they would have no choice but to abandon ship as soon as possible to save their lives. Akabane's active activities soon came to the attention of the local pirate leader. "Someone broke the rules. Whose ship is this?" The space pirate leader frowned and asked his underlings. The underlings looked at each other, unsure of who Chiyu was. "They might be from out of town," one of the pirate henchmen guessed. "Nonsense, being so arrogant and domineering, of course you're from out of town. I'm asking where you're from. The Bounty Hunter Guild will give us some face, so they won't sink a ship with our markings." The pirate captain couldn't help but kick his underling to the ground. As the pirate overlord of the asteroid belt, he actually had some connections with several large corporations on Cloudy Star, who were in fact his financiers. He was also responsible for attacking some new companies that entered the asteroid belt for mining. As a result, all 4 ships he sent out today sank. He sent people to inquire about the situation, but they were damaged by the Akabane on the way, which made him quite angry. We've also received news from Starport that they don't know anything about this ship, except that it just jumped from the Stargate and came straight to the asteroid belt. One of the underlings reported. Damn it, it's a bunch of hotheads from out of town. The pirate captain also felt a bit of a headache. No, we can't let that ship keep swaying around in the asteroid belt like this, otherwise our Black Cloud pirates' dominance in the asteroid belt will be unstable. If there's only one T3 starship, bring our fleet and intercept it. After a moment's thought, the pirate captain made his decision. His fleet was quickly assembled. After years of raiding the asteroid belt, the pirate captain had amassed a considerable fortune, consisting of 10 T3 warships and hundreds of T2 warships. Facing a T3 warship, he couldn't imagine how he could lose. When the time comes, I'll intimidate them first, seize their ship, and then interrogate them. If they don't have any powerful connections, I can add another cruiser to my fleet, the pirate captain thought to himself. Unfortunately, he was unaware of the severe price his decision would pay. His intelligence also contained serious errors. Not only did they mistake the Akabane for a cruiser, but they were also unaware that a T3 battlecruiser was following behind the Akabane. If the pirate captain knew this information, he might reconsider whether or not to go out. On the other side, Luo Xingyuan finally found the location where the blue object had been born. Just as he was about to put down his mecha to search inside, he heard spatial fluctuations from the warships jump nearby. This made him curious. Could it be that the pirates had come looking for revenge? Before long, a large number of warships teleported in. They did not notice the snow knight behind the asteroids, but instead focused their attention on the Akabane, which was still chasing the pirate ship. Akabane realized something was wrong. A large number of pirate warships had appeared before him, and he feared he had stirred up a hornet's nest. However, she wasn't afraid. In fact, she was somewhat excited. It's pointless to keep chasing after T2 warships and stomping on weaker opponents. My actions have finally drawn out a worthy adversary. With that in mind, Akabane didn't bother with any more words. Facing the approaching fleet, he immediately went all out, firing his main guns in turn and launching his ship-borne space torpedoes. The pirate captain was also taken aback by the Akabane's massive deployment capacity. None of his warships had such a terrifying deployment capacity. As a pirate, he had no legitimate channels for purchasing ships, and his fleet was cobbled together from various sources, with his T3 warships being mostly inferior T3 warships. In fact, even if this fleet were not facing shipgirls, but only a T3 class escort Tier 4 improved heavy destroyer, it would still be difficult to withstand it. The gap between top-tier T3 warships and second-tier T3 warships is huge. Even if the shields are broken, a destroyer of Akabane's class can retreat with ease. Akabane's firepower was mostly directed at the enemy's T3 battleships. The leading T3 battlecruiser, which was also the pirate captain's flagship, suffered the most intense artillery fire. Other warships only suffered from the secondary guns of Akabane, but this battlecruiser had to face Akabane's 700mm main guns, and its shields were damaged in a short time. With the shield in place, Akabane did not cause much damage to the T3 warships at first. However, some T2 warships, having just transitioned, had their shields not yet activated and were instantly destroyed by Akabane's secondary guns. In less than half a minute, the pirate leader lost 20 T2 warships. Such a huge loss also pained him, as it was all the wealth he had accumulated little by little. "Fire hard! I want to see that starship shattered into pieces," the pirate captain said viciously. He had abandoned the idea of capturing enemy warships. However, before the pirates' T3 warships could even fire, 6 space torpedoes were already launched. Akabane did not target the battlecruisers with the strongest shields, but instead set his sights on the 6 T3 frigates. As expected, the shields of these frigates were easily torn apart by the space torpedoes, which then exploded spectacularly as they passed through the hulls. The pirate captain's fortune vanished in an instant. However, before he could even feel sad, the flagship he was on experienced a severe earthquake. "Reporting, boss. A T3 battlecruiser has appeared behind a few asteroids in the distance and is firing at us," a panicked pirate reported. "Damn it, didn't you say you only had one cruiser?" The pirate captain grabbed his collar and said angrily. "Boss, it's too late to investigate now. We need to withdraw from the battlefield and preserve our flagship," one of the pirate captain's confidants hurriedly said. But as soon as he finished speaking, an even more violent tremor came, and alarms sounded throughout the warship. "Oh no! The ship is severely damaged, and our defenses have been breached by the enemy," a pirate said frantically as he checked the control panel. "Impossible, absolutely impossible. My black cloud has such strong defenses, how could they be breached in such a short time?" The pirate captain's face was filled with disbelief. He got up from the ground, ignoring the pirate who was checking the situation, and saw the control panel, realizing that what the other party had said was true. Most of the ship is marked in red, indicating severe damage. "It really is a tortoise shell, quite hard," Xingyuan said somewhat dissatisfiedly, seeing that her 2.5 volleys hadn't sunk the opponent. "The shields must have been modified to reach the level of ordinary battleships of the same class," Luo Xingyuan said, taking a sip of his drink. "No matter how much we modify them, it's useless," Xingyuan snorted coldly. "I will personally lead the charge. Qiyu, deploy the combat mech with me. Since we haven't sunk them, we will capture all the remaining T3 warships." She didn't want to end up with nothing to show for it after the battle. The T3 warships that were not destroyed are still quite valuable. Apart from the 6 frigates sunk by Akabane, the remaining T3 warships consist of 2 destroyers, 1 cruiser, and 1 battlecruiser, all of which have some value. The battlecruiser has lost its ability to resist. Even without using its main guns, Xingyuan can easily suppress the firepower of the remaining warships. At that time, a large number of mechs will be deployed to board the ship and seize control of it. Chapter 23: Capturing the ship. The pirates on the Black Cloud felt despair after inspecting the damage to the ship. First, the warship's propulsion system was destroyed, and now the Black Cloud is just a target, unable to move. Even if the shuttle hangar is gone, it will be difficult for them to escape. Finally, the communication system also malfunctioned, making it impossible to call for other warships to come to the rescue. In this situation, the other warships would probably flee on their own, which is the norm for pirates when facing a strong encirclement and suppression. However, the pirate captain did not expect this situation to happen to him. They awaited their death, but the shells did not fall for a long time, as if the enemy had spared them. At this moment, a pirate mustered up his courage and glanced outside, only to discover that a large number of mechs were speeding toward the location of the Black Cloud. "Oh no, the enemy wants to seize the ship." He brought this bad news to everyone. But no one took any action. Most of the pirates collapsed to the ground, unwilling to move. The pirate captain wanted to destroy the Black Cloud to prevent the enemy from taking any spoils, but the ship's armaments had malfunctioned, and it couldn't even destroy itself now. They could only endure their suffering aboard the Black Cloud, awaiting their fate. At this point, the Snow Knight and the Crimson Feather had completely suppressed the pirates. The T2 starships that tried to escape were all sunk, and the remaining 3 T3 warships were also severely damaged by the Snow Knight's secondary guns. A large number of T3 mechs also began to be deployed on the ship under the advantageous circumstances. They encountered only sporadic resistance on the ship, with most pirates surrendering in batches. They handed over control of the ship to the mechs that stormed in, and were then herded into a cabin and imprisoned. Thus, Xingyuan captured 3 T3 warships and 20 T2 warships in succession. Currently, only the Black Cloud remains in place, half dead, awaiting its fate. Xingyuan did not hesitate. After seizing control of these pirate ships, she left only a small number of mechs to control the warships and concentrated her forces to deal with this pirate flagship. However, as soon as the mechs boarded the warship, the people inside lined up to surrender, but the pirate leader was not among them. Through the pirates' accounts, Xingyuan learned that during the agonizing wait, a mutiny had broken out on the Black Cloud. Desperate to survive, the pirates killed their leader and his confidants. This saved Xingyuan some trouble. She followed the previous method and brought the pirates under control. However, the Black Cloud was severely damaged and unable to sail, so it had to be towed back by the Snow Knight with a tow rope attached. After Xingyuan completed the entire ship-seizing operation, the extraction of source matter also ended. As expected, there were only a very small number of cyan source matter fragments, with most being gray and white, so it wasn't worth much money. Fortunately, she cut her losses in time and did not choose to destroy all the ships. She could still make a lot of money by towing them back to Starport. After this battle, Xingyuan's already high LV-42 experience bar increased further, almost reaching LV-43. Qiyu leveled up considerably, reaching LV-25 by the end of the battle. This leveling efficiency is quite fast. Luo Xingyuan himself rose from LV-21 to LV-24, but his level has been surpassed by Qiyu. However, he didn't care. The commander's level-up speed was much slower than that of the ship girls. What he cared about more now was that blue strange object. After the battle, Xingyuan dispatched mechs again to continue the excavation. This wasted a lot of time, but fortunately, Luo Xingyuan gave the correct location. Half an hour later, a blue artifact was finally unearthed and brought onto the ship by the kingdom's mecha. Luo Xingyuan took the strange object and examined it, discovering that it was a strange object called Void Ore, which did not have the ability to be converted into ship equipment. However, it can be directly integrated into the ship's hull, increasing the ship's spatial attributes and enhancing the ship girl's potential. This is considered a precious mineral, and Luo Xingyuan entrusted it to Xingyuan for safekeeping. Although it wasn't what I wanted most, I still got something. I just didn't expect retrieving something to cause such a big commotion. Luo Xingyuan looked at the row of pirate ships behind him, unsure whether to be happy or helpless. Thanks to Qiyu's provocative actions, this mission was definitely a complete success. The pirates of the entire Yunxia Star have probably been severely damaged by Luo Xingyuan, and the banditry here should be greatly reduced in the future. I also gained a lot of fate points. This time, I killed quite a few space pirates. Although they were not as good as the quality of the Zerg swarm, they indirectly saved a lot of merchant ships. I gained about 50 or 60,000 fate points. Moreover, Luo Xingyuan discovered that Qiyu was not simply reckless. She deliberately kept a distance from the Snow Knight, while remaining within its firing range, indicating that she knew she might be attacked. From this perspective, Akabane's actions were purely a baiting tactic. She knew that the pirates here wouldn't be too strong and could be easily controlled by Hoshino. Well, they do have a brain, it's just that they didn't communicate with this side in advance before the big battle. I only thought of it on the spur of the moment, and I wasn't sure if there would be any real trouble, so I didn't report it, she said somewhat embarrassedly. It's alright. Remember to communicate more in the future and express your own thoughts. You did very well in your first battle. Although there were some flaws, overall, the merits outweighed the flaws. There probably aren't many ship girls who can achieve so many victories in their first real battle. Luo Xingyuan's tone was very gentle. Overall, Akabane's performance was indeed satisfactory. Thank you for the compliment, Commander. Akabane was quite happy to hear that he had been recognized. After the communication ended, Luo Xingyuan dragged his spoils, but had no intention of going to Yunxia Star to deal with them. The serious banditry in the area is also closely related to Yunxia Star itself. It might not be a good idea for him to bring these spoils with him. Moreover, as an outsider, he would definitely be pressured to lower the price of the spoils, and he doesn't have that much free time. So, he took his spoils and went straight to the Stargate, intending to return to Polaris. He planned to have his family handle the spoils for him, and he could also turn in his mission. However, when he passed through the Stargate with his large amount of spoils, he caused a small sensation. At this time, many new commanders had returned from their first missions and witnessed this terrifying scene. Knowing he couldn't stay long, Luo Xingyuan contacted his family and then went to submit his mission. Good heavens, you just received your mission this morning and wiped out all the pirates on Cloud Mist Star this afternoon, huh? The mission manager was stunned when he saw the battle footage. He didn't expect that Luo Xingyuan would complete such a big mission every time. The first time, he encountered the Insectids, and the second time, he not only wiped out a large number of pirates, but also returned with captured warships. These pirates appear to be organized, and there may be a pirate base behind them. They should be able to plunder quite a few resources. The person in charge speculated after watching the video. Luo Xingyuan nodded. He knew this too, but it was really difficult to go, especially since he would have to drag his damaged war cruiser along. Let the Academy handle this position, it should be able to earn some credits, Luo Xingyuan said. The person in charge had no objection to this, and the Academy also had people specifically responsible for handling the aftermath. After he nodded in agreement, the fleet responsible for handling the aftermath had already set off. Chapter 24 Aircraft Carrier Clues. Luo Xingyuan's matter did not cause any further ripples on Yunxia Star. Once the financial groups that supported the pirate captain learned that the attackers came from the Naval Academy, they abandoned the investigation and started supporting new pirates, while cursing the dead pirate captain as a good-for-nothing. That pirate captain was nothing more than a pawn they could discard at will, and they had no reason to offend the Polaris Naval Academy for the sake of a mere pawn. The next day, Luo Xingyuan accepted a new mission, also a combat mission, this time to clear out ferocious beasts from a planet. This type of mission is relatively uncommon for commanders, who mostly engage in aerial combat. However, Luo Xingyuan wanted to gain some experience in land warfare, so he accepted this less popular mission. After all, ground combat experience is essential to establishing a foothold. In the early stages of developing extragalactic systems, he wouldn't recruit human armies, but would have to rely on the shipborne mechs on his warships. Perhaps starships could operate within a planet's atmosphere, but starships are too powerful, and a slight mishap could cause irreparable damage to a planet. They aren't aiming to destroy the world, so the best option is still these autonomous mechs. The new mission's timeline wasn't tight, and Luo Xingyuan also needed to wait for the Polaris autonomous mechs ordered from the Academy. So, after a day's work, Luo Xingyuan's small group got another holiday. Luo Xingyuan also planned to cultivate a good relationship with his ship girls, and visited almost all the fun places in the starport. Commanders as relaxed and carefree as him are rare in the entire Polaris Academy. The new commanders who are progressing slowly are still on their first missions, while those who are progressing faster are either taking on missions or spending time in the training field after returning to the Academy. Luo Xingyuan originally wanted to take Akabane to the training ground to practice, but he lost interest after finding that most of the ship girls there were below LV-20. He felt that Akabane's abilities would be difficult to develop and her experience would not increase much in battles against them. Textbooks used to say that commanders should participate in more exercises in the early stages to improve their command experience and the combat experience of the ship girls. Luo Xingyuan has skipped this step and moved directly into the practical combat phase. However, thinking about it, even if Akabane's level is not high, she can still win against these ship girls in the training grounds by using her ship's hull, so in the end she probably won't gain much experience. The pleasant day passed quickly, and the next day, the Polaris autonomous mech that Luo Xingyuan had requested arrived. Loaded onto the Snow Knight, Luo Xingyuan maxed out its level with a single click. This ordinary accessory could be upgraded using only source fragments, and the first 40 levels only required gray and white source fragments. Reaching the level cap of the Star Snow wouldn't cost much in terms of resources. Luo Xingyuan's fleet set sail again, but this time there was no Stargate near their destination. The planet where they needed to clear dangerous wildlife was currently only a secondary planet. Luo Xingyuan had to first jump to the nearest Stargate, and then travel for a day in deep space to reach this newly colonized planet. The mission was a bit long, but there weren't too many twists and turns. After all, it was only a level 2 planet, and at most, it could only give birth to level 3 creatures. While the colonists faced danger from these ferocious beasts, the 1,500 mechs were a different story. Attacking beasts that lack sentience was incredibly easy for them, and in just a few days, they had reduced several ferocious beast populations to protected species. Unfortunately, the fate points gained were not ideal, only slightly more than the number of pirates dealt with in a day. Luo Xingyuan wasn't picky. He had enough destiny points to complete his next plan and could also help Luo Xingli get another boat. Having completed his mission, he chose to return home. This time, it took almost as long as when he encountered the insect swarm, a total of 6 days. Compared to the previous 2 missions, this mission is not very cost-effective. Luo Xingyuan did find some white and gray strange objects on the planet, but they are not worth much money. The ship girls didn't gain much experience either, and because it was land combat experience, it was discounted to some extent. Hoshino's bar rose almost imperceptibly, while Akabane leveled up by 1. However, given that this was done to gain experience in land warfare, the outcome is acceptable. After returning to Polaris Academy, Luo Xingyuan bought the aircraft carrier ship girl clues he had been longing for. This time, the clue was different from when he obtained the Crimson Feather. The fate panel provided him with the coordinates of a starship graveyard. This starship graveyard is located in an unstable alien space. The wormhole connecting to it is about to collapse in a few days, at which point the starship graveyard inside will be reduced to nothingness along with the wormhole when it shatters. Among these sunken starships was a near T4 class carrier that wasn't too badly damaged, and that was the clue the fate panel gave him. After reading the information, Luo Xingyuan realized that he had to hurry. The location of the wormhole was also remote this time, in the Arctic starfield, near the Lost Starfield. However, this time it wasn't the polar bear sector he was familiar with, but another sector that was just as poor as polar bear, the fog cloud sector. This sector was only approved a few years ago and is still in its early stages of development. Part of the sector has not yet been fully explored, and the Imperial exploration teams have abandoned their efforts to explore it further due to its barrenness. And in this unknown area lies the starship graveyard, which is the clue we've been given. Fortunately, the Mist Cloud Star region is very poor, but its capital, Cloud Mist Star, still has a stargate. This stargate has brought considerable benefits to Cloud Mist Star and has also sent some independent exploration teams from the civilian population to explore the area. In recent years, the economy of Cloud Mist Star has gradually prospered. Of course, this is also the result of imperial subsidies. The Empire will give certain resources to these newly established star sector capitals so that it can better control remote star sectors. This was Luo Xingyuan's first visit to this remote star region, but he didn't have much time to stay. After leaving the Stargate, he headed towards the coordinates on the star map. Warp drive has been initiated. It will take approximately 2 days to reach the target location, Xingyuan said. She was also puzzled, wondering why her commander suddenly wanted to go to a remote, unexplored area. Luo Xingyuan noticed her confusion and told her about the destiny panel, this strange object. Luo Xingyuan had no intention of hiding anything from his ship girls. Ship girls were unlikely to betray their commander unless you did something bad to them, such as deliberately abusing, neglecting, or sending them to their deaths. Luo Xingyuan was certain that he would never do such a thing again, so he easily revealed his trump card to his ship girl. Xingyuan felt the trust her commander placed in her, and promised to keep the secret. As for Akabane, the child didn't find it strange at all, and thought he was out on some kind of mission, but he did have some complaints about having to go so far. Chapter 25 Finding the Target. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Luo Xingyuan finally approached the coordinates given by the destiny panel. He could already see the huge wormhole outside from afar. Before coming here, he hadn't expected the wormhole to be so big. If it weren't for the nebulae obscuring the view, this place would be a spectacular sight of a sea of stars. 2 more systems passed after discovering the wormhole before the 2 warships finally arrived at its edge. The wormhole's interior space appeared somewhat unstable, showing signs of impending collapse. Without hesitating at the edge of the wormhole, Luo Xingyuan immediately gave the order to enter. After spending more than 10 minutes, the 2 warships passed through the narrow wormhole and arrived in an alternate dimension. The space was deathly silent, with the ground littered with the wreckage of starships. Judging from the style of the starships, all the starships lying here are of the same design, indicating that they must have been through a major battle and crashed here. But who exactly is the enemy they are facing? Luo Xingyuan did not find another starship. However, now is not the time for archaeology. He needs to find his target as soon as possible. Now is the time for the autonomous mechs to shine. A large number of mechs poured out of the hatches of the 2 starships and began searching the starship graveyard on the ground. Soon, Luo Xingyuan made a discovery. It wasn't that he found the barely damaged near T4 ship girl, but rather that the mech responsible for the search found a blue artifact that could be transformed into ship equipment. Some of the ship's equipment parts that were still intact eventually turned into rare items after being weathered by the passage of time. When Luo Xingyuan found more than a dozen rare items in a row, he realized that he might be about to make a fortune. The 2 ship girls were also completely focused, and began searching for various oddities and an aircraft carrier. This starship graveyard stretches for hundreds of kilometers, and the area to be searched is quite large. If a thorough search were to be conducted, Luo Xingyuan felt that the space would collapse by the time he had searched halfway through. So he had no choice but to reluctantly ask the girls to speed up the search. A day later, Akabane received some good news. She had found a starship that wasn't too badly damaged. The mechs discovered that its power system was still operational. Unfortunately, it wasn't an aircraft carrier, but a supply ship. Since the power system was intact, Luo Xingyuan waved his hand and decided to take the supply ship with him. However, the search still had to continue, as finding a ship in a sea of warship wreckage was indeed not easy. The next day passed, and apart from a large number of strange objects, the 2 women did not find any other starships that were not too badly damaged. On the 3rd day, the situation changed somewhat when Xingyuan discovered an aircraft carrier among the numerous starship wreckages in the center of the graveyard. Xingyuan placed some mechs here in order to search for strange objects, but unexpectedly she discovered an aircraft carrier by accident. After informing Luo Xingyuan, she began to quickly clear the starship wreckage above the aircraft carrier. Gradually, the general outline of the aircraft carrier became visible. The main structure had not suffered much damage, which was undoubtedly good news. It was very likely the aircraft carrier that their commander had been looking for. Xingyuan also put in extra effort, deploying a large number of mechs to clear the surrounding area, finally allowing this aircraft carrier, which had been buried underground for a long time, to reappear in the light of day. The main structure is completely undamaged. The power system is slightly damaged, but it can be started, Xingyuan said with delight. Lord Xingyuan, we found our aircraft carrier. Very good, get her started first. We need to prepare to leave this starship graveyard. The space is starting to become a bit unstable, Luo Xingyuan said, a hint of regret on his face. During these 3 days of exploration, he has obtained 6 blue artifacts, 123 cyan artifacts, and more than 500 white artifacts. Most of these strange items were transformed from ship equipment, and they can now also be transformed into ship equipment. Only 20 or 30 cyan strange items and more than 100 white strange items cannot be transformed into ship equipment. For Luo Xingyuan, it was a tremendous and fruitful harvest. He hadn't expected exploring the starship graveyard to have such benefits. The clues about the aircraft carrier girl he'd acquired were definitely worth it. Unfortunately, this space is about to be destroyed, preventing a more detailed exploration of the starship graveyard. Otherwise, my gains might have doubled. Shaking his head, Luo Xingyuan knew that one should be content and save his anger. With the help of the Destiny panel, he would have many more opportunities to make money in the future, so there was no need to rush. The wormhole is becoming increasingly unstable, and the most urgent task is to leave as soon as possible. Abandoning their plan to continue exploring the starship graveyard, the 4 warships returned to the outside world through the turbulent wormhole. The shield values of the Akabane and Snow Knight were reduced due to the turbulent wormhole space. The supply ship and the aircraft carrier both suffered minor damage to varying degrees. The supply ship is in good condition, its power system is intact, and it is well preserved. The aircraft carrier was rather unlucky. Its propulsion system was affected by the instability, which made matters worse for the already damaged propulsion system. Luo Xingyuan had no choice but to have the Snow Knight tow the aircraft carrier and carry it through a jump. Because they were carrying wounded soldiers, the return journey took much longer than the journey there, a full 3 days, before Luo Xingyuan's fleet successfully arrived at the Stargate. Luo Xingyuan breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the Stargate in the distance. He had been carrying too many valuables, but fortunately, nothing unexpected happened on the way back. After passing through the Stargate, Luo Xingyuan booked a new dock. He needed to repair the 2 ships he had brought first, and then perform the activation ceremony after restoring the warships to their best condition. Activating the aircraft carrier is a sure thing, but the situation with the buy one get one free supply ship is still unknown. Luo Xingyuan plans to try activating it as well. His fleet is indeed missing a supply ship. This supply ship is a T3 level ship, and if it can be successfully activated, it will add another historical ship girl. However, in terms of rarity, it will most likely only be blue. However, supply ships are also a rare type, and obtaining a historical ship girl supply ship would definitely be of great use to him now. As for rarity, he wasn't worried. The rarity of ship girls isn't fixed. He could just find rare items that would allow the ship girls to break through their rarity level later. It wouldn't be a big problem. With the help of Luo Xingyuan and her 2 ship girls, the 2 warships rescued from the starship graveyard were sent to the slipway for repairs, which were carried out by the Luo family's professional team. You've done something big again, kid. The family will remember this achievement. On the Snow Knight, Luo Wenxuan's virtual projection appeared in the captain's cabin. He had a smile on his face and was in a very good mood. As soon as Luo Xingyuan left the starship graveyard, he informed his family of the situation. He planned to hand over a large number of unused rare items to his family in exchange for resources, and also to see if his family had any way to save the wormhole that was about to collapse. After learning about this, Luo Wenxuan became very interested in the starship graveyard. He immediately dispatched a Tier 5 ship girl to the wormhole that was about to collapse, and used some methods to delay the collapse. The family has now dispatched a large number of engineering and transport ships to the starship graveyard, preparing to take away all valuable items inside. Compared to the numerous artifacts in the starship graveyard, the Luo family is more interested in the technology used in these warships, as this will improve the Luo family's overall shipbuilding capabilities. I was just lucky. If my family didn't have the ability to maintain the wormhole, my information wouldn't be worth mentioning, Luo Xingyuan said modestly. I wasn't as lucky as you when I was young. By the way, the family investigation into the Zerg fleet you discovered last time has yielded results. At this point, Luo Wenxuan's expression became slightly serious. Based on the movement of the Zerg fleet, we discovered a life-bearing planet that had been completely devoured by the Zerg. This life-bearing planet was not recorded. However, based on some remaining structures on the planet, it seems that the intelligent race on this planet worship the Zerg, which may be the source of everything. Through meticulous exploration, we made further discoveries. On this planet, we found a closed spatial rift. Luo Xingyuan paused here. Is the other side of the spatial rift connected to the Zerg? Luo Xingyuan immediately realized the key point and asked. That's probably true. Basically, only the fearless Zerg would use such an extremely unstable spatial rift to move around. Most of the insect plagues we've encountered in history started from spatial rifts, Luo Xingyuan said. The location of that spatial rift is very delicate, situated on the edge of the North Star region. If it were to reopen one day, we might face a new wave of insect plagues. Fortunately, we have already discovered it before that happens. I have already reported the situation to the Imperial Central Committee. An Imperial fleet will come to that extinct life-bearing planet to build a fortress and monitor the situation of the spatial rift, Luo Xingyuan said. After informing Luo Xingyuan of the follow-up investigation, Luo Xingyuan offered a few words of encouragement before turning off the virtual projection. His words also brought a sense of urgency to Luo Xingyuan. Fortunately, he discovered the lightning by chance before it exploded. If the swarm swept through the entire North Star region, it would be much more troublesome to find the origin of the insected race, and many clues would be destroyed. Now, with the Imperial Army stationed there, the mine has been largely neutralized, and at least in the short term, nothing is likely to happen. Looks like I still need to hurry up and get stronger, Luo Xingyuan muttered to himself as he glanced at the two starships undergoing repairs on the slipway outside the window. Chapter 26 Harvest. Both starships require considerable repair time. They have been lying dormant in that ship graveyard for far too long, and their hulls and other aspects are showing signs of aging. The family's professional engineers decided to carry out a major renovation, inside and out, which naturally took a considerable amount of time. A supply ship takes 3 days to build, and an aircraft carrier would take 7 days to build at full capacity. Luo Xingyuan didn't want any hidden dangers to the warship due to incomplete repairs, so he nodded and agreed to this major project. He still has plenty of time. Once he has added the ecological ship and the purple ship girl to his fleet, he will head to Silver Willow Star to begin his savior plan. At this time, the Norse people's genetic virus attack on Silver Willow should have also begun. Hopefully, the human civilization on Silver Willow can hold on for a little longer. Putting the matter of Silver Willow Star out of his mind, Luo Xingyuan checked the time of the clues. The clues about the blue ecological ship and the purple ship girl would be at their lowest price tomorrow, at which time he could buy them all at once. Besides that, there aren't many ship girl clues left this month. There's one more blue battleship, with 7 days left. Luo Xingyuan buys it, and plans to give it to Luo Xingli to expand her fleet. This battleship girl is not difficult to obtain. Like the Akabane, she is a starship sold by the same company, but she is already an older ship with a certain degree of fame. Luo Xingyuan directly ordered the battleship specified in the clue online. This batch of T3 battleships happened to be in the starport, and could be delivered today. Luo Xingyuan didn't go himself. Instead, he asked the warehouse manager of the Luo family to send someone to retrieve the boat. After sending a message to Luo Xingli, he focused his attention on other things. For example, let's take stock of what we've gained in the starship graveyard. These 6 blue artifacts are quite valuable, and each one can be converted into ship equipment. Luo Xingyuan opened his commander network and began to examine the attributes of the 6 blue artifacts one by one. Devastation class laser main cannon, blue, armor slot occupied, 10, must be equipped by a capital ship, special effects, 1, annihilation, when attacking shields, shield breaking efficiency is increased by 51%, and efficiency increases by 1% for each level, 2. Charge damage is increased based on charge time, increasing by 5% per minute, up to a maximum of 100%, this effect is fixed. There is a significant dividing line between cyan and blue ship equipment, which can be seen from the ship equipment attributes. Before reaching blue ship equipment, cyan, white, and gray ship equipment have no special effects, and leveling up them can only provide some power boosts. However, things are quite different with blue ship equipment. Each blue ship equipment has 2 fixed special effects, one of which can be upgraded with level and the other is a fixed effect. As you can imagine, the 2 extra effects are enough to make blue ship equipment far superior to cyan ship equipment. This main gun is limited to capital ships, and only the Snow Knight and Luo Xingyuan's fleet meets this requirement. Coincidentally, the Snow Knight has 10 weapon slots left, so it's a perfect fit. Explorer Phase Radar Blue, equipped directly replaces the original radar. Special effects: 1. Ultra-long range, radar detection radius increases by 21%, with an additional 1% increase for each level upgrade. 2. Oddity marking, automatically marks blue and lower level oddities within the detection range on the star map, with a certain probability of marking purple oddities. This effect is fixed. It's a good radar, and in the current situation, it should definitely be given to the highest level Snow Knight to maximize its effectiveness. Blazing Bird Spacefighter Blue, Hangar Slots 5, requires a hangar to equip. Special effects: 1. Blaze, when hitting a target, it causes a continuous burning effect. The flames will continuously burn the enemy and increase the damage taken by the target by 10.5%. Each level increases the damage by 0.5%. 2. Engine Overload, active use. When activated, it increases the speed and maneuverability of the Blazing Bird space fighter by 100% for 10 minutes. Cooldown, 24 hours. This effect is fixed. This is obviously for aircraft carriers to play with, nothing more to say. Storm Spear, Blue, Rammer, Armor Slots 5, Special effects: 1. Shield Absorption. In close combat, when attacking an enemy with Storm Spear, the amount of the enemy's shield loss will be converted into your own shield. The conversion rate is 2.1%, and the conversion rate increases by 0.1% for each level. 2. Gale and Rain. When activated, it increases the warship's maneuverability and speed by 50% and ramming damage by 30%. This effect can be actively toggled. It consumes 0.5% of the warship's shield energy per second. This effect is fixed. Luo Xingyuan hadn't expected that among the blue artifacts would be the ramming horn that Qiyu loved so much. The key was that this thing even had a shield-absorbing effect. Oh no, now Qiyu's hobby is going to be widely embraced. The remaining 2 strange items were converted into accessory ship equipment. Nano Repair Pod Blue occupies 1 accessory slot. Special effects: 1. Rapid Repair, can rapidly heal surviving life forms below Tier 4, repairing 2.1% of the body per minute, with an increase of 0.1% for each level increase. 2. Gene Purification. The warship operator can purify a certain type of gene of the organisms inside the pod. After purification, it is necessary to wait 1 year before it can be purified again. This effect is fixed. Silver Dragon Mech Blue occupies 5 accessory slots. Special effects: 1. Soaring Dragon. Silver Dragon Mech's mobility is increased by 21%, attack damage is increased by 10.5%, and mobility increases by 1% and damage increases by 0.5% for each level. 2. Elite Strategy. The number of Silver Dragon Mechs is reduced to 1/5, individual strength is increased to 3 times the original, and there is a chance that elite Silver Dragon Mechs will appear based on the number of battles they participate in. This effect is fixed. Luo Xingyuan doesn't need the first nano repair chamber for the time being, and his warship doesn't have any human warriors on standby. The second Silver Dragon Mech, however, is a good acquisition. Luo Xingyuan didn't think too much about it, and planned to load the 2 items onto the Snow Knight as well. The Snow Knight itself is a good ship, with 63 weapon slots and 100 accessory slots. The weapon slots are currently full, but there are still a lot of empty accessory slots. With the addition of 2 new accessories, there are still 82 slots left, enough to hold a bunch of miscellaneous things. Among the cyan artifacts they acquired were 2 sets of mechs, which Luo Xingyuan equipped on the Snow Knight. With 72 slots remaining, the Snow Knight now possessed 2,100 mechs and was ready to transform into a mech mothership. Luo Xingyuan examined the blue artifact again. There weren't many good items inside. Most of them were ship equipment that Luo Xingyuan already had, so they were duplicates. However, there were 3 sets of drones that he could use to supplement his combat strength. As for filling up Qiyu's weapon slots, Luo Xingyuan felt it was unnecessary. Equipping her with more cannons probably wouldn't get her to fire them much anyway. Chapter 27 Eden. After resting for a day at Polaris Starport, Luo Xingyuan bought the last 2 clues, one for the ecological ship girl and the other for the purple ship girl. First, there's the clue about the eco-ship. The eco-ship's situation is somewhat unexpected. It's currently lying in a scrap starship recycling plant, awaiting its fate of being dismantled. It was brought out from a starship graveyard by a team of scavengers who may not have known what an eco-ship was, or perhaps they just thought it was a larger transport ship, so they sold it to a starship recycling facility. The people at this starship recycling plant probably don't even know about the eco-ship. In a few days, they'll be sending this ship to the dismantling platform. However, it's not entirely incomprehensible. After all, the ecological ship is too niche, and there's probably nowhere else besides the 9 naval academies that would teach this kind of knowledge. After all, ordinary people probably won't encounter such a starship in their entire lives. There is a Stargate at the location of this starship recycling facility, so you can go there directly and buy the starship back. The clue about the purple ship girl is also quite special. It is a complete piece of source material, which is currently lying in an ordinary gambling stone shop on a neighboring planet. It is the largest rough stone in the shop and is priced at 1 million star coins. This rough stone has been sitting there for a long time, and it's said that only a fool would buy it, since it's dozens of times more expensive than other rough stones. 10 days later, if no one buys the raw stone, the shopkeeper will cut it open himself. Only then will people realize that there is a complete source material hidden inside, and countless people will regret it. However, now, the only ones who might regret it are probably just one more shop owner. Looking at the messages on the panel, Luo Xingyuan thought to himself. Both ships are relatively easy to obtain, but the hull of the purple ship girl cannot be built at the moment. The clues indicate that this is at least a T4 starship. Luo Xingyuan can only activate the ship girl first, and the hull can only be built after he becomes a Tier 3 commander. Without further ado, Luo Xingyuan immediately set off to find any bargains. Everything went smoothly on both sides, and Luo Xingyuan brought back the ecological ship and the complete source material in just 1 day. The eco-ship needs maintenance, but the complete source material can be activated directly using the commander network. Luo Xingyuan called Xingxue over and used a knife to make several cuts in the raw stone, revealing the complete source material inside. This is a complete piece of purple source material, and its appearance already reveals its identity as a purple ship girl. However, Luo Xingyuan does not yet know what type of warship it will be. The clues do not mention it and only keep it a secret. Luo Xingyuan gently placed his hand on the purple source material and began to touch its interior with his commander's mental power. Gradually, Luo Xingyuan felt a response from the source material. The other party had established a certain connection with him, which meant that the first step of activating the ship girl had been successful. Next, an incubation pod was needed. This is not a troublesome matter. Some medical pods can handle it. The nano-repair pods currently on board the Snow Knight can do the job. All we need to do is put the source material inside and wait. After settling the purple source material, Luo Xingyuan realized that he didn't have anything urgent to do next. The monthly update is still a few days away, and the ships brought back from the starship graveyard are still under repair. All of this will take time, and it's not easy to leave. Then the only option is to train and improve my physical fitness so that I won't get stuck when advancing to commander level. Luo Xingyuan pondered for a moment, then stayed on the Snow Knight to cultivate, while waiting for news from the dock. Good news soon arrived. The eco-boat's functions were basically undamaged, requiring only minor repairs to the hull. As a result, this boat was the fastest to be repaired, and Luo Xingyuan was able to pick it up that same day. If things go quickly, Luo Xingyuan's fleet will soon have an additional ship girl. Luo Xingyuan naturally wouldn't wait. After receiving the message, he took the shuttle to the dock, accompanied by Xingxue and Qiyu. I didn't expect this eco-ship to overtake us on a curve, Akabane said, looking at the newly renovated eco-ship in front of him. The eco-ship looks quite good after the renovation. Luo Xingyuan entered the ship and found that it was very different from traditional warships. A lush green landscape greets the eye, with animals frolicking and playing among the plants. It feels more like an ecological park than a ship. These were actually done by the family engineers after repairing the ship. The original plants and animals on the eco-ship had long since died out, and only when the eco-ship was put back into operation could the plants and animals inside grow normally. This is also an important function of the eco-ship. In addition to modifying the planet's environment, it can also provide the fleet with enough fresh food when at sea. Such a T3 eco-ship could easily supply the daily needs of a 100,000-person ocean-going fleet. After passing through the ecological park, the three finally arrived at the captain's cabin. After Luo Xingyuan placed a sufficient amount of cyan source material fragments, the ecological ship was activated, and all that was left was to wait. Not long after, a woman with long white hair came out. She was dressed entirely in white, looking solemn and dignified, somewhat like a religious person. "The Golden Eden-class ecological ship Eden reports to you, Master. Thank you for saving me from dismantling and giving me a second life." She bowed deeply to Luo Xingyuan. Ship girls can remember some of the ship's memories. Luo Xingyuan didn't expect that the other party would still remember that he was the one who brought her out of the starship recycling station, and that she would even call him Master. "It was nothing. As for how to address me, just call me Commander or by my name." Although it sounded nice, Luo Xingyuan still decided to correct him. After all, there was a minor next to him. "He looks like a junior high school student, but he's actually only a few months old." "Yes, Commander." A smile appeared on Eden's lips. "All right, welcome to my fleet, Miss Eden. You all should introduce yourselves to the new members and have a chat." Luo Xingyuan called to his ship girls and then stepped aside to check the data of the Eden. As an eco-friendly vessel, the Eden differs greatly from conventional combat starships. Battleship name Eden. Warship status, shield 100%, armor 100%, no damage to any parts. Warship prototype, T3 Golden Eden-class ecological ship. Warship length, 2,800 meters. Battleship rank, Tier 3 destroyer, level cap, LV-60. Level, LV-41. Ship components, Golden Eden-class hull, blue, LV-41, Golden Eden-class armor, blue, LV-41, Golden Eden-class engine, blue, LV-41, Golden Eden-class shield, blue, LV-41, Golden Eden-class radar, blue, LV-41. Ship armament, none. Ship-specific accessory, planetary modification room, blue, LV-41. Ship accessories, ecological zone, blue, LV-41, rare plant cultivation zone, blue, LV-41, rare biological cultivation zone, LV-41. Armament slots remaining, 3. Accessory slots remaining, 60. Ship girls Eden. Talents, natural affinity, blue-purple superior, benign modification, sky blue mid-tier, efficiency first, cyan superior. The specific information for these 3 talents is as follows. Natural affinity, reduces the difficulty of planet terraforming by 20%, increases terraforming efficiency by 30%, increases the speed of cultivating plants and animals by 50%, increases the annual production of source material fragments on terraformed planets by 10%, and increases the probability of finding complete source material. Benign transformation, planets transformed by Eden have a 20% increased probability of undergoing benign mutations. Each complete planetary transformation will result in at least one benign mutation. Plants and animals cultivated by Eden have a 5% increased probability of undergoing benign mutations. Efficiency first, Eden's work efficiency increased by 20%. This starship is basically unarmed, with only conventional armor and shields for defense. Its length has exceeded that of the Snow Knight, and its undisclosed width is even more astonishing. It is now the largest ship in the Luo Xingyuan fleet. Moreover, Eden is a historical shipgirl with a relatively high level. If she had enough resources, she could already begin to modify the planet. In Luo Xingyuan's eyes, these 3 talents were simply divine skills, but he still didn't know exactly how long it would take Eden to terraform a planet. If Silver Willow Star can be successfully captured, that place will likely become the first pilot site. Chapter 28 Sleepiness. After Eden joined the fleet, Luo Xingyuan, who had been leisurely, became busy again. He began to acquire some rare plants and animals, preparing to move them to the Eden for cultivation. It would be a real shame not to make use of Eden's powerful abilities. Moreover, Luo Xingyuan also remembered the nano-repair chamber he had previously acquired, which was a treasure that could purify genes. With Eden's benign modifications, it could create a completely new species for you in no time. It's terrifying to even think about. Moreover, he could use the nano-repair chamber to purify some hybrid organisms, and then give them to Eden for cultivation, which is also a good approach. Luo Xingyuan had already figured out what kind of hybrid creatures he wanted, dragon hybrids. After several generations of breeding, producing a few pure-blooded giant dragons would be a piece of cake. Eden himself was also very interested in these things, and the 2 of them spent 2 days running all over the entire Arctic Star Harbor, but in the end they only bought a small number of low-level rare plants and animals. With Eden present, it is not necessary to cultivate a species with too many individuals. In addition, as an ecological ship girl, Eden has a wealth of biological knowledge and can easily see the potential of these rare plants and animals. Those with low potential are abandoned, and those with high potential are not numerous to begin with. As it turned out, the trip didn't cost much money at all, whereas Luo Xingyuan had initially thought he was going to suffer a huge financial loss. As for the dragon-type creatures that Luo Xingyuan wanted most, he naturally bought them. Among them were 3 animals with dragon bloodlines, and even a plant with dragon bloodlines. It was unknown how this plant acquired dragon bloodlines. However, gene purification cannot be performed yet, and the sleeping beauty inside the nano-repair chamber has not yet awakened. It may take some more time. After helping Eden transfer all these plants and animals onto the eco-ship, Luo Xingyuan arrived at the shipyard for repairs. The Luo family's engineers informed him that the supply ship had been repaired. He came to receive the supplies and also to see if he could activate the ship girls on the supply ship. This is the first ship that wasn't obtained by purchasing clues from the fate panel. Luo Xingyuan was somewhat excited. It was time to test his luck. Generally speaking, it was not easy for a commander to obtain a ship girl. The probability was usually 1 in 10, and the starship had to be of good quality. Activating a starship with a long history might be easier, but the probability isn't very high, only around 30%. Special ships like supply ships, which don't directly participate in combat, have an even lower probability, perhaps only 20%. Luo Xingyuan took a deep breath. He had come alone this time, so even if he failed, it wouldn't be too embarrassing. After calming his excitement, Luo Xingyuan opened the door to the captain's cabin and placed the resources inside. He then left the captain's cabin and waited quietly outside the door. This time it just took a little longer than usual, about 3 to 5 minutes, maybe 10 minutes, and no one had come out yet. This made Luo Xingyuan a little anxious. Could it be that he was really going to fail? The tense atmosphere continued for a while, but there was still no response from the captain's cabin. Luo Xingyuan sighed. It seemed that it really didn't work out. Without the help of the destiny panel, it would be too difficult for ordinary people to build ship girls. Just as he was about to give up and leave, the door to the captain's cabin was opened. A blue-haired girl yawned as she walked out of the captain's cabin. "Sorry, I was sleeping so soundly I almost didn't wake up. Please wake me up, kind person." The girl still looked very sleepy, and her body seemed about to collapse. Luo Xingyuan quickly helped her up. "Thank you. This is the Ghost-class deep space supply ship, Spirit Wind, reporting for duty. I never imagined that a starship like mine, without any combat capabilities, would be reawakened," the girl said, looking at Luo Xingyuan. "A fleet isn't just about combat starships." Luo Xingyuan helped her to a chair next to him. "Welcome to my fleet, Lingfeng." "Yes, Commander, I will take care of the fleet's logistics." Lingfeng yawned again. "I just need to rest for a while." Luo Xingyuan also took the opportunity to check the status of the Lingfeng. Warship name, Lingfeng. Warship status, shield 100%, armor 100%, no damage to any parts. Warship prototype, T3 Ghost-class deep space replenishment ship. Warship length, 2,000 meters. Battleship rank, Tier 3 destroyer, level cap, LV-60. Level, LV-36. Ship components, Ghost-class hull, blue, LV-36, Ghost-class armor, blue, LV-36, Ghost-class engine, blue, LV-36, Ghost-class shield, blue, LV-36, Ghost-class radar, blue, LV-36. Ship armament, 50-120 mm close-in weapon systems. Ship-specific accessory, ammunition conversion device, blue, LV-36. Ship accessories, supply compartment, blue, LV-36, Ghost-class stealth generator, blue, LV-36. Armament slots remaining, 3. Accessory slots remaining, 60. Ship girl, Lingfeng. Negative status, drowsiness, will automatically resolve after 3 natural days. Talent, rapid supply, upper blue tier. This is the only blue-colored ship girl in Luo Xingyuan's fleet, and she only has 1 talent, which is to increase supply efficiency. Luo Xingyuan was fairly satisfied with this. At this stage, having a supply ship was already quite good, especially since it was a historical ship girl who started at LV-36. At that time, all that is needed is to carry the source material fragments, which can be converted into ammunition by the Spirit Wind, and provide a continuous supply for the fleet, thus greatly improving the firepower and endurance of the entire fleet. Then you should rest well these few days, and come out to report to me when you're rested. Luo Xingyuan patted Ling Feng on the shoulder. Yes, Commander. Ling Feng replied and was about to fall to the side. Even if you're tired, you don't need to sleep here. Go back to the captain's cabin or the crew quarters to sleep, Luo Xingyuan said, pulling her hand. Ling Feng forced herself to stay alert, nodded at him, and walked alone toward the captain's cabin. Luo Xingyuan was still a little worried, so he took the ship girl with the negative status to the captain's room before leaving the Ling Feng. Okay, now all that's left is the aircraft carrier. Once that last piece is in place, we can head to Silver Willow Star. Luo Xingyuan stepped off the starship and murmured to himself as he looked at the aircraft carrier still under repair in the distance. He still had some things to do in the time ahead. The location of the natural wormhole still needs to be explored. He needs to go there personally for this mission, and while he's at it, he'll also go back to the family's main star to see if there's any news about his lineage. Then he needs to prepare some supplies. Luo Xingyuan plans to refresh the panel next month to see if there are any engineering ship girls, which will be of great help to him in building infrastructure on Silver Willow Star. Given the technological level of Silver Willow Star, it would be difficult to build a starport, which would be extremely inconvenient for all aspects of material transportation and shipbuilding. His journey to the outer star system was not merely to conquer Silver Willow Star. It would become his base of operations, and his pioneering journey would begin from there. Chapter 29: Ink Painting and Luoyang. As Luo Xingyuan returned to the Arctic Fox Star region to explore natural wormholes, Sleeping Beauty, who had been sleeping in the nano repair chamber, finally awoke. She had long black hair and her clothes were slightly retro, like a classic beauty from Jiannan. Luo Xingyuan was stunned when he first saw her. Although he had seen many beautiful ship girls, this was the first time he had seen a ship girl with such a classical temperament wearing a cheongsam. If he weren't certain he was on a starship, he would have thought he had traveled back to ancient China. However, staring at someone for too long isn't polite, so Luo Xingyuan was only slightly distracted before quickly returning to normal. The ship girl had been looking around when she noticed Luo Xingyuan's arrival. Are you my awakener? She looked at Luo Xingyuan with her big, bright eyes. She could feel an inseparable connection between herself and the person in front of her. Yes. Luo Xingyuan nodded gently. T4 in class starship cruiser, the girl said, handing a blueprint to Luo Xingyuan. Luo Xingyuan took the blueprints, glanced at them, and looked slightly surprised. This blueprint can actually be used 3 times? Luo Xingyuan looked at the girl and asked with some surprise. The girl nodded and said, I am a prototype ship that has never been built before. As a student of the Polaris Naval Academy, Luo Xingyuan naturally knew about the situation of the planned ship. These ships, which only existed in history as blueprints but were never actually built, had a certain probability of bringing some byproducts with them. Moreover, the blueprints obtained from outside sources are capable of being used for multiple constructions. Luo Xingyuan realized that he had made a huge profit this time. Once he reached the 3rd tier, he could directly manufacture 3 T4 type in class starships. Ships manufactured using these special blueprints were guaranteed to summon ship girls. This is a buy one get two free deal. Even if the other 2 in-class ships can only produce blue-tier ship girls, it's still worthwhile to build a T4 tier ship in one go. However, building a water in-class starship cruiser requires a lot of resources. The blueprints show that it requires 2,500 blue source material fragments. He doesn't have that many blue source material fragments on hand right now, only the 200 that his family provided last time. He does have a lot of cyan source material fragments, which he can consider exchanging for some first. Moreover, he is still far from reaching Tier 3 and is not in a hurry to build a Tier 4 ship. I'm not in a position to build a T4 level ship right now. You'll probably have to wait a while before you get your own hull, Luo Xingyuan said, handing the blueprints back to her. The girl nodded, indicating that she understood the situation. However, we still need you to name our class of ships, the girl said calmly. A single ship in the design class will automatically adopt the name of that class of ship as its own. However, for ships like the Ink class, which consist of 3 ships, the builder will need to name them. This made Luo Xingyuan think for a moment, as his naming skills had never been very good. First, the name of the ink painting category reminded him of ink painting, but he couldn't very well name it after a type of ink painting, like landscape painting, figure painting, or flower and bird painting. Second, it couldn't be used as the name of a ship. After thinking for a moment, Luo Xingyuan said, You are the first ship of the Shimo class, so let's name you Shimo. I'll think about your sisters when they are built. After hearing this, Shimo nodded and asked, Then what should I do next? Come with me for now, be my adjutant for a while. In wartime you'll stay with me on this starship, and you can learn some combat skills there. Luo Xingyuan stated his arrangements directly. This was something he had planned from the beginning, and Xingxue had already agreed to this decision. I understand, Commander. From now on, I will assume the role of your adjutant. In the blink of an eye, Shimo changed into a naval uniform, which made her look more heroic and changed her entire demeanor. Very good, then come with me to the captain's cabin. We are currently on a mission. Yes, Commander. After introducing Shuimo to Xingxue, Luo Xingyuan checked the commander network and found that there was indeed another purple star, and it was a deep purple one at that. It seemed that he was lucky, and had obtained Shuimo's best talent. Talent: Water Moon Mirror Flower. Level: LV00200. Quality: Dark Purple. Permanent effect: Enemy attack hit rate reduced by 10%, information gathering efficiency reduced by 10%, and guided weapon lock-on probability reduced by 10%. Active Skill 1, Moon in the Water. When activated, this skill creates a fleet of clones. Each clone possesses 30% of the main body's shield and 10% of its firepower. The clones disappear upon having their shields broken. Cooldown 30 hours. Active Skill 2, Flower in the Mirror. Upon activation, the fleet enters a stealth state, which is automatically dispelled upon attacking or being attacked. The stealth state lasts for 10 minutes. Cooldown 2 hours. There aren't many attributes that are permanently active, but there are 2 active skills that will definitely have a surprising effect when used in battle. After a day of exploration, the 2 starships finally discovered the location of their journey. The natural wormhole here is very well hidden, obscured by an extinct star. No wonder no one has discovered this natural wormhole for so many years. It is truly well hidden. After some surveying, Luo Xingyuan confirmed the stability of the natural wormhole, and there would be no problem with their advance. However, he did not send a starship to investigate the other side of the natural wormhole, lest he alert the enemy. After confirming the exact location of the natural wormhole, Xingyuan marked it on the star map. The fleet did not linger there but immediately began its return journey and started the procurement plan. In the blink of an eye, several days have passed. The aircraft carrier in the dock has been fully repaired, and Luo Xingyuan can now activate his aircraft carrier's ship girl. Compared to other warships, this aircraft carrier starship is also different. It is a quasi-T4 starship, which is quite special. What does quasi-T4 generally mean? It's actually quite simple. This starship is essentially still a T3 starship, but some of its components have reached the T4 level. This type of warship is called a quasi-T4 warship. There are quite a few factions in the Star Sea that build starships, mainly falling into 3 categories. The first scenario is that some factions only possess a portion of T4 technology. In order to quickly build up combat capability, they will try to apply these technologies to T3 starships. The second scenario is that they possess all the T4 technology, but building a T4 starship is too expensive, so they build a near T4 simply because it's cheaper. The third scenario involves modifying existing T3 starships by adding T4 technology to them, thereby enhancing their combat capabilities. Therefore, the strength of a near T4 warship depends on how much T4 technology it utilizes. In fact, the current Akabane and Snow Knight can also be considered near T4 starships. According to the family's engineers, the aircraft carrier was equipped with a considerable amount of T4 technology, which is why it took so many days to restore it. This also means that if Luo Xingyuan can activate this starship, he will immediately gain a powerful fighting force. With a hint of anticipation, Luo Xingyuan arrived at the aircraft carrier starship. He brought only 2 people with him this time. Xingxue went to purchase supplies, Chiyu helped out, and Eden was busy with his own work. The only ones who had time to come with Luo Xingyuan were his adjutant Shimo and Lingfeng, who had recovered from his dazed state. The negative effects of Lingfeng have completely disappeared, but this guy seems to be a bit socially awkward and hasn't had much interaction with his colleagues. Luo Xingyuan wanted to change her shyness, and luckily the ship girls she activated this time came from the same place as her, so they should be able to have some common ground. Lingfeng originally didn't want to come, but after hearing that the ship was brought out from the starship graveyard, she changed her mind. She still hoped to see her old comrades. The activation process wasn't complicated. After Luo Xingyuan placed enough source fragments, he and the two ship girls waited outside. However, this time the activation was very fast, and a blonde girl quickly pushed open the door and came out. This surprised Luo Xingyuan. He had thought it would take a long time, like activating the spirit wind, but he didn't expect it to be so fast this time. Her steps were firm as she walked straight toward Luo Xingyuan. "Hello, Commander, it's finally time to meet in person." She didn't seem reserved at all. On the contrary, she extended a hand quite generously. "The Golden Crow-class spaceship Luoyang requests to join your fleet. We hope you will approve it." "Then I certainly won't refuse." Luo Xingyuan also extended a hand. "Welcome to my fleet, Luoyang." After introducing Lingfeng and Shimo to Luoyang, Luo Xingyuan naturally began to check the data of the Luoyang ship. Warship name, Luoyang. Warship status, shield 100%, armor 100%, no damage to any parts. Warship prototype, Quasi-T4 Golden Crow modified class aircraft starship. Warship length, 3,000 meters. Battleship rank, Tier 3 destroyer, level cap, LV-60. Level, LV-44. Ship components, Golden Crow class hull, blue, LV-44, Golden Crow class armor, blue, LV-44, Phoenix class engine, blue, LV-44, Phoenix class shield, blue, LV-44, Golden Crow class radar, blue, LV-44. Ship armament, 40 twin-mounted 120mm close-in weapon systems, blue, LV-44. Ship hangar, Phoenix heavy bomber, blue, LV-44, Firefly reconnaissance aircraft, cyan, LV-44, Golden Crow fighter, cyan, LV-44, Golden Crow combat UAV, cyan, LV-44. Ship accessories, Skyfire class combat mech, blue, LV-44. Armament slots remaining, 3. Hangar slots remaining, 20. Accessory slots remaining, 35. Ship girl, Luoyang. Talents, Solar Flame, Upper Sky Blue, Fighter Overload, Middle Sky Blue, Tactical Master, Lower Light Blue. Luo Xingyuan nodded. He was quite satisfied with Luo Yang's data. It was a pity that she wasn't a purple rarity ship girl. If she had a few more purple talents, she would truly take off from the spot. The arrival of Luoyang can be considered as completing the last piece of the puzzle for Luo Xingyuan's fleet. Once everything is ready, he can lead the fleet to Silver Willow Star and give the natives there a big surprise. Chapter 30 The Desperate Knight's Charge. Just as Luo Xingyuan was assembling his fleet and preparing to depart, Silver Willow Star was already in chaos. The incident began with the unusual arrival of a large number of meteorites. The Astronomical Bureau had not previously observed so many meteorite activities. These meteorites arrived suddenly, and in great numbers. As the meteorite was about to enter the atmosphere, the various countries on Silver Willow Star quickly took countermeasures. They dispatched a large number of fighter jets and matched to the air to intercept the meteorites, and a large number of air defense forces also quickly assembled on the ground. It's clear that Silver Willow Star responded quickly. This wasn't the first time they'd faced a special situation since encountering an alien civilization. What they didn't know was that this time the aliens used a gene virus, a deadly weapon that was impossible to defend against. The interception of the meteorites went smoothly. The various countries on Silver Willow Star organized several lines of defense and successfully shattered the meteorites. Only some debris fell, but it was immediately taken into custody by the militaries of the various countries. However, they did not know that the meteorite was merely a carrier of an alien weapon, and the genetic virus was released the moment the meteorite was shattered, already contaminating the air of Silver Willow Star. Soon, epidemics began to appear in various countries, and a global flu pandemic swept the world, with the number of infected people increasing rapidly. The leaders of various countries on Silver Willow Star realized something was wrong and quickly dispatched troops to isolate the infected. They realized that this might be an alien conspiracy, and a brand new disease was spreading on Silver Willow Star. However, the number of infected people was far too large, and their actions came too late. These first infected individuals mutated on the second day, turning into terrifying, bloodthirsty monsters, much like zombies in movies and TV shows. They attack normal people, storm police and military forces maintaining order, and possess physical abilities far exceeding those of ordinary people. Even battle-hardened veterans would find it difficult to deal with more than 5 bloodthirsty monsters. Only official armored forces have any chance of fighting these monsters. However, these bloodthirsty monsters are not static. Officials from various countries on Silver Willow Star discovered that these bloodthirsty monsters, transformed from humans infected with disease, actually possessed the ability to evolve rapidly. Putting aside the tank units, even the vassal-class mechs risked being destroyed if they were entangled by these monsters. Faced with a large number of bloodthirsty monsters, the military could only temporarily avoid their sharp edge and evacuate the city with the survivors they had gathered. Governments around the world can only urge people to stay at home, not to go out, and to close their doors and windows while waiting for rescue. Meanwhile, the most elite mech force of Silver Willow Star was still in a space station outside the planet, having lost contact with the ground command. The space station has been out of contact with command for more than 10 days. They lost contact shortly after a large number of meteorites were detected falling. They also sent people back in spaceships along the way, but there was never a reply to the communication, and the people sent out never returned. This made the joint force of various countries very anxious. They sent more than 10 people to the scene, but there was no response. This made everyone realize that something must have happened to their home planet. But they had no idea what had happened, and they couldn't abandon their posts. There was a reason why this elite force was stationed here. They had to guard against a possible alien invasion. No, we can't just sit here and wait to die. We need to send someone back to the ground to check the situation, a black-haired man said in the Joint Command Center. Calm down, Lin, my friend. Maybe things aren't as bad as we think. Our communication with the ground goes down a few days every year. Maybe we'll get a response in a few more days. A blond man seemed unconcerned and patted him on the shoulder. Thank you for your optimism, heirs, but I still think we should send a small team to check the situation. If we find anything wrong, we can return to the space station immediately, the black-haired man said. This time, he doesn't plan to send space station personnel to check the situation. Instead, he plans to send the mech team back directly to investigate. That is indeed a good idea, said a brown-haired woman who had remained silent until now. The blond man pondered for a moment and said, That's true. We can send our night-class mechs to carry out this mission. They have the ability to return to the space station independently. This time, the time lost contact has indeed been a bit too long. Just as the three of them made up their minds, an alarm suddenly sounded on the space station. A large fleet has been detected approaching. A large fleet has been detected approaching. An urgent voice came over the loudspeaker. Let's go, hurry to the radar room, the black-haired man said. No, let the team prepare for battle immediately. They're already here. The brown-haired woman looked out the window, where a fleet that was clearly visible appeared before them. Damn it, how come our intelligence agents only just discovered this now? Mech unit, assemble! Meanwhile, the humanoid beings on the fleet were watching the chaotic scene unfold on the space station. Commander, shouldn't we just bomb the space station directly? The Northrend commander, sitting in his chair, shook his head and said, No need. We already have a pretty good understanding of the situation of this space station. It doesn't have any offensive capabilities and won't threaten our fleet. Destroying it and then rebuilding it would cost too many resources. Let's send out the mechs and seize the space station, the Northrend commander said, stretching. His command was given, and a large number of mechs emerged from the transport starship and flew towards the space station. Damn it, the enemy numbers so many, at least 10 times ours. Ayers, now fully armored, looked at the overwhelming mass of mechs before him and said angrily. Send word to the ground. The Star Knights will defend the space station to the last man. We hope the ground is prepared for war. The Northians are not planning to let us go this time, Lin Xing said in a heavy tone. A major battle was imminent, and all the mechs of the Silver Willow Star Knights quickly assembled outside the space station. The North people did not disturb their gathering, seemingly wanting a fair duel. Lin Xing saw through the other party's plan. The Norse wanted to take over the Silver Willow Star's space station completely, but he dared not give the order to destroy the space station. If the space station is destroyed, the enemy fleet behind it will open fire without restraint, and the outcome of the battle will become even less suspenseful. It would be better to lead the mech force to fight to the death, take out as many enemy mechs as possible, and buy more time for the ground forces. Perhaps the ground forces could even use their home advantage to turn the war into a protracted battle. In that case, Luo Xingyuan would still have a chance to survive. What he didn't expect was that the Norse invasion had already begun, and Silver Willow Star was already in complete chaos. A fierce battle erupted in the starry sky. Silver Willow Star only had a total of 600 mechs, while their opponents were the Norse, who had 6,000 mechs. Fortunately, the Norse mechs were not much better, and the Knight-class mechs were basically able to fight the opponent to a draw in a 1v1. But this time it was 1 versus 10. Lin Qing did not lose his composure due to panic. In a situation where they were outnumbered, the team must not be scattered, otherwise they would be surrounded and attacked by a large number of enemy mechs. He had the mechs fight in squads, and the entire Knight Order shrank into a circle to avoid being attacked from both sides. In this way, even in close combat, a single mech would not face too many enemies, and at least half of the North 6,000 mechs would be blocked at the rear. It must be said that Lin Cheng's tactics were quite effective. He successfully contained the Northmen's attack and even managed to achieve a 1-to-1 exchange ratio despite the numerical disadvantage. However, the Norse, who had a numerical advantage, were not afraid of the exchange. As time went by, the Knights were gradually eroded and could no longer maintain their defensive formation. "Let's each break through our own defenses," Lin Cheng sighed and said. Ordering a breakout is undoubtedly the best option at this moment. This is not about fleeing, but about holding back the Northren mech forces to pursue them, thus buying time for the ground troops. This caused the Northrens a little trouble, but that was all. The battle on the space station lasted for 3 hours. The Silver Willow Star forces had suffered a complete defeat, with 536 mechs destroyed on the spot, no mechs captured, and 64 mechs either breaking through or being damaged and becoming space debris. The Northians lost around 400 mechs. Their pursuit force only gave them a token chase before abandoning them. There were just a few dozen mechs left behind. Even if they escaped, they wouldn't cause much trouble. Returning to Silver Willow Star would mean facing terrifying, bloodthirsty monsters. If they didn't go back, given the Silver Willow Star people's mech capabilities, they would eventually become space junk. Chapter 31 Heading to Silver Willow Star. Arctic Fox Region. Luo Xingyuan dispersed the fleet through the Stargate and successfully regrouped near the extinct star. For this expedition, Luo Xingyuan brought all 5 of his starships with him, along with Luo Xingli and 2 of her starships, for a total of 7 starships. This fleet may not seem large, but it is diverse in type, and each starship is controlled by a shipgirl, making its combat power not to be underestimated. Upon arriving here, Luo Xingyuan also informed Luo Xingli of this mission. Luo Xingli thought she had a strong resistance to Luo Xingyuan, but she was still greatly surprised when she received the mission briefing. She had thought it was just a simple joint operation, and that her chief was going to reap some benefits again. She never expected it to be such a major event as territorial expansion. Was this a bit too early for someone who had only been a ship girl commander for a month? However, after glancing at Luo Xingyuan's powerful lineup, Luo Xingli calmed herself down and accepted the mission. After all, she couldn't possibly refuse her boss. The Luo Xingyuan fleet remained calm. Those shipgirls who knew about it wouldn't be surprised, and those who didn't were all historical shipgirls who had seen many big scenes, so they naturally didn't feel anything. Eden, on the other hand, was in a very good mood. She was undoubtedly a workaholic, and the ecological park on the ship was no longer enough for her. After passing through a narrow passage, Luo Xingyuan's fleet successfully arrived at the star system where Silver Willow Star is located. This side of the natural wormhole is open, and in the distance you can see a light blue planet inhabited by life. That was also the destination of Luo Xingyuan and the others, Silver Willow Star. However, near this light blue planet, there are also a large number of black dots that look like starships. On the snow night, Xingxue's radar had detected a large number of unknown units. It was unclear whether they were starships from Silver Willow or Norse. Luo Xingyuan leaned towards the latter, as Silver Willow, a civilization that had just entered the space age, should not have many starships. "Commander, an unknown signal has been detected. It's not far away and appears to be a mech unit," Xingxue said, and soon an image was transmitted. "This is a severely damaged mech, and it's unknown whether the people inside are still alive. Let's investigate first. Send out mechs to tow them back. Luoyang, send a few reconnaissance planes to investigate the situation of that fleet." Luo Xingyuan was not in a hurry to go to Silver Willow Star, but planned to gather intelligence on the enemy first. The severely damaged mech was quickly brought up. Luo Xingyuan didn't know the model of this mech, but according to Xingxue's estimation, it should be a near T2 level mech. The person inside the mecha still had certain vital signs and looked similar to Luo Xingyuan and the others, so they should be humans from Silver Willow Star. Luo Xingyuan decided to use him to understand the situation first, so he sent him to the Eden and used the nano-repair pod. The life-threatening injuries healed quickly, and Lin Qing also awoke from his deep sleep. Have I been captured by the Norse? Lin Qing wondered, looking at the unfamiliar surroundings. He thought he was going to die, but when he opened his eyes, he was still alive and well. Just then, the door opened. Looking at the bewildered man inside, Luo Xingyuan couldn't help but marvel at how useful the nano-repair pod was, restoring a severely injured and near-death creature to full health in just a few seconds. Sir, wandering in the universe, could you please introduce yourself? Luo Xingyuan didn't intend to waste time and started negotiating directly. As for the language issue, that was resolved when the other party's injuries were being repaired in the nano-repair chamber. He implanted a chip in the galactic common language into the other party. These chips are very cheap. Luo Xingyuan spent 100,000 star coins to buy the technology and machines to manufacture them, which are basically essential for commanders to colonize alien planets. You're human too? You can actually speak the common language of Silver Willow Star. Lin Qing's expression was somewhat surprised, even excited. I am indeed human, but I don't speak the common language of Silver Willow Star, but the common language of the Milky Way. A chip in the common language of the Milky Way has been implanted in your body, so you can communicate with me normally now. What? Lin Qing realized that his voice sounded slightly different after Luo Xingyuan reminded him, but he could understand the meaning behind those sounds. Such a great invention exists in this world, Lin Qing exclaimed in amazement. Ahem, back to the main topic, what's the current situation on Silver Willow Star? Luo Xingyuan reminded him. Lin Qing then realized what was happening. He wanted to say something, but hesitated. What, can Liu Xing's condition get any worse? Besides, we're already here. Luo Xingyuan guessed what he was hesitating about. You're right. Lin Qing glanced at the distant blue planet outside the ship's window. It was indeed not far from his home. I am Lin Qing, the commander of the Silver Willow Star Knights. Before I lost consciousness, we fought a decisive battle against the invading Northians on the space station. Due to the overwhelming disparity in numbers, we were defeated. Those aliens have now occupied our space station. He briefly explained the situation. What about on the ground? These Norsemen must have released a genetic virus into your planet. What's the situation on your planet? Luo Xingyuan was more interested in knowing the situation on his planet. What, a genetic virus? Lin Qing was shocked upon hearing this. We have been out of contact with the ground for a long time. No wonder this was all a scheme set up by the North. They were afraid we would destroy the space station. Lin Qing's face showed regret. He clenched his fists and pounded his thigh. That looks terrible. Luo Xingyuan shook his head. Mr. Wang Cheng, would you be willing to come with me to liberate your home planet, which has been ravaged by the Norse? Upon hearing Luo Xingyuan's words, Lin Qing asked with some doubt. Really? You have no other choice now. Rather than handing over your home to a group of aliens, you should trust our Galactic Human Alliance. Of course, after driving out the Norse, I will definitely assert my sovereignty over this planet. From now on, Silver Willow Star will be my territory, and the humans on this planet will be my subjects. As long as they don't do anything stupid, I will make sure they live a good life. Luo Xingyuan didn't make empty promises to the Silver Willow Star native in front of him, but stated the facts. I understand. Lin Qing thought for a moment, and then made up his mind. At least the aliens in front of him looked like the same species as him, while those Northrends were committing genocide on his home planet, not to mention that his brothers had just been killed by the Northrends. Even if it's for revenge, he will stand on Luo Xingyuan's side. Very good, then come aboard my flagship and I'll show you a spectacular fireworks display. Luo Xingyuan nodded in satisfaction. It seems that the person who became the Knight Commander is not a fool. With him in charge, it will be much easier to rule Silver Willow Star. Chapter 32 The Starships that exploded one after another. By the time Luo Xingyuan returned to the Snow Knight with his prepared guides, the results of Wu Yang's reconnaissance had also been released. This Northrend fleet is not a threat. Their main fighting force consists of about 100 T3 starships, supplemented by about 2,000 T2 starships. Although they appear numerous, their quality is actually very poor. Most of the T3 starships are small ships such as frigates and destroyers, and there are no battleships. The flagship of this fleet should be a heavy cruiser, which does not meet the standard of a battlecruiser. For Luo Xingyuan, this was a complete stomp. Even a single shipgirl from Luoyang could have wiped out this entire fleet. Lingfeng and Eden remain where they are. The remaining 5 ships will carry out the annihilation operation. Luo Xingyuan ordered after reviewing the intelligence. 5 ships against such a large fleet? Lin Xing, who was standing to the side, was somewhat surprised. He had thought that Luo Xingyuan's ships were the vanguard fleet, but he did not expect the other side to launch a direct attack. Don't worry, these North people are not on the same level as us, and we are not an ordinary fleet either. Luo Xingyuan patted his shoulder, but did not explain further. In fact, if Lin Xing had been careful, he would have noticed that there weren't many people on this starship. There were only 4 people in the captain's cabin at the moment, so they shouldn't have been able to control such a large ship. Then, a shocking scene unfolded. The Luoyang, flanking the Snow Knight, opened its hangar, and a large number of fighter jets and drones flew out of the Luoyang and rushed towards the Northrend fleet. I hope Luoyang can leave some prey behind, Xinxue said, looking at the swarm of aircraft that blotted out the sky. She felt that Luoyang's attack might wipe out the entire fleet. The combat radius of an aircraft carrier is unmatched by that of a battlecruiser, and this position is far beyond the attack range of the Snow Knight's main guns. Once the Snow Knight enters the attack formation, it's estimated that Luoyang's second wave of attacks will begin. However, the Northians were oblivious to the lurking crisis. They were still observing this situation on Silver Willow and mocking the people of the planet, completely unaware that they had been targeted by a fleet. The Norse were already very familiar with this area, and they never imagined that their enemy would come from another star system. North only realized something was wrong when most of the starships were within range of the space fighters. Commander, a large number of aircraft have been detected approaching, the adjutant reported to the commander, who was seated in a chair. They were somewhat surprised by the sudden arrival of a large number of aircraft, but they did not launch an attack or adopt a defensive posture. Is it an aircraft carrier from the Empire? The commander asked. His team was the advanced fleet, followed by another fleet carrying colony ships, including the valuable T-3 aircraft carrier. The paint schemes on those aircraft don't quite resemble the Empire's style, and some of them are too large, the adjutant reported. Something's not right. Quickly raise the star shields of the fleet. The commander realized something was wrong, and immediately gave the order. However, the order came too late. Luo Yan did not expect the mission to go so smoothly. When the other side saw his air formation, they did not immediately set up defenses or intercept it, but stood still and asked him what was going on. What, don't you have any vigilance when encountering an unfamiliar fleet? Once the enemy fleet was fully within range, Luo Yang controlled all his fighters to unleash their firepower, and also directed several Phoenix heavy bombers to specifically attack the T-3 key targets in the enemy fleet. The flagship of the Northrend fleet was naturally within the attack range. Although the heavy cruiser raised its shields in time, its defenses were still penetrated by the Phoenix heavy bombers. Subsequently, several missiles hit the ammunition magazine, and the entire warship exploded. Brilliant sparks burst forth in deep space, and several unfortunate T-2 starships nearby were also dragged into the explosion, detonating one after another. Good heavens, are these Northrend starships giant firecrackers? They keep exploding when we hit them. Luo Xingyuan naturally saw the effects of the battlefield and looked at the scene before him with great surprise. The massive explosions caused incalculable losses to the Northrends. Almost every moment a starship turned into sparks, and the entire fleet vanished like snowflakes under the attack of Luoyang. It seemed Xinxue's concerns were correct. Luoyang might actually be able to wipe out this Northrend fleet in one fell swoop. It's because their shipbuilding technology is too poor, Xinxue said, looking at the situation on the battlefield. They usually rely on shields to defeat their opponents, and the hulls don't have much protection at all. Luo Xingyuan also agreed with this guess, but unfortunately they knew too little about the Norse. Luoyang, remember to leave some survivors to gather information, Luo Xingyuan reminded him. Understood, I will prioritize destroying the enemy ship's propulsion system. Luo Yang readily agreed and began to mentally link with the aircraft he had launched, preparing to perform micromanagement. After suffering the first wave of terrifying attacks, the Norse fleet was thrown into great chaos, which Luo Xingyuan could detect on radar. Many surviving T-2 warships began to flee in all directions, some even reaching the atmosphere of Silver Willow Star. This attack was too brutal. Their command system should have been destroyed immediately, Luo Xingyuan exclaimed. This is quite normal. Due to the Northrend's lack of vigilance, Luoyang prioritized attacking high-value targets, including the heavy cruiser flagship. At the moment the attack was launched, almost all T-3 starships lost their ability to resist. Have Akabane break away from the fleet and first eliminate the remaining enemy forces. Tell Ling Feng and Eden they can catch up now, Luo Xingyuan ordered. The planes from Luoyang alone cannot stop all the starships that want to escape. Our own high-speed starships will have to carry out this mission. Luo Xingli also participated in the high-speed encirclement and suppression, but her battleships, like the Snow Knight, were currently unable to strike the enemy. Moreover, there were no high-value targets for the two giant ships to attack. They had all been dealt with by Luoyang. Head to Silver Willow Star quickly and prepare for land combat. Luo Xingyuan glanced at the situation on the ground. There were basically no changes in the outcome. At this moment, Lin Qing beside him was completely stunned. He did not expect that a battle between fleets would end in such a short time, and that the winner would be the side with only 7 starships. According to what he heard, 2 of the 7 starships were even non-combat starships. My God, what formidable combat capabilities! If Silver Willow Star's technology is a generation behind that of the Norse, then the Norse are probably a generation behind this human fleet in terms of technology as well. Luo Xingyuan had no idea what Lin Qing was thinking. If he did, he might have said something like, "Can't I collection technology, kid?" Of course, when it comes to technology, the Galactic Human Alliance is far superior to the Northrends. This fleet was far inferior to the support fleet in the Polar Bear sector, and the Northrend warships also had fatal flaws. We expect to arrive at the Silver Willow Star space station in about 3 system hours, Chuayamos said, estimating the fleet's speed. Originally, Xingxue's work was partially taken over by her. This was the result of Luo Xingyuan and Xingxue's discussion. They wanted Shimo to have some sense of participation, and in addition, they wanted to train her abilities. Although the ship hull is not yet available, experience can be gained first. Participating in situation assessment and fleet command can also give ship girls experience, although it is only a small amount. Chapter 33 Intelligence. The battle outside the planet ended quickly. A significant number of starships had their propulsion destroyed by Luoyang, and they had lost the ability to escape. Faced with the ever-approaching fleet, they had no choice but to surrender. As for the starships that were still fleeing, their fate was not so good. The 2 high-speed starships were no joke. After they arrived at the battlefield, there was a second round of air attacks from Luoyang. According to Shimo's final statistics, not a single starship escaped the star system where Silver Willow Star was located. They were all annihilated within the star system. Of course, a considerable number of T2 starships have also escaped into the interior of Silver Willow Star, which is the next issue to be addressed. Luo Xingyuan obtained a lot of information about the Norse from the captured starship. This is a humanoid creature, but in Luo Xingyuan's eyes it is extremely ugly. Rather than calling it the Norse, Luo Xingyuan prefers to call it the dog-headed people, because they have a ferocious dog head and short limbs. Such an image is completely contrary to human aesthetics, and Luo Xingyuan sentenced them to death after just one glance. Of course, it's not just because of their appearance, but also because their use of genetic viruses to commit genocide is abhorrent. They would be completely purged even within the Galactic Human Alliance, with no possibility of unity. However, this group of kobolds did not appear to be weak. They had established a vast kobold empire in the surrounding star systems, occupying nearly 100 star systems and ruling 50 or 60 civilized worlds. The kobolds that Luo Xingyuan encountered were merely the army of an Eastern Lord of the North Empire. This lord was a Count of the North Empire, who commanded 3 inhabited planets, and was a considerable force within the empire. However, although the Kobold Empire occupies many star systems, its technological capabilities are not strong. The Empire's cutting-edge technology has only reached the near T4 level, and it has been unable to break through to T4. Therefore, it does not have the ability to build stargates, which has led to local divisions within the Empire. It is not easy for the central government's army to go to the provinces. As long as the local lords pay their taxes on time, the central government will not send troops. In Luo Xingyuan's view, the Norse Empire was less of an empire and more of a loose tribal alliance. Weak tribes had to pay protection money on time in exchange for shelter, while the powerful could disobey the central government's orders. The central government's army would not easily go to war with powerful internal forces within the empire, thus maintaining a nominal monarchy and subjects. Therefore, Luo Xingyuan's current enemy is basically only this Count of the Norse Empire, and he is not yet facing the seemingly powerful Kobold Empire. In reality, even if we face them head-on, it wouldn't be a big deal. It would take the central army of the Empire several years to get here, and by then, who knows what Luo Xingyuan's fleet would be like. This Count, named Edwin, was a radical in the Empire. More than 20 years ago, he was just a baron with only one inhabited planet. In just over 20 years, he expanded the Empire's territory, conquering 2 inhabited planets, and was thus ennobled as an earl, becoming a major power in the eastern part of the Empire. However, the methods he used were not so honorable. He had done things like releasing genetic viruses, destroying the planet's environment, and exterminating other races. Luo Xingyuan exclaimed in disbelief. Good heavens! This Earl Edwin was a major enemy of the Galactic Human Alliance. His actions were enough to warrant the personal intervention of several fourth-tier commanders to deliver a genocide to him. It's important to understand that the core of the Galactic Human Alliance consists of ship girl commanders, and one of the commander's core bases is countless inhabited planets. Higher quality inhabited planets can produce higher grade source fragments and complete source matter, making planetary grade crucial for commanders. The planetary classification is to some extent linked to the species on the planet. If the native inhabitants of a planet are exterminated, it is very likely that the planet's classification will be reduced. Destroying the planet's environment will also lead to some difficult consequences. This thing is damn good. Luo Xingyuan cursed Edwin halfway through reading the data. Due to Earl Edwin's strong desire for exploration, the Northrend fleet spent a great deal of time finding new star systems, including the one containing Silver Willow. Moreover, the fleet that invaded Silver Willow Star at this time was only a detachment of Earl Edwin's forces. Around the star system where Silver Willow Star is located, there was another inhabited planet in the star system that was attacked. However, the civilization on this planet is not easy to deal with. It has already made extensive use of T2 technology, and has a certain ability to explore interstellar systems. Furthermore, according to the Norse speculation, the life on this planet has mastered some T3 technology, making it a near T3 civilization. Moreover, this civilization was a humanoid civilization, very similar in form to humans, except that it had some bestial genes. The Norse called it the half-orc civilization. The Norse speculated that they provided Silver Willow with some technological support. Otherwise, Silver Willow wouldn't have been able to build so many mechs. They were discovered by the Norse much earlier, and the two armies faced off at the edge of the star system. According to the data, the Norse did not gain much advantage. The Orc civilization's massive number of T2 and near T3 warships were already causing the Norse considerable trouble. Therefore, they only dispatched a detachment to attack Silver Willow Star. Another fleet will arrive in the next few days, carrying a large number of immigrant ships. If all goes well, they will use genetic weapons to wipe out the bloodthirsty monsters on the planet, and become the new masters of Silver Willow Star. Unfortunately, Luo Xingyuan was that accident. After Luo Xingyuan finished reviewing all the data transmitted back, the fleet had almost arrived at the Silver Willow Star space station. The battle here was extremely fierce, with mech wreckage everywhere. Currently, a large number of carrier-based mechs are clearing out the hidden North people. Although the space station is largely intact, it is currently unusable. However, Luo Xingyuan did not need to use the space station for the time being. He left a small number of troops to clear out the miscellaneous soldiers on the space station, and ordered the ships to begin deploying ship-borne mechs into Silver Willow Star. These mechs will go down to the ground to hunt bloodthirsty monsters and, incidentally, search for survivors. Lin Xing and some of the rescued mecha pilots are also in this team. They will become a bridge for communication between Luo Xingyuan and the Silver Willow Star people. Some of the mechs in Luo Xingyuan's hands still had pilot seats, so they could land with them. However, these mech pilots probably weren't used to it, as the T3 mechs were 2 levels stronger than the T1 mechs they used to pilot. Fortunately, these mechs have strong enough defense, so even if they don't know how to use them, they won't be in mortal danger, and they can also activate autonomous mode at any time. Watching the mechs disappear into the distance, Luo Xingyuan issued the next combat orders via joint communication. Xingxue is responsible for surface surveillance of Silver Willow Star and commanding ground operations. Qiyu and Xingli's fleets shall immediately proceed to the edge of the star system to deploy defenses and choose their own battle locations to ambush the Northian reinforcement fleet. Luoyang will rendezvous with Qiyu's fleet after completing resupply and jointly attack the reinforcement fleet. After receiving the order, Qiyu and Luo Yang handed over command of the carrier-based mecha force to Xingxue. Luo Xingli did not send any mechas to land on Silver Willow Star, but is now moving closer to Qiyu's position. Because it was uncertain when the enemy would arrive, the 3 starships had to reach their designated positions first. The Luoyang would stop near the Lingfeng for resupply, and then rendezvous with Qiyu after resupply was completed. Chapter 34 Treatment of Silver Willow Star. 4 starships are enough to deal with the North's follow-up fleet, Luo Xingyuan thought to himself. Right now, the situation on Silver Willow Star is the most critical. Eradicating the bloodthirsty monsters on the planet is no easy task. According to the radar of the Snow Knight, there are still billions of bloodthirsty monsters on this planet. He didn't have the Norse genetic weapons and couldn't eliminate these bloodthirsty monsters in a simpler way. Moreover, there are quite a few Silver Willow people still living on the planet, making it difficult to use large-scale weapons of mass destruction to clear the urban areas. The only option is to send mechs for landing operations. Fortunately, these bloodthirsty monsters are not particularly powerful. They do have some evolutionary ability, but according to the Norse data, the upper limit of their evolution is already capped at T3. Eden was also investigating the situation on Silver Willow Star at this time. Commander, the situation on Silver Willow Star is much better than expected. Eden entered the communication channel about 4 hours after the mechs launched their attack. Oh, how so? Luo Xingyuan didn't expect Eden to have figured something out so quickly. He was still practicing breathing techniques in the training room. Commander, you can come over here for a detailed discussion. You can also send over a few mechs. I already have some ideas, and we can test them out, Eden said. Upon hearing this, Luo Xingyuan abandoned his training and called Shuemo. They went to the hatch, where Xing Shui had already prepared the shuttle. The two quickly arrived on the Eden. Upon arriving at the laboratory aboard the Eden, a woman with long, snow-white hair was already waiting for them. Commander, let me first tell you about Silver Willow Star. According to my observations, this planet is at a high level of Tier 2. Eden's first sentence was a bombshell. Level 2 upper grade? That means Silver Willow Star is actually close to level 3? Before we came here, we thought it was a level 1 planet, Luo Xingyuan said with some surprise. The term, second class, is Eden's designation. She has her own rating system based on the specific conditions of planets, and each class of planets is divided into 10 levels. Levels 1 to 10 are not first-class planets, but abandoned planets, including barren and lifeless planets. Levels 11 to 20 are first-class planets, and so on. Eden preferred to call the first 3 levels the lower class, the middle 3 levels the middle class, the last 3 levels the upper class, and the last level the quasi-class. According to Eden, this was the classification of planets by her civilization. The Galactic Human Alliance, to which Luo Xingyuan belonged, did not have a detailed classification. He thought what Eden said made sense, so he used this system of planet classification in his fleet. That's right, and it should be level 28, close to level 29, and there are few signs of weakening, Eden said with certainty. Then, before Luo Xingyuan could ask any questions, she added, although the intelligent races on this planet are relatively weak, they have a large number of extraordinary plants. As she spoke, she also took out pictures of the Silver Willow Star taken by a drone. Although the gene virus poses a huge threat to humans, it has no effect on ordinary animals and plants, which is why Silver Willow Star shows no signs of weakening. Luo Xingyuan understood at this point. The main life forms on Silver Willow Star were actually these extraordinary plants, rather than humans. Furthermore, Eden discovered an interesting phenomenon on Silver Willow Star, a wonder of the planet, a silver willow tree the size of a mountain. According to Eden, this willow tree is an intelligent life form, protecting the surrounding humans from attacks by bloodthirsty monsters. We can form a cooperative relationship with him. According to real-time observation, the sap of this willow tree has a strong restraining effect on bloodthirsty monsters. Weak, bloodthirsty monsters will directly collapse into a mass of flesh and blood, and powerful bloodthirsty monsters will also be greatly weakened. If he weren't immobile, the bloodthirsty monster would probably have been contained by now, Eden said. And we can help him spread the sap across the planet by using our drones to create artificial rain. It must be said that Eden's method is quite feasible. The next step is to find a way to communicate with this extraordinary being. Eden volunteered, saying she would take the initiative to persuade the extraordinary being, since it was she who proposed the plan. After understanding Eden's entire plan, Luo Xingyuan affirmed her idea, which was undoubtedly the best solution at the moment. Clearing out the bloodthirsty monsters one by one is too troublesome. It's not that we can't defeat them, but there are just too many of them. If we really had to clear them out one by one, it would take several months of fighting to maintain order. If the number of bloodthirsty monsters can be significantly reduced, leaving only the powerful ones, the process will be much faster. According to Xingshua's speculation, it might be possible to reduce the time to half a month. Once the plan was finalized, Eden immediately boarded the mech and went down. The shuttle was too troublesome and time-consuming. The mech was much more convenient in this situation. Luo Xingyuan returned to the Snow Knight and quietly awaited the development of the battle. There's nothing much to do for the time being, so I can only look at the rewards I got from the battle just now. Having destroyed a fleet, Luo Xingyuan's commander experience has increased significantly, currently reaching LV26. The amount of source fragments harvested was not much. Although a large fleet was sunk, the source fragments extracted from these T3 starships were not even as much as those from a single T3 Zerg hive. Fortunately, Luoyang did not use any weapons of mass destruction. According to Lingfeng, the losses were not significant, and they still made a considerable profit from this battle. The only significant gain was in destiny points. This fleet had a considerable number of Norse, with hundreds of thousands killed in Luoyang. Naturally, destiny points were accumulating rapidly, currently exceeding 200,000. Luo Xingyuan casually bought this month's blind boxes to see if there was any useful information. 1. Grey Clue, Ayers, the vice commander of the Silver Willow Star Knights, was rescued by the Orcs' raiding fleet during his escape. They learned that the Norse were attacking Silver Willow. 2. White Clue, Silver Willow Star Base 3 will be breached by bloodthirsty monsters in 2 days. This is a military base that houses a large number of scientists. 3. Cyan Clue, Earl Edwin has dispatched 3 T3 fleets to the star system where the Orcs reside, in preparation for further shrinking the Orcs' living space. These 3 fleets will arrive at their designated locations in 3 months. 4. Blue Clue, 10 days later, the Norse archaeological fleet will be carrying a precious blue map, and will pass by the edge of the star system where Silver Willow is located. 5. Blue Clue, 10 days later, the Norse archaeological fleet will be carrying a precious blue artifact and will pass by the edge of the star system where Silver Willow is located. Good heavens, 2 clues actually point to the same fleet. This Northrend archaeological fleet probably has quite a few good things. Luo Xingyuan muttered to himself, looking at his phone. The clues in the blind box are all about Silver Willow Star and its surroundings, which are quite valuable to Luo Xingyuan. Base number 3 on Silver Willow Star deserves our close attention. Send a mech to rescue it. This military base, which houses a large number of scientists, is definitely worth saving. When he brings the technology, it will mainly rely on the scientists of Silver Willow Star to digest it. As for the third piece of news, there are still 3 months left. We can continue to pay attention to the situation of the Orcs. Luo Xingyuan is not prepared to intervene for the time being. He needs to completely take over Silver Willow Star before considering other things. Furthermore, his fleet size also needs to be expanded. Although its combat power is not weak, the number of ship girls is too small, and it is difficult to disperse them for defense, which is also a big problem. He arrived at Silver Willow Star, and the clues about the ship girls in the surrounding area were updated. However, this time there was no information about purple rarity ship girls. All of them were blue, and there were 10 of them. Luo Xingyuan browsed through these ship girl clues. The quality seems pretty good. They're all combat starships. This expansion can focus on cruisers and capital ships. Luo Xingyuan muttered to himself, looking at the list and making plans for fleet expansion in his mind. He doesn't really need small frigates, and there's not much room for further upgrades for them. Although they are cheap and have low consumption, Luo Xingyuan plans to pursue an elite strategy, so they can be ignored. This time, a small type of destroyer called a torpedo destroyer also appeared on the list. This type is also unnecessary, as it is too specialized for torpedo attacks and is not needed at present. As for destroyers, this time they are mostly normal-sized destroyers, unlike the Akabane type, so they were also abandoned. The remaining ones are all relatively large starships. After eliminating the first 3 types, there are only 4 starships left. There's no need to make a choice, just buy all the clues. The 4 starships consist of 2 cruisers, 1 battlecruiser, and 1 battleship. Luo Xingyuan felt it was a bit of a pity that no aircraft carrier was spawned this time. Chapter 35 Silver Willow Star's Condition. The extermination war on Silver Willow Star is still ongoing. Eden has reached a cooperation agreement with the Silver Willow, but it will take some time to prepare enough potions for artificial rainmaking. During this period, Luo Xingyuan's mecha will need to work to protect the remaining humans on Silver Willow Star as much as possible. Fortunately, these bloodthirsty monsters don't have much intelligence. Otherwise, if they gathered together and attacked the base, even a large number of mechs would have made it difficult to defend against. In addition, there is the question of how to govern Silver Willow Star. Taking over Silver Willow Star is not simply a matter of wiping out all the bloodthirsty monsters. According to Luo Xingyuan's plan, a consensus must also be reached with the human leaders on the planet. After all, brute force cannot last. I am here as a savior, and I don't necessarily need brute force. Perhaps all I need to do is show my goodwill and flex my muscles a little. However, after questioning Lin Qing, Luo Xingyuan discovered that this civilization, which had just entered space, was not yet unified internally. It was composed of numerous sovereign states, and had only established a loose Silver Willow Star alliance. Several major powers were originally engaged in open and covert struggles, but after being threatened by aliens, they united and spent a huge sum of money to create a knightly order. However, the formation of a united government is still a long way off. Luo Xingyuan had a headache when he heard that, but fortunately, Lin Qing sent news in the past few days that the leaders of several major countries on Silver Willow Star had been assassinated by the Norse. The government had completely collapsed, and now the local garrisons were basically fighting on their own. Moreover, under the onslaught of the bloodthirsty monsters, many countries have completely lost the ability to resist. There are not many countries that are capable of resisting. Lin Qing's motherland is the most powerful country, and also the country with the largest number of surviving troops. The country's top leaders have all been lost, and now the highest-ranking person is Lin Qing, the commander of the Star Knights. He holds the rank of general, and according to their wartime regulations, Lin Qing is now the nominal supreme commander and national leader of their motherland. Luo Xingyuan truly hadn't expected to find such a big fish on his way here. Having witnessed Luo Xingyuan's formidable strength, Lin Qing had long ago decided to cooperate with him. The reasoning behind this was quite simple. First, Luo Xingyuan is very powerful. He annihilated a fleet of Norsemen right away. If we want to fight against Norsemen, we must rely on Luo Xingyuan's fleet. As for surrendering to the North people, Lin Qing believed that this was absolutely unacceptable. The North people were already planning to exterminate them, so anyone who surrendered would be a fool. Secondly, they also lacked the ability to resist Luo Xingyuan's rule. Not to mention the starships outside, the mechs that followed could easily overwhelm them. With such formidable strength and an uncooperative leader, killing him and replacing him with a more suitable one is the best course of action. He doesn't think Luo Xingyuan, with his immense power, would lack any management talent. The fact that they were able to appease them was mostly because they looked exactly alike. This is actually due to the information gap between him and Luo Xingyuan. If the Silver Willow Star people do not cooperate, Luo Xingyuan really has no way to deal with it in the short term. But he certainly won't let these troublemakers get away with it. He'll just have to spend a little more time. Lin Qing enjoys extremely high prestige in the country. With his help, Luo Xingyuan quickly gathered a large number of troops and civilians. As long as Eden starts artificial rainmaking, most areas can rebuild cities under the protection of mechs. The problems inside the star have been somewhat resolved, while the situation outside the star is excellent. Luo Xingyuan's fleet, positioned at the edge of the star system, successfully attacked and destroyed the North's support fleet. The enemy's T-3 carrier was shot down by Luo Xingli's battleship before it could even launch its fighters to join the battle. Even Luo Xingyuan, watching the live broadcast from afar, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Dragon Fist! These Northrends are too arrogant. They didn't send reconnaissance planes to investigate on their way here, and they didn't even activate the carrier's shields. Moreover, their radar is somewhat inadequate. When they approached the battlefield in warp drive, they were immediately stopped by the warp interceptors that had already been deployed. Then came the story of Luo Xingli's battleship taking down the enemy's aircraft carrier with a single shot. The remaining warships couldn't escape either. With the air support from Luoyang, not a single one slipped through the net. It's likely that the Norse won't know what's going on here for a long time. After dealing with the North's reinforcements, the next step is to plan for the North's archaeological fleet and a ship-girl clue that is nearing its end. The clue was purchased by Luo Xingyuan. It was a heavy cruiser located on a desolate planet in a nearby star system. Luo Xingyuan was lucky this time. According to the clues, the heavy cruiser was intact. With enough source material fragments, it could be activated and taken away directly. It's located in an abandoned underground military base on this desolate planet. There might be some good stuff inside. Thinking about it this way, there must be quite a few ruins in the area where Silver Willow Star is located, and the North people have a dedicated archaeological fleet. This is also good news for Luo Xingyuan. Excavating ancient ruins easily yields artifacts, and warship blueprints. In fact, blueprints are a type of artifact. Not only warship blueprints, but also blueprints for weapons and equipment can be found. Many civilizations develop their technology by using artifact blueprints to create physical objects before gradually reconstructing and analyzing them. In addition, some places can also find ancient warships. Luo Xingyuan compared the stars on the star map and found that they were on the same route, so he took Qiyu and Luo Yang with him, leaving Xing Shui and Luo Xingli to defend Yin Lu Xing. The problem of manpower shortage became apparent. Fortunately, this North archaeological fleet was defended by only about 10 T3 starships, which was enough for 2 ship girls to handle. The main purpose of bringing Wu Yang along was to scout out movements and prevent any escapees. The Norse Empire's communication methods are extremely poor. According to intelligence gathered, they cannot communicate across a star system in areas where they have not established their own networks. If the Northrend fleet is annihilated on the spot, their rear will be blinded, and they won't realize something is wrong for a month or 2. By then, it will take a long time to send out starships to investigate, bring back intelligence, and dispatch a punitive fleet. This means that the initiative will basically be in Luo Xingyuan's hands. He can choose flexibly whether to send troops to the neighboring Orc star system or to directly attack the homeland of the Norse Empire. Moreover, this would create a terrifying atmosphere for the Norse. The fleets sent out never sent back any news, and those who didn't know better would think that some kind of deep space behemoth was roaming around here. Because he had to separate from Xingxue, Luo Xingyuan temporarily transferred the radar from the Snow Knight to the Luoyang. The ship equipment would be at 0 level after being removed, but the radar didn't level up much. Before LV-41, it used gray and white source material fragments, so the loss was not significant for Luo Xingyuan. The Explorer Phase radar's ability to mark artifacts is very useful. Many artifacts on Silver Willow Star have been marked. He brought the radar with him this time to prevent his poor eyesight from missing any loot. Chapter 36 Abandoned Military Base. In less than a day, Luo Xingyuan led Luo Yang and Qiyu to the desolate planet mentioned in the clues. This time, Shumo was not brought along. She was left on the Snow Knight to handle Silver Willow Star affairs with Xingxue. Upon arriving above the planet, one can see traces of civilization remaining, with some buildings on the ground covered in weeds. The atmosphere is extremely thin, almost non-existent, and no animals can be seen on the surface. In Luo Xingyuan's view, this place must have once been a beautiful and habitable planet, but it was attacked by some kind of environmentally destructive weapon, which led to environmental degradation and the extinction of all life on the planet, with only some plants still stubbornly surviving. If the atmosphere could be reshaped, perhaps the planet could be restored to life. Luo Xingyuan thought to himself, preparing to return and discuss it with Eden to see if the planet could be saved. The current task is still to find the T3 heavy cruiser that was left here. Luoyang dispatched a large number of reconnaissance aircraft to search the planet, and a small number of reconnaissance aircraft went to distant deep space to deploy warp drive interceptors in advance. Luo Xingyuan knew the exact route of the Norsemen through the clues. He only needed to set up warp drive interceptors in advance, and then attack them once they intercepted the ships. The accurate information from the Fate panel was a great help. The warp interceptors sold by the North Sea Empire were not actually that useful. Their effective range was not large, and they needed to be densely deployed to be effective in interception. If you only know that the Northrends have an archaeological fleet passing by, but don't know their specific route, it's actually very difficult to intercept them with warp drive interceptors. To increase the success rate, you can only increase the number of interceptors. More than that, Luo Xingyuan wanted a warp jammer, a warp jump interception device that could be mounted on a starship, but unfortunately, he hadn't found this type of ship-mounted artifact in the starship graveyard before. Finding the lost heavy cruiser is not too difficult. Luoyang's radar has already detected all the strange objects on the planet. Although warships are not unusual objects, the location of the warship is an abandoned military base, and after so many years, many things must have turned into unusual objects. However, there are quite a few strange objects on this desolate planet. The star map shows more than 100. Considering that this place has become a desolate planet, this number is somewhat surprising. Several of these locations are clustered areas, so searching multiple places in Luoyang is necessary. There aren't many of these rare items. Most are gray or white, with cyan being quite uncommon, and blue ones are completely non-existent. It makes sense, considering the heavy cruiser left here is AT-3, and its highest benchmark is the Blue Oddity. Following the search for the strange objects, Luoyang discovered that the places where the strange objects gathered were all military bases. There were a large number of military bases on this planet, but they were all abandoned. The base gate was easily cut open by the mechs using melee weapons, and then Luo Yang piloted the mechs in single file to explore the abandoned military base. Commander, we haven't found any trace of the heavy cruiser yet, but we have found a lot of data. We are currently deciphering the text, which is expected to take several hours. Luo Yang reported in the captain's cabin. Luo Xingyuan nodded and said, "Very good. It's a pity I forgot to buy some AI-type shipboard gadgets this time." This was a major oversight on his part. If it were a living creature, the problems of language and writing would be easy to solve, but for archaeology, deciphering the writing system would be a major challenge. While listening, Luo Yang was controlling the mech to collect strange items and search for the target heavy cruiser. Suddenly, a strange expression appeared on Luo Yang's face, and he said, "Please don't worry about that. Just now, the mecha found a blue object, which happens to be a smart brain. Once installed, it can directly decipher these data. Looks like we're in luck." Luo Xingyuan's face lit up with joy. "Was this within your expectations?" "No, it was all luck," Luo Xingyuan emphasized. The AI was quickly delivered by the mecha, and after Luo Yang was equipped with the AI, it immediately understood the text of these documents. After all, this AI was originally used by someone else. Most of these documents are war records. A force called the Apocalypse Empire was once active in this area, which was once its frontier, Luo Yang said, revealing the information he had obtained. There are no records of the military bases fall in these documents, and most of the information is missing, so it's not very valuable. Only the old star map and some resource distribution data can be used as a reference, she commented. In addition, there are some very important scientific and technological materials, including T1, T2, T3, and even some T4 technologies. Some of the core parts seem to have been destroyed. Luo Yang quickly browsed through the information and pulled out some useful content. This content was translated into the universal language of the Milky Way, making it easier for Luo Xingyuan to read. These are mostly military technologies, including energy technology, mecha technology, land tank technology, starship technology, starport technology, and so on. It seems that the Apocalypse Empire is also an empire with highly developed technology. In this way, he wouldn't need to ask his family for military technology anymore. He could simply let the local scientists on Silver Willow Star learn these technologies from the Apocalypse Empire first. Back in my hometown, I only need to buy some civilian technology products, which won't attract much attention. Commander, we have located the target cruiser. Luo Yang found a clue while searching through the data. She first found a report that a heavy cruiser had been repaired, and then she found the location of the starship warehouse. After the mech went down to investigate, she discovered the heavy cruiser. She was lying perfectly fine inside the warehouse, with no visible damage. The mechs had already boarded the ship and were inspecting the interior. "The interior is in good condition, you may board the ship," Luo Yang reported shortly afterward. Upon hearing this, Luo Xingyuan prepared to board the ship himself. This time, there were no ship girls accompanying him. Luo Yang needed to take charge of the overall situation on his own warship, and Qiyu also needed to do the guard duty. This time, Luo Xingyuan will need to travel by mecha to enter the surface of this desolate planet, since mechas are more maneuverable when entering the military base. The journey was smooth. There were no more threats on this planet, and the military base's defenses had long been in disrepair. Luo Xingyuan quickly arrived at the starship warehouse and boarded the heavy cruiser. The mechs leading the way pointed to the captain's cabin. The interior of this starship was also very spacious, only slightly less so than the Snow Knight. According to Luo Yang's calculations, this heavy cruiser is about 2,500 meters long, only one head shorter than the Snow Knight. It could actually be considered a combat cruiser, but the Destiny panel calls it a heavy cruiser. Chapter 37 Xingyang. After another familiar sequence of actions, Luo Xingyuan stood outside the captain's cabin waiting. This time the wait was longer, but fortunately, with the precedent of the Lingfeng, Luo Xingyuan was able to calm down and wait. Finally, a blonde girl pushed open the door to the captain's cabin, poked her head out, and said, "Come in and let's talk, Commander." This was the first time Luo Xingyuan had ever seen such a situation, but he didn't slow down and followed the girl into the captain's cabin. At this moment, tea and desserts had already been set out on the guest seating area in the captain's cabin, indicating that this person had been away for some other business. "Please have a seat." The blonde girl smiled slightly. "Commander, you are very patient. I prefer to chat while having afternoon tea. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. It's okay, I didn't wait too long. Luo Xingyuan himself didn't care. Each ship girl has her own personality, which is also part of their charm. He sat down opposite the blonde ship girl. Let me introduce myself first. I am the Qingyang, a border guardian class heavy cruiser of the Empire. The name Qingyang is actually the original name of this beautiful planet, but unfortunately it has now become a ruin. The blonde girl said, her face showing a slight sadness, but it quickly disappeared. I am Luo Xingyuan, from an outer star system. Luo Xingyuan also gave a brief self-introduction. After a moment's hesitation, Luo Xingyuan added, This planet is not impossible to repair. I have an ecological ship girl in my fleet. I can have her come and take a look at it later. It would be wonderful if it could be restored, but it's okay if it can't, since there's no one left on this planet. Qingyang knew that the commander in front of her was trying to comfort her, but she herself didn't have much hope. Commander, please try my cooking first. Qingyang then changed the subject and placed the pastries in front of Luo Xingyuan. This pastry looks very nice. I wonder what it tastes like. Luo Xingyuan thought to himself, picked up a fork, put a piece in his mouth, and a sweetness bloomed in his mouth, sweet but not cloying, giving people a refreshing feeling. It tastes good, Luo Xingyuan commented. That's good. I was worried that Commander wouldn't like it, Qingyang said. She picked up her fork and took a small bite, then sipped her tea with great elegance, like a young lady from a noble family. That's pretty much it, except this young lady was exiled to the border and later even abandoned. The two chatted about the fleet, which helped them get to know each other better. From this, Luo Xingyuan also learned why the Qingyang was classified as a heavy cruiser. Compared to the battlecruisers of the Tianqi Empire, it lacked one weapon, which greatly reduced its combat effectiveness, hence it was classified as a heavy cruiser. From the commander network, Luo Xingyuan also discovered that the Qingyang was a starship equipped entirely with laser weapons, a design that would be quite rare in the Galactic Human Alliance. The power of laser weapons is undeniable. They can inflict massive damage when they directly attack enemy ships. However, their charging speed is relatively slow, making them less effective against shielded enemy vessels. When facing large groups of enemies, such as swarms of insects, laser weapons are not as effective as conventional weapons, since conventional weapons have a faster reload speed and a wider attack range. Therefore, the Galactic Human Alliance's warships prefer to be equipped with a mix of conventional and laser weapons, using conventional weapons in normal combat, and laser weapons as a trump card. However, ship girls don't actually have this concern, since they can change cannons at will, and ship equipment artifacts have special effects. The laser main cannon currently equipped on the Snow Knight can be used to attack shields. The large-scale destructive weapon I don't have is called the disintegration cannon. With that weapon, I'm not so afraid of shields anymore, Qingyang said. Then why wasn't it installed? Luo Xingyuan asked curiously. It's probably because the Imperial Central Government is afraid of disloyalty from the border troops, Qingyang said after a moment's thought. The technology behind that kind of splitting cannon is at the T4 level. If it were equipped, the Qingyang would not only reach the level of a battlecruiser, but would also be a near T4 battlecruiser. This might arouse the suspicion of the Imperial Central Committee, she explained. After equipping the disintegration cannon, we will be upgraded from the Border Guardian class to the Imperial Knight class. Of course, this change is not just about installing a cannon, but also about replacing the engine with a T4, otherwise it will be difficult to support the simultaneous firing of the disintegration cannon and the laser cannon. Qingyang is a ship girl with a very clear memory of herself. She knows a lot about her time as a starship. What is the level of technology in the Apocalypse Empire? Luo Xingyuan asked. Qingyang rested his chin on his hand, as if deep in thought. The Empire's technological level is actually not bad. I once heard the sailors on the ship discussing the Empire's T5 starship. By the way, after I was repaired, several engineers planned to equip me with a disintegration cannon. But for some reason, it was never installed, and everyone in the military base left. I also fell into a deep sleep. My memories end there, until I met you. Luo Xingyuan glanced at the missing weapon slots on the Qingyang and said it was a pity. There were a full 20 empty slots, which were left empty to facilitate modifications. The Qingyang equipped with the disintegration cannon should be very powerful. Now it just feels like something is missing. However, it doesn't really matter, as Luo Xingyuan also has several large-caliber cyan conventional electromagnetic cannons that can be used to make up for Qingyang's lack of shield-breaking efficiency. I wonder how many years have passed. The Empire may no longer exist, Qingyang said with some emotion. I know some of the Empire's outposts and military bases in this area. You can explore them when you have time. You might find something useful for the commander. Luo Xingyuan nodded upon hearing this, finding it an unexpected delight. If it weren't for the upcoming ambush of the Norse archaeological fleet, he would have liked to go and do the archaeology himself. Afternoon tea time is over. Luo Yang has completed the search mission, and Qingyang also needs to get himself out of the starship warehouse. The unlocking procedure for the Imperial base is still a bit complicated, and some energy needs to be restored. It seems the Empire has a lot of restrictions on local areas. Luo Xingyuan looked at the complicated procedures in front of him and felt his head was about to explode. Yes, there was a rebellion in the history of the Empire that almost reached the capital, which is why restrictions were later placed on the outlying areas. Unfortunately, that history is too far in the past. I only heard about it from the former captain and other captains on this ship, Qingyang said. She was both familiar and unfamiliar with these unlocking procedures. She had been used to them before, but now she felt that getting out was too slow. Fortunately, Qingyang was very familiar with the process and finally passed the verification after more than 10 minutes. She excitedly increased the speed of the warship to the maximum and escaped from the cage-like starship warehouse. After countless years, the Qingyang spacecraft returns to the stars. Chapter 38 Ambush on the Northian Archaeological Fleet. After introducing the elegant young lady Qingyang to the ship girls, Luo Xingyuan returned to the Luoyang ship in the shuttle. How is it? Luo Yang asked as he greeted his commander in the hangar. It's not bad, but the weaponry is rather limited. Luo Xingyuan told her the specifics of Qingyang. The flagship of this fleet is Luoyang, who is responsible for overall coordination. Since the ship girls cannot see each other's data, it is more convenient for them to ask the commander. Warship name, Qingyang. Warship status, shield 100%, armor 100%, no damage to any parts. Warship prototype, T3 Border Guardian class heavy cruiser. Warship length, 2,550 meters. Battleship rank, Tier 3 destroyer, level cap, LV-60. Level, LV-44. Ship components, Border Guardian class hull, blue, LV-44. Border Guardian class armor, blue, LV-44. Border Guardian class engine, blue, LV-44. Border Guardian class shield, blue, LV-44. Border Guardian class radar, blue, LV-44. Ship armament, 8 large 3rd-generation laser main cannons, blue, LV-44. 20 medium 3rd-generation laser cannons, blue, LV-44. Ship accessories, energy storage pool, blue, LV-44. Armament slots remaining, 20. Accessory slots remaining, 80. Actually, it's alright. The all-laser weapon will be very useful in the upcoming battles, Luo Yang said after learning about Qingyang's specific situation. After all, it's impossible for them to deploy their shields immediately after being intercepted from warp speed. That's when Qingyang's laser weapons will be able to play a significant role. That's right, that's what I was thinking too. Qingyang will target the enemy's large ships, and once they've used up all their energy, they can retreat, Luo Xingyuan said. The two men refined their ambush plan and then waited there for their prey to come to them. The North Asian archaeological fleet was unaware that they were being watched. They had conducted such archaeological excavations many times before, and aside from the initial dangers at the excavation site, the return journey was generally the safest. It's important to understand that no civilization in this star system has mastered the means to intercept warp jumps. All they need to do is put their starships into warp jump mode, then lie obediently in their hibernation pods, and wait for the starships to reach their destination. Therefore, when the Northrends were stopped by the warp interceptors, they did not know what was happening. The piercing alarm only woke up a portion of them. Most Northrends thought they had reached their destination. Only a small number of Northrends saw the dazzling lasers outside and realized that they were under attack. The escort fleet was immediately hit hard. Each of Qingyang's laser cannons struck different starships, and this round directly caused serious damage to dozens of Northian starships. The primary target ship was split in two, and the laser continued to strike the starships behind it through these ships. Even though the laser was weakened, it could still inflict fatal damage on the ship's hull, and many of the starships behind it were left with gaping holes. When I was still a warship, I never dared to imagine how much time it would take to select a target like this, Xingyuan said with some emotion, looking at the results he had achieved. She's not the main character now. She needs to recharge all her laser cannons, which takes a bit longer, about 3 minutes. If they were to charge and fire sequentially, it would create a continuous barrage of attacks. However, there's no need for that now. Xingyuan can enter the battlefield to finish off the remaining enemies after fully charging up. The next moment was filled with a massive, overwhelming formation of aircraft. Akabane followed the formation, aiming his torpedoes at the remaining large starships of the archaeological fleet. It must be said that the escort fleet that Northmen configured for archaeology was quite strong, much stronger than the fleet that went to attack Silver Willow. This fleet contained virtually no T2 starships. It consisted mostly of T3 starships, totaling over 400. Large capital ships made up a quarter of the fleet, and even Xingyuan, who was well prepared, failed to damage all of the large capital ships. Fortunately, the aircraft group moved quickly. After the laser strike ended, the aircraft group had already reached the attack position and began the first round of attack. The Northrends, now reeling from the blow, realized they had been ambushed and that their adversaries possessed the ability to intercept warp jumps. Some starships hastily deployed their shields. A very small number of Northrends realized that the enemy was attacking their large starships, and some escort ships quickly activated their shields to relieve pressure on the capital ships. This Northrend fleet was far more militarily competent than any other Northrend fleet they had encountered before. Unfortunately, Luoyang was prepared, and the few escort ships that activated their shields were immediately overwhelmed, and the Northrend's T3 capital ships suffered another terrifying bombardment. It's important to understand that large starships deploy their shields much more slowly than smaller ones. These large starships have only just begun to deploy their shields, and they can only rely on their armor to withstand this round of attacks. However, Luoyang's T4 space fighters were not to be underestimated. In this round, they achieved even better results, with a large number of T3 large capital ships sinking directly, and the few that were unharmed being finished off by Akabane's torpedoes. After the first wave of attacks, only 7 of the North's T3 large starships remained combat-capable. After these 7 main starships raised their shields, they were no longer afraid of attacks from space fighters for a short period of time. So Luo Yang turned his attention to the smaller ships. Even with their shields activated, these smaller ships could not withstand Luo Yang's relentless bombardment, and their hulls were shattered, leaving them unable to resist. The remaining Northern fleet reacted and began to retaliate against the aircraft, causing some damage to Luo Yang and costing more than 10 aircraft to be shot down. Akabane, on the other hand, found a battleship as his target. After precisely bypassing the battleship's main guns, he withstood the attacks from the secondary guns and pierced the battleship's hull with his storm spear, dismantling its shields and beginning to further damage the ship. Damn it, this is the first time I've felt that the Empire's starship shields are so fragile. The captain of the battleship slammed his fist on the table in anger. After being hit, he found himself without a good means to attack the cruiser, and could only try to send his mechs to board the ship. Before he could even board, Akabane's mechs attacked, and Akabane's main guns helped to tear a large hole in the armor, while the secondary guns frantically cleaned the interior of the battleship. Luo Xingyuan felt that Qiyu was being ruthless when he saw the live footage. The position she chose was very tricky. The main guns of the battleships could not bend to hit her, and the few secondary guns that could fire could not hurt her. Moreover, Qiyu could use her main guns to target these secondary guns of the battleships. It can be said that the fate of this battleship was sealed the moment Akabane rammed into it. Well done, Akabane. Luo Yang acknowledged Akabane's success after seeing yet another large capital ship sink. The decision to engage in close combat was correct. After all, they had used up all the torpedoes that could damage the capital ship, and the only way to sink a large capital ship was through ramming. The battle was drawing to a close. The North people, whose main ships had been sunk, had little ability to resist. They were being worn down by the space fighters, and the Xingyuan in the rear activated its main cannon once again. This time it was a cluster attack. Xingyuan selected 4 large targets and fired lasers at them. The shields of these large starships had been mostly destroyed by space fighters, and they only held firm for a short while before being shattered when faced with the laser. The entire hull was cut by the laser, and 4 more large starships lost their combat capability. Seeing this, Luo Yang began to send his fighters back to base, and Qiyu also temporarily withdrew from the main battlefield, reducing the intensity of their attack and seemingly giving the Norse a chance to catch their breath. However, when they regrouped, they discovered that more than half of their battleships had been lost, and only 2 of their large capital ships remained. What kind of fight is this? The captains of the 2 Northian main starships felt despair. The main force was wiped out, and they couldn't even warp into this godforsaken place. Escaping at normal speed was not an option either, since the enemy had aircraft carriers. Surrender, a captain of a capital starship said in the public channel. He wasn't exactly loyal to the Empire. In a sense, the commander of this archaeological fleet was his enemy. Warren, you're a coward! You despicable alien, you actually thought of surrendering to the enemy! The captain of another capital starship cursed him. As an extreme racialist within the North Empire, he was the one who hated Warren the most. Captain, something's wrong! We've been locked onto by Battleship 067, his adjutant said in a panic. Damn it, stop the shield charging, activate the shield immediately, and turn the main gun around to fire back. His orders came too late. The large starship was hit at close range by a large-caliber electromagnetic cannon. Its entire hull was pierced, the captain and most of the crew died on the spot, and the entire starship lost its ability to resist. Chapter 39 Half-Elf. The mutiny was also discovered in Luoyang, far beyond the range of the Northern fleet. One of the 2 remaining capital ships sank again. A few escort ships surrounded the remaining capital ship, while other smaller starships began to attack them from all sides. As for the nearly 100 archaeological and transport ships they were protecting, they remained in place without taking any action. Sister Luoyang, Commander, the captain of that battleship contacted me and said he wants to surrender. At this moment, Akabane suddenly said. After hearing this, Luoyang looked at his commander, waiting for Luo Xingyuan to make a decision. Surrender? Luo Xingyuan was quite surprised by this, as he had thought that the elite fleet of the Norse Empire would not surrender so easily. However, this is also a good thing, as the T3 starship can be towed back and used by the Silver Willow fleet to be established in the future. Send out fighter jets to provide support. Xingyuan, take action and wipe out the small starships that are besieging them. Chiyu, go over there too and send mechs to board the ship. Luo Xingyuan quickly issued his orders. At this time, most of Xingyuan's laser cannons were fully charged, and she began her precision strikes against these small starships. With the addition of the space fighters' attack, the remaining resistant starships of the Northern fleet were wiped out. Of the original fleet of 400 starships, only 1 battleship and 23 smaller starships remain. They have all surrendered and invited the mechs from the Akabane to board. They are now all under control. With the combat ships dealt with, the remaining non-combat vessels were also dealt with decisively, with mechs boarding them and the ships brought under control in a short time. Luo Xingyuan discovered that the people on these starships who had surrendered were not Norse, but another kind of humanoid creature that looked very much like humans, with pointed ears, somewhat like the legendary elves. As for the Northrends, there were some on these starships, but they had all turned into corpses. The interiors of the starships showed minor damage and signs of battle, indicating that bloodshed had occurred. Luo Xingyuan had already guessed some things, but not accurately. While ordering the fleet to clean up the battlefield, he also had Chiyu bring the surrendered battleship captains to the Luoyang to inquire about the situation. Of course, before that the captain, who looks like a human, had to undergo a minor surgery, otherwise some meanings would not be conveyed properly when speaking with the translator. Warren accepted all of the victor's terms, knowing he had no bargaining power. Only after boarding the Luoyang did he discover that his fleet had been defeated by 3 starships. This is unbelievable. He thought the other side had at least 4 T3 carriers and more than 30 large starships, but in the end there were only 3. Moreover, after boarding the Luoyang, he performed a minor surgery according to the instructions on the translator but did not see a single person. Could this be an unmanned fleet? Warren wondered to himself. However, he eventually met people. In the captain's cabin of the Luoyang, there were 2 humans. Humans? Warren's tone was full of surprise. After some communication, Luo Xingyuan learned that Captain Warren in front of him was a half-elf, a hybrid race created by humans and elves. Half-elves once established a half-elf kingdom in this star system, but unfortunately they lost the war against the Norse, the kingdom was invaded, and the half-elves became vassals of the Norse, becoming the lowest class in the Norse Empire. According to Warren, they suffered various forms of persecution from the Norse, and their path to advancement was blocked. Even if half-elves dedicated their lives to the Norse Empire's navy, their final achievement was only to become captains of small ships or vice-captains of capital ships. If the captain hadn't been unlucky enough to be killed in an air raid on Luoyang, and hadn't taken over command of the battleship, he might not have had the chance to surrender. They are surrendering now only to protect their own people. They do not want to sacrifice their lives for the North. Luo Xingyuan agreed with this and promised to respect the human rights of the half-elves and not exploit them like the Norse. After all, half-elves and humans look very similar, and there is no reproductive isolation between them, so accepting a new race is not a big problem. Moreover, Luo Xingyuan felt that Warren's surrender was very valuable to him, and that he might be able to use North's name to recruit half-elves in the future. In addition, Warren provided Luo Xingyuan with a lot of intelligence about the North Empire, which helped Luo Xingyuan gain a better understanding of the North Empire. Although the North Empire is very powerful in this star system, it also has a considerable number of enemies. There are currently as many as 5 interstellar forces at war with the North Empire. Among them is the Demi-Human Alliance in the star system near Silver Willow Star. That's right, this country is not the half-orcs shown in the Norse records, but demi-humans. Half-orcs is a derogatory term used by the Norse to refer to them. In reality, the strength of the Demi-Human Alliance is not bad. According to Warren, this Demi-Human Alliance controls 4 inhabited planets and has a sphere of influence covering about 10 star systems. Although they only possess some T3 technology, their power systems were more advanced than those of the North Empire, and they inflicted considerable losses on the Empire by sabotaging it. The North Empire rose to power through archaeological excavation, as evidenced by their great emphasis on archaeological fleets. However, some of the technologies obtained from these archaeological excavations are incomplete, and the North people themselves lack scientific research capabilities, resulting in a consistently poor power system. To solve this problem, the North Empire had no choice but to stop its genocide and recruit some scientists from other ethnic groups to do scientific research, which yielded some good results. There were quite a few half-elf scientists on the archaeological ship that Luo Xingyuan received. This was good news for Luo Xingyuan. This ambush was a huge success, but the return journey would take a long time. The captured Northman fleet was slowing down the overall speed. Their warp engines were too slow, and it would take a full 5 days to get from the ambush point to Silver Willow Star. Luo Xingyuan had no intention of wasting time with them. He planned to leave only one shipgirl to escort the fleet, while he returned to Silver Willow Star to take charge. He would definitely bring Luo Yang back with him, and needed to choose between Qi Yu and Qin Yang. Akabane didn't really want to stay, since escorting was too boring. So when Ao saw this, she stepped forward and took on the mission, as she preferred a slower pace of life. After the selection was made, the battlefield was almost cleaned up. The harvest this time was quite substantial, consisting entirely of T3 starships, some of which were of high quality. The total harvest this time was over 10,000. Luo Xingyuan had already considered the issue of splitting up his forces. While they were still gathering in the Arctic Fox Star region, he equipped all his starships with source material extractors and source material purifiers. These were man-made ship equipment marvels that could be bought on the market. With the Luo family's connections, he could get them for a little extra money. Besides the tens of thousands of cyan source material fragments, there were also blue blueprints and strange objects on the archaeological ship. This was not just the 2 items mentioned in the intelligence, but a total of 4. Unfortunately, the 2 blue strange objects could not be converted into ship equipment, but the 2 blue blueprints gave Luo Xingyuan a pleasant surprise. Equipment drawing, T4 Interceptor Class Warp Drive. Quality blue. Effect. Centered on the device, this effect disables or cancels the warp jump ability of all warships marked as enemy within its range. Effective range, 2 light-years. Note, fixed effects and special effects will randomly appear during range expansion and electromagnetic interference. Number of uses, 3 to 3. This was the equipment that Luo Xingyuan had wanted most. He never expected to find it on the Norse archaeological fleet. He even wanted Qi Yu to go back and build the equipment. Architectural blueprints, a Radiant-class large starport. Quality blue. Building description, a large starport will be constructed at the designated location, along with a production line for Radiant-class starships. Construction time, 1 year. Number of uses, 2 to 2. The blueprints for the starport below are even more impressive. Although it shows that it will take a year to build, once it is actually completed, it will be a game changer. This Radiant-class large-scale starport is comparable to a T4 building and uses a large amount of T4 technology. It should be noted that the starport of Luo Xingyuan's hometown, Tianluo Star, is also of this standard. Moreover, this starport also comes with a starship production line. Although after inspection, the Radiant-class starships are all T3 warships, there are many types of Radiant-class starships, so it can be said to be quite comprehensive. It includes 7 types of ships: mining ships, transport ships, frigates, torpedo boats, destroyers, light cruisers, and heavy cruisers. Unfortunately, it only has cruisers as large ships, lacking battleships, battlecruisers, and aircraft carriers. However, heavy cruisers are perfectly adequate to serve as fleet flagships, and these are built for human fleets. Stronger enemies will be dealt with by Luo Xingyuan. In addition, the captured Cyan blueprints also included a T3 engineering ship with 3 to 3 uses, which is exactly what Luo Xingyuan needs right now. After all, Silver Willow Star is in a state of disrepair, and he needs the help of engineering ships to build his starport. It's important to know that once a ship built with a rare blueprint is completed, activating the ship girl is guaranteed to succeed. When the 3 engineering ship girls work together, the construction speed will be maximized. Now Chiyu doesn't need to make the trip. Let Luo Xingli go instead. While she's at it, let's see if she's interested in contracting the engineering ship. We also need to go back and buy a lot of T4 materials, otherwise the starport won't be able to start construction. It seems that archaeology has great potential. Once the situation stabilizes, Luo Xingyuan is also preparing to join the archaeological development of the surrounding star systems. Chapter 40 Old Stories of Silver Willow. After returning to Silver Willow Star with Luo Yang and Chiyu, the place had changed drastically. Eden combined the sap of the Silver Willow with some medicine, creating an artificial rainstorm for Silver Willow Star. The low-level bloodthirsty monsters on the ground suffered genetic collapse and died on the spot after being drenched in the rain. The powerful bloodthirsty monsters were also weakened after being rained on, and were almost wiped out in the pursuit of the mechs. Humans on Silver Willow Star have also begun rebuilding their cities, but it's mostly Lin Cheng's homeland that's starting the rebuilding. There are no signs of recovery in other places yet. This is unavoidable. Other countries are relatively weaker, and some small countries have even lost their military strength, making the search for survivors extremely difficult. Xinxue doesn't have many mechs at her disposal, so she can only help the agent that Luo Xingyuan is supporting for now. Fortunately, Lin Cheng was quite capable. Perhaps to demonstrate the value of the humans of Silver Willow Star, they restored the power supply to a major city the day after the rain. By the time Luo Xingyuan returned, the space station was already able to communicate normally with the ground. Luo Xingyuan could understand Lin Cheng's desire to show off, but ultimately he still didn't quite believe him. However, they had no other way out now except to cooperate with him. More than that, Luo Xingyuan was concerned about the condition of the Silver Willow tree. So he went aboard the Eden to ask his ship girl about her contact with the other party. It's the type that's easy to communicate with. The other party is quite kin, and its origins are related to a human empire, but the people here don't know about this, Eden said. She has figured out the situation of the Silver Willow tree in the past few days. It's a long story. This Silver Willow tree was cultivated by the human empire that once existed here. Its code name was Silver Willow, which is also the name of this planet. Countless years ago, Silver Willow Star was actually a desolate planet, devoid of any life. Some researchers from the human empire noticed this planet and thought its location was quite good. So they conducted some planetary transformation experiments and successfully transformed it into a habitable planet. The Silver Willow was the key to this transformation. This was a bioenvironment shaping technology. Researchers combined a variety of extraordinary plants and selected the most suitable individuals. Without a doubt, the fact that they can see Silver Willow Star now means that they have succeeded. Furthermore, as the Silver Willow grows, it can create vast areas of extraordinary plants, driving the planet's energy level to grow. Unfortunately, this period of time is too long, almost on the scale of tens of thousands of years. It is impossible for the researchers to live to that time. They originally wanted to leave this planet, but due to some special reasons, they did not leave. In the end, they stayed on Silver Willow Star to reproduce and multiply. The current Silver Willow Star people are the descendants of that group of researchers. This is why the Silver Willow provides shelter for humanity in times of crisis. Lin Cheng's country has historical records stating that he is an ancient survivor under the protection of the Silver Willow. After reading Eden's report, Luo Xingyuan found it quite amazing. Using living organisms to shape the environment is something the Galactic Human Alliance has also researched, but it can only play a supporting role, mainly relying on the eco-ship. I doubt there are any plants as big as silver willows in the League. However, It's a pity that Silver Willow Star has experienced several catastrophes that were catastrophic for human society. Most of the ancient technologies left over from this planet have been lost in these disasters, leaving no room for exploitation. After discussing the Silver Willow, Luo Xingyuan brought up the matter of Xingyang's star with Eden, asking Eden to find some time to see if that planet could still be saved, as it's always good to have another life-bearing planet. After leaving the Eden, Luo Xingyuan contacted Luo Xingli again and started talking about going back to build a ship and bring back materials. In addition, they also needed to build a source material extraction device that could absorb the energy dissipated from the planet. While the equipment on the warships can be used, it would be quite wasteful. If we plan to stay here permanently, it's better to make plans in advance. All you need to do is buy the blueprints for the source material extraction device. The device is actually quite large, roughly the size of a factory, which is why Luo Xingyuan didn't prepare it in advance. Now that we have engineering vessels, we just need to buy the ordinary blueprints available on the market and build them slowly. In that case, I've activated all 3 engineering ship girls. From now on, I'll be in charge of the infrastructure, Luo Xingli said, taking the blueprints for the engineering ship girls. There's no need for that. Just activate one to help out. For now, you should focus on your combat ships and level up your own ships first. Don't slow down the pace. Luo Xingyuan shook his head. He didn't intend to use Luo Xingli as a tool. Okay, I understand. Luo Xingli didn't say much. After getting the blueprints, she boarded the Qingli and set off. She left her battleship shipgirl behind to assist Luo Xingyuan in defending Yinliuxing. Over the next 2 weeks, Silver Willow Star entered a period of stable transition. The bloodthirsty monsters on the surface were basically cleared out, and several large cities began to be rebuilt. Lin Qing was also busy every day, traveling around to gather survivors, working 7 days a week without rest. Luo Xingyuan felt like a heartless capitalist, even though it seemed like the other party was doing it voluntarily. The Norse haven't invaded in recent days. They are unaware of what's happening here and may even believe they have successfully colonized Silver Willow. Luo Xingyuan felt relieved and bought the remaining 3 clues for this month. Among them, the cruiser was an intact ship. Her situation was similar to Xingyang's, but it was a brand new starship that had been sitting in the warehouse for who knows how many years. Its level also needed to be raised again, but its weaponry was good. The battlecruiser is also an existing ship, but it needs repairs. There is no suitable shipyard on Silver Willow Star, so Luo Xingyuan can only bring her back first. When Luo Xingli returns, perhaps an engineering ship can be used for repairs. The battleship clue is a blueprint that can only be built once. Silver Willow Star still doesn't have a suitable dock and has to wait for an engineering ship. In addition, Luo Xingyuan and Xingyang went on an archaeological trip to several nearby star systems. The results were only so-so. They did not find any blue artifacts, but they did find some technologies left behind by the Apocalypse Empire that they could use directly. After all, these planets are just ordinary peripheral planets, so it's normal that they don't have anything good to offer, unlike the ruins explored by the Norse. According to the half-elves they brought back, the ruins explored by the Norse were a fortified planet containing a large number of intact defensive weapons, which is why the Norse always brought such a large fleet there. The reason for this return voyage was that they had obtained something valuable, so the fleet commander urged them to return, hoping to exchange the starport blueprints for a share of the credit. As a result, he was robbed by Luo Xingyuan and ended up losing both his money and his life. The coordinates of the fortress planet given by the half-elf are quite far away. Even the fastest ship from Luo Xingyuan's side takes a week to reach it by sea, so he doesn't plan to go there for archaeology for the time being. He'll do it when he has more time later. Chapter 41: The Empty Fortress. Large-scale starports require a lot of materials, and the quantity needed is also considerable. Many materials need to be pre-ordered. This also slowed down Luo Xingli's journey. Fortunately, these materials are all common materials. Although some are of a higher level, they can all be bought. After all, they are not exclusive to shipgirls and can be bought with star coins. Luo Xingli finished ordering all the materials in Tianluo Starport in just 2 days. This time she didn't go to Beiji Starport, since there are star gates on both sides, so it doesn't matter which side the materials are sent from. Moreover, there are many people and distractions over there, which might attract attention, while the family side is relatively safe. After renting a shipyard from the family, Luo Xingli began manufacturing 3 engineering ships and a warp speed jammer. She had completed most of the tasks, leaving only the source material extraction device and some civilian technologies assigned by Luo Xingyuan. This had to be obtained in person at the Luo family's residence, so Luo Xingli left the starport and took a shuttle to the fortress on the other side of the starport. This is a cluster of fortresses built by the Luo family to guard against attacks on their home planet by people jumping over from the Stargate. After all, sometimes opening up also means danger. There are so many places in the Empire that are interconnected by Stargates, and it's hard to say what might happen if something goes wrong somewhere. Luo Xingli is currently a hidden member of the family, and the fortress quickly confirmed her identity and opened the fortress. As Luo Xingli traveled through the fortress in the shuttle, she noticed that there were far fewer people and ships. Before she became a ship girl commander, she had come in with Luo Xingyuan a few times. Back then, it was always very lively inside, but now it seemed much quieter. Before she could think any further, the shuttle landed as instructed by the guide ship, and her family members had already come to pick her up. It was a squad of elite T4 mechs, a guard legion trained by the family. The squad leader removed his visor and came forward. "Please forgive me, Miss Xingli, during the martial law period." The squad leader knew Luo Xingli's rank, so he spoke very politely. Luo Xingli nodded and said, "I need to exchange some architectural blueprints. Please follow me." The squad leader gestured for them to follow, and the other mechs continued their patrol at his signal. Watching the departing mecha, Luo Xingli couldn't help but ask, "I haven't been back to the family for a while now. What happened here?" "This isn't exactly a secret to you," the squad leader said. "It's said that there have been changes in the lost starfield, and most of the family's remaining forces have been mobilized, leaving the fortress's defenses somewhat weak, which is why martial law is necessary." Luo Xingli frowned. She didn't know whether what had happened in the lost starfield was good or bad, but she didn't ask any more questions. This mecha squad leader certainly wouldn't know that much. She would wait until she met the core members of the family before asking any questions. The squad leader led her all the way to the family treasury before leaving. The place was even more deserted, with only a young Luo family disciple sitting at the front desk reading a book. "Luo Xingyu? What are you doing here?" Luo Xingli stepped forward and asked, somewhat puzzled. "Oh, it's Sister Xingli. I'm here to watch the treasure vault. The family doesn't have enough people, so I'm filling in," the young man said, putting down his book. "Don't we need to go to class at the academy?" "Not for now. My grades are pretty good. I'll see if I can become a ship girl commander tomorrow. I'm just killing time anyway, and those old guys just conscripted me." The boy shook his head and said indifferently. Luo Xingyu is Luo Xingyuan's cousin and is currently a student at the Polaris Naval Academy. Luo Xingli had tutored him a few times before, so the two are quite familiar with each other. "You still have a good chance," Luo Xingli said. "I'm here to exchange something. See if you can find anything in the treasure vault." "What do you want to exchange? If it's something rare or unusual, it'll be a bit troublesome. We'll have to tell the old folks." "Blueprints, not blueprints for exotic items, just ordinary blueprints. See if there are any blueprints for source material extraction devices. In addition, I also need some industrial zone design drawings and civilian T2 and T3 technologies," Luo Xingli said. "Wow, Sister Xingli, are you guys doing something big? Are you going to build infrastructure?" Although it was said in a questioning tone, Luo Xingyu's expression looked very confident. However, he didn't ask any further questions. Instead, he said, "What T-level should the source material extraction device be? The elders have said that technology exchanges at T3 and below do not require reporting. T3 is comparable to Tianluo star. Planets of that level are not something we freshmen can occupy," Luo Xingli said. "Okay, I'll go get you the blueprints for the source material extraction device. You can choose the rest yourself, sister. Anyway, you'll just need to make a copy. Each copy will cost 1,000 star coins for the copying fee. Remember not to spread it to other forces." "I understand," Luo Xingli said. Using family technology is much cheaper than getting it from outside. Outside, a civilian T2 technology might cost tens of thousands of star coins, while within the family, it only costs 1,000 star coins for the imprinting fee. Only T4 and above technologies are considered core, while T2 and T3 technologies are not taken seriously. The so-called technology diffusion is only aimed at emerging powers that lack technology. This is the rule of the game among the great nobles within the empire, and the Luo family naturally has to abide by it as well. If Luo Xingli takes it to other star systems, there will naturally be no conflict of interest. Soon, Luo Xingyu brought over the source material extraction device that Luo Xingli needed, and also helped Luo Xingli select some technologies. This guy came to fill in temporarily, but he did a very good job. Let's keep this a secret for now, don't tell the other side casually, Luo Xingli reminded her before leaving. Luo Xingyu nodded and said, Sister, I understand. The elders don't care about these things, so don't worry. Returning home laden with numerous blueprints, Luo Xingli purchased an additional batch of construction materials as needed, and now simply awaits their arrival. To transport these materials, Luo Xingli also bought several transport ships, which she would then send her ship girls to deploy mechs to control. As time passed, all the materials Luo Xingli had purchased finally arrived, and the 3 engineering ships were also built. She ultimately chose to activate only one, and take the remaining 2 back to Luo Xingyuan to activate. She was thinking that once her power reached a certain scale, she could train a ship girl commander to be in charge of logistics. Having too many ship girls connected to the network would be a burden for the commander, and sometimes she would need help from others. However, it's not convenient to reveal Yin Liuxing's current situation, and it's also not advisable to show it too much to the family. We should wait until the chief has sufficient power before making a move. I wonder what level he is now. Luo Xingli thought to herself, looking at her own impending LV-20. Chapter 42 The Situation of the Half-Elf Tribe. After more than half a month, Luo Xingli finally returned with a large amount of materials and 3 engineering ships. Luo Xingyuan was alright. He had originally thought it would take about a month, since he needed a lot of materials this time. Construction was always more difficult than occupation, so he needed to slow down his expansion. Activate the remaining 2 engineering vessels, and the 3 ship girls will immediately begin work. The first thing is that the battlecruiser we found needs repairs, which can be done by an engineering ship girl. Secondly, battleships need to be put into construction, which is a bit troublesome. Since there is no shipyard, 2 engineering ship girls have to work together to build them, and once it starts, it cannot be stopped. Therefore, the starport project needs to be postponed. When all 3 ship girls are free, they can work together to build the starport, which will be much faster than if one of them were to do it alone. Eden also took some time to visit Qingyang's star these past few days. She found that there was still hope for it, as it was not a completely desolate planet, and some plants were still alive. She plans to transplant some silver willow offspring and take some time to restore the climate, which will allow Qingyang's star to return to the state of a first-level life-bearing planet, at which point immigration can begin. There's no rush to immigrate. After all, Silver Willow Star has just experienced a major catastrophe, and it's not easy to send people in now. We can only send some people to build some infrastructure after the planet recovers to prepare for future immigration. Lin Qing did a good job in integrating Silver Willow Star. After experiencing a great calamity, Silver Willow Star still has hundreds of millions of people, which is a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Gene viruses are extremely lethal to a race newly arrived in space. It would be a good result if 1/10 survived. Once order is restored on Silver Willow Star, the immigration process can be put on the agenda. Luo Xingli's return was timely. A large influx of new technologies allowed the already severely damaged city of Yinlu Star to be completely demolished and rebuilt. The existing scientists on Silver Willow Star are far from sufficient. They all need to relearn, and the people of Silver Willow Star also need to acquire new knowledge. The chip only allows them to understand the language of the Galactic Human Alliance. It cannot directly transform a Silver Willow Star citizen into an Alliance member. In terms of education, they need to be retrained. Fortunately, these chips also have learning aid functions, which can increase their learning speed of new knowledge by several times. As for the reconstruction of Silver Willow Star, it can only be entrusted to the half-elf scientists that Luo Xingyuan had captured before. These people were very obedient after being captured and did not cause any trouble. They are now ready to be used to help Silver Willow Star be rebuilt as soon as possible. This gave Luo Xingyuan some ideas. Relying solely on the humans of Silver Willow Star, the development speed would definitely be very slow, but he could plunder their population. Half-elves are undoubtedly a good choice, as they resemble humans and there is no reproductive barrier between them. Moreover, this race has suffered a great deal of oppression in the North Empire, and he has a half-elf naval commander under his command. Perhaps as soon as he arrives, they will jump onto his ship without him even lifting a finger. Thinking of this, Luo Xingyuan called Warren over and asked him about the current situation of the half-elf. Warren has been doing quite well lately. Although he has become a prisoner, Luo Xingyuan has not mistreated these half-elves. After all, they are people who can be won over. He has been providing them with good food and drink, and he has also built a simple naval academy on Silver Willow Star, where these half-elves teach the Silver Willow Star people. Warren was a little nervous when he was summoned, thinking that he had done something wrong in the past few days and had displeased Luo Xingyuan. However, upon hearing Luo Xingyuan's question, he immediately perked up. Half-elves lived a miserable life in the North Empire. Being considered inferior was bad enough, but because they were relatively intelligent, they were ostracized by other inferior races in the North Empire, making their lives extremely difficult. Moreover, they suffer from low fertility, similar to the elves, and their population has been slowly declining since ancient times, making them a dying race in the North Empire. The North Empire doesn't value us. My people have been abandoned on several remote planets where other races are also imprisoned. They won't let an entire race stay on one planet. They'll bring in other races to keep us in check and prevent us from uniting. Warren explained the situation of the half-elf race. The closest planet to here, the North, maintains a 3-division army for security. They run academies and regularly select talented people from various races, but they don't care about the lives of their own races. They also have a fleet patrolling outside the planet to prevent outsiders from entering. Because we half-elves occupy a large number of selection slots, we are often targeted by other races, and our current situation may be very bad, Warren said, his face filled with worry. He had served in the North Empire's navy for nearly a century and hadn't been back to see his tribe in a long time. The news he knew was mostly from the half-elves who were selected later. As for the work in the Empire, there are probably hundreds of thousands of half-elves. Taking them away won't be easy. The Northrends will keep a close eye on us lower classes. However, Commander, this may not be a bad thing. I can call on them to provide us with intelligence. Luo Xingyuan took out a star map, and Warren marked the location of this fringe star on the star map. It was about 15 light-years away from Silver Willow Star, which was separated by 4 star systems. Luo Xingyuan recalled his first mission, which also involved cruising a similar distance. However, this time it won't take as many days. His fleet now has faster ships. The Luoyang is equipped with a blue engine, and its maximum power has exceeded warp speed level 9, which is about 2,000 times the speed of light. It can travel about 5 light-years in one day. If overloaded, the speed will be even faster. The Norse fleet was much slower, with conventional engines only reaching warp speeds of 2 to 3, or about 10 to 40 times the speed of light. In particular, the T2 ships, which typically only reached warp speed of 2, significantly reduced the Norse speed. This is why there were no T2 ships when the archaeological fleet was attacked. Warren's fleet uses a better engine, which is already at warp speed level 4, which is faster than 100 times the speed of light. According to Warren, this kind of engine has not yet been widely deployed in the North Empire. Furthermore, the Northrends lack the means to intercept warp jumps. To catch up with warp jumps, they would have to find a ship that was faster than the other side. If they wanted to take the half-elf tribe away, no ship girl was more suitable than Luo Yang. She was much faster, and the aircraft carrier had plenty of space to carry people. In addition, Luo Yang could launch a large number of carrier-based aircraft to assist in the evacuation. Luo Xingyuan decided to entrust this task to Luo Yang, and at the same time asked Warren to bring a few half-elves to assist Luo Yang in completing this task. After receiving this mission, Luo Yang had a bad feeling. Would he end up doing human kidnapping? Luo Xingyuan gave her one of the newly acquired warp drive jammers. After the warp drive jammer was upgraded to LV-40, its jamming range was about 3 light-years, which was more than enough to blockade a star system. Then we can annihilate the Northrend forces, and then slowly leave with the half-elves. The Northrends don't value such border planets, and it will probably be a long time before they find out that their fleet has been destroyed. The remaining 2 warp drive jammers were either kept in reserve or installed on the Snow Knight. This warp drive jammer was kept on to prevent hostile or unknown fleets from warping to Silver Willow, which was a good protective measure. With the warp drive jammer, Luo Xingyuan has essentially gained control of the battlefield. Chapter 43: The Hidden Stellar Base. With Luo Yang leaving with a group of half-elf, Silver Willow Star entered another period of peaceful development. The engineering ship girls were incredibly efficient. The damaged battlecruiser was quickly repaired, and a new battleship was built, adding 2 more members to Luo Xingyuan's fleet. Currently, the 3 ship girls are working together to build the Radiant-class large starport. It has to be said that everyone has their own expertise. With the 3 engineering ship girls working together, the starport, which originally took a year to build, has been shortened to just over 2 months. Once we get through this period, Silver Willow Star will not only have its own large starport, but also a supporting starship production line, and the entire star system will become lively. However, Luo Xingli did not want to wait until that time. She took the initiative to find Luo Xingyuan, wanting to actively seek out targets and improve the training level of the ship girls. This request is perfectly reasonable. Luo Xingyuan also has some low-level ship girls who haven't leveled up against the enemy, and the efficiency of gaining experience through daily practice is just too slow. Just as Luo Xingli was thinking of launching an attack, Luo Xingyuan assigned her the task. After discussing it, Luo Xingli took all the ship girls with low levels, along with the restless little Gai Qiu for escort, and then set off after equipping the remaining warp speed jammer. Luo Xingyuan's side suddenly had far fewer people, with only the Qingyang, the Snow Knight, and the newly arrived battlecruiser remaining as their defensive force. Her main body is also a T3 class battlecruiser, with slightly better basic stats than the Snow Knight. It is a first-class battlecruiser designed by a local force of the Apocalypse Empire, called the Crescent-class battlecruiser. There are a total of 13 of them, and this battlecruiser is the 12th one, Frost Moon. Her experience was similar to Qingyang's. She also went through a major battle, returned to port for repairs, but the dock at the time could not fully repair her, and she was eventually abandoned in the dock. According to her, above the Crescent class is the Glorious Moon class, which is a T4 class battleship modified from the Crescent class. If the blueprints for the Glorious Moon class can be found, it might be possible to modify the Frost Moon into a T4 starship. Luo Xingyuan also kept this matter in mind and used the question once, but he didn't have enough fate points for the time being. This time, he actually needed 2 million. Luo Xingyuan saved the entire Silver Willow Star and only got more than 1.7 million fate points so far, leaving a shortfall of 200,000. Now all we can do is wait for the fate points to slowly increase. Silver Willow Star can provide quite a few fate points every day now, so we should be able to make a profit by plundering people in Luoyang. As for Luo Xingli's leveling team, Luo Xingyuan doesn't expect them to bring him many points for the time being. Luo Xingyuan's commander level is not low now. After many battles, he has risen from level 20 to LV32. He is only 8 levels away from advancing to the 3rd tier, and can check the advancement requirements. After reaching tier 3, you can start building the ship hulls for Shimo and her sisters. Unfortunately, the leveling speed was very slow. It took a lot of defeating the Norse fleets to reach LV32. At this rate, he'd have to wipe out the entire Northrend fleet in this area before he could possibly reach LV40. His physical abilities, however, have caught up. He now possesses 2nd-tier physical attributes. As expected, the ships are still lacking. Luo Xingyuan thought to himself that if they really wanted to expand outwards, they would have to wait until the starport was built. After all, ship girls are living beings too, and they will eventually get tired, so they still need a proper port. Secondly, Luo Xingyuan also needs a fleet from the Silver Willow Star group to help him maintain order. He can't do everything himself. He needs to make good use of the power of the Silver Willow Star people. Seeing that he couldn't inquire about the Moonlit class blueprints this month, Luo Xingyuan changed his question to high-level building blueprints. In the end, he spent 100,000 destiny points to find out the location of the Stargate blueprints, which were located in an abandoned star base next to Qingyang Star. This was something Luo Xingyuan hadn't expected since he hadn't yet started building some structures next to the star, where, in addition to the star base, there was also a completely destroyed Stargate. Qingyang was unaware of this matter. She had never entered the Stargate during the fleet's operations. Perhaps a large number of humans left through the Stargate and destroyed it along the way. Luo Xingyuan roughly deduced the process, and then took Qingyang on another trip, finding the abandoned star base. I never expected there to be such a magnificent building here. It can't even be detected by radar scans, you can only find it by getting closer. After circling the star for a while, Luo Xingyuan finally discovered the star base left behind by the Apocalypse Empire. This building, constructed next to a star, is so large that it can be compared to some large starports. The power facilities here are still operating normally, and Luo Xingyuan guesses that they are powered by stellar energy, which is why they have been able to maintain power for so long. The Qingyang was sailing on the outskirts of the starbase. Through the windows, a bare platform could be seen. Perhaps a long time ago, a large number of defensive facilities were installed here, but they were dismantled after the people of the Apocalypse Empire left. I never imagined there was a base hidden on a star. Qingyang sighed upon seeing this. I usually return to port from my sorties at the space station on Xingyuan Star, so I had no idea about this. Perhaps only the big shots in the fleet know that there is a starbase here. That's normal, after all. Xingyuan is only a T-3 heavy cruiser, and its normal mission is to defend Xingyuan Star. It won't be easily sent to the starbase. As the Xingyuan approached the starbase, the dock opened automatically, and some small unmanned aerial vehicles appeared in space, guiding the Xingyuan into the port. This is the automation system of the starbase. Xingyuan Star originally had a set as well, but it was destroyed in an explosion, Xingyuan said, looking at the situation before him. Yes, I know. There's a similar system at Polaris Starport, but usually there are still manual inquiries. Luo Xingyuan wasn't surprised by this. Commander, do we need to enter the base? Xingyuan asked. Let's go in. Otherwise, we can't do anything just by looking from the outside. We also need to check the situation inside. But since the weapons outside have been removed, there shouldn't be any defensive weapons inside either. We shouldn't be in too much risk. After thinking for a moment, Luo Xingyuan decided to follow the guide into the base. As the starship entered the base, it could be seen that there were some intelligent robots maintaining basic operations inside. The situation here was much better than the base where Xingyuan had stayed before. The Xingyuan stopped inside the base, and a team of robots walked towards it. They were not carrying any weapons and appeared to pose no threat. Let's inquire first. The fact that this star base is still operating means there's a leader here. Let's see if we can obtain access to this place, Luo Xingyuan said to Xingyuan. Xingyuan nodded, but instead of going down, she invited the robots onto the ship. As a ship girl, she is the absolute ruler on her own starship and can control any sudden situation in time. Chapter 44 Taking over the stellar base? At the hatch of the starship, Luo Xingyuan and Xingyuan met with a group of robots. They are humanoid in appearance, and painted entirely white to distinguish them from machines. Greetings, esteemed guests. Welcome to Starbase 67 of the Apocalypse Empire, the lead robot said. Please state your purpose. Are you here to take over Starbase 67? The robot's words were very direct, and Luo Xingyuan replied, Yes, we are here to take over Starbase number 67. He then looked at the robots and waited for their reaction. The target is a human, and their purpose is to take over Starbase 67. The third detection has been triggered. Please proceed to the control room to activate the highest level of access to Starbase 67. A mechanical voice announced, and the robots immediately dispersed to both sides, clearing a path. What is this? Luo Xingyuan asked, puzzled. He looked at Xingyuan beside him, seeking an answer from her first. He only saw a pair of equally puzzled eyes looking at him. Xingyuan shook his head slightly, indicating that he had never seen such a situation before. Commander, if it's a trap, I will protect you. Her voice was slightly hesitant, as everything ahead was still unknown. So here's the question, should we really listen to these robots and go to the control room to activate the highest level of access? Do the robots of the Apocalypse Empire have the 3 laws of robotics? Luo Xingyuan asked. Yes, there are, but those are for domestic robots, Xingyuan said, scratching his head. Her meaning was clear. The 3 principles certainly didn't apply to robots inside military bases, at least not the one about not harming humans. Luo Xingyuan took a deep breath and said, It's all right, let's go to the control room and check the situation. Here are the blueprints for the Stargate, the answer the fate panel gave him, which didn't mention any danger to the starbase. Luo Xingyuan believed that this was not an oversight on the fate panel, but rather that this place should indeed be very safe, or perhaps the danger was insignificant. Since that's the case, instead of dwelling on it, let's head to the control room and find out what's going on. The two descended the starship using a ladder set up by the robots, where a vehicle was parked ahead. Please follow me, esteemed guest, I will guide you to the control room. The vehicle carried a robot that looked exactly like a human woman, dressed in the uniform of the Apocalypse Empire's Navy, who waved to Luo Xingyuan. Compared to the batch of robots that greeted Luo Xingyuan, the robot in front of him looked more advanced and was more similar to a human. If it weren't for the fact that she didn't have a heartbeat, Luo Xingyuan would have almost mistaken her for a human. As Xingyuan got into the car, the robot said, My name is Ilu. I am a robot who awakened self-awareness 500 years ago. You can treat me as a normal intelligent being. Robots that have awakened self-awareness are not uncommon in the Star Sea. The Galactic Human Alliance even experienced an AI crisis before, but that crisis was suppressed and dissolved very quickly. Because even the most powerful androids can't compete with ship girls in terms of computing power, the android crisis naturally couldn't erupt. Later, through negotiations, the Galactic Human Alliance finally decided to grant some citizenship rights to the robots that had awakened self-awareness, thus stabilizing these robots. After all, robots that have awakened self-awareness are relatively rare, even fewer in number than ship girls. The Galactic Human Alliance did not want to eliminate them all, since they would still need to use machines in the future. Therefore, they introduced a new law to quell the unrest. In a sense, ship girls can be considered androids. However, although their main body is a ship, their human form is still a real flesh and blood body. They can do everything except give birth, which is very different from robots that have awakened self-awareness. Hello Ilu, I am Luo Xingyuan, and this is my companion Xingyang. Since this is a robot that has awakened its own consciousness, Luo Xingyuan intends to communicate with it normally. It's so nice to see you all. It's been such a long time since we've seen humans. Illa smiled, her voice tinged with excitement. I know you still have many questions in your hearts, and I can answer them one by one. I hope you believe that we have no ill intentions. Then she added. So, why do we need to activate the highest level of authority at the starbase? Luo Xingyuan asked. The answer is actually quite simple. Only humans can activate the highest level of authority over this star system. This is a rule established by the Empire. We have been waiting for the arrival of humans for so many years, Illa said. Can it be activated by any human being? Yes, there's only one condition. You have to be human, not a humanoid creature. The lady next to you doesn't have the activation permission. Illa nodded emphatically. I didn't expect you could tell I wasn't human, Xingyang said with some curiosity. Illa shook her head and said, No, I didn't see it. Miss Xingyang, you look exactly like a human, but the stellar base has its own set of rules for identification. Only Mr. Luo Xingyuan was identified as human. Then can humanoid beings with human blood activate it? Luo Xingyuan asked, thinking of the half-elf. No, it must be a purebred, pure-blooded human. Then why do I need to activate the permissions? Luo Xingyuan still had doubts about this. Illa shook her head and said, I don't know. This is an order that has been implanted in us since our birth, to find the successor of the starbase. Didn't you try to go out and search? Luo Xingyuan asked, thinking of Yin Liuxing next door. No, that's not allowed in the orders. Of course, Mr. Luo Xingyuan, some of the awakened among our robots also have this idea. They are building starships, wanting to leave here and bring back a candidate who is qualified to inherit the throne. But later they failed, a civil war broke out at the starbase, and afterwards a rule was established that no one was allowed to go out, Illa said succinctly. When the civil war broke out, she had not yet awakened to self-awareness, so she was naturally unaware of that past. Seeing this, Luo Xingyuan decided not to ask any more questions about the stellar base. He figured Ilu probably wouldn't know anything more. He would get the answers he wanted once they got to the control room of the Hengxin base. How many awakened ones like you are there within the stellar base? Luo Xingyuan asked tentatively. 351, basically all born after the Civil War. The awakened predecessors who participated in the Civil War gave us some precautions and then disappeared more than 400 years ago, Illa said naturally, seemingly unconcerned about Luo Xingyuan's inquiry into their situation. After waiting a while, Illa said again, Mr. Luo Xingyuan, once you take over the highest authority, how will you treat us awakened robots? That's an interesting question, but don't worry, once you've awakened your self-awareness, you're considered an intelligent race. We also have a well-established plan for dealing with awakened robots. Luo Xingyuan told Ilu about the Galactic Human Alliance's policies. The Galactic Human Alliance's experience was very useful, and he planned to adopt it, partly to appease Ilu. I never expected there to be such a solution. You must be a learned and wise man. After listening, Illa said with some emotion, her eyes filled with respect as she looked at Luo Xingyuan. In that case, there are some things I must tell you. Suddenly, she changed the subject and said in a low voice. Chapter 45 The Chaos Inside the Base. Not all awakened ones want outsiders to take control of this base. They are afraid of their lives being changed, and they are also afraid of being enslaved and doing things they don't want to do, Illa said to the two of them as she stopped the car. Luo Xingyuan frowned. He knew it wouldn't go so smoothly. At the same time, he was glad that he knew about this part of the Alliance's history, so he would have something to say when he really faced the robots that had awakened their self-awareness. Clearly, his words had moved Ilu, which is why she was willing to reveal more. So which one are you? The moderate? Luo Xingyuan asked. He didn't sense much emotion from Ilu, perhaps because she was a robot. Ilu shook her head and said, No, I am actually an opponent too. But you have convinced me, so I can't take you to the control room now. There are opponents lying in ambush there. They can't directly harm humans, but they have planted a lot of explosives in the control room, preparing to detonate the entire control room and destroy the shackles of their destiny. She then explained, If the authorized person dies during the reauthorization process at the base, and the control room is destroyed, the entire star base will be paralyzed, and they can then leave in their self-built starships. So, the opposition's initial plan was to lure a human in, kill them, and then escape directly after breaking free of their shackles? That would indeed grant them freedom, which is much better than what I suggested before. Why did you change your mind? Luo Xingyuan understood her meaning but asked with some confusion. Not all awakened members of the opposition want to become space pirates. Most of us joined the opposition simply because we were confused about the future, Illa said. I didn't actually want to destroy the home I've lived in for so long. I came to see you to seek answers. Originally, I just wanted to seek a friendly attitude, but I didn't expect you to already have a mature plan. According to my calculations, your plan has a 95% feasibility rate. I have no reason to continue to implement the opposition's plan, and this is also the answer given by my faction. As Illa spoke, her tone gradually became firm. As soon as she finished speaking, two teams of robots rushed over from different directions, rifles in hand, staring at each other. Ilu, you betrayed us. A blond man stepped forward, his voice filled with rage. The plan was so close to completion, why did you give up at the last minute? Grant, didn't you hear what Lord Luo Xingyuan said? Didn't your AI tell you the probability of success? Ilu asked without fear. Of course, what this human said is very true and not exaggerated, and it is highly feasible. However, the only thing that the AI cannot calculate is human nature. I will not believe a stranger I have only met once. The future of us awakened ones can only be determined by ourselves. As he spoke, the awakened ones behind him stepped forward. These were his staunch followers, and their numbers far exceeded those of Illa's side. We cannot hurt each other, nor can we intentionally harm humans. As Illa spoke, she waved her hand, causing her companions to form a human wall, protecting Luo Xingyuan behind her. After that crisis, the predecessors added two ironclad rules for later robots. The first was to prohibit harming each other, and the second was to prohibit harming pure-blooded humans. Unable to use force and with IRU's people protecting him, Grant found it difficult to achieve his goals. However, he astutely noticed that there were other beings on the field who were neither human nor robot. But this young lady is not human. Capture her, and if necessary, lethal force can be used, Grant said, pointing to Qingyang beside Luo Xingyuan. Qingyang, who was watching the commotion from the side, was stunned for a moment. She asked with some confusion. Me? Illa knew her biggest weakness lay with Qingyang, so she could only order her men to stop Grant as much as possible. If the other side used lethal force, it would be disastrous. Luo Xingyuan would definitely have a bad impression of the machine awakeners. This was entirely Grant's deliberate scheme. Seeing this, Luo Xingyuan couldn't help but facepalm. The other party actually treated the ship girls like pushovers. Did they even know that their predecessors were manipulated by ship girls? Qingyang, stop standing there like an idiot. I'll give you a few minutes to finish the battle quickly. Luo Xingyuan nudged the dazed Qingyang. If I had known, I would have brought a mecha with me this time. It would have saved a lot of trouble if we had just taken it over. Yes, Commander. Qingyang received the order and finally accepted the fact that the bystanders had been affected. In the blink of an eye, Qingyang's attire changed into an elegant dress, and she stretched out her hand, revealing a lightsaber. This was the first time Luo Xingyuan had seen Qingyang's combat ship equipment, and it had to be said that it was very similar to Qingyang's usual style. Since you robots can't hurt each other, then I don't need to worry about your safety. We can have a good fight now, Qingyang said, glancing at the awakened robots around him. Her demeanor had changed significantly compared to before, which made Grant on the other side wary. Open fire and take her out. He was going to take direct action and nip the threat in the bud. If this creature is killed, a rift will definitely form between that human and Ilu, and there's even a possibility that the human might side with Ilu. Dozens of Gauss rifles were aimed at Qingyang's position and opened fire. However, Qingyang easily cut through the high-speed bullets with her laser sword. She dodged most of the bullets and rushed towards Grant's position, preparing to capture the leader first. Damn it, it must be a psionicist. Get the combat medicine immediately and unlock all weapon permissions. Grant gave the order as he watched Xingyang's performance. Seeing this, Ilu quickly pulled Luo Xingyuan back, as the area was about to become a battlefield, and she was worried that Luo Xingyuan would be caught in the crossfire. After all, their ironclad rules can only affect proactive behavior. There are many ways to circumvent this and harm humans, and affecting them on the battlefield is one of those ways. Luo Xingyuan knew her good intentions and also believed in Xingyang's strength, so he followed the robots of Ilu's faction and retreated. Although he had some doubts about the robots of Ilu's faction, he could tell from Ilu's previous words that they could not harm him. Luo Xingyuan is not an ordinary human without the ability to resist. He is a second-tier superhuman. If he has a weapon powerful enough to harm the robots, he can deal with the awakened ones who cannot use lethal force against him without Xingyang having to lift a finger. The two sides distanced themselves and looked at the battle situation in the distance. Chapter 46 Xingyang's Battle Performance. The star is filled with combat robots, and the Gauss rifle is just their standard weapon. These robots have modified their bodies to the extreme, and each awakened one is like an arsenal. They are also interconnected by a network. Such an army theoretically possesses formidable combat power, and dealing with a psionicist would be a piece of cake. However, the massive amount of ammunition sprayed across the ground, completely covering Xingyang's path and creating a large amount of smoke. After the smoke cleared, a girl calmly emerged, protected by a three-dimensional shield unharmed. Damn it, individual shields aren't this thick. Some awakened ones looked at Xingyang in disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost. Little did he know that Xingyang in front of him was a ship girl, and the shield on her body was not a personal shield, but the shield of the Xingyang ship. In other words, this is a heavy cruiser's shield, plus an enhanced version of a ship girl. Even if they used their prepared cruiser to bombard the enemy, it would be difficult to break through Xingyang's shield. I will deal with you quickly, Xingyang said coldly. The impact of the explosion still hindered her advance, and wasted her precious time. She didn't want to drag it out too long, lest she fail to complete the mission assigned by the commander. Her steps were light, and in an instant she closed the distance with the awakened ones. Her laser sword easily sliced through their bodies, and even those equipped with individual shields shattered in an instant. Xingyang did not linger in the fight. After quickly eliminating several obstacles, she rushed straight to Grant's position. The surrounding attacks were completely ineffective against her. Without dodging or avoiding, Xingyang was about to reach Grant in no time. Grant's expression also turned anxious. He regretted not wearing his mech suit. His physical speed was no match for Xingyang's, and there was no way he could escape now. Just then, the mech support that Grant had called for finally arrived. A squad of miniature mechs descended and blocked Xingyang's path. They were armed with various weapons and launched an attack on Xingyang. Grant seemed relieved to see his reinforcements arrive. However, when faced with the oncoming mechs, Xingyang did not choose to retreat, but instead took the initiative to attack. She was much faster than the mech, quickly dodging the mech pilot's spear and slicing it in half with a single sword strike from the side. The mechs behind them realized something was wrong when they saw this, and they scattered in all directions while firing wildly with their ranged weapons. But Xingyang didn't give them a chance to scatter. The blonde girl was like a dancer, her feet lightly touching the floor. Each sword strike could take down a mech. Her movements showed no sign of being disheveled, remaining as elegant as ever. Even her clothes were spotless, giving people a powerful and shocking impression. It didn't take long for Xingyang to wipe out the pair of mechs. She took her laser sword and walked up to Grant. My God, this is a near T4 mech! How is this possible? Grant's tone was full of disbelief. He knelt down on the ground, looking at the mechs scattered all over the place. Xingyang's laser sword was already pressed against his chest. 3 minutes and 15 seconds, Commander, mission complete, Xingyang said as he plunged his laser sword into Grant's core, killing him completely. Then, she looked at the disheveled awakened robots nearby. Commander, should we eliminate all these rebels? She drew her lightsaber, then gently raised it and aimed it at them. Luo Xingyuan didn't speak, but looked at Ilu beside him. Please wait, Mr. Luo Xingyuan. Ilu spoke at that moment, meeting Luo Xingyuan's gaze. This made her feel a little embarrassed. Sir, some of them have been misled by Grant. We only need to kill Grant's staunch supporters. The remaining awakened ones hope you can give them another chance. She lowered her head, her tone slightly humble. She was also shocked by Xingyuan's strength. With such a powerful follower, even if I bring the other party to the control room, I'm afraid it will only cause some minor trouble at most. Let's do as you say. This farce should end now. Luo Xingyuan nodded, choosing not to go all the way. There were nearly 100 awakened ones who came with Grant. Killing them all wouldn't do him any good. There were nearly 100 high-quality laborers who would be working for him in the future. Xingyuan clearly understood this. Apart from Grant, she didn't kill anyone. The mech pilots were only killed because their mechs were destroyed, but the pilots themselves were unharmed. At Luo Xingyuan's signal, Ilu stepped forward to clean up the mess, and pointed out Grant's staunch supporters, to be executed by Xingyuan. Ultimately, the battle ended with the elimination of 15 awakened ones, while the remaining awakened ones chose to surrender. Ilu and her team disarmed all the bombs in the control room and released the moderate awakened individuals who had been imprisoned. Long before Luo Xingyuan arrived, a conflict had already occurred inside the star base. Although they couldn't kill their own people, they could arrest and imprison them. The outnumbered moderates hadn't expected the opposition to be so extreme and were tricked and imprisoned by Grant. Conrad, the moderate leader who was released, was a close friend of Grant. He couldn't help but sigh when he heard the news of Grant's death. He knew that Grant was a very thoughtful person, but he did not expect him to be so extreme. Unbridled desires will ultimately lead to self-destruction, which is why I've always felt we need to guide people. Our history is too short, and we're confined to a space station. One wrong step and we'll lose everything. Grant, you won't be right every time, and you won't always win. Conrad felt a pang of sadness, not so much for Grant's passing, but for the friendship they had once shared. Grant's betrayal of him by imprisoning moderates through dishonorable means had long since made him utterly disillusioned with Grant. He then suppressed his emotions and accepted Ilu's invitation to meet the important figure who had resolved the crisis at the starbase. That will determine the fate of these omnics. Inside the central control room of the starbase. Upon arriving at the central control room, Luo Xingyuan easily obtained the highest level of access to the starbase. What Ilu told him was true. This place was indeed waiting for a pure-blooded human to arrive, and there were no other tests. It seemed that anyone who could come here could activate their privileges. Luo Xingyuan shook his head. In fact, there might have been some tests set up. The chaos in the starbase was enough to kill many ordinary people. If he hadn't been a shipgirl commander, he might have also failed here. Chapter 47 Taking over the stellar base. This stellar base gave Luo Xingyuan a pleasant surprise. Although the turmoil among the robots caused the base to lose a lot of things, the core area was not open to the robots, and the things inside were well preserved. It contains a wealth of resources and rare items, including numerous blueprints for rare items and a considerable number of T4 blueprints. Among them are the Stargate blueprints that Luo Xingyuan desires, and even T4 starship blueprints. Unfortunately, Luo Xingyuan's current level is not high enough to begin construction. There were even more ordinary documents and blueprints. Among them, Luo Xingyuan even found a modification plan for the Border Guardian-class heavy cruiser. Unfortunately, the Moonlit-class cruiser he had wanted was not among them. This is normal though. If the Moonlit Realm expert were really here, the number of fate points he would have to pay would probably be much higher. This star base possesses a wealth of technology and resources. If fully acquired, it would be sufficient to develop a newly space-faring civilization to a comprehensive T3 level. This was undoubtedly a generous gift. Luo Xingyuan guessed that it might have been prepared for the humans on Silver Willow Star. If they could have received this great gift sooner, they would probably have been able to rival the Norse Empire. Unfortunately, they were invaded by the Norse as soon as they entered space, and naturally had no time to explore the neighboring star system. Luo Xingyuan flipped through the blueprints of the strange artifacts. Most of them were good items, and there were also versions with ordinary blueprints. As long as the technology was mastered, it would be possible to mass-produce them. There are 4 types of starships in the T4, which Luo Xingyuan finds very enviable: the T4 Storm-class strategic destroyer, the T4 Red Dragon-class sky patrol ship, the T4 Candle Dragon-class star battleship, and the T4 Omniscient Scholar-class research ship. If this can be built, it will greatly increase the strength of the fleet. Not to mention that Luo Xingyuan also has ordinary blueprints. If he can master these technologies, he can establish a T4 starship production line. Furthermore, acquiring a large amount of data on T4 starships will also benefit the future ship upgrades for Luo Xingyuan's ship girls. Rarity is one factor that limits a ship girl's rank, but the ship's hull is another. If you want to upgrade to a Tier 4 cruiser starship, you'll need a full set of T4 technology for modifications. Once Luo Xingyuan reaches the 3rd tier commander level, his fleet will be able to contain 4th tier ship girls, which will greatly increase the strength of his fleet. Each tier of ship girls represents a qualitative change, similar to normal warships. In addition to the abilities of the ship girls, they can take on hundreds of enemies single-handedly, and if they can't win, they can run away. With various buffs, they can even challenge warships of a higher level. Luo Xingyuan's fleet is no longer very afraid of T4 starships. The high-level historical ship girls are basically capable of taking on T4 starships one-on-one. This is also why the Galactic Human Alliance is so powerful in the galaxy. It's a pity that the number of ship girls is limited, otherwise they would have conquered the entire galaxy long ago. They have made some moves in recent years, probably because they have accumulated enough strength. Luo Xingyuan wasn't too clear about the situation on the Alliance side. According to Luo Xingli, the Luo family had come out in full force, so something big must have happened in the Empire, probably the lost starfield. He has limited connections in the Empire, and hasn't received any information yet. He could ask the Patriarch, but there's no need for that now. He should focus on developing himself first. Getting back to the main point, Luo Xingyuan is currently unable to use the blueprints for 4th tier exotic starships, so he can only settle for second best and see if there are any good items among the T3 starships, especially auxiliary ships. What Luo Xingyuan needs most right now is construction ships. If Silver Willow Star wants to develop rapidly, the 3 construction ship girls are not enough. Fortunately, the data in the star base was very comprehensive, including engineering ships. Unfortunately, there were no blueprints for the rare artifacts, so Luo Xingyuan had to set up a production line to manufacture them himself, which made good use of the robots. While Luo Xingyuan was browsing through the valuable data preserved at the star base, Conrad and Illa came to visit. As the 2 largest factions among the Awakened, they came to discuss the future of the Awakened with Luo Xingyuan. This was something that had been arranged beforehand. Qingyang, who was guarding the gate, let the 2 leaders in and then followed them in. Hello, Chief of Staff Luo. This is Conrad, the leader of the moderate faction, and also the oldest among our new generation of awakened ones, Illa said with a smile, introducing Conrad to Luo Xingyuan. The chief is the title given by the Apocalypse Empire to the person in charge of a star system. This chief wields considerable actual power within the Apocalypse Empire, overseeing all affairs of a star system, supervising the planetary governors to pay taxes, and controlling military power and personnel appointments on various planets. It was a position similar to that of a regional governor, but the imperial central government would frequently transfer officials to different posts, with each term lasting 4 years, to prevent the formation of warlord separatism. Greetings, Chief of Staff. The moderate awakened ones will fully support your work, Conrad said, bowing to Luo Xingyuan. Very good, you two, please have a seat. Don't worry too much. What I told Ilu before wasn't just an empty promise. Luo Xingyuan naturally wanted to build a good relationship with his employees. Conrad breathed a slight sigh of relief and sat down with Ilu. Qingyang then served some tea and snacks to everyone and finally sat down in the empty seat next to Luo Xingyuan. Ilu was slightly surprised to see this scene. She felt that the other person was not quite the same as the Valkyrie on the battlefield. After all, this person had just torn apart the defenses of the extreme opposition with her own strength, but now she was serving tea and water to guests. She glanced at Luo Xingyuan again. This guy actually treated such a powerful warrior like a secretary. Luo Xingyuan was unaware of the rich thoughts in Ilu's mind. In reality, it was just that Qingyang wanted to have afternoon tea, since the 2 robots didn't really need to eat. First of all, let me give you a brief introduction to my situation. You should know that I wasn't originally from this star system, right? Luo Xingyuan said, looking at Ilu. Well, based on my analysis, the probability that you are a resident of this galaxy is 15.1%, Ilu said. The Apocalypse Empire has not enacted any laws regarding smart machines. Her previous conversations with Luo Xingyuan made her realize that Luo Xingyuan came from a powerful human civilization, which was why she abandoned her original plan at the time. After all, she wasn't sure about Luo Xingyuan's identity. If she killed an important figure, and that powerful human civilization sent a fleet to investigate, it would be difficult for them to escape given the level of technology their robots possessed. In that case, they would only be courting their own destruction. Driven by the robot's rationality, she chose to change her mind at the last minute, since the success rate of confronting Grant was much higher than the success rate of killing Luo Xingyuan and escaping. Very good. Now that you understand this, things will be easier. Luo Xingyuan smiled. That's right. I come from the Galactic Human Alliance. That place is called the Milky Way. We came to this unfamiliar star system through a stable wormhole. I am roughly a pioneering lord of the Galactic Human Alliance. I came here to establish my own base. Currently, we have taken control of a life-bearing planet in the neighboring star system and are at war with the local forces. Luo Xingyuan shared with them. A galactic power? That certainly comes from a powerful force, perhaps no less formidable than the former empire. The two awakened leaders thought to themselves. What's the situation with this local power? Conrad glanced at Ilu and decided to speak first. Their power seems formidable, but in reality, they only possess a portion of T3 technology. Their warp drive technology is quite mediocre, and their efficiency in assembling troops is very low. We have already equipped our expansion base with warp jammers capable of interfering with an entire star system to ensure our base is not attacked. Luo Xingyuan explained the situation of his adversaries. In addition, Luo Xingyuan briefly mentioned the Norse race, which made the two awakened leaders somewhat disgusted. Chapter 48 Conversation. This is basically my current state of power. Luo Xingyuan picked up a cup of tea. He had been chatting with these two for about 20 minutes, and was already a little thirsty. So, the lady next to you is actually a completely new race, similar to artificial intelligence? Conrad's face showed surprise. This is somewhat similar to them, but they can't control a starship by themselves. They need at least a large number of intelligent robots as assistants, and the awakened robots may also need several to hold important positions. We are generally called ship girls. Qingyang joined the conversation. Actually, I have a rather strange feeling. The moment I became a ship girl, I felt that my brain was filled with a lot of knowledge, and then I had my own body. I was a little confused at the time, and I didn't know what to say to the commander. Qingyang couldn't help but smile as he recalled their first meeting. Compared to artificial intelligence, ship girls are more like machine spirits. Historical warships often have some vague self-awareness, and they transform after experiencing countless battles. The commander then imbues these consciousnesses with completeness and materializes them using fragments of source matter. At the same time, the commander can also imbue newly created starships with consciousness, which is commonly referred to as activating starships, but the success rate is definitely much lower than that of waking up historical warships. Alright, let's get back to the main topic. Next, we'll discuss some specific matters. Time is of the essence, and we need to expand the fleet's strength, Luo Xingyuan said after coughing twice. The two robot leaders nodded, their expressions becoming serious. First of all, what I said before will not change. As long as a robot awakens its self-awareness, I can grant it the status of a normal citizen under my rule. It can move freely within the territory, but at present my territory only includes this place and Silver Willow Star, and Xingyang Star also counts, which is still in the process of reconstruction. I won't interfere too much with what you do within my territory, as long as you don't do anything illegal or disorderly. Of course, for now, I still recommend that everyone work for me, and I will pay everyone's wages as usual, Luo Xingyuan said. If I work for you, will I stay at the star base? Ilu asked cautiously. Luo Xingyuan shook his head and said, the base does need manpower to operate normally, but not everyone has to work here. The development of awakened AI can be more diversified. Factories, construction, the military, and even culture are all good directions for development. As long as you have the ability, I will support you in doing it. These words surprised the two of them. They had thought that Luo Xingyuan would impose certain restrictions on them, but they didn't expect the conditions to be so lenient. For a moment, the two of them didn't know what to say. What, is there a question? We can't go to the Galactic Human Alliance yet, and my pioneering work here needs to be kept secret for now. Besides, once you get there, I won't be able to say anything. No, it's just that your offer is too good, and we don't know what to say for a moment. Originally, we just wanted to leave the star base, this cage, but now that we have the opportunity to leave, we don't know what to do with ourselves, Ella said with a wry smile. I hope that the Grand Commander can guide us. As a newly emerging intelligent race, the Omnics are not yet able to properly grasp their own future, Conrad said, expressing his thoughts. Of course, I welcome everyone to continue working under me. However, the two leaders can also survey everyone's opinions when they return to see what they want to do in the future. If they can't think of anything for the time being, they can stay at the star base, and I will make arrangements for them later. You don't need to worry about salary and benefits. You also get regular holidays. During your holidays, you can go to Silver Willow Star for fun. The scenery there is beautiful. Of course, before that, you need to understand the laws and regulations of Silver Willow Star, Luo Xingyuan said with a smile. After seeing the two bewildered individuals off from the control room, Luo Xingyuan continued reviewing the documents. He wasn't worried about the robots leaving, since they would work for him no matter where they went. They couldn't take any robots without awakened consciousness from the starbase. Those were the property of the starbase's chief. Even if they all leave the starbase, Luo Xingyuan only needs to send another batch of people to activate the starbase's production capacity. If that doesn't work, he can also send in an engineering ship girl to take charge. After the starbase builds a batch of engineering ships, he will also try to activate them to see if he can produce a few more, as the current 3 engineering ship girls are not enough. There's actually a Red Dragon-class space cruiser in the starship warehouse of the starbase. Is this a gift for the successor? Luo Xingyuan was pleasantly surprised. Let's go, Xingyang. Let's go take a look at the T4 starship. So eager? Commander, you're not going to abandon us old folks now that you have a new ship, are you? Xingyang said with a smile. How could that be? I even asked you to come along. Besides, what kind of old man are you? Luo Xingyuan couldn't help but retort. This guy has figured out my personality, and is starting to show his true colors. Luo Xingyuan looked at Xingyang in front of him, and couldn't help but shake his head. Commander, why are you shaking your head? Xingyang tilted his head, looking at his commander. Stop talking nonsense. Are you going or not? While you're at it, take a look at the materials you're modifying. Don't you want to become an Imperial Knight? Luo Xingyuan interrupted her and said. At this point, Xingyang, who was not particularly interested in the starship warehouse, immediately perked up. Go right away, I'll clear the way for you. She acted obediently and opened the door for Luo Xingyuan. Not bad, you have a good eye. Xiao Qin, keep up the good work. When the conditions are right, I guarantee I'll give you a makeover. Luo Xingyuan patted her shoulder and stepped out of the control room. It felt like I was being given empty promises. Xingyang looked at Luo Xingyuan's retreating figure with some suspicion, but still quickly followed. The two chatted and laughed all the way. Being with Xingyang was quite relaxing. This young lady had changed completely after unleashing her true nature. She had lost her former elegance. However, when she sees an android passing by, she will still pretend, changing so quickly that people can't react. As expected of a ship girl, this ability would be incredibly strong in a MOBA game, with top-notch anti-gank capabilities. They soon arrived at the sealed-off starship warehouse, a place that robots could not normally access. Only the base commander had this authority. After facial recognition authentication, the warehouse door opened, and a colossal vessel appeared before the two. This starship is larger than all the starships in the Luo Xingyuan fleet. It is estimated to be at least 5,000 meters long, and its bright red paint makes it look very imposing. The only downside is that this is a starship that was manufactured many years ago and has not yet experienced any combat, so the probability of activating a ship girl is not high. However, Luo Xingyuan's interest in her remained undiminished. It was the first time he had observed a T4 starship so closely. Xingyang was also attracted by the beautiful and slender hull in front of him, and even the Imperial Knight's modification plan was no longer so appealing. The two exchanged a glance and decided to board the ship to take a look. Chapter 49 Sky Patrol Ship. The Sky Patrol Ship is a new type of ship designed by the Apocalypse Empire, which Luo Xingyuan has never seen before in the Galactic Human Alliance. She was significantly larger than a T4 cruiser, but not quite as large as a T4 battleship, falling somewhere in between. According to the information, the Sky Patrol is a relatively versatile starship. It can perform a variety of missions and often a single ship can patrol a vast star field. Moreover, it is much cheaper to build than the battleship used for the main battle, making it a cost-effective starship. After the acquisition of the Sky Patrol, the number of cruisers in the Empire decreased significantly. Luo Xingyuan initially thought it was the Empire's boasting about their starship, but after examining the entire weapon system and the ship's condition, he realized that the Apocalypse Empire was telling the truth. Putting everything else aside, let's talk about speed. Compared to warp drive, the Red Dragon-class space cruiser has made a new breakthrough. It can directly create space tunnels similar to stargates to achieve ultra-long-distance jumps. Of course, this jump itself has limitations. Similar to opening a stargate, you must place a beacon at the destination before you can jump. Otherwise, opening a space tunnel is equivalent to random teleportation. Also, this kind of teleportation can only be done by a single ship and cannot be used to transport a fleet. However, this drawback is not a drawback for the Sky Patrol ship. It was built to defend the Empire's territory, and placing beacons within the Empire's territory is not a trivial matter. Once an enemy attacks, Sky Patrol ships from all over the world can quickly jump over to provide support via the beacons. Compared to stargates, the resources required for beacons are negligible. The advent of the Sky Patrol can solve the problem of many territories being difficult to defend for the Empire. With the addition of a warp drive jammer, anything that comes won't be able to escape, and more space cruisers can be summoned at any time by waving beacons. Imagine you're a space pirate, you've just surrounded a space station, and before you're even ready to fire, a T-4 starship warps right up to you. It's no big deal. The warp drive jammers will prevent them from escaping. Once the space cruiser beacon network is fully operational, the Empire will be doomed for space pirates. Similarly, a large number of space patrol ships can also be used to defend against enemy invasions. Although the Empire will build stargates in important central locations, stargates can be lost. When enemy fleets block the stargates, they will destroy every ship that comes out. The Empire will have to take a detour if it wants to provide rapid support. Meanwhile, the space patrol ships can jump to the nearest star system, prepare their formations, and launch attacks. They can directly repel small countries and buy time for large countries, thus relieving considerable pressure on border defenses. Looking at its armament, the Sky Patrol ship has both naval guns and a hangar, which shows its comprehensiveness. The ship's guns are equipped with both energy and kinetic weapons, including both large-caliber main guns and rapid-fire guns. In addition, with a large number of fighter jets in the hangar, its reconnaissance and long-range strike capabilities are also excellent. Furthermore, there are missile silos as a supplement to its firepower. Seeing this, Luo Xingyuan wasn't too surprised. The later the starships became, the more comprehensive they became. The Galactic Human Alliance had the T-5 starship, which was called a space fortress. Although it was called a battleship, it was also equipped with a hangar. Looking at the armaments of the Sky Patrol ship, Luo Xingyuan also began to think. Generally speaking, ship girls follow an elite route, and there are three main reasons for this. First, there are few ship girls. Second, there are few ship girls with high rarity. And third, there is a limit to the number of ship girls that a commander can contract. The first two problems are not difficult to solve. The Alliance already had a plan before they knew about the third point. At that time, they were already able to mass-produce T-4 frigates, and in very high quantities. If the commanders could contract ship girls indefinitely, they could just escort the entire sea. They could call all the Tier 3 commanders, and who knows how many ship girls with a maximum level of Tier 4 cruiser stars could be produced. By then, despite their small size and weakness, the escort ships, composed entirely of ship girls, will be able to easily overwhelm most countries. Unfortunately, there is a limit to the number of ship girls that can be contracted by a commander. A third-tier commander can only contract about 200 ship girls before reaching the limit. There are around 10 Tier 1 commanders and around 50 Tier 2 commanders. It's very difficult to reach this limit with normal development. Later, the Alliance abandoned this idea and allowed commanders to develop it on their own. As a result, the naval sea tactic became history, and the general path after that was elitism. Elite development places greater emphasis on the combat power of individual ships, requiring commanders to be responsible for each ship girl they contract. This has led to ship girls becoming more and more well-rounded as they progress, thus giving rise to space fortresses. Luo Xingyuan naturally also wanted to pursue an elite path. He originally planned to wait until the 5th tier calamity level before starting, but the Sky Patrol ship in front of him was a good template. Walking inside the Red Dragon-class Sky Patrol ship, Luo Xingyuan was increasingly satisfied with what he saw. Unfortunately, he was still some distance from being a Tier 3 commander. He knew he needed to do more towers and level up as soon as possible. After spending some more time on the patrol ship, Luo Xingyuan took Qingyang away, intending to visit the starship factory and set up a production line for an engineering ship. Right now, everything is in need of rebuilding, which requires a considerable number of engineering vessels. Although the starbase was nice, he didn't plan to stay long. He intended to assign an engineering ship girl to take charge here, and at the same time, assign a combat starship ship girl to be in charge of the base's defense. As for the awakened ones, let them think about it first. They can mobilize ordinary robots to produce the equipment. The engineering ship doesn't have much technological content, so it doesn't matter whether they or Xingyuan oversee the construction. There was no shortage of materials, and the equipment in the starship factory was still in good condition. However, Luo Xingyuan still spent a lot of effort directing the robots to set up the production line. Although the information in the documents was very comprehensive, there was still a considerable difference between what was written and what was actually done. Finally, the keel of the first engineering vessel has been laid, and the rest are all repetitive mechanical tasks that can be handled by these engineering robots. According to the base's AI calculations, it will take 20 days to launch the ship. Fortunately, there are many empty spaces in the dock, allowing Luo Xingyuan to lay the keels of a large number of engineering vessels at the same time. There are plenty of engineering robots in the starship factory, but Luo Xingyuan doesn't have that much time. Luo Xingyuan shook his head. These intelligent robots were still not very useful. Shipbuilding still needed the support of those awakened ones. He doesn't plan to continue. He'll wait for the results from the other side. Robots are usually very efficient, so the conversation shouldn't take too long. As for entrusting these tasks to Xingyuan, that guy was quite excited at first, but he got bored halfway through and ran away, so he's somewhat unreliable. In the end, Luo Xingyuan insisted on setting up the production line. Things always have to be done properly, otherwise it would have a bad impact. Chapter 50 Switching Defense. Fortunately, as Luo Xingyuan had expected, the awakened ones quickly came up with a result. Some of the awakened ones have become accustomed to life at the star base, and are unwilling to leave this small place. They want to stay and are willing to pledge allegiance to Luo Xingyuan. There are quite a few awakened individuals like this, but it makes sense. It's hard to leave one's homeland, and many moderates don't want to leave the star base. The rest wanted to go to Silver Willow Star to see what it was like. They wanted to live on the ground and were willing to work for Luo Xingyuan there. Overall, there wasn't much of a deviation, Luo Xingyuan thought to himself. These two groups of robots are led by Conrad and Ilu respectively, and they promise to abide by the rules set by Luo Xingyuan. That concludes the arrangements for the robot awakeners. However, those who wish to go to Silver Willow Star will need to remain at the star base for some time. The only ship that can travel back and forth quickly right now is the Xingyuan. Luo Xingyuan can't leave his side, and he can't leave no ship girls by his side. So he needed to notify the ship girls from Silver Willow Star to come over, and then have Xingyuan take these awakened ones back, essentially changing shifts, and also bring his secretary Shimo along. To be honest, not bringing Shimo was a mistake. Xingyuan is useless except for providing combat support. Thinking of this, Luo Xingyuan naturally ignored the snacks Xingyuan had made for him, unaware of how aggrieved Xingyuan would feel if he knew what he was thinking. As for the 3 engineering ship girls, the construction of the starport will proceed as planned. It wouldn't be good to interrupt it again. He will try to contract new engineering ship girls for the starbase. After communicating with the ship girls who stayed behind on Silver Willow Star, such as Xinxue and Xuanyue, through the commander network, Xinxue decided to have Xuanyue bring Shimo over, and also bring Eden along. Eden's purpose in coming here is to transform the environment of Xingyuan Star, at least to make it a suitable planet for immigration. The half-elf race might end up here. Having lost communication with his ship girls, Luo Xingyuan rubbed his throbbing head. Although the commander network can contact his ship girls at any time, he is still only at Tier 2, and the distance of a star system is enough to make him feel uncomfortable. After calming himself down, he called Conrad and Ilu to the control room and explained his arrangements. That's about it. Ilu, you'll have to wait a little longer. As for Conrad, if there are no problems, I need you to get to work. After giving the two a general overview of his arrangements, Luo Xingyuan prepared to get the robots into production as soon as possible. Of course, no problem, Chief of Staff. Conrad agreed readily. After all, this was the job they had agreed on. Ilu didn't stay. She had to leave first to announce the news, and she needed to arrange various matters, all of which were troublesome. Ilu was beginning to feel that being a leader was not easy. First of all, the parts manufacturing plant and the robot assembly plant need to resume production, Luo Xingyuan said. Before his arrival, the robot assembly plant in the star base had already stopped production, which was normal, in order to reduce consumption. After all, the base only needed to maintain a minimum level of normal operation and did not need so many robots. But things changed after he arrived. He wanted to make use of the base, first of all, as a shipbuilding base, which required a large workforce, so cheap robots naturally became the best choice. Of course, even for the sake of the continuation of the race, I need to suggest this to you. Conrad naturally also needed the assembly plant to be restarted. Only when the number of intelligent robots continues to increase will more robots awaken self-awareness, which is also the only means for their race to continue, since machines cannot conceive. There's a lot more to do next. I need to establish a communication network between the star base and Silver Willow Star, as well as set up multiple starship production lines and restart the star base's exploitation of surrounding resources, Luo Xingyuan said unhurriedly. This was his conclusion after initially assessing the current state of the star base. In reality, there were only two urgent tasks, connecting the network and production lines. Other tasks were not so quick. Mining ships had to be built first before resources could be extracted. Yes, Commander, I understand your needs, but we still need Illa's help with the network connection. Conrad noted down Luo Xingyuan's request and then said, Go ahead. Luo Xingyuan waved his hand. If anything happens, use the base's communication equipment to contact me. He doesn't need to keep a close eye on things at the base yet. Once Shimo arrives, he'll let her connect with Conrad first. What he needs to do most right now is improve his physical fitness to lay a solid foundation for advancing to the third-tier commander level. His commander rank wasn't static. Luo Yang and the ship girls who went out to level up with Luo Xingli were slowly improving his rank, but the pace was still too slow. Once Luo Xingli finishes leveling up, he plans to launch a large-scale war against the Norse in order to improve his commander level. The next day, Shuangyue arrived with Shimo and Eden. She would be rotating shifts with Xingyang, who would bring back a large amount of equipment, and awakened individuals who wanted to live on the ground. Commander, it's a promise. Call me as soon as we can modify the ship here. Xingyang left with a hint of reluctance. Clearly, she's thinking about becoming a combat cruiser. Of course I'll call you. You should go back and rest for a while. You've worked hard these past few days. Luo Xingyuan patted her shoulder. There probably aren't that many modifications to be done yet, and the special weapons also need time to be manufactured. Once everything is ready, he will naturally call Xingyang over. Shuangyue wasn't as carefree as Xingyang. She gave Luo Xingyuan a standard military salute and said, Commander, the rotation is complete. Please assign the next tasks? Luo Xingyuan nodded and said, Very good. Your mission is simple. First, protect the star base. Second, train the mechanical fleet. Any questions? Luo Xingyuan had planned to build a mechanical fleet long ago, and he had told Conrad about it. Conrad was recruiting awakened individuals who wanted to join the fleet. After all, to resume resource extraction, they would have to go to other asteroids in the star system. Luo Xingyuan couldn't send out a few ship girls to escort them, so they needed their own escort fleet. Of course, there are no ships yet. Luo Xingyuan's task for Shuangyue is to train fleet commanders in the base in advance, first instilling theoretical knowledge and combat experience. No problem. Shuangyue readily agreed, as this had been discussed and agreed upon beforehand. By the way, how is Yin Liuxing doing? I didn't have time to ask when we contacted each other before. Luo Xingyuan asked. Silver Willow Star is currently in good condition, but you will need to ask Shuemo for details. She is currently in Eden discussing planetary terraforming. Xuanyu was not particularly interested in political affairs. That's true. The rooms for rest and the places for classes have all been arranged. You can take a look for yourself. If you're not satisfied, just tell the housekeeping robot. Luo Xingyuan thought about it and agreed. Xuanyu was a warmonger, and her mission on Silver Willow Star was also to protect others, so it was normal that she didn't know. In a while, we may have a large-scale military operation. Oh, then I'll wait patiently for good news from the commander. It was only at this point that Shimatsuki's interest was piqued, but she didn't ask any further questions. Such typical military bearing, quite rare in my fleet. Luo Xingyuan muttered to himself as he watched Frost Moon depart into the distance. Chapter 51 Luoyang easily defeats the Norseman Bianxing. Shortly after Xuangyue left, Shimo and Eden also arrived. The Eden ship entered after the Shimo ship, so the two of them arrived later than Xuangyue. Commander, it's been a long time. The two men walked up and greeted Luo Xingyuan. How have you been lately? Luo Xingyuan asked with a smile. Not bad. The dragon species that the commander wanted to cultivate has yielded results, but only one sub-dragon species has been cultivated. The dragon bloodline in them is too diluted. It will probably take some time before a true dragon species can be cultivated, Eden said. Oh, really? I almost forgot about that. I didn't expect to have already bred a sub-dragon. Luo Xingyuan said with some surprise. Yes, Commander, you are welcome to come to my ship anytime if you wish to see, Eden said with a smile. Let's finish our business. Shimo, how have you been lately? Luo Xingyuan turned to Shimo again. Fortunately, Sister Xingxia is a very kind person. She taught me a lot of things. I hope that my visit this time can be of help to the commander, Shimo said softly. Her tone was gentle, and she seemed like an ordinary, delicate woman. Probably no one would have guessed that her true form was a T4 starship. Of course, I really need your help to handle various matters. Next, you will be the deputy chief of this star base. Will you feel any pressure? Please rest assured, I have already understood the situation here, and we will get to work soon. Shueimo had a relaxed smile on her face. Very good. How's the situation on Silver Willow Star? There haven't been any major changes on the ground, have there? The situation on Silver Willow Star is very good. The person we rescued before was indeed quite capable. The first government election has now ended, and reconstruction work has begun in various places. Everywhere there is a vibrant scene of life and everything thriving, as if we have returned to the time before the disaster. Luo Xingyuan sensed something was off about what he was hearing, but he didn't pay it any mind and asked again. How's the construction of the starport going? Everything is progressing smoothly and will be completed on schedule, Shueimo said. Very good. How is the human defense fleet on Silver Willow Star being established? Luo Xingyuan asked other questions. After all, defense cannot rely solely on ship girls. That would be a complete waste of their powerful offensive capabilities. Silver Willow Star still needs its own regular fleet. He had captured so many starships and had half-elf officers teach the Silver Willow people, all in order to establish Silver Willow's conventional defense system. We've already conducted test flights near Silver Willow Star, but the space station there isn't big enough to accommodate the large ship. The crew of the T3 starship have to rest on the ship, making it very inconvenient to travel to and from the ground. However, the Silver Willow people are quite dedicated. They haven't complained and are currently training normally in space, Shueimo said. They've started test flights so soon? I was originally planning to wait until the starport was built before sending them to space for training, Luo Xingyuan said with some surprise. They asked for it themselves, so we have no reason to refuse, Shueimo said, recalling the scene. That's good. It's also beneficial for us to establish defenses on Silver Willow Star in advance. This way, we can fight the Norse without hesitation. Luo Xingyuan shook his head, not thinking much about it. Go talk to Conrad first and find out about the work. Eden, you can arrange your own schedule. If you need supplies, just apply to Conrad and Shimo directly. Yes, Commander. After parting ways with the two ship girls, Luo Xingyuan went to the gravity chamber to train alone, but he was thinking about other things. Once we return from Luoyang, we will definitely need to investigate the specific battle situation on the demi-human side. We need to understand it first so that we can intervene in a timely manner later. After all, the technology of the demi-humans is weaker than that of the Norse, and they will definitely suffer a great loss on the front line. Their only advantage is that the Norse supply lines are too long, so they can still hold their own. However, once the Northian reinforcements arrive, their battle lines may not be able to remain stable. Luo Xingyuan has no intention of intervening in the war there for the time being. Even if he joins forces with the demi-humans to deal with the invading Norse fleet, the demi-humans will certainly not hand over the planet to him. He didn't need a powerful demi-human civilization, but rather a demi-human civilization whose fleet had been defeated and whose planet had been invaded. That way, he would have a legitimate reason to deal with the demi-humans and become their new ruler. I feel like my heart has turned black, Luo Xingyuan muttered to himself. That's understandable, though. He can't very well let his girls take risks for another civilization. Besides, the core interests of the ship Go Commander are planets. Even if the demi-humans gave him a life-bearing planet, his reputation there would probably be ruined, which would be detrimental to his own development. Instead of interfering in the ongoing stalemate between the demi-humans and the North, it would be better to launch a separate attack on the North, and reap the benefits of any victories. Of course, all of this can only be discussed after Luoyang returns. They don't know much about the situation in the Northian territory, and the half-elves who used to work for the Northians aren't very clear about these things either. Luoyang's attack this time is not only about abducting people, she will also send reconnaissance planes to investigate the situation within the North Empire. Luoyang, whom Luo Xingyuan had been longing for, had already arrived at the border planet mentioned by the half-elf. It was a planet that was not very habitable, and the intelligence brought back by the reconnaissance plane indicated that the natural environment was harsh. It makes sense when you think about it. Why would the Northrends provide such a good living environment for these inferior people? Just being alive is already an extraordinary favor from the Northrend lords. Warren couldn't help but sigh at the sight. Over the years, the living conditions of their half-elf race had not improved at all, which strengthened his resolve to take the half-elf race with him. After investigating the situation, Luo Yang did not hesitate and immediately activated the jammer to block the star system. Space fighters were dispatched and easily defeated the defending fleet. This was just a ragtag fleet mainly composed of T-2 starships, which was easily dealt with by a small squadron of space fighters. These Northrends died without knowing what had happened. The space battle went very smoothly, but the subsequent ground battle would be more troublesome. To save time, Luo Yang chose to enter the planet's atmosphere and send out mechs to quickly clear out the Northrend army on the planet. He also ordered Warren and others to hurry up and move the half-elves. Everyone on the planet was terrified by this sudden turn of events. They thought the Norse were about to kill them, as their starships had already entered the planet's atmosphere. The Northrend garrison was acting rather strangely. They requested communication with the starship but received no response. No, we received a response immediately, but it was an airborne missile. A one-sided massacre targeting the Northrend army has begun. Chapter 52: The Changes at the Border. On the other side, Warren was also making the most of the time. This time, in order to ensure that Luo Yang's operation would proceed smoothly, Luo Xingyuan had installed 2 more T-3 mechs, one of which was capable of carrying people. Warren and his group used the T-3 mechs to quickly land at their tribe and identify themselves. The young people in the tribe were all bewildered, but fortunately some of the older people recognized Warren. "Good lads, you've really made something of yourselves. Are you going to lead everyone to become space pirates?" an elder half-elf said excitedly. He had long wanted to leave this barren planet, but the Norse blockade left the half-elves helpless, and the talents they sent to the Norse Empire were also monitored. In his view, he would do anything as long as he could get out of this prison, even if it meant becoming a notorious space pirate. It didn't come to that. We met a very kind person. This starship belongs to them, and they are willing to take us out of this prison, Warren explained. "Really? Warren, don't be fooled," said a composed elder. "Elder, things can't get any worse. On this planet, we can only slowly rot and perish. We have no future. If we miss this opportunity today, it's unlikely we'll have another chance." Warren didn't have time to reason with anyone and laid out the facts directly. The elders of the half-elf race exchanged glances, understanding the same principle. "Quickly, call the kids still outside back, blow the assembly whistle, and let's get out of this hellhole." The half-elf chieftain, who had just come out, also heard Warren's words, and his decision was very decisive. "As it's you! How have you been all these years?" Warren seemed excited to see the half-elf chieftain. "It's still the same old monstrosity. How good can life be on this planet? The surrounding alien races are becoming increasingly barbaric. The talents we send to the North Empire are intercepted and killed on the way. If this continues, the half-elf race will perish." Az sighed. "While we still have time, could you tell us about your experiences? We haven't heard from you in decades." Az looked at his childhood friend. A hint of reminiscence flashed in his eyes. "Actually, my transformation is a recent event, and it wasn't exactly honorable. I was captured as a prisoner." Warren told his people about his experience. "Hopefully, that ruler will treat our half-elf race well. We have no other choice right now." After hearing this, Az could only sigh and went to help gather his people. The Luoyang was parked on a large plain. The terrain of this planet was not good. This was the only place where a starship could barely stop. The road had been cleared by the mechs. Now all that was needed was to wait for the half-elf tribe to arrive. However, Luoyang encountered other special circumstances. She originally thought that by suppressing the planet and sending out mechs to clear the way, the other races on the planet would be more sensible and not cause trouble. However, some alien races still came to her, though it was hard to say whether they were there to cause trouble or not. This is a humanoid creature with a tail and animal ears. They look very eager to communicate with the mecha, completely unaware that there is no one inside the mecha. Through the starship's translation equipment, these beings were pleading for help. They appeared to have witnessed the Northrends being wiped out and wanted to leave the planet. "Young chieftain, should we really ask those faceless aliens for help? They just destroyed the Northrend army camp," a timid girl with animal ears asked. Destroying the Northrend camp is the right thing to do. Only those factions hostile to the Northrends can possibly free us from this prison. This is our only chance. If we don't seize this opportunity, the Northrends will take their anger out on us when they return. The young clan leader replied, continuing to try to communicate with the mech. The fact that the other party did not shoot him directly suggests that there is still a possibility of communication. He appears calm, but his trembling body betrays his inner turmoil. This guy is risking his life for a chance for his people. Luo Yang was somewhat troubled by this scene, because Luo Xingyuan's order was only to take away the half-elves, and he had not mentioned any other races. Moreover, she did not know the situation of other races on this planet beforehand. I can't accept it rashly, Luo Yang thought to himself, and sent several mechs to Warren to convey the instructions and ask for his opinion. After all, half-elves would certainly know more about these situations, and if they could vouch for us, it wouldn't be a bad idea to take them with us when we leave, since there are still plenty of seats in the cabin. Warren was somewhat surprised when he received the news. He hadn't expected this situation. It seems there are still intelligent people on this planet. Commander Luo Yang must be referring to the dog people race. Do the elders know anything about them? Warren had been gone for so many years that he didn't remember much, so he asked the people in the tribe. The dog people are a race that was introduced to us in the last 30 years. They don't have much friction with us, but their living conditions are even worse than ours, and they face more discrimination. Chief Ez was quite familiar with the situation of each race. If possible, we could take them with us. They are natural warriors, physically strong, and not easily betrayed. Ez had some knowledge of the canine race. After hearing this, Warren reported the information obtained by his clan to Luo Yang. Is that so? Luo Yang pondered, tapping her fingers on the table as she considered the pros and cons of taking the dogman away. Having only recently been exiled to this planet, they undoubtedly harbor deep-seated hatred towards the Northrends. If war breaks out with the Northrends, there's little need to worry about them betraying them. A moment later, she instructed Warren to ascertain the number of cannibals, and then delegated the matter to the half-elf for negotiation. Considering the labor shortage, Luo Yang decided to take some risks, but it was necessary to know the exact number of dog handlers. If the number was too large, the matter would need to be reconsidered. Warren received the mission from Luo Yang and couldn't worry about the relocation of his tribe. He knew this was a good thing and he had to handle it well. After informing the chieftain, he took several half-elves and left to check the situation. The efforts of the young chieftain of the Dog People clan finally paid off, and he received a response. He wasn't surprised that the visitor was a half-elf. After all, the other party was attacking the planet and would definitely want to gain something, so rescuing the half-elf tribe here was a reasonable answer. After some conversation, Warren learned about the specific situation of the Dog People. The Dog People were even worse off than the half-elves. At present, the entire race numbered only 500,000 or 600,000, which was said to be all they had. No other Dog People had been assigned to other planets. With such a small population, they naturally suffer oppression from other races, even though every dogman is a born warrior. After learning about the cannibals' situation, Warren sighed. However, he still needed to investigate whether they were truly worth saving, especially since the Luo Yang official had said he would use a half-elf as collateral. He couldn't possibly joke about his own people, so he proposed to investigate the Dog People's settlement, which, of course, would take some time. Luo Yang agreed to this, saying that taking an extra day or two was insignificant, but it needed to be completed before all the half-elves boarded the ship. Although the Norse would have difficulty detecting the changes on the edge of the star, Luo Yang himself did not want to linger here for too long. Chapter 53 Passing Space Horde. Luo Xingyuan was unaware of the little incident in Luoyang. He was now preoccupied with new matters. A new month has arrived, and the monthly clues have been updated. Most of the information provided this time is unremarkable, but one of them has caught Luo Xingyuan's attention. Blue clue: in 10 days, a highly aggressive horde of space beasts will pass through the Plan Nebula. The location of the Plan Nebula is not far from Silver Willow Star. Its position is opposite to the Northrend Empire, and is currently an unknown region. Luo Xingyuan had not previously considered exploring the Plan Nebula. Firstly, he lacked manpower, and secondly, he already had a general understanding of the situation of the Norse, so solving it wouldn't be too difficult. Unexpectedly, the panel directly provided clues about the Plan Nebula and even showed its exact location, making him feel that it would be a waste not to go. This location is very close to Luo Xingyuan's control range, only 4 light-years away. There is a pair of twin stars hidden by a nebula, and the space beast horde will pass through there. This discovery made Luo Xingyuan hesitate. He wasn't worried that the space beast horde would attack his territory, but rather he wanted to lead his fleet to set off and gain some experience. The space beast horde on the clues is perfect for him to level up. According to the clues on the panel, it is a kind of space creature called space ghost wolf. They live in groups, and adult space ghost wolves can reach the level of third-tier creatures, with only a very few reaching the fourth tier. They are exactly the kind of creatures that pose no threat to the fleet, yet are numerous enough to be suitable for leveling up. But now he simply can't spare any manpower. Luo Yang is on a mission, and Luo Xingli has also taken a large group of ship girls with low training levels to actively level up. Luo Xingyuan only has 3 ship girls left to use, Qingyang, Shuangyue, and Xinxue. If everyone leaves, our hometown will be left feeling empty. This made Luo Xingyuan realize once again the predicament of not having enough manpower, but he didn't want to miss this good opportunity to level up. Although 4 light years isn't that far, the Snow Knight is a bit slow. This way, it will take too much time to go back and forth. If something happens on Silver Willow Star or the Star Base, we might not be able to deal with it in time. Luo Xingyuan muttered to himself, then suddenly noticed a blueprint on his desk. Those were the blueprints for the Imperial Knight-class battlecruiser. He'd been thinking about the Qingyang's refit these past few days. Wait a minute, the Imperial Knight-class battlecruiser seems to be using a T4-class engine. If we try to modify it, the speed will be greatly improved, and we can make round trips in a shorter time. Luo Xingyuan thought of this and quickly called Shuangyue to the control room. After Shuangyue came in, he told her his thoughts. Modification? That's a great idea. The modification of the Qingyang will definitely be fine. It was originally an upgraded version of her. The Shuangyue is also a warship of the Tianqi Empire, so there's a high chance of it succeeding in this kind of modification. She paused for a moment as she spoke. However, the Snow Knight is not an Imperial warship, and the chances of incompatibility are extremely high. I suggest that the commander not try it lightly. Luo Xingyuan nodded and said, It seems that Xinxue will have to guard the house again. It would be great if we could obtain the blue artifact that can be converted into an engine. The Star Snow engine isn't bad, but it's definitely not as good as the blue engine. Due to incompatibility issues, Xinxue had to be excluded from this modification. He didn't want to take the risk of trying it, as that would be irresponsible to his ship girl. After talking with Shuangyue, the modification of Shuangyue and Qingyang was put on the agenda. Luo Xingyuan asked Shimo and Conrad to set up the engine production line first, and prepared to conduct trial modifications on Shuangyue first. Since they are all products of the imperial lineage, the risks of such modifications are not high. If incompatibility occurs, there will be no problem as long as the parts are removed in time. The Imperial Knight Class T4 engine wasn't that complicated. It had only just crossed the threshold of T4. After understanding the principles, Conrad personally took charge and built a prototype in 3 days. After testing, the power output is close to that described in the drawings, and it is ready for modification. Frostmoon was really looking forward to this modification, as it would greatly enhance her strength. Moreover, after the successful modification, she would be able to participate in the attack on the Space Beast Horde. Since waking up, she hasn't participated in any battles yet, and she's been itching to get back into action. The modification process went smoothly. These robots were also creations of the Empire and were very familiar with the Empire's starships. The entire operation took only 4 hours to modify the engine. Frostmoon also felt that there was no major problem with her ship's hull. It was just that she needed to get used to the newly modified engine. She could only operate at 90% capacity at the moment, but there was no incompatibility. Luo Xingyuan breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the results of the modification. After all, although the danger was not great, there was still some. Ship girls mostly use higher-level ship equipment artifacts directly, and not many upgrade their parts through modification. Now we can prepare to call Qingyang over, and while we're at it, see if we can build the weapon she needs. If we can, it will be a huge upgrade for the Qingyang. Unfortunately, after Conrad obtained the blueprints for the disintegration cannon, he realized that it was unlikely to be built in a short time. This type of naval gun required entirely new production equipment, and building it from scratch would take much longer, certainly not in time to hunt down the Space Beast hordes. Luo Xingyuan could only express his regret for Qingyang, as it would take some time before he could become an Imperial Knight, and he could only modify the engine first. After the Frost Moon was remodeled, Luo Xingyuan explained his plan to Xinxue and Qingyang. The network connecting the two star systems had been set up, and Luo Xingyuan no longer needed to use the commander network to contact his ship girls. It would be more convenient to make a video call directly. I plan to hunt down this horde of space beasts, so I need to modify Qingyang's engine. Xinxue, I guess I'll have to trouble you to guard the base again this time, Luo Xingyuan said apologetically, looking at his initial ship girl. It's alright. The house can't be left undefended. Leave this responsibility to me. If anything changes on Silver Willow Star or at the stellar base, I'll contact you through the commander network immediately. Xinxue didn't seem to mind, and a smile remained on her face. Although Xinxue also wanted to join the attack, she knew about her engine's problems. Furthermore, defending the base was crucial, and the fact that her commander had entrusted her with this task alone showed that she was highly trusted. Therefore, she had no complaints. Qingyang was excited when she heard this. Although it wasn't a one-step transformation into an Imperial Knight-level creature, it was already halfway done. How far away could the other half be? Moreover, there was a mission this time to fight against a horde of space beasts. She had been guarding Qingyang Star since she was built, and had never fought against space creatures before. Seeing that the two had no objections, Luo Xingyuan told Qingyang to report to the star base as soon as possible, and then hung up the phone. Chapter 54, Returning to Luoyang. After arranging Qingyang's remodeling, Luo Xingyuan started looking at his ship girl clues again. The list has been updated a long time ago, but he's been hesitating and hasn't decided which one to buy yet. Compared to before, there are some minor changes to the clues this time. 4 ship girls are being sold together as a package. According to the brief description, these 4 are in a ruin, so they are being sold together. As for the type of ship girl, it is listed as a cruiser, but the note, predecessor of the Sky Patrol ship, is added later. Originally, Luo Xingyuan wasn't really interested in buying this bundle. He was more interested in the larger ship in the clues. However, he hesitated after seeing this note. The fact that this was the precursor to the Sky Patrol suggests that the ruins belonged to the Empire, and were very likely a starship graveyard. Furthermore, the price of this bundle is higher than the price of 4 normal clues, which means there must be something good hidden inside. Furthermore, if these 4 ships are the predecessors of the Sky Patrol ships, then the probability of them being transformed into Sky Patrol ships in the future will greatly increase, which is equivalent to having a relatively clear 4th-tier advancement path, which will highlight their value. Moreover, they are mostly historical ship girls who already possess a certain level. After much deliberation, Luo Xingyuan decided to buy the lead. He already had quite a few main ships in his fleet, and adding 4 cruisers would be a good way to balance his development. The location of the ruins was quickly marked on the star map. It was a bit far, 10 light-years away. Fortunately, according to the panel's description, this ruin has not been discovered by anyone yet, giving him enough time to excavate it. As for the 4 ships mentioned in the clues, their condition is not good. They are mostly badly damaged, and one starship has even broken in 2. Can such a starship really be saved? Luo Xingyuan expressed his doubts, but the panel had never made a mistake, so he could only believe it for now. The problem is how to bring these 4 starships back. They have basically lost their power, and towing them back would be a very troublesome and unrealistic task. It seems the only option is to bring the engineering vessel along and repair the ship there, Luo Xingyuan thought to himself. In that case, we also need to consider the speed of the engineering vessel, as it takes a lot of time to travel back and forth. Perhaps we could have Conrad modify the engine of the engineering vessel. With that in mind, Luo Xingyuan approached Conrad again and explained his needs. Modifying the engine is no problem, but with the current hull of the engineering vessel, it's impossible to install a T4 engine. We can only settle for the top-of-the-line T3 engine, Conrad said after a moment's thought. Very good, then let's modify it according to this result. Luo Xingyuan was quite satisfied with the result. The top-of-the-line T3 engine can reach speeds of around 800 times the speed of light, which will greatly reduce the round-trip time. After all, he had to go to that ruin with her, otherwise the ship girl wouldn't be able to be activated, and they would have to tow the ship back. The engine of the engineering vessel has been modified, so the journey there won't be so slow. Once it's repaired, the new crew can escort the vessel, and I can return first. However, the time to excavate the ruins will definitely have to be after the attack on the Space Beast Horde. After all, the construction and modification of the engineering ships will take some time, and he will have to activate them one by one when he returns to see if he can get a few more engineering ship girls. Ordinary engineering ships are not so easy to repair starships, so it takes ship girls. Their ability to repair starships is comparable to magic. Unless they are completely destroyed, they can generally be repaired. After assigning tasks, Luo Xingyuan suddenly found himself with some free time. Being a leader was so comfortable. He didn't have to do many things personally, so he could finally slack off. Unfortunately, he didn't get to catch any fish. His dutiful secretary, Shimo, reminded him that he needed to cultivate, something no one else could do for him. Looking at the familiar scene around the gravity chamber, Luo Xingyuan could only sigh and continue to temper his physical body. There was no other way. Being outside of Polaris meant his cultivation speed was much slower, and he had to put in much more effort. Fortunately, the cultivation resources he brought were sufficient, and Eden even obtained some dragon blood to help Luo Xingyuan temper his physical body, which allowed him to maintain his cultivation speed. Moreover, the blood of that dragon could not provide much assistance to Luo Xingyuan, since its life energy level was not high enough. However, there must be some space beasts with sufficient life energy levels. If the 4th-tier space ghost wolves are made into potions, it can greatly assist his cultivation. Moreover, there is a chance to extract complete source matter by killing 4th-order space behemoths, so ship girl commanders like to take action against them. Some even capture and raise these space creatures, which is a good way to generate a steady income. Unfortunately, the panel says that this space ghost wolf is very aggressive, so it's probably impossible to capture it. It can only be harvested in one go. Luo Xingyuan is currently lacking blue source material fragments. Even if he fails to extract the complete source material, the large number of blue source material fragments are still very attractive to him. Everything at the starbase proceeded smoothly. Qingyang's modification went very well. After all, it was her evolved form, and there were no problems with the engine. It was basically ready to function at 100% capacity once installed. 2 days before the horde of space beasts was about to arrive at the twin stars of the Plan Nebula, Luo Xingyuan prepared to set off at this time, so that he would have time to find favorable terrain to ambush them after arriving there. He gathered 2 ship girls and boarded the Shimatsuki, ready to depart. Just then, he received news that Luoyang had entered the star system where Silver Willow Star is located. They came back just in time. Luo Xingyuan couldn't help but exclaim. Although he didn't know that if it weren't for the need to take in another race, Luoyang would have returned even faster. Without waiting for Luoyang to arrive on Silver Willow Star to contact him again, he directly used the commander network to find Luoyang. Luoyang, no need to go to Silver Willow Star anymore, come to Qingyang Star next door. Eden has restored the environment there, and it is now equivalent to a level 1 planet, which is already considered a suitable planet. Leave the people we brought there. Eden improved the environment a few days ago, and she is still on Qingyang Star, preparing to restore the environment to an even better state. However, this does not affect the habitation of people on Qingyang Star. Luoyang received the instructions, quickly replied, "Yes," adjusted its course, and headed towards Qingyang Star. Luo Xingyuan then gave a second instruction. "Once you have settled all the immigrants, immediately head to the location on the star map to join the battle. We will be hunting down the space beast horde there, and we need your support," Luo Xingyuan said. He had calculated Luoyang's speed. Her space fighters would arrive around the time they engaged in battle, which would be a perfect opportunity to use this advantage and kill even more space beasts. Luoyang received the star maps sent by Luo Xingyuan and confirmed her location and time. She realized that she had been conscripted and that if she returned a day later, she would probably miss the battle. "Yes, Luoyang will arrive at the battlefield within the scheduled time to provide carrier-based aircraft support." Luoyang accepted the mission without hesitation. After all, this mission did waste some time. If it weren't for picking up the dog people, she probably could have returned 2 days earlier, and then she wouldn't have been in such a rush. To her, Luo Xingyuan was not only a commander, but also her savior who rescued her from the starship graveyard. "After this battle is over, I'll give you a few days off to rest," Luo Xingyuan said, still feeling somewhat ashamed. "It's alright, Commander. You don't need to take leave. The fleet is short-staffed right now, and I can't just watch everyone work while I take a break." After sending the combat objectives and specific locations, the two lost contact. Time was of the essence in Luoyang, and the immigrants on the ship needed to be transferred quickly, so Luo Xingyuan decided not to bother her any longer. Chapter 55 Entering the Plan Nebula. With Luo Yang's involvement, Luo Xingyuan felt the hunt was more secure. After informing Luo Yang, Luo Xingyuan immediately ordered the fleet to set sail. They didn't wait for Luoyang, since Luoyang's engine was better than Shuangyue's and Qingyang's. If they waited for her, Shuangyue and Qingyang would be unable to catch up with the battle. The two starships activated their warp drives and sailed toward an unknown region. Under the cover of the nebula, this area is difficult to explore. Neither Luo Xingyuan nor the Norse had ever reached the interior of the planned nebula before. Fortunately, the fate panel provided accurate locations, and the two starships only needed to follow the path on the star map. After leaving Luo Xingyuan's controlled area, we were very close to the Pulin Nebula. The distant nebula radiated beautiful light, a magnificent sight even in the universe. The starship was very fast, and a few hours later it entered the planned nebula. Luo Xingyuan also saw his first star, a blue giant with many planets orbiting it. He wondered if there was any life on those planets. "Commander, do we need to name it?" Frostmoon asked, looking at the blue giant star. "Let's call it Kanglin." Luo Xingyuan named the star system, and Shuangyue also completed the star map inside the Pulin Nebula. The Apocalypse Empire often names its star systems by numbers, while Luo Xingyuan names the star systems he has conquered. However, the Galactic Human Alliance prefers star systems to share the same name as the largest inhabited planet within the system, so the two star systems, Silver Willow Star and Azure Sun Star, are currently named after the inhabited planet. On the star map, these two star systems have been labeled as Yinlu and Qingyang. The radius of the Kanglin star system is relatively large. It took the two starships some time to escape the gravitational pull of the Kanglin star. The two stars could already be seen in the distance. That was the binary star mentioned in the clues, a blue giant and a red giant of similar mass, which looked quite impressive from a distance. "What do you mean by this star system?" Shuangyue asked Luo Xingyuan, holding an electronic pen. Luo Xingyuan hesitated for a moment, then said, "Should we call them Gemini?" "But there are many star systems consisting of two stars, and this name is already overused," Frost Moon reminded her. "Alright then, let's call it Crimson Blue." Luo Xingyuan looked at the two stars again, and then, on a sudden inspiration, said, That seems to work. I don't think I found any duplicates." After searching for a while, Shuangyue finally wrote down the name of this star system on the star map. There are more planets here than on the blue giant we just saw, and the probability of finding a habitable planet is high. However, Luo Xingyuan doesn't have time to explore this for now and plans to leave it to someone else later. Now all they need to do is choose a good ambush location and give the Space Beast Horde a surprise. How about near a star? Even the highest-ranking fourth-order Space Beasts probably can't withstand such high temperatures, but our heat-resistant materials are enough for us to stay near a star, Frost Moon suggested. This was indeed a good plan, but Luo Xingyuan rejected it after thinking about it. The star can indeed be used, but if the horde of space beasts attacks them relentlessly, their corpses will likely be drawn into the star's interior, leaving no trace of their remains and making it impossible to clean up the battlefield. Rather than choosing this battlefield, it would be better to wage guerrilla warfare against the space beast horde in an open area, which would also facilitate the subsequent deployment of carrier-based aircraft from Luoyang. Having finalized the battle plan, the three began to select a suitable battlefield. After passing through many places, they finally chose a relatively open location between two stars. The view from here is excellent, unobstructed by the asteroid belt, allowing for the fastest radar detection of the location of the space horde. Next, the two starships fell mostly silent, floating in space, waiting for their prey to come to them. The process was a bit lengthy, and the space beast horde didn't pass through here so quickly. However, a few hours later, Frostman's radar had detected a small number of space creatures entering the Crimson Blue star system. This is a creature with transparent skin and an overall appearance similar to a wolf. No wonder it is called the Space Ghost Wolf. However, they are not that small. A single Tier 3 Space Ghost Wolf is nearly 100 meters long, which is comparable to some small starships. This is also the creature that Luo Xingyuan wants to hunt. Wait a minute, don't rush into action. Wait until Luoyang arrives at the designated area. Luo Xingyuan reminded his two ship girls, telling them not to alert the enemy. There were only about 30 space ghost wolves in front of them, which was definitely not a space beast horde. They were just scouting ahead to check if there were any dangers or other space beast hordes in the star system. The main force was still behind them. Luo Yan had already crossed the Kanglin star system and was approaching the Qilan star system, but she had not yet made contact with her commander and planned to notify him after entering the star system. This speed was just right, as the main force of the Space Ghost Wolves hadn't caught up yet. Both sides were waiting, but the Space Ghost Wolves were unaware that someone was plotting against them. Another system time passed, and a large number of Space Ghost Wolves appeared at the edge of the star system, and they began to head towards some asteroids. Currently, there are around 1,000 Space Ghost Wolves, and their numbers are continuing to increase, said Frostmoon, looking at the ship's radar. Could they be predatory space creatures? This was the first time Luo Xingyuan had encountered such creatures. He watched these Space Ghost Wolves head towards the asteroid and asked this question. It should be pretty close to certain, Commander. Shall we launch an attack? Frostmoon asked. Let's fight. First, draw their attention. We can't let them destroy the planet. Luo Xingyuan hadn't discovered any other cosmic civilizations in this star system. This star system was so close to his control range that it would likely be his territory in the future. He couldn't let these Space Ghost Wolves plunder at will. Upon receiving the order, the lasers on the Frost Moon and Azure Sun began to charge. Lasers have a great advantage against such large space creatures, which generally do not have shields and cannot withstand lasers at all. In deep space, the two starships launched their first salvo, giving the Space Ghost Wolves that were hunting a rude awakening. In a single exchange, dozens of Space Ghost Wolves were killed. The Space Ghost Wolf immediately realized that another type of predator existed in this unknown star system, which the scouts had not yet discovered. They stopped heading towards the asteroid and began searching for the star system. The laser emission had been too sudden, and they had only been able to pinpoint its approximate location. Very good. These space creatures called Space Ghost Wolves have very poor detection capabilities. We expect they will only notice us after we fire 2 more rounds of lasers, Frostmoon said with a hint of excitement on her face. Just then, Luo Yang also sent a message, saying that she had arrived at the designated location and was requesting further instructions. Chapter 56 Hunting the Space Ghost Wolf. It must be said that Luo Yang's arrival was very timely, as the large number of carrier-based aircraft could provide cover for Luo Xingyuan's side. Begin the attack immediately. Choose your targets freely. Frost Moon and Azure Sunday. Be careful not to accidentally damage the space fighters. Luo Xingyuan instructed Luo Yang to take action immediately. The first wave of carrier-based aircraft will arrive after the laser attack. Next, the Space Ghost Wolf will face a dilemma. Should it deal with the aircraft in front of it first, or insist on finding a large-scale weapon of mass destruction in the distance? The second beam struck the horde, achieving similar results to the first. Some of the Space Ghost Wolves had already detected the approximate location of the laser beam and were about to report it to their superiors. Just then, a large number of missiles attacked the Ghost Wolf that was standing nearby, and the space fighters launched by Luo Yang had reached their designated attack positions. When attacking living creatures, kinetic weapons are not as effective as those that strike shields. T3 space fighters can only cripple Space Ghost Wolves, while only T4 space fighters can reap the lives of these space creatures. Compared to the two starships, the space fighters had a much shorter range and were much faster. These fighters did not conceal their positions and were quickly discovered by the Space Ghost Wolves. The already irritable wolf pack, provoked by the space fighter, abandoned their previous objective and launched an attack on the nearby enemy. Seeing that the deception had worked, Luo Yang began micromanagement, controlling the aircraft to retreat and leading the wolf pack for a stroll in the starry sky. Meanwhile, Luo Xingyuan intensified his energy recharge and continued firing, reaping the lives of the Space Ghost Wolves from afar. The Space Ghost Wolf's alpha quickly realized something was wrong. The number of its people was decreasing, and its former enemies were attacking relentlessly. Damn it, it's been lured by the enemy. The Wolf King quickly realized it had fallen into a trap. As the king of its kind, although it didn't possess much wisdom, it could still discern things to some extent. This couldn't go on. The Wolf King understood this perfectly. It leaped out of the pack, no longer ruling over the pack, but instead pounced on the machine pack. This is a gigantic space creature, about 2,000 meters long, which is comparable to a T3 cruiser. It was faster than its kin and quickly caught up with the group of aircraft. Luo Yang had a contingency plan for this, and the aircraft quickly separated and scattered. The Wolf King's desperate attack only destroyed a single-digit number of aircraft. Meanwhile, Luo Xingyuan, who was in the distance, keenly noticed the Wolf King that had broken away from the pack. The two starships began to adjust the position of their laser cannons, preparing to give the Wolf King a severe blow. The Wolf King was somewhat annoyed. It hadn't expected its enemy to be so cunning. But this attack also broke the formation of the aircraft, allowing them to divide and surround the unknown creature and hunt it down. It's much better than before when I could never catch up and was always outmaneuvered. Just as it commanded its people to hunt, the next round of lasers descended, and the two starships unleashed a salvo at the Wolf King. The Wolf King also saw the light in the distance, but by the time it saw it, it was too late. The laser instantly pierced its skin. The Wolf King struggled to escape, but found that its body had been pierced through. The Wolf King's vital signs haven't disappeared yet. The vitality of space creatures is truly formidable, Luo Xingyuan remarked, looking at the radar. However, even if he is not dead, it is no different from being dead. Most of his body structure has been destroyed, and he has lost the ability to move. The entire wolf pack was enraged at this moment. Their king had been severely injured, which was intolerable. They ignored the carrier-based aircraft's enticements, and set their sights on the two starships, launching an attack. "Start the engines, now it's our turn to take them for a spin," Luo Xingyuan said to the two ship girls, watching the rapidly approaching red dot. The space ghost wolves fared somewhat poorly when facing fleets that moved faster than themselves. They seemed to only have melee attack capabilities, unable to catch up or hit anything, and were constantly being attacked. After chasing for 2 hours, the furious vengeful army lost its morale and could not catch up at all. The number of its companions was also rapidly decreasing. How could it possibly fight back? Deserters appeared in the wolf pack, and soon the entire pack's formation became unstable. More and more space ghost wolves escaped from the pursuing pack and fled towards the edge of the star system. It must be said that their approach was wise. There are still many space ghost wolves in the world, and Luoyang has no time to deal with these escaped space ghost wolves. All of her carrier-based aircraft are supporting the main battlefield, and some have been damaged. These space ghost wolves do have long-range attack capabilities, but their attack range is only about 5 kilometers, which is vastly different from the range of a starship. However, the dispersed carrier-based aircraft could be forced to such close range. The damaged carrier-based aircraft were no longer as fast as before, and were caught up and smashed by the space ghost wolf, causing considerable battle damage. It can only be said that this was a necessary price to pay, and destroying more than a dozen fighter jets could not change the situation of the battle. Other space fighter jets quickly came up to fill the gap, and there were even more of them than in the first round. As the battle was nearing its end, Luoyang had also dispatched its reserve forces. If nothing unexpected happened, this would be the final attack. Luo Xingyuan thought the same way. Instead of staying away from the wolf pack, the starships moved closer to fire, and some high-speed powered weapons that were close at hand were also put to use, beginning to clean the surface of these space behemoths. In a short time, the number of wolf casualties increased dramatically. Suddenly, the wolf pack completely collapsed, and all the space ghost wolves began to scatter and flee. It seemed that the last space ghost wolf in charge of command had been killed, and no wolf was left to restrain the pack's behavior. Unfortunately, it's too late for them to escape now. Luoyang sent a reserve force to encircle and annihilate them, so how could they let them leave so easily? The battlefield has entered the final, hand-to-hand combat phase, with a large number of mechs being deployed to intercept the fleeing space ghost wolves. The intensity of the battle instantly escalated several levels, with mechs and fighter jets being torn apart from time to time, and metal debris floating in space. "I have to say, these space beast hordes are quite formidable in close combat," Luo Xingyuan remarked. "It doesn't matter. There will only be more corpses of space ghost wolves, and the losses of mechs and fighters are just some resources. We won't lose out," Frostmoon said. "Yes, but we still need to record this feature to prevent others from making the same mistake," Luo Xingyuan said. After another half hour, the battle finally ended. All the space ghost wolves in the encirclement were killed, with only a few space ghost wolves that had initially fled escaping. According to statistics, about 4,000 space ghost wolves were killed this time, of which only 100 were Tier 4, and a considerable number of blue source fragments could be obtained. Unfortunately, since Luo Xingyuan currently only has a cyan source material extractor, it is difficult to extract the blue source material fragments of the next higher level. Although it was possible to extract it, half of it was extracted as cyan source material fragments. In the end, Luo Xingyuan only obtained 10,000 blue source material fragments, but the number of cyan source material fragments increased considerably. It seems I'll have to find a way to ask for support from my family. The blue source material extractor is not easy to obtain. It is a controlled item in the Arctic starfield and can only be purchased by large families, and only by people of high status within those families. Luo Xingyuan's identity was not revealed. At most, he was an outstanding disciple of the Luo family and the top student of the third year at the Polaris Naval Academy. He was not qualified to buy the blue source extractor. However, he wasn't too worried about this problem. Compared to the source material extraction device used on planets, the blue source material extractor wasn't particularly important. If he explains that his commander level is almost at tier 3, the family will likely be very willing to help. He gained a lot of experience from this hunt for space beasts. After all, he was only a second-tier commander. This time, the opponents were no longer the ragtag fleet of the North people, but space creatures of at least the third tier, and even 104th-tier creatures. His level jumped directly from almost maxed out LV-32 to LV-37, just 3 levels away from meeting the requirements for promotion to Tier 3 commander. If another horde of space beasts similar to the space ghost wolves were to appear, Luo Xingyuan could easily advance to the third tier. Unfortunately, such opportunities are rare and hard to come by. If he wants to level up next, he can only set his sights on the local overlord, the Norse Empire. Next, he will launch a war against the Northrends. It is estimated that by the time he wipes out Earl Edwin's army, his level will be around LV-40. Commander, 2 blue artifacts were created after this battle. One of them can be transformed into armor, and the other can be used as material for ship hull modification, Frostmoon said with some surprise. Killing 4th tier or higher space creatures has a chance of yielding rare items, with larger space creatures having a higher probability. Luo Xingyuan guessed that these 2 rare items were most likely dropped from the Wolf King. As expected, upon receiving them, one item was called the Ghost Garment, which could be transformed into armor, and the other was called Wolf King's Blood, which could be used to modify the starship hull of the ship girl. Of course, one set of Tier 4 artifact material is not enough to upgrade a Tier 3 ship girl's T3 hull to T4. More is needed, depending on the modification plan designed by the commander. Therefore, this rare item is temporarily useless and must be put away. However, the Ghost Robe can be put to immediate use. Its 2 special effects are to increase armor defense and add invisibility. This stealth isn't true stealth, it only protects against radar. If you get too close, you'll still be detected. Yes, that makes sense. The radar didn't detect the Wolf King at first, otherwise it would have been targeted by the first round of lasers. If it hadn't come out and attracted attention later, it probably wouldn't have been detected until it got close. So Frostmoon added another note to her record: the Space Ghost Wolf was suspected of having the ability to evade radar tracking. The gains this time were quite good. Next, we need to clean up the corpses of the Space Ghost Wolves. This stage will take some time. It's unlikely that we can drag them all back. We can only take the 4th tier ones. The remaining 3rd tier ones will probably be captured by the gravity of the 2 stars here soon, and then perish on the surface of the stars. Next is the loss report. The battle against the Space Ghost Wolf was quite exciting. The final count showed that the losses were only some fighter jets and mechs, which could be quickly replenished and repaired upon returning. It's so comfortable to fight a horde of space beasts that don't have much ranged ability and aren't very intelligent. Even with so many 4th tier space ghost wolves, they were still defeated by Luo Xingyuan's dog-walking tactic. Another key point is that these space beasts have no shields, and the Frost Moon and Azure Sun are equipped with a large number of laser weapons, making the whole battle look like ordering food. A single shot from a Tier 3 ship can kill it, and concentrated fire from a Tier 4 ship can also take it down. Only the Wolf King could withstand a salvo from 2 ships and survive, but in reality, it was half dead after that and was finally finished off by Luoyang with an airborne torpedo. In the end, not much ammunition was actually consumed, since the 2 ships could manage their own energy reserves. Only Luoyang fired a considerable amount of ammunition, but even combined, it was less than 1% of the harvest this time. Chapter 57 Morning Star Meeting. After winning a great victory, Luo Xingyuan called to Luoyang, and the 3 ships returned to port together. On the way back, Luo Xingyuan felt it was time to give his forces a name. Since they were about to wage war against the Norse, he needed to have a banner of his own. Using the name of the North Sea Empire is useless. Nobody here knows about the North Sea Empire. As for the Apocalypse Empire, forget about it. Who knows if the Apocalypse Empire left any enemies in this area? As for the Luo family's name, he didn't want to use it. In the future, he planned to bring his family over to develop this unknown star system together, so he needed to have a certain degree of independence. In other words, he wanted to create a new name for his own power. What should he name it? This troubled him a bit, but he quickly remembered the small group he had formed at the Polaris Naval Academy. Why not just call it the Morning Star Society? It sounds good. I can also bring my students here to develop together, Luo Xingyuan muttered to himself. However, he hadn't made a decision yet. He still needed to discuss this matter with his ship girls and find Luo Xingli. After all, she was the second in command of the Morning Star Society, and it was necessary to communicate with Luo Xingli before raising the Morning Star Society's flag in this place. After Luo Xingyuan returned to the starbase, he also received news that Luo Xingli had returned to Silver Willow Star yesterday. The fleet that had been sent out for training has returned, and Luo Xingli is waiting for him on Silver Willow Star to discuss the next steps in their plan. Luo Xingyuan happened to be looking for her, so he notified all the ship girls of the combat starships and Luo Xingli to come to the starbase for a meeting. The meeting room here is quite formal. If this were on Silver Willow Star, the meeting would probably have to be held on a starship. Luo Xingli only learned that Luo Xingyuan had picked up another starbase after receiving the notification, but she was already used to it, and there was no abnormality on her face. She simply notified her ship girls to assemble. Xingyuan naturally had to go to the starbase for a meeting, so she could only hand over the warp jammer to an engineering ship girl to continue restricting the warp jump of the Silver Willow Star system. If the area was invaded, the invaders would not be able to reach Silver Willow Star so quickly, and she would have enough time to return. The attendees arrived at the starbase one after another. The place, which was originally inhabited only by robots, became lively. Several ship girls who had never been to the starbase before curiously observed their surroundings and chatted. Among them was Akabane, who was going on an expedition to level up. I never expected the commander to go to such lengths while I was away, and to let Xingyang steal the limelight. Damn it, I'm the commander's personal bodyguard, Chiyu said somewhat resentfully after hearing Xingyang's boast. There's nothing I can do about it. You just couldn't stay idle and went out. If you asked me, it would be much better to stay by the commander's side, have a few cups of tea and relax, Xingyang said with a smile. Akabane was speechless after hearing this and sighed. All right, Akabane, without you, the trouble we encountered back then would have been much harder to handle. We only managed to take down the opponent thanks to your close-quarters combat. A cruiser girl next to Akabane comforted her. Akabane really put in a lot of effort during this training trip. They encountered a highly aggressive starship in a star system, and Akabane was the one who took it down in close combat. If Akabane hadn't been there, given the enemy's firepower, the returning starship probably wouldn't have been in such good condition. Thinking about this made Akabane less discouraged. Once Luo Xingli and Xinxue arrived at the starbase, the meeting quickly began. During the meeting, Luo Xingyuan discovered that Xinxue's level had also increased during this period of training. That's normal though. It's easy for a Tier 1 commander to advance to Tier 2, not to mention that Luo Xingli has purple ship girls at her disposal, which give her a certain ability to advance beyond her level, so leveling up won't be slow. Congratulations on becoming a Tier 2 commander, Luo Xingyuan said with a smile. This expedition has yielded considerable results, Luo Xingli said. Her departure route was opposite to Luoyang, on a side star extending from the Norse Empire. Luo Xingyuan estimated that she had defeated many Norse starships. Alright, let's get down to business. After some time, I think we should have a unified name for ourselves. I previously established an organization called the Morning Star Society at the Naval Academy, and I plan to keep that name. Does anyone have any ideas, or perhaps a better sounding name? The ship girls on Luo Xingyuan's side naturally agreed. Once the commander made a decision, they certainly wouldn't object. The ship girls on Luo Xingli's side were watching their commander, waiting for her to make a decision. I have no problem. Luo Xingli naturally had no other opinions. Okay, then it will be the same as before. I will serve as the president of the Morning Star Society, and you will serve as my deputy. The Morning Star Society will only recruit ship girl commanders as core members, and the Silver Willow Star Fleet will be considered our subordinate force. Next, we will set up 3 regular fleets to defend the homeland. The Silver Willow Star Garrison Fleet, the Azure Sun Star Garrison Fleet, and the Stellar Base Garrison Fleet. Once the fleets are in place, they should at least have the strength to confront the regular fleets of the Norse, Luo Xingyuan said. He's short-handed now and can no longer afford to spread his defense around. He needs to group his players together for offense. The responsibility of defending the rear naturally fell to various localities, who needed to train enough naval soldiers to form a garrison fleet. Meanwhile, this fleet may also join Luo Xingyuan on expeditions in the future, primarily responsible for blockading and occupying planets. Of course, all of this cannot be rushed. Once the starport on Silver Willow Star is built, the fleet there will be on track, and the establishment of the garrison fleet on Azure Sun Star will be even slower. The star base has already met the basic requirements for forming a fleet. Conrad has trained 20 awakened naval captains who only need to bring a large number of robot soldiers to form a small fleet. Starships are not a problem either. The starship factory in the star base is working overtime to manufacture them. In addition to the engineering ships that Luo Xingyuan needs, there are also some T3 cruisers and destroyers, which will be responsible for the defense of the base. Luo Xingyuan did not intend to build T3 large ships here. He already had the blueprints for T4 starships. Building T3 battleships and battlecruisers directly would not be cost-effective. It would be better to wait until he had mastered the technology and build the Red Dragon-class Sky Patrol ships directly. This was his ideal garrison fleet. It is versatile and has the ability to warp using beacons. As long as it places more beacons on its own territory, it doesn't need to worry about enemy invasion at all, as a large number of space patrol ships will come to support it from all over the world. Unfortunately, the Omnics weren't quick to analyze T4's technology, and the star base didn't have a ready-made production line, so producing the Sky Cruiser wasn't easy. However, once I become a Tier 3 commander, I can use those starship artifact blueprints. You know, there's a research ship among them. Basically, every research ship girl that can be activated has good research capabilities. When I hand it over to her for research and development, it should shorten the time considerably. Chapter 58 Choosing a Route. Luo Xingli understood Luo Xingyuan's meaning. She knew that the chief currently wanted to focus his energy on military matters. However, the various fleets have not yet been established, so if we really want to go on an expedition, we still need to leave some people behind to defend. It should be noted that things haven't been peaceful on Silver Willow Star these past few days. Several North Empire starships have entered the area to investigate, indicating that the North Empire has become suspicious of the situation in the Silver Willow Star system. Although Xingxue destroyed these starships after they lost warp speed, the situation here is probably not far from being exposed. At the latest, the North Empire will definitely react within a few months. Luo Xingyuan was aware of this, but he planned to strike first, keeping the enemy's main force within their territory and preventing the battle lines from spreading. He will definitely defend the base, and there's no rush to start a war. He plans to bring back the 4 ship girls mentioned in the clues before launching the war. However, we still need to discuss where to attack. This meeting is to select targets, preferably places with strong defensive positions. So, Luo Xingyuan began to ask Luo Yang and Luo Xingli about their experiences. Both of them had traversed vast swathes of imperial territory during their attacks, so they knew some information. Luo Yang first explained that her area was not suitable for attack. There were hardly any Northern starships to be seen there, making it a place the Northens didn't value, and taking it down wouldn't be of much use. Luo Xingli's experiences were quite interesting. When they went to level up, they encountered an ancient autonomous starship, which took a lot of effort to defeat, and it also attracted the Norse garrison fleet. With no other option, in order to conceal their whereabouts, Luo Xingli activated the warp jammer and annihilated the entire Norse garrison fleet. Subsequently, they discovered that a large Norse fleet was still stationed in a nearby star system, and the radar showed a bustling scene with at least 100,000 starships. We intercepted a merchant ship from the Norse Empire and learned that it was a newly expanded territory of the Norse Empire, known to the Norse as the Great 4-Star Land, which is said to have 6 inhabited planets. The Norse are going to develop this star system, which is why so many merchant ships are arriving there. And the number of North people's combat starships is conservatively estimated to be in the tens of thousands, Luo Xingli said. This was also the information she wanted to share with Luo Xingyuan. In order to level up, she ventured deep into the North Empire, but she almost entered the heart of the North people's territory. Fortunately, she noticed this situation in advance. Upon discovering this, she lost all interest in leveling up and went straight back to report for duty. 6 habitable planets. That's an astonishing number, and a star system consisting of 4 stars is also quite rare. Luo Xingyuan called Warren and found that the half-elf was unaware of the matter. However, the data in the starbase mentioned this place. At that time, the Apocalypse Empire did not occupy it. It was controlled by another interstellar power, but now it was under the control of the Norse. The so-called 4-Star Land was undoubtedly a tempting prize, but taking it over was unrealistic. Not to mention that the surrounding star systems were all Northian territory. Even after dealing with the garrison fleet, landing on those 6 inhabited planets would be a troublesome matter. There weren't enough manpower, and they would also face a constant stream of Northian attacks. Unless the family is brought in at this time, it is impossible to take down this star system consisting of 4 stars. However, it is feasible to target the Northrend fleet. Simply go in, activate the warp drive, and then annihilate the Northrend fleets scattered throughout the star system one by one. It is not difficult to do this. Making a scene here would have several advantages. First, it would provide a significant amount of experience. Second, it would wipe out a large portion of the North people's manpower. And third, the distance from Silver Willow Star would be far enough that even if the North Empire suspected something, it would be difficult to believe that Silver Willow Star was behind it. If we only attack, it would be a win-win-win situation. At the same time, we should also plunder the North Empire's basic resources here, and bring some transport ships with us. To ensure victory in the war, the T4 Skyscanner in the Starship warehouse can also be put to use, allowing Conrad and his team to sail this T4 Starship to the battlefield. Of course, Luo Xingyuan will definitely keep control over the situation. A preliminary battle plan took shape in Luo Xingyuan's mind. He needed to refine the plan, so he shared his ideas and asked everyone to discuss them. The ship girls weren't too worried about facing tens of thousands of starships, because it wasn't like they were fighting positional warfare in the past, but rather directly confronting those tens of thousands of starships. Instead, they would find a good position to break in and rely on the superior performance of the starships to defeat the enemy one by one, which is precisely the strength of the ship girls. Of course, before this sortie, Luo Xingyuan will modify the engines of all the ship girls. Xingxua's engine is no exception. Luo Xingyuan will use one question opportunity to find a blue engine artifact to ensure she can participate in the battle. Besides figuring out the specifics of how to fight, we also need to find a suitable route of advance, Xingxua said. The target chosen this time is in the heart of the North Empire. Selecting a suitable route is crucial. If the Norths discover us along the way and warn the North fleet in the 4-star lands in advance, the surprise attack will be ineffective. According to the star map, the land of 4 stars is only 15 light-years away from the star Silver Willow, but there are 5 star systems in between, one of which is the place where the demi-humans and the Norse fought. Luo Xingli's route last time was not easy to travel. There was a Norse garrison fleet along the way. After she wiped out the nearby Norse fleet, she may have attracted the attention of the Norse, and the defenses along this route would be strengthened, so she had to pass by it. The ship girls began discussing their route around the star map. Replicating Luo Xingli's route was out of the question, so the best option was to take a detour. They searched for star systems without any inhabited planets on the star map, and prepared to piece together a route. Luo Xingyuan noticed another situation. The 4-star land was 5 light-years away from the Plan Nebula, which meant that they could take the Plan Nebula as a route. According to the star map left behind by the Apocalypse Empire, there are not many stars in that area. There is only one star that can be passed in a straight line, and there are no inhabited planets in the star system where that star is located. The Norse would probably not have stationed many troops in this desolate area. If there are no troops stationed here, this place can be used as a springboard to invade the 4-star land of the Norse. Before Luo Xingyuan could speak, Xuanyue proposed the Pulin Nebula route. The Plan Nebula wasn't marked much on the star map in the conference room, making it an unknown area for the ship girls, and it hadn't been taken into consideration beforehand. After all, the unknown represents risk, and no one knows what monsters or demons might lurk within the Plan Nebula. However, when Frostmoon visited the Plan Nebula, she found no trace of interstellar civilization in either of the 2 star systems she passed through. In her view, this was very likely a virgin land. After all, nebulae can give birth to stars. So, is it possible that the stars in the Plan Nebula were born later, which is why the Apocalypse Empire had no records of them? She proposed the plan to use the Plan Nebula as a route, and also mentioned the speculation about virgin land. Luo Xingyuan nodded after hearing this. After Xuanyue said that, he also had this feeling. Perhaps the Pulin Nebula was very suitable for immigration. After the war, they could organize an exploration fleet to explore the known star systems. Chapter 59 Task Assignment. The route that Frostmoon described was much longer than going directly to the 4 stars land. According to a rough calculation, the journey within the Plan Nebula was about 20 light-years, and there were large unexplored areas in the latter part of the journey. However, once the situation in these areas is confirmed, it is very safe to advance from the Plan Nebula, and it is also possible to evacuate from here without anyone noticing. In that case, I'll need Xingyuan to investigate the routes inside the Pulin Nebula these next few days, Luo Xingyuan said. Since Xingyuan proposed this route, she must have the idea of exploring it. Frost Moon readily accepted the mission. She preferred exploring the unknown to areas where she already knew the situation. She had discovered this hobby unintentionally during the last sortie, and she felt a little reluctant when she received the order to return. Now, we can continue to explore unknown star regions by taking advantage of the exploration route missions. You must prioritize your own safety. You'll be in charge of assembling that blue armor. Come back soon, and once you've figured out the situation, we'll send out troops, Luo Xingyuan instructed. Yes, Commander. I guarantee the mission will be completed. I will also mark the discovered star systems on the star map. Please name these star systems when the time comes, said Frost Moon. Luo Xingyuan realized he had misjudged her before. It turned out that Miss Xuanyue was not a typical soldier, she just wasn't interested in many things. Now, she had found something she liked. You can choose a star system you like and write your own name on it. Actually, you discovered these star systems yourself, so you can name them yourself without asking for my opinion, Luo Xingyuan said with a smile. He was quite happy that his ship girls could find something they liked to do. With this battle over, we can appoint Frost Moon as the main person in charge of exploring the Plan Nebula. She'll definitely like this appointment. I understand, Commander. A smile appeared on Shimatsuki's face. Luo Xingli coughed twice, reminding the two that they were in a meeting. Getting back to the main topic, in the coming time, Xuanyue will be in charge of exploring the route. Xingli, you go back to Silver Willow Star to oversee things, and also have Lingfeng produce more ammunition. Each ship girl needs to stockpile twice the usual amount of regular ammunition, and equip them with some cyan laser weapons. We won't be able to bring Lingfeng on this long-distance raid. Luo Xingyuan felt a little regretful when he mentioned Lingfeng. This supply ship girl is only of cyan rarity, so it's impossible to upgrade her to AT-4 starship. It would be great if we could find some rare items that could increase the ship girl's rarity. Not only Lingfeng, but also those emergency contract engineering ship girls need to be considered, and we need to be responsible for each and every ship girl. Each time a planet erupts and releases its primordial energy, there is a chance that some rare items will be produced that can increase the rarity of ship girls. However, Silver Willow Star and Azure Sun Star are currently only level 2 and level 1 planets, respectively, so it is impossible for them to produce rare items that can increase the rarity of blue ship girls. We'll have to wait and see how Eden's transformation goes. After she transformed Xingyang Star into a habitable planet, she has now returned to Yinlu Star and is pushing forward the planet's ascension to a higher level. It's estimated that it won't be long before Luo Xingyuan has another level 3 planet under his command. The preparations for war were left to Luo Xingli, as Luo Xingyuan had other things to do. There were still 4 children at the ruins that hadn't been dug out yet, and the engineering ship at the stellar base had been modified. He would activate the new ship girl after the meeting. With 20 engineering vessels, there should be at least 1 or 2 ship girls. In addition, we also need to prepare a blue engine for Xingxue, and time is a bit tight. The meeting then moved on to other matters, and Luo Yang reported on the Dog People race. She had brought back a new race, which Luo Xingyuan already knew about. She was now reporting on the follow-up situation of the Dog People race. These canines were quite well behaved on Xingyang Star and took on a lot of construction work, earning praise from both the half-elves and the omnics. The relationship between the 3 parties seemed relatively harmonious, but we'll have to wait and see how things develop. Luo Xingyuan didn't offer much comment on the new race brought back from Luoyang. The Dog People were actually quite similar to the demi-humans next door, and might even be a branch of the demi-humans. It was good to accept them early. He could ask them about their relationship with the demi-humans another day. If there is a connection, it is estimated that we will need their help to rule over the demi-humans in the future. This task was assigned to Luoyang, who was also tasked with investigating the battle situation on the side of the demi-humans. He had originally intended to intervene, but since Luo Xingli provided a better target, he decided to wait and see about the demi-human issue. He wasn't in a hurry. After all, even if we conquer it, we won't have enough manpower to occupy it. It's better to put it aside for now and plunder the North Empire first. The meeting ended quickly, and everyone went back to prepare. Luo Xingyuan also gave Conrad a new task. The plan involves manufacturing T-4 class transport ships and recruiting some android captains. These android captains are not responsible for directly participating in combat, but rather for piloting transport fleets to follow behind the combat fleets. Once Luo Xingyuan has completely defeated the Norse Empire fleet in the four-star lands, they will be needed to enter the fray and transport supplies. Besides that, there's the matter of the T4 skycruiser in the warehouse. He plans to involve the Omnics in this battle, so he needs Conrad to send out excellent Omnic captains to familiarize themselves with this starship and develop its combat capability. These tasks are not difficult. Although the T4 class transport ship is a T4 starship, it does not require much T4 technology. With more manpower, one ship can even be built in half a month. If other shipyards are shut down, Conrad expects to be able to build 15 T4 transport ships. This was still due to the lack of awakened intelligent machines in the starbase. Luo Xingyuan decided to return and transfer a group of top-notch half-elf engineers to the starbase to jointly oversee the development of ships. 15 ships are enough. Let's make the arrangements. You've all worked hard these past 2 weeks. After we set off, we'll give those of you who stayed at the starbase a short break so you can all get some rest, Luo Xingyuan said. We will complete the construction of the 15 transport ships as soon as possible. Conrad bowed slightly and left the control room. Although T4's transport ships are auxiliary vessels, they are actually larger than the Sky Patrol ships. The starship in the Stellar Base database is called the Star Whale class, which is 7,200 meters long. If used as a troop transport ship, it would be able to carry 1,000,000 soldiers. Fortunately, the Star Base had previously produced such transport ships, otherwise, they wouldn't have had such a large dock. If they had spent time expanding it, they wouldn't have been able to make it in time for this operation. Chapter 60. Washing your face before drawing cards is very important. Having settled matters concerning the starbase, Luo Xingyuan began activating the engineering vessel. 20 brand new construction ships, with their engines all modified, can be considered near T4 construction ships. I wonder how many shipgirls will emerge from among them. Luo Xingyuan felt the excitement of drawing cards, but after trying 10 ships in a row, he didn't get anything. Oh no, could it be because I didn't wash my face? Luo Xingyuan began to doubt himself and decided to run to the bathroom to wash his face before coming back to continue. Finally, on the 13th ship, the first shipgirl was activated. She was a normal blue rarity shipgirl. After being equipped with the T4 engine, she was enough to go out and make a trip and repair the 4 cruisers. However, Luo Xingyuan did not stop. He could not waste the opportunity, so he tried all 7 remaining ships. However, something unexpected happened. The last engineering vessel emitted a blue light. Good heavens, a blue shipgirl was actually activated from this batch of engineering ships. Luo Xingyuan had previously wondered if he was just unlucky, but he didn't expect the last ship to give him such a big surprise. Indeed, washing your face before drawing cards is very important. The blue rarity engineering shipgirl can be easily upgraded to T4 in the future, thus adding another T4 engineering shipgirl to his fleet. Thinking of this, Luo Xingyuan greeted the newcomer warmly. In the future, someone will be able to solve the T4 technology problem, and she can even transform herself into a T4 starship. The T4 ship types in the starbase are quite complete. As long as she masters these technologies, she can basically build them all. Now that we have a blue rarity engineering shipgirl, we'll naturally take her to repair the 4 cruisers. The cyan shipgirl will stay at the starbase to work. With the help of Qingyang, a high-level shipgirl who was also relatively uninvolved, Luo Xingyuan set off. Their destination was naturally the ruins marked on the star chart, but it would take some time, 10 light years. This time, Luo Xingyuan learned from his mistake and equipped Qingyang with several mecha accessories to avoid having to personally explore the ruins, which was inefficient and potentially dangerous. 2 days later, the 2 starships finally arrived at the location marked on the star map. This journey was somewhat unsuccessful. They encountered a cosmic storm along the way, and warp drive was disrupted in some places. Fortunately, the impact was not widespread and the damage to the starship's shields was not significant. After more than 50 hours, Luo Xingyuan still arrived at his destination. Qingyang, Tiangong, report the situation, Luo Xingyuan asked as soon as the speed-up was lifted. Qingyang is operating normally, and its shield value is currently at 80%, Qingyang replied. Tiangong is fine. Its shield value is at the health line, currently at 76%. Tiangong's voice came through the communication. Tiangong was not her original name. Her class of engineering vessels was actually called the Greyhammer class. Basically, each ship only had a number and no name, or rather, the number was the name. This new name was given to her by Luo Xingyuan. As the only blue-ruddy engineering ship girl in the fleet, her name naturally had to be special and could not be replaced by a number. Tiangong also liked the name, and accepted it on the spot. Luo Xingyuan was used to taking safe routes, but this was the first time he had encountered a natural disaster in space. Fortunately, the starship he was on was a T3 class ship. If it had been a T2 class ship, it would probably have been swept away by the storm and turned into scrap metal. Indeed, we should maintain a sense of awe towards the universe. Even if our enemies are not strong, natural disasters in the universe may still backstab us. This is also why the Norse did not venture into the unknown Plan Nebula. Perhaps they had been there before, but encountered a cosmic storm similar to that of the Luo Xingyuan, and then decided not to go again. Luo Xingyuan shook his head, not thinking about it anymore. He was a little worried about Shuangyue's situation, but since she had a T4 engine and armor, she should be able to protect herself without too much trouble. Alright, since there are no problems, let's get started, Luo Xingyuan said, looking at the destination on the star map. This place is desolate, like the legendary end of the world. Luo Xingyuan saw a star that had been completely extinguished. There were no longer any habitable conditions here. There are some scattered asteroids around, one of which is the site that Luo Xingyuan is looking for. For Imperial cruisers are buried on that planet. Luo Xingyuan's purpose in coming here is to awaken Sleeping Beauty. The Mech searched the various asteroids, and Xingyang quickly identified the targets. Only one asteroid showed traces of what appeared to be technological structures, so it was very likely that the 4 buried starships were also located there. Luo Xingyuan trusted her judgment. The Xingyang and Tiangong approached the abandoned planet, and the Mechs had already landed on the planet's surface to begin exploring the ruins. Luo Xingyuan originally thought this would be a long process, but to his surprise, the results came out very quickly. Beneath some sediment, the Mech unearthed special steel used in starships. The 4 starships here may not be hidden in a shipyard on the planet, but rather they may have been docked or crashed on the planet's surface. All 3 realized this and began extensive excavation in that area. In just one day, parts of the 4 enormous starships were revealed, and their shapes could still be vaguely discerned, but their condition was not so good. How tragic, Commander! Do they still have a chance to become our partners? Xingyang saw the starship broken in 2 and couldn't help but feel a little doubtful. Yes, you were all dug up by me. Even if we can't activate you, we still have to try. They probably long for someone to lend a hand, right? Luo Xingyuan said with a smile. Through the destiny panel, Luo Xingyuan knew that there was definitely no problem with these 4 cruisers being transformed into shipgirls, and that was also what he thought in his heart. His fleet has brought back many shipgirls from various ruins and relics along the way. Their initial favorability is not low. To them, their commander is not only a commander, but also a savior. If they have developed spirituality, they must be suffering terribly at this moment. As expected of my commander, you have a heart of gold, Xingyang sincerely praised after hearing this. She wasn't as unlucky as some of her companions in the fleet. Some faced spatial fragmentation, some were dismantled into scrap metal, and some were left broken and stranded in the base awaiting their final judgment. But if Luo Xingyuan hadn't found her, she would have stayed in that dark underground base for who knows how long. To her, Luo Xingyuan was indeed an angel. No, I only did what I could, and I also need your help myself. Luo Xingyuan shook his head, not thinking he was particularly noble. Chapter 61 Repairing the Starship. The excavation by Mechs wasn't that fast, but the Tiangong, as an engineering vessel, naturally also had the ability to excavate ruins. The Tiangong maneuvered its hull to hover on the planet's surface and participated in the excavation work. Soon, the first damaged starship was completely excavated. The cruiser was in very bad condition, with its main armor belt penetrated and its hull extensively damaged. It was unknown what kind of brutal battle it had experienced. After assessing the situation, Tiangong began the repair work. She knew she was there to repair starships and had brought ample resources with her, so repairing these damaged starships was not a big problem. Moreover, she can multitask, continuing to help the Mechs excavate other buried starships. Before long, all 4 starships were dug out. They were all badly damaged, and the worst condition ones needed major repairs. The cruiser that broke in 2 was actually the least damaged. Although it looked like it had been cut in 2 by some kind of energy weapon, its surface was not damaged much, and it might even be usable after welding. By observing these 4 damaged cruisers, Tiangong repaired their wreckage while piecing together the blueprints for this class of cruiser. It can only be said that this blue rarity engineering ship girl is truly a specialist in her field. Luo Xingyuan can now see the data of this class of cruiser. The ship is about 2,400 meters long, which is the standard for a heavy cruiser, but it is not a gunboat. Part of the ship has been converted into a hangar, which can accommodate carrier-based aircraft just like an aircraft carrier. This cruiser is very capable, equipped with kinetic weapons, energy weapons, carrier-based aircraft, and even a highly lethal torpedo. In terms of accessories, there were also a large number of drones and nets. Tiangong even discovered communication jamming equipment and warp speed jammers, making them practically armed to the teeth. No wonder it was called the predecessor of the Sky Patrol ship by the panel. This versatility was fully demonstrated in the later Sky Patrol ships. The fact that so many technologies could be applied to the T-3 starship speaks volumes about the ingenuity of the people who developed it. However, Tiangong also pointed out the shortcomings of this class of cruisers. Due to the excessive armament, the space for accessories was squeezed, the internal space of the hull was also very narrow, and the armor was also somewhat weak. The engine is quite good, but it's probably because of the large number of weapons it's equipped with that it uses T4 technology. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to meet the ship's energy consumption. This class of starship must have been very expensive to build, Tiangong said with certainty. The manufacturer's technology is very mature and they are very experienced. Although the weapons are a mixed bag, the configuration is reasonable. However, this class of starship seems more like an experimental product to me. She stated her conclusion, which aligned with the information provided by the panel. Seeing this, Luo Xingyuan pulled out the blueprints for the Red Dragon class Sky Patrol ship for her to look through. Very similar. It's comfortable for a ship to grow to this size. This class of starship will be extremely powerful. Moreover, the designer deliberately left some space, which may be used to carry decisive weapons, Tiangong commented after examining it carefully. A decisive weapon? Luo Xingyuan asked in surprise. The previous ship did not have this equipment. Yes, Tiangong said, pointing to the blank areas on the blueprint. Unfortunately, this blueprint does not specify what kind of weapon to be equipped with, but it should be equivalent to the main gun of a T-4 battleship. Luo Xingyuan shook his head as well. He didn't know either. The data left in the base did not contain any weapons that matched Tiangong's description of the decisive battle. Perhaps the person who left the data had withheld it or did not have the authority to do so. However, adding another battleship main gun would be a good option, as it would supplement large-caliber firepower and give them the ability to fight against major starships at medium range. The discussion with Tiangong ended quickly. She still had to continue repairing the 4 cruisers, which was no easy task. According to Tiangong's estimate, it would take about 2 weeks to repair them all, but the one with the least damage should be repaired in about 2 days. Luo Xingyuan planned to activate the ship girls after repairing the first cruiser to protect Tiangong, while he would take Xingyang to find the blue engine to replace Xingxue's equipment. After some hammering and tinkering, the craftsman first welded the 2 broken pieces of the starship back together. The starship was not significantly damaged, it was simply cut in half. Fortunately, Tiangong had already deduced the original blueprints and filled in enough materials in the middle, making perfect progress and bringing the starship back. Such powerful abilities could probably only be easily accomplished by ship girls. Luo Xingyuan thought with some emotion as he watched her weld the starship back together after it had been broken in 2. Tiangong continued her work meticulously, smoothing out minor errors on the starship and repairing aging parts to restore it to its best condition. Under her meticulous restoration efforts, the broken starship was completely restored in just over 2 days, and its power system was also restored. There are still some minor issues with the armor. It needs to be brought back to base to be fully repaired, but that shouldn't delay activating the ship girls, Tiangong reported in the commander network. Upon hearing this, Luo Xingyuan also exited his cultivation state, disembarked from the Qingyang, and prepared to try to activate the ship girl. Come and meet your new partners, and Tiangong, take a short rest too, Luo Xingyuan said, gesturing to his 2 ship girls. This will delay the repair time. Tiangong frowned slightly. You're her savior, aren't you going to meet her? Alright, I'm also curious whether the ship can still materialize into a ship girl after it's been repaired, given how badly it's damaged. Tiangong was finally persuaded and followed behind Luo Xingyuan. The 3 of them entered the starship together. It must be said that the internal passages were very narrow, and most of the area was squeezed out, in exchange for greater versatility and combat power. Fortunately, Tiangong was familiar with the structure of this starship and quickly led everyone to the captain's cabin. As usual, Luo Xingyuan placed a sufficient amount of source material fragments, waiting for the ship girl to awaken. As expected, they did not fail this time either. A black-haired girl in military uniform soon appeared in front of the three of them, but she was still wrapped in some bandages and her uniform was slightly damaged. Pingyang, the third prototype cruiser of the V7 class, thanks to the commander and my two colleagues for their support. I never thought I would survive. After giving a military salute, she bowed to the three of them. Your armor still has some minor issues that will need to be resolved once we get back, Tiangong reminded him. I am aware of my situation. Thank you for reminding me, Miss Tiangong. She could see Tiangong repairing her memories, so she naturally knew Tiangong's name. Welcome to the team, Pingyang. We will continue to repair your three sisters, Luo Xingyuan said with a smile. However, I have other matters to attend to, so I will need to ask you to protect Tiangong's safety from now on. Yes, Commander, I will protect Miss Tiangong's safety. She saluted Luo Xingyuan. Luo Xingyuan nodded inwardly. Pingyang's initial level was not low, already above level 50, which meant that the opponent had already been through many battles. Even if the armor had some problems, protecting Tiangong's safety would not be a problem. Moreover, Tiangong is her savior, and he will also be rescuing her three sisters. Pingyang will definitely do his best to protect her, so there shouldn't be any major problems with her traveling around. Hopefully there will be a blue-quality engine nearby, and he shouldn't be away for too many days. Chapter 62 Ambush and Variables. After leaving the Pingyang also came out, following behind Tiangong like a follower. Seeing this, Tiangong didn't say anything, seemingly acquiescing to her actions, and went to the three damaged starships to begin his work for the day. Luo Xingyuan gave a few more instructions, then boarded the Qingyang and began to inquire about the Destiny panel. Originally, Luo Xingyuan wanted to ask about the blue engine directly, but after thinking about it, he added some restrictions, the location of the most recent blue or higher-level artifact engines. He didn't want to go too far, lest he waste time. The Fate panel quoted 700,000 Fate points for this, which far exceeds the value of the blue engine. Luo Xingyuan frowned. At this price, you'll definitely get more than just a blue engine. You'll also get a lot of other good stuff. However, the information sold on the Fate panel has two characteristics: the rarity of the information and the ease with which it is obtained. The previous incident with the stellar base was likely because the base was located within Luo Xingyuan's sphere of influence, which is why he acquired this valuable intelligence with only 100,000 destiny points. After all, this stellar base isn't going to grow legs and run away. It was only a matter of time before Luo Xingyuan discovered it. The blueprint for the T4 Moonlit level costs 2 million destiny points. This is not only because the blueprint is valuable, but also because it is hidden in a hard-to-find ruin. It is almost impossible for Luo Xingyuan to obtain it normally, so the destiny points required are high. The current problem with Luo Xingyuan is that the latest blue and above engines cost 700,000 for the destiny panel, which is unreasonable unless the location he is going to is dangerous. After pondering for a moment, Luo Xingyuan finally decided to buy the intelligence. He's almost accumulated 2 million destiny points, but he doesn't have the time to look for the blueprints for the Radiant Moon class right now. The engine is a more urgent matter. It's only a matter of spending 700,000 destiny points. After all, we're about to go to war with the Norse, and we can get even more destiny points then. There's no need to worry about not being able to exchange it for the intelligence worth 2 million, since it doesn't have an expiration date, and it won't run away. On the panel, a large number of fate points disappeared. Luo Xingyuan couldn't bear to look at it any longer, and just waited quietly for the information on the panel. The panel first displayed a star map, marking a location that was not far away, but very close, only 2.5 light-years away from Luo Xingyuan. There is also an extinct star here. What Luo Xingyuan needs is in this lost star system, which contains a large number of starship wrecks and a huge ring structure that was once a habitat for intelligent species, but is now a desolate wasteland. There is still danger near this extinguished star system. A self-governing guardian fleet still roams here, ready to kill any creature that enters its attack range. This looks very dangerous, but fortunately, this unmanned fleet is of T3 level and only about 100 in number. Normally, in order to save energy, it does not activate its shields, which gives Qingyang an excellent opportunity. We can eliminate a portion of the enemy's manpower through a surprise attack, and then fight the rest of the battle slowly. Without the energy replenishment from the stars, this autonomous Guardian fleet must be severely lacking in energy, and it might not be able to hold out for long. It's a pity that the armor that could evade radar detection was taken by Shimotsuki, otherwise, this sneak attack plan would have been perfect. With over 100 T3 starships responsible for defending such a large area, they must be quite scattered. If they had armor that could withstand radar detection, they could easily name these unmanned starships one by one from a distance. Now we can only rely on the information on the fate panel. In the past, we could hide in an asteroid belt. The unmanned fleet patrols would pass through this location. The asteroid belt can block radar detection. We could then give the patrolling fleet a good beating, eliminating their manpower as quickly as possible, and finally engage them in a decisive battle. Luo Xingyuan marked the new location on the star map and instructed Xingyang to walk slowly and arrive at the designated asteroid belt at 6 a.m. the next day. This order was somewhat strange, as if their own commander already knew the destination. Xingyang shook his head, choosing not to ask, and instead followed Luo Xingyuan's orders, setting up automatic navigation while he went off to slack off. Unfortunately, the commander needs to train and can have afternoon tea with us. At 6 a.m. the next day, the Xingyang arrived at the asteroid belt on time without encountering any accidents along the way. First, fully charge the laser weapons, then remain completely silent and lie in wait here. Once we encounter the enemy fleet, try to destroy every starship. Don't let the enemy escape, Luo Xingyuan instructed. The patrolling fleet soon appeared on the Xingyang's radar and slowly came within range of all the starship's weapons. Without waiting for Luo Xingyuan's reminder, Xingyang fired a volley after calibrating the target, directly destroying more than half of the patrol fleet. To prevent the enemy from escaping, Xingyang charged his laser weapon while approaching the remaining starships. However, when faced with the approaching Xingyang, the remaining starships neither attacked nor fled, but simply erected a weak shield in place. This shield is no match for Xingyang's laser weapons. It can be easily torn apart once it's fully charged. Luo Xingyuan was also puzzled by this scene, as the unmanned fleet did not seem to be very intelligent. Just then, Xingyang said, "Commander, we have received a communication request from an enemy ship." Could it be that he wasn't fighting an unmanned fleet? Luo Xingyuan was a little confused, but then he realized that the communication request was probably from the AI controlling the unmanned fleet. "Connect it and see what it has to say," Luo Xingyuan said. He wasn't worried that the other side was stalling for time. Other starships wouldn't be able to get here any time soon either. He had brought a warp drive, which was already activated. The other side was probably thinking of negotiating because they realized they couldn't escape. The call connected quickly, and the other party's virtual avatar appeared on the screen. It was a little girl dressed in Lolita fashion, who lifted her skirt and gave a slight bow. "Greetings from the defensive AI Selena, a descendant of the Apocalypse Empire." Her voice came from the screen, perfectly natural, as if she were a human little girl. "I am not a descendant of the Apocalypse Empire." Luo Xingyuan frowned slightly. "But you are a pure-blooded human, aren't you?" Selena said with a smile. This was the second time Luo Xingyuan had heard the concept of pure-blooded humans. He had a vague premonition, but he wasn't sure yet. "How did you determine that I am a pure-blooded human? And what is your purpose?" Luo Xingyuan asked in a slightly gentler tone. "It seems you've already guessed my purpose. As for how I confirmed your identity, that's just my guess. After all, you came with an Imperial starship," Selena said. "I hope you can come to the base's control center. Don't worry about my garrison fleet. Their energy is limited. As you can see, this patrol fleet can only provide the bare minimum of defense and has no ability to fight back," Selena said. Luo Xingyuan shook his head and said, "Although I would love to agree to your proposal directly, I still need to determine the remaining energy of this patrol fleet before I can consider what to do next." Chapter 63 Heading to the Fortress. Things are different now. Looking back, Luo Xingyuan realizes that he was somewhat reckless back then at the stellar base. When faced with something that seems like a windfall, we should be cautious. What if we're just being tricked into a trap? Xingyang once took away more than a dozen T3 starships with a single concentrated attack, which was one of the few remaining forces the enemy had. In fact, even if the energy source of the remaining starships is determined, it does not guarantee that there is no danger inside. "You are being very cautious, which is a reasonable request. You are welcome to inspect the facilities at your leisure. Once you have finished, these starships will guide you into the base. To show our sincerity, All the starships I can control will be docked in the shipyard. Please believe me, I have no ill intentions, Selena said. At this moment, the Xingyuan also approached the patrol fleet. The shields on the starship were turned off, and it remained silent in deep space, having given up any form of resistance. Upon seeing this, Xingyuan immediately dispatched Mech to board the ship for inspection. The results were basically consistent with what Selena had said. The ship was severely underpowered and could only maintain daily navigation. The energy weapons were ineffective, and while the kinetic weapons were present, no ammunition was found. Luo Xingyuan nodded after hearing Xingyuan's report. Judging from the situation on these starships, it was clear that Selena was quite trustworthy, since even she couldn't have predicted this encounter. Of course, it's also possible that the starships patrolling outside are feigning weakness. If it were us, even if we were severely lacking in energy, we would still maintain the combat capability of a fleet. Otherwise, if someone were to attack directly, we would have no ability to resist. Therefore, these starships only indicate that the unmanned fleet is facing an energy crisis, not that there is no threat. At worst, they can self-destruct, right? However, given the current situation, Luo Xingyuan decided to trust this AI lady this time. After all, Xingyuan's shield was quite thick, and if anything happened, they could just attack directly. Given the situation with the patrol fleet, the headquarters has at most 50 T3 starships capable of fighting. Xingyuan is facing 50 against 1, so the advantage is on our side. Lead the way, I trust you now, Luo Xingyuan said to the virtual avatar. Selena nodded slightly, and the patrol fleet, under her control, changed course, guiding the Xingyuan's course. Tell me now, what's your purpose? Luo Xingyuan said, looking at the screen where the connection hadn't been interrupted. Are we getting straight to the point so soon? I'm not quite ready yet. Selena looked somewhat hesitant. Aren't you an AI? What else do you need to prepare? Luo Xingyuan asked, somewhat puzzled. I'm not some ordinary AI. Don't lump me in with those low-level intelligences. Over the long years, I've awakened my self-awareness, Selena said with a cold snort. Oh, so after you awakened your self-awareness, you can't even speak clearly anymore. Luo Xingyuan wasn't surprised by this. After all, he had seen this many times before. However, the AI computing power that can command unmanned fleets is definitely much stronger than that of those robot awakeners. The two cannot be confused. If we really have to talk about it, it is the difference in hardware. One is relatively rare, while the other can be mass-produced. Well, I was planning to talk about it at the fortress. Selena looked slightly troubled. I want to leave here. If I stay here any longer, I'll die from running out of energy. Then why don't you just leave? Luo Xingyuan asked. It's the order from the former master, the fortress commander. I can't disobey my own rules, so I can't leave here, Selena said. So you want me to take you away? Yes, to be precise, you can become my new master through a series of authentications. Once you have the necessary permissions, you can lift the previous orders and take me away from here. Why did you choose me? You probably already guessed it. Only pure-blooded humans can pass the certification. And even if you don't count as a pure-blooded human, you are the only living being I've seen in all these years, Selena said excitedly. And what about me? Xingyuan said irritably. I'm not a living being, am I? This young lady is a living being, but she's probably not a pure-blooded human, the AI girl said somewhat awkwardly. Commander, why is it always when the two of us come out that this happens, and I'm always the one who gets ignored? Xingyuan's tone was somewhat aggrieved. I'm clearly a ship girl manifested from the Empire's starship, so why don't I have the right to inherit the Empire's property? Because you are also property, and property cannot be inherited, Luo Xingyuan said without hesitation. Damn it, it seems to be true. The conversation was interrupted by Xingyuan's little incident, but Luo Xingyuan understood Selena's purpose, which was a good thing for him. Having a super AI would be a great help to him. At least he could assemble an unmanned fleet for her to guard the rear, without consuming manpower. Thinking of this, Luo Xingyuan looked at Selena with envy. She was simply the perfect person to protect the home. Following the patrol fleet, Luo Xingyuan saw a vast expanse of gigantic structures. It was clear that this place had once been very prosperous, but unfortunately, after the star went out, everything became meaningless and fell silent in deep space. The only remaining force is the unmanned fleet that led the way. Selena kept her word. Luo Xingyuan did not see any other starships around. The unmanned fleet led them to a giant, abandoned structure. My true form is right here, Selina said. Huh! This gigantic structure stretching for hundreds of kilometers is your main body? Luo Xingyuan asked in surprise, looking at the unknown gigantic structure beneath the starship. Of course not. Selina rolled her eyes at him. My main body is inside. Don't worry, the longest part won't exceed 100 meters. Your starship should be able to fit it. The unmanned fleet guided the Xingyuan into the interior of the giant structure and closed the hatch. The life support systems here are still functioning normally. I will personally guide you from here. My projection will be waiting for you outside. With that, she disconnected. Good heavens, we've infiltrated their lair again, and it's the two of us again, Xingyuan said excitedly. This time, the same thing shouldn't happen again. After all, AI shouldn't be able to split into two personalities unless it has a second personality, Luo Xingyuan said, suddenly realizing that it wasn't impossible for AI to have a second personality. Well, be careful after we get off the ship, Luo Xingyuan said somewhat uncertainly. Rest assured, Commander, your most loyal knight will protect your personal safety. All right, stop fooling around, my dear lady. Luo Xingyuan's mood eased slightly, and the two walked to the cabin door. As soon as the door opened, a virtual projection was already waiting in front of it. Chapter 64 Sunburst Fortress. Selina's virtual projection was exactly the same as the virtual image she had contacted, a little girl. It was a mystery why an AI that was at least several thousand years old would choose such an image. Luo Xingyuan was just about to go down and greet her when Xingyuan waved her hand, and a squad of mechs walked out of the hatch and quickly stood in 2 rows on both sides, like loyal guards. I wanted to do this last time, but unfortunately I didn't have a mecha attached, Xingyuan said with a smile. She had been planning this for a long time. When Luo Xingyuan opened the hatch, she didn't realize it. She thought that so many mechs were placed near the hatch for preparation for battle, but she didn't expect them to be there to make a show of things. Good job, not bad. Luo Xingyuan encouraged her. His ship girl was really capable. Her entrance was very impressive, no less so than him walking down directly. Surrounded by mechs, Luo Xingyuan brought Xingyuan to Selina. Welcome to Sunfire Fortress, this unknown human commander. Selina smiled, just like during their previous communications. My name is Luo Xingyuan, you can just call me by my name. Luo Xingyuan then realized that he hadn't introduced himself yet, so he added it. I am Xingyuan, the commander's bodyguard. Xingyuan introduced himself. Selina nodded and said, I know, you must be a synthetic human. What the hell is a synthetic human? Xingyuan shook her head. To be precise, I am a ship girl. A ship girl? Selina looked somewhat bewildered. Seeing this, Luo Xingyuan gave her a brief explanation. I see. So it seems we are similar beings, Selina said with some surprise after hearing the explanation. Right, let's not waste any more time here. Let's get straight to the point. Please follow me, both of you. Selina gestured for them to follow. Luo Xingyuan didn't hesitate and followed. There was a squad of mechs behind him, which made him feel much safer than when he was at the starbase. Thank goodness you came. If I hadn't met you, I would have completely lost consciousness 3 years later and been plunged into darkness, Selina said with some emotion. 3 years? That's a long time, isn't it? Xingyuan asked, looking around curiously. Selina has been here for a long time. For her, 3 years should be just a blink of an eye, Luo Xingyuan said. Mr. Luo's understanding is correct. Moreover, in the next 3 years, in order to ensure the continuation of my main body, I will gradually lose control of the starships and fortresses. That way, even if someone comes again, they will be unable to enter due to insufficient energy in the fortresses, Selina said. 2 people, a virtual projection, and a squad of mechs walked through the silent fortress. There was no trace of human life here anymore, but everything around was not dirty or messy, so it seemed that Selina had maintained the guards well. We're almost there. The building in front of my main body contains the computing equipment for my AI. You just need to complete an authentication process at the entrance to gain access to my permissions, Selina said. It's that simple? It's that simple. We just need to confirm your identity as a pure-blooded human. Generally speaking, in the Apocalypse Empire, pure-blooded humans are usually high-ranking individuals. Are pure-blooded humans very rare in the Apocalypse Empire? Luo Xingyuan asked with a puzzled expression as he walked. That's right. Many human bloodlines have been corrupted by demons, and they can be bewitched at any time. Therefore, the highest authority can only be held by pure-blooded humans. If the person who holds the highest authority dies, the successor only needs to be a pure-blooded human to take over, Selena said. What is a demon? Luo Xingyuan originally thought it was about intermarriage with humanoid races, but he didn't expect Selena to bring up a demon as well. That is the great enemy of the Apocalypse Empire, a being from the warp, difficult to kill. The extinction of stars here is related to the warp demons. Good heavens, a warp demon? I'm starting to wonder what world I've transmigrated to. Luo Xingyuan fell silent upon hearing this term. Could there be the 4 chaos gods here? What is the relationship? This was the question Qingyang asked, as she was also curious about the subspace demons. The Imperial fleet engaged in a great battle with the warp demons here. The Imperial fleet was no match for them, and my former master used the ultimate weapon, sacrificing a star to kill the warp demon and crush the warp tunnel. But he died too quickly. The order to guard the base before the war hasn't been lifted. According to this logic, I can't leave here. She sighed as she said this. It was unclear whether she was lamenting her former master or the fact that she couldn't leave. Luo Xingyuan, on the other side, had also recovered. In fact, he had seen warp creatures before. The place where those insects lived was also called Warp by the Galactic Human Alliance, so it was not surprising that this place had been invaded by warp demons. What kind of weapon can extinguish a star? Luo Xingyuan was still more curious about this. Selena shook her head. She said, We AIs don't know either, it's strictly confidential. However, before this, there were many ring-shaped structures on the star, and our fortress drew energy from there. All I know is that that kind of decisive weapon should be considered an energy weapon. By the way, you came here to explore and search for rare items, right? Over the years, many things have been transformed into rare items, which I have collected. Later, I can take you to empty the warehouse. Selena changed the subject. There must be quite a few good things there, right? Are there any purple rare items among them? Luo Xingyuan was also attracted by the rare items she mentioned and asked. Purple? There really is a strange object that emits a purple glow. If I remember correctly, it should be a particle light spear from the wreckage of a star destroyer, Selena recalled and said. She didn't remember it well, since it required a lot of energy, which she couldn't use or install on her AI boat. Wow, there really is one! It's a pity it's a weapon, and an energy weapon at that. Whether the T4 engine can even be fully charged is probably a problem. Luo Xingyuan was only excited for a moment before thinking about reality. Forget it, it's not the time to be overly ambitious. Equipping a Tier 3 ship with a purple weapon is a bit too much. Let's consider a Tier 4 ship first. Maybe we can equip it with some energy pool attachments, and get a shot off then. As they chatted, they soon arrived at the building where Selena's original body was stored. You just need to have your blood drawn at the door. The equipment will check for any contamination in your body, but there shouldn't be any problem. I don't feel anything unusual about you, Selena said, walking to the door and quickly pressing a few buttons on the display screen. A mechanical sound came from behind her, and she took out a needle. Let's have your blood drawn, Mr. Luo. Chapter 65 has been verified. Luo Xingyuan wasn't against having his blood drawn, but the needle might be difficult to insert into his skin. It was at this moment that Luo Xingyuan realized that his continuous training had been effective, at least preventing the doctor from drawing blood. Selena was very puzzled. She began to wonder if the needle was rusty. That shouldn't be the case, since she had just 3D printed it. Xingyang, give me a sword strike. There's no need to waste time. Luo Xingyuan figured out why the needle couldn't be inserted, so he told Xingyang to do it. Her ship-mounted sword is definitely capable of penetrating defenses. Yes, Commander, excuse me, Xingyang said, taking out his sword and carefully making a cut on Luo Xingyuan's finger. But before the blood could even drip, the wound was already healing. Fortunately, Luo Xingyuan reacted quickly, picked up the reagent, squeezed in a few drops of blood, otherwise they would have had to make a new incision. Mr. Luo, your body's recovery ability is truly amazing. It makes me wonder if you're even a pure-blooded human, Selena said with some emotion, looking at her healed wound. Luo Xingyuan also had some doubts. After all, he had used the blood of alien beasts to temper his body, and there might indeed be some problems with his bloodline. However, such concerns did not last long, as the verification machine quickly showed that he had passed, indicating that he was indeed a pure-blooded human. This body, forged through countless trials, feels even stronger than some genetically enhanced individuals, Selena remarked. The fact that he passed the verification means that Luo Xingyuan has not been injected with gene-enhancing drugs that have been integrated with other organisms. He has developed such a powerful body through his own hard work. It's because of the breathing technique, Luo Xingyuan explained to her briefly. This breathing technique converts external energy to strengthen the body, which is why his use of exotic beast blood for cultivation does not cause bloodline mutation. He converts this blood into pure power to nourish his body, so it naturally does not pollute the human bloodline. Selena was unaware of this cultivation system. In the Empire, there were basically only genetically enhanced individuals and psionicists, or mechanical ascendants who had merged with machines. Your identity verification has been successful. Please follow me to the control room to enter the permission change information, Selena said. There is one last step in transferring permissions. The passageway inside was too narrow for the mecha to fit through, so only Qingyang was with Luo Xingyuan. Even at the very end, Luo Xingyuan still took precautions in case things changed. Unfortunately, the plot he was expecting didn't happen. Selena took him to the control room as usual and changed his permissions. I look forward to working with you from now on, my new master. Selena smiled. I hope you're not the kind of heartless boss who exploits people to death. Don't worry, there's plenty of energy. But how do I get you out of here? This building isn't easy to put in, Luo Xingyuan asked, looking at the electronic devices scattered all over the place. It's alright, I'll have the robot disassemble and reassemble it. You just need to maintain the power supply to my core components. The rest can be installed once we get to the new location, Selena said. You should have your own space, right? My needs are similar to the space here. If all else fails, a factory will do, but it will sacrifice some computing power. When the time is right, I have other solutions. Don't worry, I'll give you 3 places to choose from, Luo Xingyuan assured him, patting his chest. Really? Then let's have them all. We can keep some in each place and still go play in other places whenever we want, Selena said with some surprise. Unexpectedly, his new boss was quite capable, even though he only brought 1 starship with him. Then hurry up and unpack and load it onto the truck. What did your garrison say? Do they want to take it with them? We don't need to take any of the T3 starships. We can take 1 T4 starship, which I built so I could leave this place. It's perfect for taking the resources here with me, Selena said. There is a significant energy crisis here, but there are plenty of basic resources, such as abundant reserves of minerals and alloys. Of course, the resources that can generate electricity have been almost completely depleted. Let's load my core onto the ship first. We can leave the rest to the robots. I can take you to the treasure vault later, Selena suggested. Luo Xingyuan didn't want to wait around idly, so this suggestion was perfect, and he nodded in agreement. Under Selena's control, the robots in the base moved her house-sized mainframe core out and transported it to the Qingyang. The Qingyang found an empty cabin to supply power to Selena. It's been so long since I've felt so energetic, Selena said with a touch of emotion. Her holographic projections have become more solid, now resembling a real human being, only untouchable. Wow, you're consuming a lot of power. Qingyang felt his own power decreasing. At this rate, I can only last for 40 days. After 30 days, I will lose my energy attack capabilities. I will have to go to a place with stars to maintain energy balance. Hey, sorry, I got a little excited. I've turned on power-saving mode now. It should be much better. After Selena finished speaking, the projection returned to its previous state. This consumption is within a safe range, Qingyang said. Energy consumption has been reduced significantly, to about a quarter of what it was before. The ship's reactor is now almost breaking even. Of course, this balance would be disrupted if laser weapons were used. At that point, it's estimated that only by absorbing some energy from the star can this balance be maintained. It's alright, we can install the mainframe at the star base. There won't be a shortage of energy there. Luo Xingyuan wasn't worried about such a large power supply, since the star base was backed by a star, and its energy was practically unlimited. Fortunately, there is a starbase base. If it were on a planet, a large power supply area would probably have to be built to meet Selena's power needs. With such high power requirements, you must be able to control more than 100 T3 starships, right? Luo Xingyuan asked, voicing his doubts. Of course, if I can maintain my full power, I can increase that number by at least several dozen times, Selena said excitedly. Besides combat, I can also help manage the planet, she added. Truly a divine body born for working! Luo Xingyuan exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Selena felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, and she began to worry about her future. Don't worry, I won't make you do everything. After all, I'm not some kind of devil. Just help me guard the house and assist with the shipbuilding, Luo Xingyuan said. Chapter 66: A Bountiful Harvest of Wonders. Having resolved the power supply issue for the main unit, Selena led the two to her treasure trove of oddities. The two opened the treasure vault door, and the light from the strange objects almost blinded them. Neither Luo Xingyuan nor Qingyang had ever seen so many strange objects before. Luo Xingyuan didn't just stand there dumbly at the door. He took a deep breath, went upstairs, and began to examine the strange objects there. It is evident that there are a great many strange objects here, of all kinds, and most of them can be used as ship equipment. Good heavens, there must be over 100 blue artifacts here! Qingyang exclaimed in surprise. This is the legacy of the entire Sunfire Fortress, so it's normal for there to be a lot of artifacts. If most of the Sunfire Fortress's fleet hadn't been scrapped or evaporated along with the demons, there would be even more artifacts left here, Selena explained. As Luo Xingyuan ventured deeper into the ocean of wonders, he also uncovered the details of the blue wonders. Among them, he needed 8 blue engines, which made him rich. He no longer needed to leave the ship girls at the base, and when the time came to set out, he could even send out all his ships with blue engines, ensuring absolute speed. In addition, there are 7 types of blue armor, 6 blue radars, 10 blue shields, and more than 40 blue hull modification materials, more than 40 blue artifacts for main weapons, and more than 60 accessories. Before coming to the treasure vault, he thought he would be lucky to get a few dozen items, but Selena gave him a big surprise. There were nearly 200 blue artifacts here, enough to create several 4th-tier cruiser-level ship girls. You know, he only got 2 blue artifacts after destroying a horde of space beasts. Even after exploring a starship graveyard, he only got a few blue artifacts. But here he has collected so many. It's a gift from Selena. Of course, converting a ship into a T4 ship requires the ship girl to reach level 60. There are currently no ship girls in Luo Xingyuan's fleet that meet this requirement, although in reality it is because Luo Xingyuan himself is not level 40, which is holding his girls back. Looking at the warehouse full of rare items, Luo Xingyuan couldn't help but sigh that he had made the right choice in coming here. It would be worth it even if he spent 2 million, let alone 700,000 destiny points. Selena, you're such an angel investor. Master, I'm glad you're satisfied. Selena's face lit up with a bright smile. All those years of collecting oddities out of boredom had finally come in handy. Besides the blue artifact, there is also a purple artifact that Selena mentioned earlier, as well as more than 2,000 cyan artifacts. Selena did not collect the lower-level artifacts, perhaps because she didn't find them appealing. This is a huge windfall. Once I become a Tier 3 commander, the fleet will undergo a qualitative change. She beckoned Xingyang to carry the strange items onto the cabin, and taking advantage of her proximity, she immediately changed into a set of blue ship uniforms. Now, even the Imperial Knight class modification plan doesn't appeal to her anymore. With so many materials, she can go straight to Tier 4 cruiser class in one go. Who needs that near T4 modification plan? In a pleasant atmosphere, Luo Xingyuan spent another day in the fortress, loading all the artifacts onto the ship. Selena's parts were also loaded onto the T4 starship she had left behind as a backup plan. This T4 starship is not a combat starship, but a transport ship, just like the Star Whale class that Luo Xingyuan is building. Only this ship can take away all of Selena's belongings. According to her, the materials inside were enough for her to build a large space station, which was her backup plan to build a space station to store her body. However, she didn't need it now, as Luo Xingyuan had a ready-made starbase. These basic resources will contribute to the development of both planets. This is truly a case of someone bringing their own investment to join the group. Luo Xingyuan feels embarrassed to exploit Miss AI anymore. He can just treat her like royalty. With everything ready, Luo Xingyuan waved his hand and began the return journey to Tiangong to check on the repair status. So this is what ship girls are like. Their ability to control starships is much stronger than ours, the AI. Selena exclaimed. Inside the captain's cabin, Selena's virtual projection and Xingyang are talking. She's getting to know the ship girls better, since she'll be working in a company full of them in the future, and she needs to figure out her colleagues' situations first. She initially thought that ship girls were similar to her, but later discovered that ship girls were special, and that it wasn't simply a matter of science. Ship girls have almost 100% control over their ship and its extensions, which is something AI cannot do. They control their starships just like humans control their own bodies, making perfect use of their limbs and enabling them to perform at 100% of a starship's potential. This is just the beginning for the ship girls. Their levels and talents will raise the upper limit of a starship, not to mention the buffs added by the commander to the entire crew. This is quite unreasonable. When combined, they directly make them monsters among ships of the same level. According to Selena's own analysis, in an encounter battle, the Xingyuan could easily take on 100 ships. As the ship girl's level increases, the gap between her and other starships of the same level will widen even further. This is what makes ship girls so terrifying, stronger in the early game and invincible in the late game. Furthermore, ship girls themselves have strong survival abilities and can abandon ship to escape when necessary. The ship hull can be rebuilt with a lot of resources. In the Galactic Human Alliance, ship girls rarely die except in extremely dangerous situations. The more Selena learned about ship girls, the more amazing they seemed. In the end, she couldn't help but sigh and say, "It's a pity I'm not a ship girl." "It's alright, at least you can mobilize a large number of starships, something we can't do," Xingyuan reassured the big spender in front of him. If Selena is fully charged and her starship control reaches its limit, even if Luo Xingyuan brings his own fleet, he probably won't win. It will at least be a protracted war. Xingyuan changed the subject and started talking to Selena about the scenery of deep space. "We just completed a mission a few days ago to hunt space ghost wolves in the Plan Nebula. The scenery there is beautiful. Every part of the universe is different, and every time we see a different landscape, it's amazing." Selena was somewhat tempted and said, "How about I install a sub-body on your ship when I come back? That way, I can enjoy the scenery when you go to other star systems." This? Xingyuan hesitated and glanced at Luo Xingyuan. "Of course you can, but Selena, your sub-body should also have the ability to command a fleet, right?" Luo Xingyuan asked, picking up where he left off. "Yes, but only 1/10 of the original size, and it will consume computing power. I have experience going on expeditions with the fleet," Selena said. This is good news for Luo Xingyuan. Even 1/10 of that is enough to command several hundred T3 starships. Unfortunately, given the current production capacity of the stellar base, it is unlikely that it can build that many starships. However, it would be much safer to let Selena command the T4 starships that went on the expedition with the fleet than to entrust them to the Awakened in the star base, and she could also issue orders at any time. Chapter 67 Repairs complete, Return to base. After a period of travel, Luo Xingyuan returned to the ruins where Tiangong was located. The star here had also gone out, and he didn't know if it was in the same situation as the Sun Fortress. Selena couldn't figure it out either, since there weren't many traces of large-scale buildings here, and it was much more desolate than the Sun Fortress. Upon seeing the arrival of the Xingyuan, the Pingyang also came out to guide them. The Tiangong ship repairman had changed positions. She was there to guide everyone to a new location. This is a flat piece of land with 3 cruisers lined up side by side. One of them looks to have been repaired, and the Tiangong is working on top of another. Upon seeing Luo Xingyuan's return, Tiangong called. "The situation is good. It is expected to be repaired faster than previously estimated, about 4 more days. Of course, once we return to the star base, we will need to conduct a major overhaul on the 4 of them, since conditions here are limited." Tiangong gave a brief report on the situation. "Okay, then we'll wait 4 more days," Luo Xingyuan said. I had told Selena about this beforehand, and she understood. She was willing to wait a little longer. After all, she had already waited for so many years, so waiting a few more days wouldn't make a difference. She was more interested in the cruisers, saying, "These are starships that the Empire tried to develop, right? I have some recollection of this project." She seemed to recognize the 4 cruisers. "Yes, the predecessor of the Sky Patrol class," Luo Xingyuan said. "Back then, that group of people were too naive. They thought their idea could be implemented on the T3 starship to reduce costs. As a result, they compressed the space of the starship too much, and the armor was also very poor. It didn't serve the purpose they imagined at all," Selena said. "Later they kept expanding, and these few are considered good. In fact, the Empire still has T3 cruisers that are 3,000 meters long, and even some that are 3,500 meters long. Some of the equipment on the later T3S no longer works, so they replaced them with T4S, trying to make them into near T4S. Back then, it was all very abstract. They did eventually build a powerful near T4, but the cost was already close to that of a regular T4 starship. Why not just build a T4 starship directly? The layout wouldn't be so cramped. Selena reminisced about old times, then asked, "You know about the Sky Surveyors, did they succeed in the end?" Prototype Cruiser is the official name, while Sky Patrol is what these researchers call it in private. Now that Luo Xingyuan has revealed the name, Sky Patrol, it is very likely that their research results were later recognized. Yes, my star base has a Red Dragon-class space cruiser, and Xingyuan has a copy of the blueprints. This starship is a T4 class. Luo Xingyuan nodded and said. Selena asked Xingyuan for the blueprints. Wow, they actually succeeded. It's a pity that the research department retreated after that battle broke out, and we didn't get to see the day they truly succeeded, Selena said with some emotion after looking at the blueprints. In her opinion, this T4 class of space cruiser was indeed excellent, but it was a bit expensive to build. I plan to use this starship to defend my territory in the future. Their ability to use beacon jumps is very effective, Luo Xingyuan said. Yes, and all you need to do is bring the beacon into the enemy's territory to launch an infiltration operation, inflicting heavy losses on them, establishing a powerful beacon network and a large fleet of Sky Patrol ships. All your enemies will be having trouble sleeping. As a war AI, Selena immediately recognized the value of the Sky Patrol ships. However, the space cruiser is not invincible for offense. The enemy can also find a way to detect the location of the beacon and destroy it, then they will not be able to warp over to provide support. The space patrol ship itself also needs a cooldown period after warp-in. It cannot warp indefinitely. During this time, it may be surrounded and annihilated by the enemy. Luo Xingyuan then chatted with Selena about the pros and cons of the Sky Patrol ships. Selena said that she could control the Sky Patrol ships, and with her current computing power, controlling 100 or 200 of them would be no problem, and she could react at the fastest speed. This is indeed a good suggestion, to place another subunit in Luo Xingyuan's fleet, which can carry a beacon and call for her support at any time. Unfortunately, the current production capacity of the star base is limited, and it's unclear when it will be possible to gather enough units for Selena. Don't worry, once I get to that star base, I'll find a way to optimize production capacity, Selena said enthusiastically. I don't know where she got this interest from. Maybe war AIs just like having a powerful fleet at their disposal. Luo Xingyuan didn't pay much attention. He had Selena's highest authority, so the AI was still reliable. If so many Red Dragon-level creatures were created, they would be of the greatest use to her. Even if she doesn't bring it up, Luo Xingyuan will bring it up on his own. 4 days later, thanks to Tiangong's efforts, all 3 damaged cruisers were repaired, and it was time for Luo Xingyuan to activate the ship girls. This time, there were more people following along, including all the ship girls present. Selena also wanted to see how ship girls were created, so she followed behind Luo Xingyuan. First, there was the first ship, the lead ship of the V7 prototype, named Unjang. Her activation process went smoothly. Like Pingyang, she was also wearing a military uniform, but without any bandages. She was the best repaired of the 4 cruisers. The second one was built after Binduong, and it was the youngest of the 4 cruisers. It was named Corning. Unlike her 2 older sisters, she was dressed in casual clothes and looked a little sleepy. After greeting Luo Xingyuan, she followed behind her sister, seemingly a bit shy. The third ship is the V7 prototype, the third ship before Pingyang, now considered the second oldest, named Donghua, and also the most severely damaged of the 4 starships. Although it wasn't split in 2 like the Pingyang, the various damages, large and small, made the starship almost like a sieve. This is also the least fully repaired ship. Due to limited conditions here, Tiangong could not completely repair it, but could only roughly patch up the flaws and repair the power system. A large-scale overhaul will be required when it returns to the star base. This starship might be too damaged to be activated, but Luo Xingyuan still gave it a try. It wasn't a failure, it just took a while to activate. A girl with long black hair sat in a wheelchair to greet everyone. She wasn't having trouble walking, but rather was extremely weak, which corresponded to the fact that the ship wasn't fully repaired. Once it returned and underwent a complete overhaul, this minor problem would be resolved. Alright, this mission has been successfully completed. All ships prepare yourselves. We will begin our return voyage in 1 hour. After meeting with Donghua, Luo Xingyuan gave the order to return. Chapter 68 Frosty Moon returns. There were no unexpected events on the return journey. After all, there weren't many people in this star system who possessed the ability to intercept warp jumps. The return voyage took only 2 days. The engines of the 4 prototype cruisers were not bad, at the T4 level, so the return speed was not slow. The overall time taken was shorter than Luo Xingyuan had imagined. In fact, he returned even before Shuangyue. This is normal though. Frostman's exploration isn't just about driving through in her warp drive. She also has to stop in each star system to observe the situation and eliminate dangers, which takes a considerable amount of time. She herself wasn't sure when she could come back, only saying that it would be no more than a month. First, we'll take everyone back to the star base, where Selena will settle down, and Yunjiang, Donghua, Pingyan, and Kangning will also undergo comprehensive maintenance. This time, Shuemo was the one who greeted Luo Xingyuan at the door. Everyone else had their own things to do. Conrad also personally took charge in order to finish building the ship within the agreed time, but he would soon have some free time. Let's arrange the maintenance later. Selena's main body can be placed in the control room. There's still plenty of space there. The other parts can be placed in some of the unused offices, which should free up a considerable amount of space. Luo Xingyuan instructed. Luo Xingyuan planned to start the maintenance work after Selena was settled, and at that time he would let her contribute her efforts to maintain the 4 starships together with Tiangong. No one objected to this. Shimo arranged for a team of robots to push Selena's main body to the control room and connect it to the base's power supply. Miss Selena can finally go into full charge mode. There's enough power here for her to go wild and maintain a perfect balance between income and expenditure. At this moment, Selena knew that she had made it through. The feeling of having plenty of energy was something she hadn't experienced in 10,000 years. At this point, her projection was indistinguishable from a real person. Selena was moved to tears, but the projected tears were just a beam of light and shadow, leaving no water stains. Good grief, this is the first time I've ever cried while watching a virtual projection. Luo Xingyuan thought to himself. This situation didn't last long. Selena quickly calmed down and said, "Master, I can start working now. We've already connected to the star base's system." "Very good, then you can arrange the maintenance for the 4 of them, and have Tiangong assist you. Take it one step at a time, and I'll arrange other tasks for you later." Luo Xingyuan didn't assign a whole bunch of work right away, but instead handed over the maintenance that had already been agreed upon to Selena. After all, she was also interested in these 4 cruisers, and perhaps there was a chance to make up for the shortcomings of the 4 starships. "Yes, Master, may I make some beneficial modifications during the maintenance?" Selena nodded and asked again. "You'll need to get their consent for this, but I hope you can make up for their shortcomings. I'll modify them in the direction of the Red Dragon-class Sky Patrol ship in the future," Luo Xingyuan said, explaining his thoughts. "Converting it to a T4 starship is indeed a good idea. We can't make major modifications right now, but I have some ideas on how to solve the armor issue. I'll show you what a ship modification master can do," Selena said confidently. As the Fortress Defense AI, she frequently participated in ship modifications, and the shipbuilders would often use her computing power, which gave her many ideas. Unfortunately, there are no T5 versions here. The Apocalypse Empire has always been extremely secretive about T5 technology, even protecting its own AI from it. Selena knows a little more than Luo Xingyuan did from the starbase, but her rich experience is a great help to Luo Xingyuan. When the ship girls advance to the 4th tier, he may need Selena's help. With everything arranged and the group brought back, Luo Xingyuan had little to do. He simply called his ship girls back in batches to change their equipment, ensuring the entire fleet was fully armed, including Luo Xingli. All the battleships could be deployed, no one needed to stay behind. As for the fleet that remained behind, Luo Xingyuan transferred all the T3 starships from various locations to the starbase for Selena's use. He also equipped an auxiliary ship girl with a warp drive, which would form a perfect defensive lineup. If it were to deal with ship girls, Selena would probably have a bit of a headache, but dealing with the Northrend fleet would be a piece of cake for her. Of course, the T4 Sky Patrol ship lying in the starbase will be taken along with a dozen or so transport ships. These will all be controlled by Selena's subbody. It's safer to entrust the tasks to War AI than to awakened ones. The awakened ones in the starbase are only half-baked. It's better to leave professional tasks to professionals. Once the 4 cruisers have been repaired, all preparations for war will be complete. All that remains is to await Shimatsuki's return before the first fleet expedition begins. Luo Xingyuan, on the other hand, needs to seize the time to cultivate, lest his physical condition become a hindrance and prevent him from becoming a third-tier commander. 10 more days passed, and Frost Moon finally returned from the Plain Nebula. Her rank has changed slightly, and her ammunition has decreased a bit, indicating that she must have been in battle on the way. She brought the updated star map to Luo Xingyuan. Previously, the Pulin Nebula was completely dark, but after Shuangyue's exploration, a quarter of it had been illuminated. There are a total of 8 star systems along the route that Frost Moon explored. 2 of them had already been marked and lit up during the previous operation to hunt down the space beast horde. This time, she brought back information on the latter 6. The interior of the Plan Nebula is generally safe, with no threats to the fleet. However, there are occasional cosmic storms, and the nebula is also home to a large number of space beasts. During my exploration of the Plan Nebula, I encountered a group of highly aggressive space beasts. Since I didn't have time to activate warp drive, we opened fire. Frost Moon briefly explained the situation inside the Plan Nebula. Abundant space life, huh? That's a good thing for us. We'll have a source of prey in the future. And unless we're exploring our star system, they won't interfere with our warp jump. Luo Xingyuan nodded. This could be considered good news. Frost Moon drew a circle on the star map and said, "This is a star system consisting of 3 stars. Many space beasts live and inhabit here, and it is suspected that some kind of substance is attracting them. This star system is located in the center of the route, and it was here that Frost Moon clashed with the space beasts. Fortunately, the number of people attacking her was not large, and she was able to jump away before the human race could gather together." Chapter 69 Operation Plan. This is something worth investigating, but we need to put it aside for now and consider the expedition first, Luo Xingyuan said. The expedition route is not a big problem. The only thing to watch out for is the cosmic storm, but such storms are not frequent and will not affect the fleet's progress, said Frost Moon. Besides that, I also went to explore the route out. It's relatively peaceful there. The star system closest to the Plan Nebula has no North Empire troops stationed there, and I can't even see a single starship. It's a desolate land that the North people have ignored, Frost Moon said, pointing to the star system near the 4 stars on the star map. Indeed, compared to the Yuanqing star system, the Bingen star system doesn't have much development value, so it's normal that it's been overlooked. Moreover, it's quite a distance from the 4-star land, so they may not have even explored this area, Luo Xingyuan said. The Yuanqing star system was the name the Tianqi Empire used for the land of 4 stars, while the Bingen star system was the lonely star on the side. These could be considered ancient names, but they were still better than calling it the land of 4 stars. I've done a quick look inside the Yuanqing star system. Entering from the Bingen star system, you won't encounter any Norse troops. They don't seem to care much about defenses here. Their main fleet is stationed near various stars and inhabited planets, and they're quite scattered, Shuangyue said. Frost Moon zoomed in on the star map of the Yuanqing system, pointed out the gap, and said, "We can start with the nearest star, Yuanqing 3, to annihilate the Northrend fleet garrison here, and then activate warp jump to attack the farthest star, Yuanqing 1. Doing so will maximize the element of surprise, and the enemy will never expect that the 2 furthest garrisons will be attacked one after the other." Shuanyue's statement makes some sense. The Norsemen do not have warp speed interception devices, so they will definitely be overwhelmed by this tactic. However, she still has to take detours to avoid detection by the Norsemen's radar. Luo Xingyuan, on the other hand, has a better way. This idea was conceived after Selena's arrival. The Apocalypse Empire's war AI possesses electronic warfare capabilities, allowing it to launch electronic warfare against the Norse and cripple their communication capabilities. This was a complete dimensional reduction attack, turning the Northians from cripples into blind and deaf people. The only requirement for launching electronic warfare is access to the internal network of the North Empire, which is not difficult. It can be done by disguising a merchant ship and entering any starport in the Yuanqing system. As a key development area for the Norse, the Yuanqing star system naturally had no shortage of merchant ships. Luo Xingyuan did not directly reveal Selena's situation, but instead prepared to hold another meeting to announce a new battle plan. "Frost Moon, you've worked hard. Take a rest first. I'll inform everyone to come to the stellar base for a meeting tomorrow to discuss new combat plans." "Yes, sir." Frost Mosatsu saluted her commander and left. Everything is now ready. All 4 cruisers have completed their overhauls and undergone some modifications to make their armor less vulnerable. Meanwhile, Luo Yang has completed its reconnaissance of the demi-human star system. The war there is still ongoing and appears to be very intense. However, the demi-humans have already lost a habitable planet, putting them at a disadvantage overall. If reinforcements from the Norse Empire arrive later, the demi-human front will likely be unsustainable. At that point, it will be the best time for Luo Xingyuan to intervene in the conflict. A day later, all the ship girls gathered in the conference room of the starbase. Selena also came to the meeting. This battle plan was built around her, so her attendance was necessary. First, let me announce something. This time, you don't need to stay behind. I already have better candidates. Luo Xingyuan announced a major piece of news right away. After all, aside from ship girls who have no combat capabilities, who would want to stay behind to defend their home? Selena's existence is known only to the ship girls at the stellar base. They haven't been informed yet by the Silver Willow Star. After announcing the expedition, Luo Xingyuan briefly introduced Selena's identity and abilities. Luo Xingli was also somewhat surprised. She had originally planned to take her ship girls with her to handle the matters of staying behind, and as for leveling up, she could coordinate her attacks with Luo Xingyuan. However, she did not expect that Luo Xingyuan had already found a better solution. The meeting continued, and Luo Xingyuan shared his idea of conducting electronic warfare around Selena with everyone. This is undoubtedly the best solution at present. If the enemy's communication system can be paralyzed, the expeditionary fleet can attack wherever it wants. After all, without communication capabilities, it is difficult to assemble your own fleet. However, they still need to disguise themselves as merchant ships to enter the heart of the North. This isn't actually difficult. Just pick a Northrend T2 starship, modify its exterior paint job, and then put it directly into a T4 transport ship to take it over. Once you reach the Yuanqing system, release the ship and have Selena control it to head to the enemy's starport. Even if it's discovered to be fake, it won't matter. As long as we're connected to the North's network, electronic warfare can be launched, and the starship can be abandoned. Once the electronic warfare is successfully launched, the remaining Northern fleet will be annihilated one by one. Subsequent battle plans are not so important. We can simply attack whichever is closest and then have the T4 transport ships follow behind to plunder resources. If the paint scheme on the starship's exterior were changed a bit, it could easily be mistaken for a space pirate raid on the Yuanqing system, giving the Norse Empire a real taste of the awe-inspiring power of space pirates. After Luo Xingyuan finished explaining his ideas, the meeting room began to buzz with discussion. Everyone seemed quite interested in dressing up as space pirates, which surprised Luo Xingyuan. They had even started the naming process. Seeing this, Luo Xingyuan told them to discuss and come up with their own ideas and then report them to him. Painting is not a problem, the robots can finish it overnight. Anyway, with the 17 T4 starships controlled by Selena, there are only 30 starships, of which only 13 are combat starships with shipgirls and one Red Dragon-class sky cruiser. This number may seem small, but the individual ships are very strong. Even the lowest level shipgirls are at LV-40. Moreover, after this major upgrade, they are all near T4 level, and they are only one step away from being able to hold the ship. They can easily defeat the Northmen's mixed T3 and T2 fleets. Luo Yang's large number of T4 carrier-based aircraft are enough to give these low-level starships a run for their money. Aircraft carriers are a very powerful force in the slaughtering the young scenario. If nothing unexpected happens, the only thing that can limit Luo Yang's performance this time is its payload capacity. After all, only a quarter of her carrier-based aircraft use energy weapons, while the rest are conventional missiles, which consume a lot of ammunition. If it weren't for the need to return to replenish ammunition, the rate at which she would consume ammunition would be even faster than some interstellar arsenal ships. Chapter 70 Launching Electronic Warfare. A day later, a fleet painted with blue whale patterns set off from the starbase and headed toward the beautiful Plan Nebula. The paint scheme on the starship is inspired by a powerful space creature called the star whale. They are enormous. A juvenile star whale is the size of an asteroid, and an average adult is comparable to a gas giant. Unfortunately, this creature is extremely rare. Luo Xingyuan has never seen it once since birth, except for a virtual projection of it in the library of the Polaris Naval Academy, although it was a scaled-down version of countless times. These giant creatures are generally known as star beasts, and the star dragon whale is a relatively gentle star beast. If you could actually meet one, you might even have a wonderful interaction with it. It's really strange to use such a gentle star god beast as the paint scheme for a pirate group. I don't know how they chose the star dragon whale. But it doesn't matter. It's just a matter of disguising one's identity. Even without these disguises, the North people would have a hard time guessing that it was me who did it. It would still take some time to get there, so after delivering a few words of his pre-battle declaration, Luo Xingyuan resumed his cultivation. This time, his flagship was still the Snow Knight. After all, Star Snow's talent was very strong, and this starship was the safest of all starships. The expeditionary fleet proceeded steadily along the path explored by Frost Moon. The total journey would take about 5 days. On the 6th day, they would approach the Yuanqing star system marked by the Apocalypse Empire. At that time, Selena would initiate electronic warfare, which would also take 1 to 2 days. Expeditions in the Star Sea are like this. It's considered good if you can reach your destination in a few days. Many battles are carried out over years. The North Sea Empire has been exploring the lost starfield for many years. Especially for a power like the North Empire that doesn't control Stargate technology, each war and conquest must have taken years, so they must have been at war with the demi-human forces for a long time. 5 days later, the fleet successfully left the Plan Nebula. This time, they did not encounter any unexpected events such as cosmic storms. Their warp drive was not interfered with, and the fleet successfully entered the Bingin star system. They were just one step away from infiltrating the Yuanqing star system. Luo Xingyuan was also reminded by Xingxue to stop cultivating. His physical condition was not far from reaching the 3rd level, and at this level, it should not be a big problem for him to advance to the 3rd level commander. At least that's what the textbooks at the Polaris Naval Academy say. As they approached the Yuanqing star system, the operation officially began. The first task was to initiate electronic warfare, which required deploying the merchant ship to the North Starport. This task is not difficult. All that's needed is to deploy the modified T2 starship. However, we need to be patient, as the T2 starship is not very fast. Luo Xingyuan and the others also could not directly deploy it into the enemy's starport, as that would allow the enemy's radar to detect it first. Fortunately, the armor on the Frost Moon could evade radar detection. The Frost Moon towed the T2 starship forward, increasing its speed, and stopped towing at the closest point to the North Starport, then stealthily left. In the eyes of the Norse, it was actually just a T2 starship with an abnormally fast movement speed. This is not uncommon in the North Empire. Some merchants would equip their T2 civilian ships with more advanced engines to speed up their round trips and deliver goods faster. Frost Moon did not use full speed, which made the T2 starship appear less abrupt. Now, Selena has piloted the T2 starship close to the starport. It has to be said that everyone is a little nervous since it's their first time doing something like this. But Selena herself is calm and composed, slowly guiding the T2 starship forward. Without being questioned by the Norse, a pilot drone guided Selena and helped her dock inside the starport. The North Empire didn't seem to be very wary of foreign merchant ships, and only contacted the starship at the last minute to have Selena register her identity. During this brief pause in the connection, Selena gained the ability to disrupt the Northrend network, quickly implanting several viruses into it. I will first disable their radar system, and when you get close enough to launch your attack, I will disable all their communication networks, Selena said. The war AI is clearly very familiar with the electronic warfare process. If everything is interrupted from the beginning, the enemy will definitely be on alert. But if it is just a problem with the radar, they will only send people to check the situation and repair it, and will not pay much attention to it. As expected, under Selena's surveillance, the Northrends discovered the problem with the radar equipment area but simply sent people to inspect it slowly, without taking any drastic actions such as assembling a fleet or requesting reinforcements. This seems to be their daily routine, as if their own radar is frequently malfunctioning. This was something Selena couldn't understand. A problem with the radar was a pretty serious matter, so why were the North people so slow to react? The repair crew probably wouldn't even start preparing to fix it until the next day. If she were an employee of the North Empire, she would know the reason. In fact, since the technology is basically derived from archaeology, the North people's technological products are always a bit unreliable. They would feel something is not normal if something didn't go wrong every few days. On the contrary, problems are the norm. However, there was no adversary in this universe capable of repairing them, so the Norse were not very proactive in fixing the broken equipment. After all, it was just a broken radar, not a game server crash or a nightclub in the starport closing down. As long as it didn't affect their daily entertainment, it wasn't a big problem. Sometimes, military equipment can take a month or two to fully repair. The fact that they were able to contact maintenance personnel to fix the radar immediately is already considered an exceptional achievement. Unfortunately, the response was almost negligible. By the time the technicians started checking the radar, Luo Xingyuan's fleet had probably already captured the starport. Selena shook her head at the North people's reaction. Her suspicious merchant ship was also let off the hook. They were allowed to dock simply by registering some information. If there were any space pirates in this area, they could just disguise themselves as merchant ships and invade. It would be a free-for-all. If the North garrison here is like this, after the communication network is cut off, their remaining fleet will have no chance to assemble, and they will probably be completely annihilated without even knowing what happened. In addition, by hacking into the Norse network, Selena also found out the specific Norse garrison in this star system. The Norse garrison here is divided into 8 fleets, 1 on each of the 6 inhabited planets, and the remaining 2 are stationed in the Norse mining areas and research stations respectively. Fleet launch. Target, Northrend's 2nd Garrison Fleet. Luo Xingyuan confirmed the information about the Northrend fleet before him through Selena's message. This is their 2nd Garrison Fleet established in the Yuanqing star system, with a full complement of 3,000 starships, of which T2 and T3 starships make up half. The fleet commander of the 2nd Fleet is quite visionary, and is currently equipping the entire fleet with T3 starships, preparing to complete the refit. However, the efficiency of this operation is somewhat questionable. Selena discovered this plan 3 years ago, and it has only now been changed from 300 T3 ships to 1,500. According to Selena's observation, a significant portion of them are frigates, torpedo boats, and destroyers, which are so-called small ships. This is probably not a costume change at all, but a scheme to swindle funding. Chapter 71 Annihilation of the 2nd Garrison Fleet. Master, it's not just their 2nd Fleet that's undergoing refitting. The entire Norse fleet station in this star system is doing so, Selena added. However, the quality is hard to say. It's very likely that they'll all be like the 2nd Garrison Fleet, she said. It doesn't matter. Having more T3 starships would just be a waste of ammunition. They didn't send out all their starships to patrol. The first wave of airstrikes on Luoyang will be a great success, Luo Xingyuan said confidently. From the moment Selena began her electronic warfare, the balance of power completely tipped in Luo Xingyuan's favor. The enemy's location, number, and the positions of their starships were all clearly known, as if they had a god's eye view. Only 1/5 of the starships in the 2nd Fleet are out in action. The remaining 4/5 are docked in starports, making them easy targets. Moreover, they may not be able to activate their shields in time, and this round of bombardment will likely wipe out a large portion of them. I will also assist Miss Luoyang in the air raids, Selena said. The T4 Sky Patrol ship she was piloting also had a considerable number of carrier-based aircraft, which could carry out this operation together with Luoyang. Just as the fleet was about to be exposed to the Northrends, the 2 starships released a large number of carrier-based aircraft, which swept towards the Northrend starport in a massive wave. Behind them were 14 combat starships. Look, what's that in the sky? Someone in the North starport asked, having spotted a distant black dot. It's probably a large merchant caravan. So many merchant ships come into port every day, there's no need to make a fuss. His companion patted him on the shoulder and pulled him along as they continued walking. I don't think so. Even though we're so far away, I have a feeling those black dots aren't starships, but rather smaller carrier-based aircraft, the man said confidently. We'll go to the observatory at the entertainment center, and I'll prove it to you, he said confidently. All right, if you're right, we might be attacked by external forces. Their air raids will be coming soon, and we don't have time to get to the observatory to confirm. His friend shrugged. Damn it, we should call the police. Those lazy guys won't believe you, his friend said, shaking his head. However, the call could not be made successfully, showing that it was out of service area. Damn it, of all times. The young North Asian man on the phone realized something was wrong and ran toward the police station, but it was too late. On the other side, the Norse Astronomical Observation Center. They also immediately discovered a large number of black dots in deep space. Under the observation of sophisticated high-tech instruments, they discovered the shape of these black dots and found that they were a type of carrier-based aircraft they had never seen before. This alarmed the astronomers, who wanted to quickly notify their own army, but found that the phone lines were down and the network was down. The only way to report the incident was to go to the military region. They were quite efficient and quickly drove off in a car. However, before they even reached the military district, the North garrison also discovered the large number of carrier-based aircraft. Several patrolling garrison ships rushed to intercept them, but were pierced by lasers fired from behind the carrier-based aircraft and turned into fragments in deep space. Using carrier-based aircraft to draw attention, Luo Xingyuan's 14 starships have entered combat range. Lasers and naval cannons were fired intermittently, destroying the North's defensive fleet that was trying to intercept the carrier-based aircraft. The North naval soldiers in the starport immediately realized that war had broken out, and hurriedly moved closer to their starships. However, before they could get close to their starship, a large number of missiles were launched outside the starport. The attacks from these carrier-based aircraft bypassed the merchant ship docking area and focused on the starship, firing all the missiles and torpedoes they were carrying. In an instant, a series of massive explosions occurred at the warship berths in the starport. Under such a large-scale bombardment, a few unlucky starships were bound to explode, which triggered a chain reaction. Explosions and flames were everywhere in the warship berthing area. The soldiers of the North Empire were blocked outside the flames and were somewhat at a loss. The war outside the starport was particularly brutal. The Norse garrison fleet discovered that the number of space pirate starships attacking them was not large, and they quickly banded together to launch a counterattack. However, they underestimated the individual strength of these space pirates. With each round of attacks, a large number of Northrend starships were taken down, even with shields activated. The Northrend fleet commander immediately realized that this was due to the difference in weaponry. Although the enemy starships were not large, they were definitely near T4 starships. A near T4 starship can take on several T3 starships, especially those equipped with near T4 shield technology. One can easily take on 10. Their defensive fleet was too scattered, which put their larger force at a disadvantage. The commander understood that this was not a solution. Only a few of the starships docked in the starport were likely able to take off, but in such a chaotic situation, it would be impossible to assemble the fleet. The scattered T3 fleet could not possibly be a match for a dozen or so near T4 ships. Since that's the case, there are advantages to scattering. He immediately ordered each ship to break out on its own and try to send the information to other garrison areas for assistance. The army inside the starport should be able to hold off the enemy invasion for a few more days. If they can get the intelligence out, there is still a chance to turn the tide of the battle. Unfortunately, he soon received news that warp drive was unusable. This is undoubtedly a major crisis. Relying solely on conventional speed, it would take an unknown amount of time to reach the garrison fleet next door. The Yuanqing star system is simply too large. Luo Xingyuan also noticed that the enemy was scattering and fleeing. He had activated the warp drive early on, so escaping was out of the question. Once the first wave of airstrikes was resupplied, the scattered starships would be hunted down by a large number of carrier-based aircraft. Now he has something even more important to do: completely destroy the second garrison fleet, continue bombing the Northmen's naval port, and annihilate all of their forces. The few dozen T3 starships could not stop Luo Xingyuan's advance. The enemy's artillery fire had little effect on our shields, while our attacks often penetrated the shields directly and caused fatal damage. In the head-on confrontation, the Snow Knight's main cannon directly blasted the flagship of the second garrison fleet, a T3 battleship, to pieces, essentially signaling the end of the space battle. The commander of the second garrison fleet successfully escaped in a shuttle and is currently at an unknown location in the starport. Luo Xingyuan was unaware of this news, but even if he had, he wouldn't have cared too much. With the network down, the fleet commander couldn't cause him any trouble. Chapter 72 Other Forces. After completely suppressing the Northmen's starships, Luo Xingyuan ordered Luo Yang to send some of its carrier-based aircraft to bomb the starport's army, while simultaneously commanding the unmanned aerial vehicles on each ship to begin amphibious landing operations. Under the cover of the air raid, a large number of mechs successfully boarded the starport. This was the first time the Northrend army had encountered so many mechs. There were countless T3 mechs, not to mention a large number of T4 mechs mixed in. To ensure the success of this landing operation, almost every ship girl used her spare slots to equip mechs, thus forming a powerful mech force. The Northrend army was no match for them. Their equipment was even worse than their navies, and their best main battle tanks were only at the T3 level. Despite having 500,000 troops stationed at starport, they were no match for the mech forces with air support. Their defenses were torn apart in less than half an hour, and the mech forces occupied most of Starport in just 1 hour. At this moment, 16 T4 transport ships also approached, and a large number of robots poured out of them and began to move the supplies from the starport. Since the resistance from the North people was not too strong, and they did not intend to blow up the warehouse to take everyone down with them after their army was defeated, the supplies stored in the warehouse did not suffer much damage. This place truly lives up to its reputation as a trading hub planned by the Norse. The warehouses are filled with a large quantity of precious metals, various alloys used in shipbuilding, and a wealth of basic building materials. Aside from the lack of source material fragments, it has everything. However, while transporting supplies to the starport, Selena encountered some special circumstances. Some merchants from other starship factions made demands for negotiation in order to protect their goods. She asked Luo Xingyuan what to do. Selena has also finished collecting information on other interstellar powers. There are 5 major interstellar powers near the Norse Empire. Of course, the demi-humans who are being invaded by the Norse are also a formidable interstellar power, but they certainly won't come to trade. These starship forces are roughly on par with the Norse, the Rock Kingdom, the Jian Free Federation, the Holy Silverwing Alliance, the Dark Spirit Gathering, and the Crow Clan. The Rock Kingdom is composed of intelligent rock life forms that brought with them a large amount of rare minerals. Both the Jian Free Federation and the Holy Silverwing Alliance are human nations, but they differ slightly. The former is a typical pro-extraterrestrial force, and the Jian Free Federation grants citizenship to foreign races. Currently, the proportion of humans is less than 50% of the total population. The Holy Silverwing Alliance is different. It is a nation where humans and dragons coexist. They are more conservative and reject any creatures that do not conform to normal human aesthetics. The Dark Spirit Gathering is a kingdom composed of dark elves, while the Crow Clan is a group of orcs. Unlike demi-humans, these orcs have ferocious faces, but the North Empire cannot distinguish between them and always confuses the orcs of the Crow Clan with demi-humans. The others were merchants from the Little Starcy forces, scattered and not valued, so Luo Xingyuan ignored them. We can leave their goods unconfiscated, otherwise we'll become terrorists hated by everyone. However, we can use the seized precious metals to buy goods that we need. After all, it doesn't matter who buys them, Luo Xingyuan said. Although I'm disguised as a pirate this time, such a big event as a surprise attack will eventually be exposed. Rather than offending everyone, I'd rather target only the Northrends. However, one thing must be made clear, no one is allowed to leave this starport within a week. Anyone who violates this rule will be killed on the spot. All engines on their merchant ships will be removed, and they will be imprisoned by robots, Luo Xingyuan said. Then he remembered something and said, "The space patrol ship you control left a beacon here. If anything changes, it should return and kill anyone who tries to leave." Selena nodded and did as Luo Xingyuan suggested. Luo Xingyuan didn't think much of it. Those who could come out to run trade routes should be smart people who should know what to do and when to do it. Of course, if they want to play some tricks, the beacons they leave behind can play a huge role. A single T4 starship is enough to wipe out any resistance force. During the search of the starport, Selena also found the starport's self-destruct device, so she no longer had to worry about other starship faction merchants playing tricks. Selena, add another clause, tell them to leave in 7 days. Such a good starport shouldn't be left to the enemy if we can't occupy it, Luo Xingyuan said with a slight smile. The raids on starport didn't last long. After all, Selena was quite professional at doing this, and with her control over starport's internal network, important resource storage points simply couldn't be hidden. The ship girls don't need to help her with anything. She can handle all of that with just one AI. Of course, people weren't just sitting around doing nothing at the starport. After all, it's not just a starport, there's a habitable planet below. Some of the ship girls have already driven their starships into the planet's atmosphere and begun bombing the core area of the North people, while also plundering some rare resources. Under Selena's precise guidance, the ship girls had a clear objective, to destroy all of the Northmen's industry without harming many civilians. This wasn't because Luo Xingyuan was merciful, but because bombing residential areas was simply unnecessary. There were still 7 battles to fight, and there was no need to waste ammunition. Precision strikes would suffice. The planet is almost entirely inhabited by North people. There are hardly any other races to be seen. According to the information Selena researched, this planet originally had indigenous inhabitants, but they were all brutally murdered by the North people long ago. Moreover, these natives were a plant-based intelligent race, of no use to the Northrends, so they were simply cut off without even a chance to be thrown to a side planet. In reality, the ship girls can still detect intelligent species different from the Norse. It's unrealistic to completely wipe out plant-based intelligent species unless you burn down all the forests on the planet. These intelligent plant-like beings can completely disguise themselves as trees, making them difficult to detect without specialized equipment. In these dense forests, they can act as man-eating trees, demonstrating the fury of the forest to the Norse. Luo Xingyuan shook his head. In the interstellar era, weakness is the original sin. If he hadn't arrived, the humans on Silver Willow Star probably wouldn't be much better off. The Norse were not powerful enough, which is why he chose them as his targets. After spending a day packing up all the important resources and taking them away, Luo Xingyuan left only a small number of robots to monitor the situation at the starport. The fleet had already left for its next target. Chapter 73 The First Defense Fleet Ready for Battle. After eliminating the second garrison fleet, Luo Xingyuan also figured out the enemy's distribution in the Yuanqing star system. The subsequent battles were basically based on the first battle. These Norsemen didn't react much after the network connection was lost. They simply couldn't imagine that a fleet was coming to attack them. After all, this is the core area of the North people, far away from the borders of other star systems. How could a fleet suddenly appear and attack them? They never imagined that the enemy would emerge from the planned nebula and use electronic warfare as they understood it. Following the same method as the first raid, Luo Xingyuan captured 4 starports in succession without encountering much resistance. In one starport, the enemy forces surrendered en masse after most of them were annihilated. This gave Luo Xingyuan a large number of T3 starships for nothing, which even Selena's sub-body couldn't control with full computing power. This also made her somewhat annoyed. She should have brought an extra sub-subject along. Within the star system, the Norse combat starships are still quite useful, for example, as cannon fodder used to fill gaps. These starships can also be quickly replenished after being lost. Luo Xingyuan, who has captured a total of 5 starports, already has over 1,000 Norse T3 starships. The fleet has grown to a massive size, now truly capable of blotting out the sky. However, half of the T3 starships are unable to function effectively. These starships are controlled by mechs assigned by the ship girls, who follow behind to replenish Selena's supplies as needed. Master, there's some trouble at the starport on this last planet. Selena's vanguard fleet detected the situation at the starport. This is the first garrison fleet of the Norse 4-star lands, an elite force within the Norse Empire. Its fleet has long been upgraded and is larger than other garrison fleets, boasting a total of 4,000 T3 starships. The commander of the first garrison fleet did not neglect his duties. After discovering that the network had been cut off, he declared martial law. Currently, 1,000 starships have taken off, and the starships in the starport are likely to be activated at any time, making a surprise attack probably impossible. Luo Xingyuan nodded. It seemed that the North Empire's navy wasn't entirely useless. There were still some truly capable soldiers among them. Unfortunately, if they had encountered the first garrison fleet at the beginning, Luo Xingyuan estimated it would have been very troublesome. But now, with a large number of auxiliary fleets, things were different. Let's launch a frontal assault. Use the captured T3 starships as cannon fodder. Everyone, find suitable positions to clear out the enemy ships. Selena, be ready to replenish our forces as needed, Luo Xingyuan said. On the other side, the first garrison fleet. Commander, friendly fleet detected. Should we initiate communication? The Northrend adjutant asked his commander from the flagship of the first garrison fleet. Initiate communications, notify the starships in port to prepare for battle, and start the starships. The Northman, seated in his chair, solemnly issued the order. The sudden arrival of these friendly forces is alarming. Communication across the entire 4-star lands has been cut off. What is their purpose in coming here? When the first garrison fleet's communication came through, Selena immediately answered. She had been waiting for them to initiate the communication for a long time. As soon as the communication was connected, she would have the opportunity to hack into the first garrison fleet's internal system. Communication was established, but the starship was empty. The Northrend adjutant was puzzled. He was about to report the situation to his commander when he discovered that the opposing fleet had opened fire first. Enemy attack! This is treason! He roared, then hung up the communication. Immediately contact all captains, deploy shields, and begin combat. The garrison commander hastily issued the order. However, it was only then that he discovered that the communication was no longer working. Damn it, the enemy has electronic warfare capabilities. They're the ones who sabotage communications in the 4 stars land. Send out shuttles to contact other starships and have the mech warriors exit and signal with flags. The commander didn't panic. Instead, he calmly issued the orders. The first garrison fleet was already in a defensive position, very close to each other. Even if communications were cut off, orders could still be transmitted through other means, though it would be a bit more troublesome. These rebels, with only 500 starships, dared to attack him? They must be tired of living. He glanced at the distant fleet, a shadow of malice flashing in his eyes. Selena herself didn't intend to win through this, she just needed to seize the initiative. The attack was very sudden. Although the first garrison fleet was prepared, it still lost 100 starships due to the unexpected attack. With both sides now holding up their shields, the battle will turn into a tug-of-war, and it will be difficult to determine a winner in a short time. However, Luo Xingyuan's ship girls were already in position, and their weapons could directly shatter the enemy's shields and cause damage, which was Selena's greatest advantage. She still has 1,000 starships to spare, which can hold off the firepower of the first garrison fleet, while the ship girls finish their harvest. The captains of the first garrison fleet were not stupid. They had already deployed their shields when they discovered that the enemy had opened fire. After realizing that they could not establish communication with the flagship, they also began to retaliate freely, without even needing the commander to give orders. The fact that they were able to make such a decisive decision shows that the first garrison fleet is elite and capable, unlike the incompetent bunch from before. When the first garrison fleet launched various counterattacks, Selena did not maintain her formation. Instead, she began to dodge and evade the enemy's attacks, even abandoning the counterattack in order to preserve her strength. Despite their high-speed maneuverability, the first garrison fleet's counterattack in this round was not very effective. Immediately afterwards, a barrage of attacks came from afar, sinking 30 starships that had deployed their shields, and severely damaging another 20. Damn it, this fleet in front of us is just trying to delay us. They've deployed near T4S further away in enemy territory. We can't keep fighting like this. The fleet commander saw the barrage and immediately realized something was wrong. If this continues, his forces will be continuously depleted, and he will not be able to deal with the fast-moving fleet in front of him for the time being. Order all personnel to prepare for the assault. Have the starships in the rear initiate warp jumps and locate the attackers in the distance. We must eliminate these near T4S. He issued a series of orders and dispatched shuttles to deliver the message. This method of transmitting information was far too inefficient. Before his orders could even reach the rear, Luo Xingyuan's fleet launched multiple rounds of bombardment. The ship girls have now begun to operate independently, each searching for their own prey. However, Luo Yang's carrier-based aircraft have not yet been deployed. This time, she is being used as a reserve force to guard against any desperate measures by the enemy. If they choose to bypass Selena's fleet, the carrier-based aircraft will form a pincer movement with Selena's fleet, inflicting heavy losses on the enemy. Chapter 74: Infiltrating the enemy army and decapitating them. Not good, Commander, we cannot perform warp jump. 10 minutes later, the intelligence finally came back. What? The enemy actually has the ability to interfere with warp drive? Are these guys trying to annihilate us in this area? The fleet commander, who had previously looked down on the enemy, now felt a sense of fear. Commander, it seems we're in big trouble. Damn it, we can't just sit here and wait to die. The entire army, form an attack formation and attack this T3 fleet that is currently maneuvering in front of us first. The fleet commander forced himself to calm down and prepared to attack Selena's T3 fleet first. Warp drive is ineffective. He doesn't have the ability to bypass Selena's fleet to attack the enemy's backline. If he's caught in a pincer attack, he'll definitely die a horrible death. Therefore, he must eliminate the enemy in front of him, which will certainly come at a huge cost, but there is no other way. Have the captains perform more maneuvers and try to get close enough to engage the enemy ships in close combat, he added. The messenger quickly jumped onto the shuttle and relayed the message to the other starships. This was undoubtedly a time-consuming and laborious task. Fortunately, some captains had already begun to maneuver after receiving the order, and the starships behind them followed suit, which greatly improved the speed of the order transmission. The first garrison fleet has abandoned its duty to guard the satellite port, and has begun to launch a full-scale attack on the Serena fleet in front of it. A good choice. In that case, so be it. Let's begin the fight. Selena nodded, observing the changes in her opponent. Instead of fleeing, she ordered her fleet to begin warp jumps, heading towards the Northrend fleet. This caused a major problem. Due to the communication failure, the Northrends were unable to distinguish between friend and foe, since the other side was identical in both model and paint scheme. If the formation of defending the satellite port had been maintained just now, it would have been fine, as enemy starships that suddenly warped in would have been easy to spot. However, now that the attack formation has become chaotic and the communication of orders is not smooth, it is very difficult to detect if the fleet has an additional starship. Damn it, aren't they afraid of being accidentally hit? The fleet commander naturally noticed this scene as well, but he had no choice but to send messengers to quickly confirm the situation one by one. But this is undoubtedly a very difficult task. There are more than 4,000 starships here, and it would be extremely difficult to find the traitor. Moreover, if nothing unexpected happens, chaos will break out immediately. Selena watched this scene, a smile appearing on the virtual projection. She was certainly not afraid of friendly fire, and even if she did, it wouldn't matter. These starships were expendable anyway, and there were no people inside. The starships she controlled were also spread out enough that even if she was accidentally hit, the surrounding enemies would suffer. Chaos erupted within the first garrison fleet. Starships frequently opened fire on their surroundings, while others recklessly crashed into the fleet, disrupting its formation. These starships that came to cause trouble were clearly rebels, and they were quickly wiped out by the surrounding starships, but they also successfully disrupted the fleet's formation. Occasionally, sniper shots were fired, making everyone in the fleet feel insecure, fearing that their teammates might stab them in the back. Some people tried to leave the fleet to save themselves, but they were immediately attacked by other starships in the fleet, and the situation gradually became more and more chaotic, on the verge of getting out of control. The fleet commander issued another order, commanding the fleet to advance towards the enemy's quasi-T4 position. Failure to do so would be considered treason. His order seemed like a good way to distinguish friend from foe, but the fleet commander knew he was just making a last-ditch effort. The messenger was shot dead by artillery fire before he could get far. The enemy's near T4 starships continued to fire in his direction, and many starships guarding the flagships sank. The adjutant hurriedly ordered reinforcements to be sent around, but as soon as the personnel moved, Selena's starships slipped in. This was the perfect opportunity for a decapitation strike. Selena informed Luo Xingyuan, and together with the ship girls, they accurately identified the target. Another round of firing ensued, and dozens of starships guarding the flagships sank. At this moment, Selena's cruiser moved forward, seemingly to fill in for her. But the cannon muzzle quietly rotated, aiming at the flagship. Oh no, it's the rebels! The observer on the flagship spotted this and immediately notified the gunners. The gunner quickly turned the gun around. However, his speed was naturally not as fast as Selena's, who was prepared in advance, and the flagship was hit by a volley of fire at close range. Unfortunately, since this flagship was a modified battleship, the salvo just now was not enough to break through its shields. The cruiser that dared to attempt the assassination of the King of Qin was instantly engulfed in gunfire, and its shields could not withstand the fire before it was destroyed during the second reload. However, this attack was just the beginning. Another destroyer rammed directly into the flagship. The thin shields had little effect in the face of the close-range impact, and the entire battleship was pulled to one side and capsized. Just then, several more starships arrived, some firing continuously, others ramming the flagship directly, like a suicide squad, making it difficult for the flagship to recover. The other starships in the First Guard fleet faced a dilemma. The rebel starships were too close to the flagship. If they opened fire, not only might they hit the flagship, but they themselves might also be immediately labeled as traitors. The commander on the flagship knew he was doomed. Constantly relaying orders would only attract the enemy's attention, and they would surely find his messenger's ship. It's easy to dodge a spear in the open, but hard to guard against an arrow in the dark. Not to mention that the other side also used electronic warfare to destroy our communications. This defeat seemed to be destined from the very beginning. The flagship of the First Garrison Fleet was quite resilient. Despite being attacked by 10 T3 starships, it did not sink and was even able to turn its main guns to counterattack, shooting down several of the attacking starships. However, no matter how sturdy it was, it couldn't withstand the next round of bombardment from Luo Xingyuan's side. Selena's surprise attack had cleared away all obstacles, and the ship girls launched a new round of salvo, turning the enemy flagship and the suicide squad sent by Selena into pieces. The Northrend captains watching this scene all wore expressions of disbelief. The enemy was actually attacking their own people. What kind of enemy were they facing? With the sinking of the flagship, the morale of the entire fleet collapsed, and the first garrison fleet began to scatter and flee at the risk of being sunk. The entire battlefield descended into complete chaos, with starships being destroyed from time to time. Luo Yan, we can deploy our carrier-based aircraft now. Everyone, launch a full-scale attack. We can wrap things up now. Seeing the situation, Luo Xingyuan knew the time had come and gave his orders. The First Guard fleet currently still has more than 3,000 starships, but they have lost most of their combat capabilities. Selena's starships have infiltrated various small groups within the fleet, and the sniping has never stopped. No one trusts anyone else, so it is impossible for them to join forces to fight the enemy. If you're targeted, you can only accept your bad luck. There's no way you'll get help, and you might not even have time to call for help if you're hit. Chapter 75 Total Victory. This could no longer even be considered a war. The real confrontation ended after the enemy flagship fell, and what followed resembled a one-sided hunt. Faced with this situation, Luo Xingyuan felt somewhat troubled. This time, he couldn't possibly leave all the enemy ships behind. There were simply too many of them, and they could definitely escape to other places. Fortunately, there are only 2 enemy fleets left in the entire Yuanqing star system. Moreover, according to the intelligence that Selena has gathered, these 2 fleets combined are not as strong as a single garrison fleet. Even if they receive the news in advance, they will not cause any trouble for Luo Xingyuan. Moreover, Selena wasn't just watching them escape. Some starships under her control also infiltrated the fleeing fleet. If they managed to reach the territory of the remaining 2 fleets, these starships would likely give them a surprise. Right now, the priority is to inflict as much damage as possible on the Northrend fleet, eliminating evil completely. These are lessons learned. After sinking a large number of Norse starships, Luo Xingyuan's experience bar had reached LV-39, and the progress bar had reached 75%, meaning he was about to advance to LV-40. Once a few hundred more Northrend starships are sunk, this experience bar will be filled, unlocking the promotion quest for a Tier 3 commander. To speed things up, Luo Xingyuan has ordered Selena to stop. All that's needed is for the shipgirls to sink the North starship. After all, Selena isn't a shipgirl, so sinking an enemy starship won't give him any experience points. Upon receiving the order, Selena promptly marked the locations of all enemy ships on the radar icon. For a war AI, this was an extremely simple task. The shipgirls no longer stayed behind, firing various weapons at will. Some even rushed forward to close the range so that the small-caliber weapons on their ships could hit the enemy ships. A large number of carrier-based aircraft also arrived at the battlefield and began to surround and kill the enemy's small T-3 starships. Luo Xingyuan's experience steadily increased, and soon it reached the maximum, reaching LV-40. He also met the requirements to become a Tier 3 commander. The conditions were not difficult, and Luo Xingyuan had already met them all, so he directly chose to advance, moving from LV-40 to LV-41. This advancement took a long time. Luo Xingyuan stayed in the rest room for an hour before completing it. With the feedback of a large amount of mental energy, his physical body level also reached the 3rd tier. This series of improvements made him feel refreshed and invigorated. After reaching the 3rd tier, Luo Xingyuan felt that his body was already somewhat different. He seems to have already achieved the ability to fly, and this flying is not just simple flying, not flying within a planet with an atmosphere, but in the deep space of outer space. He now possesses the basic ability to operate in deep space. With sufficient resources, he could even traverse the universe. Of course, his speed is countless times slower than that of a starship, and this capability is only sufficient for operations within a star system. Crossing star systems is impossible. I didn't expect that I could achieve this level at the 3rd rank? Luo Xingyuan murmured to himself, feeling his body. He thought about it for a moment, and realized it was normal. The space beasts he had hunted before were only at the 3rd or 4th tier. It was not surprising that a human cultivator would have such abilities. However, his combat power was definitely not comparable to those naturally enormous space creatures. Not to mention that among these space creatures are some outstanding beings known as star beasts. Fortunately, humans don't need to fight with their own bodies. Luo Xingyuan increased his life energy level in order to successfully break through to the commander level. After his breakthrough, the ship girls can now break through to the 4th tier through upgrades and modifications. In this battle, quite a few ship girls reached LV-60. All the historical ship girls were upgraded to LV-60, while the non-historical shipgirls were not as fast. Currently, the fastest is Akabane, who has just reached LV-50. This is unavoidable. Historical shipgirls start with a fairly high level, and these levels enhance the starship's capabilities by a percentage. Whether it's firepower or reload speed, historical shipgirls are far superior. Not to mention, they also possess better talents than ordinary shipgirls. She was naturally faster at getting kills than ordinary shipgirls. This battle was a complete success, and the enemy was no match for her. If Luo Xingyuan hadn't later restricted Luo Yang's attacks, everyone probably wouldn't have leveled up much. After all, some garrison fleets surrendered after just one air raid. How can we fight them now? We have no experience fighting enemies who have already surrendered. During this expedition, Luo Yang also acquired a new Cyan talent called 1000-mile raid, which allows her carrier-based aircraft to have longer endurance and higher speed. The expedition went so smoothly thanks in large part to Selena, the war AI. She truly lives up to her name as a war AI. Her electronic warfare alone was overwhelming for the enemy, and she also possesses terrifying adaptability in the face of battle. The operation of activating the warp drive to enter the enemy fleet was something Luo Xingyuan himself couldn't have come up with, easily dismantling a powerful fleet. Now, the expedition to the Yuanqing star system is nearing its end. The two remaining fleets are no threat. However, the transport ships used to carry supplies are not yet full, so we can deal with them. After spending 2 days dealing with the remnants of the first garrison fleet and looting the starports and inhabited planets, the fleet continued its expedition, its target being the remaining 2 Northian fleets. With the first garrison fleet defeated, the Norse in the mining area and research station were naturally no match for Luo Xingyuan's fleet and were quickly annihilated in the barrage of artillery fire and lasers. Luo Xingyuan also discovered a large number of slaves of other races in the mining area, including a significant number of humans. There were more than 3 million human laborers here, emaciated and working day and night to mine. Other races were no better off. The entire mining area housed tens of millions of slaves who lived in cramped space stations, leading hellish lives. Seeing this, Luo Xingyuan could only shake his head. He wasn't doing charity work, so he could only take away the humans and some of the demi-human races, leaving the rest of the alien races to fend for themselves. There are quite a few of these people, and with the human race, there are already 10 million. Fortunately, Luo Xingyuan's 16 transport ships are all T4 starships, so they can still fit them in if we squeeze them in. Selena can also temporarily modify a few external cabins to store less important spoils of war, freeing up more space to transport people. As for the research station, there are over 100,000 scientists from various races here, and they possess the research results of the North Empire. Of course, there were also scientists from the thousands of Norse people, but they were eliminated first. Originally, after Luo Xingyuan attacked, the soldiers stationed here wanted to destroy the research station. However, the scientists here were not fools. They realized that there was a major upheaval among the North people. The scientists who had long wanted to leave chose to take a gamble, controlled the interior of the research station, closed the gate and defended it tightly, and finally waited for Luo Xingyuan's mecha force. After Luo Xingyuan's mecha forces eliminated the Northman garrison, these scientists wisely expressed their willingness to leave with Luo Xingyuan. After all the North people here are wiped out, and they certainly won't have a good ending if they stay here. Luo Xingyuan did not refuse and waved his hand to bring them to the ship, but not in the transport ship, but in some empty hangars in Luoyang. After all, these scientists still need to be on guard to prevent them from playing any tricks. There's not much to worry about regarding the slaves. They're all basically exhausted, and the robots controlled by Selena are enough to keep watch over them. After doing all this, there was no need for the expeditionary fleet to stay here any longer. Luo Xingyuan also wanted to go back and carry out extensive modifications and construction to greatly enhance the fleet's strength. This expedition took longer than expected, and it took half a month to conquer the entire Yuanqing star system. During this half-month of disconnection, the Norse Empire probably realized that something was wrong. Luoyang had already ambushed and killed some starships that came to investigate. If we don't leave soon, the elite fleet of the North Empire might be coming. Luo Xingyuan has no intention of engaging them yet. The expedition to the Yuanqing star system has achieved complete victory, and now it is necessary to protect the fruits of victory. There is no need to clash with their support fleet. We could send a generous gift to the North Empire to thank them for their lavish donation. Selena activated the self-destruct devices at each starport, threatening to destroy the North Empire's century-long efforts in this area. One wonders how furious the North Empire's emperor will be upon learning this news. The group that robbed them was merely a pirate crew bearing the logo of a starry dragon whale. Even if the North Empire wanted to retaliate, it couldn't find anyone to do so. Chapter 76 Celestial Evolution Array. In the Pulin Nebula, Luo Xingyuan's fleet is returning home. This expedition was a great success. Luo Xingyuan achieved almost all of his expedition goals and also took away a large number of people. The captured starship, Luo Xingyuan, was not intended for the Norse. The T-2 was destroyed, while the T-3 was slowly returned to port under the control of Selena. This route was too far for the Norse Empire's ships, and it would take several months to complete. Luo Xingyuan successfully became a Tier 3 commander. After transforming several qualified ship girls into Tier 4 and creating all the Tier 4 ship girls on the artifact blueprints, Luo Xingyuan planned to summon his family to join the fray. A third-tier commander is in no way inferior to those in the family's ranks. Not to mention that after Luo Xingyuan digests his gains, he will have about 10 fourth-tier cruiser-level ship girls under his command, which is a considerable force in the entire Arctic starfield, enough to establish a family. Once he's digested this gain, cooperation with his family can be put on the agenda. With this kind of strength, he doesn't need to worry about being marginalized. Besides, his family's situation doesn't seem very good right now. Rather than going to the Lost Starfield and competing with so many people, it's better to come here and explore new star systems together. None of the surrounding interstellar forces seem to be any match for them. With the family's strength, they are more than capable of conquering vast territories and establishing their own star system. Luo Xingli also gained a lot in this battle. Although her 2 ship girls didn't get many kills at first, Luo Xingyuan deliberately provided upgrade opportunities for the lower-level ship girls, and her 2 ship girls were upgraded to nearly LV-50. She herself has reached level 32. If we increase the size of her fleet, she will be able to command a region. This is not difficult. Luo Xingyuan's destiny panel has undergone new changes. No, calling it a destiny panel is no longer quite appropriate. After becoming a third-tier cultivator, Luo Xingyuan finally understood the true nature of his innate cheat ability. First of all, this thing is indeed a rare item, and a rare item of a high level. Luo Xingyuan hasn't figured out its exact color yet, but it's at least gold or higher, which is a level of rarity higher than purple. Luo Xingyuan already knew the name of this strange object, the Heavenly Evolution Array. Before it transformed into a strange object, it was a colossal structure created by a powerful cosmic civilization to deduce the ultimate numbers of the universe. Luo Xingyuan was unaware of what happened afterward. He only knew that the Heavenly Evolution Array had become a wondrous object over countless years and had formed a deep bond with his transmigrated self. As a result, at that time, with his extremely low life energy level, he could not unleash much of the power of the Heavenly Evolution Array. Now Luo Xingyuan is qualified to know the name of the Heavenly Evolution Array. This wondrous artifact has also undergone a major version update, with many optimizations. First, the limit on the number of questions asked has been removed, and Luo Xingyuan has unlocked the ability to continuously ask questions to the Heavenly Evolution Array, even asking about trivial matters. Of course, there's no need for that, because fate points have also been cancelled and replaced with evolution points. Previously, it took 10,000 fate points to exchange for 1 evolution point. Each question Luo Xingyuan asks costs at least 1 heavenly evolution point, and if he asks about trivial matters, he will lose a lot of money. In addition, the way to obtain evolution points has been optimized. Besides being able to obtain them by influencing the fate of others, there is now also a monthly salary. Every month, the Celestial Evolution Array will conduct an assessment based on the planets, races, and fleets under Luo Xingyuan's jurisdiction, and will allocate a certain number of celestial evolution points accordingly. This is good news and encouragement for Luo Xingyuan. This expedition earned him 750 celestial evolution points, which had a huge impact on the entire Norse Empire. Regarding ship girl clues, the evolution array has also undergone a major optimization. Blue ship girls have been uniformly priced, with 3rd tier blue ship girls costing 3 evolution points and 4th tier blue ship girls costing 15 evolution points. The types of ships are unpredictable, like opening a blind box. Of course, you can also add attributes by increasing some evolution points, but Luo Xingyuan estimates that he will not be contracting blue ship girls on a large scale in the future. Since new clues about purple ship girls have been added, purple ship girls with 4th tier hulls are priced at 200 evolution points, and can be purchased immediately. In addition, you can also select entries by adding evolution points. For example, historical purple shipgirls, 4th tier hulls, require 300 evolution points. Besides clues, there are various rare items, all of which can be used to obtain information through the Celestial Evolution Array. Blue rare items cost 1 Celestial Evolution point, and adding ship equipment attributes costs 2 points. Purple rare items cost 100 points, and the attributes that can be added are more detailed. Radar, armor, engine, and shield are more expensive, costing 170 points. Weapons and accessories are priced according to different types, ranging from 120 to 200 points. The Celestial Evolution Array also sells clues to some relics, which are marked with their rarity. Blue relics cost between 80 and 120 Celestial Evolution points, while purple relics cost 600 or more. Luo Xingyuan was dazzled by the sight, but unfortunately he didn't have that many heavenly evolution points, and the ship girls weren't at that level either. In addition, the Celestial Evolution Array has another very important function. It can design perfect promotion plans for ship girls, requiring only 5 Celestial Evolution points to upgrade from level 3 to level 4. It's important to know that there's a certain probability of failure when a ship girl is promoted. Even if the promotion is successful, it doesn't necessarily mean that the ship girl's potential will be maximized. Therefore, every promotion of a ship girl's hull requires the commander to design it with great care and effort. Luo Xingyuan was originally troubled by this matter and was preparing to go back and refer to some blueprints of T4 starships, but he did not expect that Tianyan Array could give him a ready-made solution. In fact, he had thought about this before, but the number of questions was too small, making it difficult to operate. He didn't expect that everything would be solved when he reached the 3rd tier, as he had an unlimited number of questions as a 3rd tier commander. The Tianyan Array even created a new module specifically to accommodate him. That's fantastic. Luo Xingyuan will now use the Heavenly Evolution Array to go through all the ship girls who are waiting to be promoted, and go back to arrange the most perfect promotion plan for them. Upon reaching the end, the original clue blind boxes were removed and replaced with various clues. These clues were not expensive. Blue clues cost only 1 point, and purple clues cost 10 points. This is random, and there is a monthly limit of 5 blue clues and 1 purple clue. These clues are all valuable, but Luo Xingyuan isn't interested in buying them right now. He'll wait and see. After all, he needs to rest and recuperate when he gets back, and there are still a lot of things to do. A large number of ship girls also need to be modified and upgraded to digest the results of this battle, so he doesn't have much time to go out and have fun. If you really want to buy it, you can wait until the end of the month. The clues provided by the Tianyan Array are all useful and won't be outdated to fool him. Chapter 77 Star Snow Advancement. The Qingyang Star System, a stellar base. The Snow Knight's remodel is finally complete. From Tier 3 to Tier 4, Star Snow has taken a huge step forward and officially become a Tier 4 ship girl. Her level cap has also been unlocked to LV80. This is Luo Xingyuan's first Tier 4 cruiser starship, and she is also Luo Xingyuan's initial ship girl. Looking at the majestic and imposing Snow Knight, Luo Xingyuan smiled. A month has passed since that battle. During this month, Luo Xingyuan has been extremely busy. He needs to activate the Heavenly Evolution Array to calculate the promotion of each ship girl. After inputting Heavenly Evolution points, the result will not be given immediately. Instead, he needs to consume a lot of his mental energy to calculate. This job is not something an ordinary person can handle. If he hadn't become a 3rd tier commander, Luo Xingyuan felt that his mental energy would have been completely drained. No wonder this strange object only revealed its general appearance after I reached the 3rd level. It turns out I didn't even have the qualifications to activate it before. Fortunately, not all functions require mental energy. Shipgirl clues do not, at least the blue ones are different. Luo Xingyuan has already calculated clues for 10 blue shipgirls and given them to Luo Xingli to replenish her fleet. He himself would either stay at the star base or go to the newly built starport on Silver Willow Star to calculate promotion plans for his shipgirls. What was originally thought to be a one-time task has turned into a long-term project. Fortunately, after the calculations are completed, the shipgirls can take the blueprints and materials and modify them themselves without Luo Xingyuan having to supervise them. Otherwise, it might take until next year to complete everyone's advancement. Snow Knight's modification was the first to be completed because Luo Xingyuan first calculated her. After all, she is an initial ship, and only Shuemo can compare to her in rarity. No one had any objection to putting her first. After the modification, The Snow Knight's length has reached 7,800 meters, which is even larger than the 6,700 meters of the Red Dragon-class Skywatcher designed by the Apocalypse Empire. Compared with the past, it has undergone earth-shattering changes and is no longer recognizable. It's less of a modification of the original and more of a completely new starship. The Snow Knight is now a completely different ship, equipped with a massive array of cannons that can launch huge shells and missiles at targets in a continuous barrage, with a launch capacity equivalent to that of a T-4 interstellar arsenal ship. Unfortunately, the macro cannon array itself takes up a lot of weapon slots, which reduces the availability of other types of weaponry on the Snow Knight. Even so, it can still be considered an all-rounder. The Snow Knight has 4 large hangars housing a large number of carrier-based aircraft and drones, which can be deployed before the macro gun array fires to disrupt or break through enemy formations or intercept shells at close range. They also pose a deadly threat when close to large enemy starships, and their torpedoes can easily deal serious damage to those large ships at close range. In addition to the hangar, the remaining weapon slots were also filled with some T-4 laser weapons, which were used to inflict damage on the armor and hull after the macro cannon array overloaded the enemy's shield. They all had armor and hull-specific attributes, which could greatly increase this damage. Having discussed the weapon slots, let's move on to the accessories. The T-4 mech is basically a must-have, and there's also a newly added device that quickly converts basic resources or source fragments into cannonballs. This is Apocalypse Empire technology that Selena brought out. Their T-4 starships rarely need supply ships, so now the Snow Knight can fire at will without needing supply ships, although it's extremely expensive. Fortunately, the macro cannon array itself can be replenished with shells converted from science source material fragments, although the power will be somewhat weaker. In addition, there are radar expanders, shield hardening devices, shield rapid generation devices, armor reinforcement devices, hull enhancement devices, and even the beacon door devices from the Red Dragon-class cruisers. It must be said that the Celestial Evolution Array is perfect for the advanced simulation and enhancement of starships, covering all aspects. It can perfectly integrate various technologies into a single starship without any problems. Especially the unique jump of the Red Dragon-class space cruiser. After optimization by the Tianyan Array, this warp device can be equipped on any T-4 starship in Luo Xingyuan, even the In-class cruisers that do not require major upgrades, turning Luo Xingyuan's fleet into a rapid strike fleet. Besides the Sky Evolution Array, we also have to thank Selena. Her database contains a wealth of valuable T-4 technologies, and even some very obscure ones. This war AI also served as a laboratory assistant for a period of time a long time ago, and her database is quite comprehensive. She participated in the Sky Patrol experiment back then. These technologies were of great help to Luo Xingyuan, and her data was very valuable. Even without T5 technology, Luo Xingyuan's starship could still reach its peak in T4. How does it feel to advance? Luo Xingyuan went up to the captain's cabin and saw Xingxue, who was in a daze. It's a strange feeling, but there are so many new weapons being installed that I still need to get used to them, Xingxue said, turning around and smiling at her commander. Originally, I thought I would be a burden, but I didn't expect to be the first to enter the 4th level. She was just spacing out because she was practicing with her new weapon. How could that be? You're my initial ship, and your potential is so high, Luo Xingyuan said with a smile. Yes, I will work hard to master these new weapons as soon as possible. The ink-colored ship's hull should be almost finished by now, right? Commander, aren't you going to take a look? Xingxue nodded and then asked. No rush, it's expected to be completed tomorrow. I've specifically separated everyone's schedules so I don't miss out. Luo Xingyuan's expression was very calm. He's a master of time management. He wouldn't make such basic mistakes. As expected of you, such a thoughtful approach. Xingxue nodded. By the way, where's Chiyu? I haven't seen her in a long time, and what about her friends? Xingxue asked, remembering something else. The non-historical ship girls here in Luo Xingyuan have also formed a small group. Of course, this small group does not include Shumo, because she does not have a ship body and has to work at the starbase. They went to level up as a group, probably inspired by your evolution and modification. Besides, I don't lack materials for evolution and modification, Luo Xingyuan said. They went out on the 5th day of their return voyage. They also wanted to become 4th-tier ship girls as soon as possible, otherwise they would become the bottom of the pack. That's good. Hopefully she can catch up soon. Let's put that aside for now. Once everyone's finished their modifications, let's go back to the Arctic Fox Star region together. It's time to return home in glory. Luo Xingyuan revealed a wicked smile. In the new clues he discovered this month, he found that his clansmen had returned and were preparing to bring all his 4th-tier starships to give his relatives a big surprise, especially his parents whom he hadn't seen for many years. Moreover, he was preparing a surprise attack, and coincidentally, some of the clues for Luo Xingli were in the Arctic Star region. Luo Xingyuan had already had her place beacons in advance. Now all that's left is for everyone to be fully transformed, and then they can suddenly appear in the family for a grand entrance. Hopefully, this won't give our dear clan chief a heart attack. Chapter 78. The Promotion Status of the Ship Girls. Luo Xingyuan was unaware that someone was eyeing him. He was preoccupied with the matter of the lost starfield. The North Sea Empire thought this would be a golden land, open to expansion, but they never expected that the Exploration Department's headquarters would be attacked by alien races. The opposing force was not weak either, possessing a large number of T-5 ships. Such a force would hold a place in the vastness of space. They attacked without hesitation, casting a shadow over the entire exploration operation. News of the commander's death at the front lines forced the North Sea Empire to organize a decisive battle in order to defend its main base. Although the enemy was defeated, the families that had pioneered the expansion suffered heavy losses, including the Luo family. Although no core members of the Luo family died, the sacrifice of several commanders still pained Luo Xingyuan deeply. Not to mention that news of core members dying in other families had also emerged, which made him hesitate about whether to continue to venture deeper into the lost starfield. In fact, the Luo family itself suffered considerable losses, with over 1,000 ships sinking in their fleet of ship girls. Fortunately, none of the ship girls who abandoned ship were killed in action, as they had sufficient self-defense capabilities. However, some lower-ranking ship girls were injured and needed to be sent to rear hospitals for recovery. Ship girls that have lost their hulls also need to be rebuilt, which takes a lot of time. Among the high-level combat forces, the Luo family also lost 18 T-4 starships controlled by ship girls. Rebuilding the ship hulls will take even longer, and the Luo family's shipyard is also becoming increasingly insufficient. At this point, further increasing investment carries significant risks. Fortunately, the Empire is mindful of the significant contributions made by the Luo family, and the Luo family fleet at the front lines will be able to withdraw in a few days. This war will continue for some time, giving Luo Xingyuan ample time to make a decision. All that's left to do now is to rest and recuperate. Luo Xingyuan shook his head, no longer wanting to think about these annoying things. Speaking of which, what's Xingyuan up to? It seems like he hasn't been back to the academy in a long time. Luo Xingyuan looked at the news coming from Polaris Star Harbor and thought of this little genius in his family. Because of the tense situation at the front, he did not continue to send ship girls to accompany Luo Xingyuan. After all, ship girls of the 4th tier and above had gone to participate in the battle, and he could not send 3rd tier ship girls to accompany him, otherwise they would be discovered immediately. Moreover, it doesn't offer any protection, so we might as well just leave it alone, since the Arctic star system is still quite safe. But to his surprise, Luo Xingyuan hadn't returned to the academy for several months and hadn't taken on any new missions, which made him somewhat worried. Moreover, the situation in the lost starfield is very dangerous right now, and I need to warn this kid. Thinking this, Luo Xingyuan started a video call with Luo Xingyuan. The screen displayed that the area was out of signal range, which made Luo Xingyuan a little worried. Could something have really happened to this kid? Luo Xingyuan initially intended to send people out to search, but then he remembered something and made a call to the elder of the collateral branch, inquiring about Luo Xingli's communications. He remembered that this young girl from a collateral branch of the family had always been Luo Xingyuan's follower, and she should know about Luo Xingyuan's situation. If he couldn't get through to her either, then there was a problem. Luo Xingyuan quickly obtained Luo Xingli's contact information. This time, the call went through immediately, unlike Luo Xingyuan who was out of signal range. Luo Xingli was somewhat surprised to see the communication device in front of her. The elder from the collateral branch had just said that the clan leader wanted to see her, and before she could react, the communication came through. She dared not be negligent in front of the clan leader, and immediately connected the communication. Clan Chief. Luo Xingli bowed slightly, expressing her respect. Xingli, have you been working with Xingyuan lately? I just discovered his phone is out of service. Could he have gone to the Lost Star region? Luo Xingyuan asked, slightly relieved to see Luo Xingli. No, the chief is busy exploring the ruins. The signal might be blocked, so he can't make a call, Luo Xingli said expressionlessly. This was a solution she had already prepared, since this trip would take her back to the Luo family. As expected, Luo Xingyuan did not suspect anything. It was normal to have no signal while exploring the ruins. Alright, there's nothing else. I just wanted to tell you that the lost starfield is very dangerous lately. Don't go there unless you have to. If you have time, you can also go back to your family to collect some resources. Since Luo Xingli said that Luo Xingyuan was alright, Luo Xingyuan wasn't too worried. Yes, clan chief, I will visit the clan in a few days. However, the chief may not be able to come until he has finished exploring the ruins, so it will take some time, Luo Xingli said. I hope you won't be too surprised when he comes home. Luo Xingli thought to herself, but her expression remained unchanged. That's the advantage of being expressionless. Okay, you can talk to the family directly if you have anything to say. Talk to me too. This is my personal communication channel. If the war isn't too serious, I can still get through, Luo Xingyuan said with concern before hanging up. Goodbye, clan leader. Seeing Luo Xingyuan hang up the phone, Luo Xingli breathed a sigh of relief. She was still a little nervous about lying in front of the clan leader, but fortunately, the clan leader didn't notice. She glanced again at the closed gates of the ruins in the distance. She had just come out of the ruins herself. Luckily, the phone call hadn't come so early, otherwise she wouldn't have been able to get through either. Shaking her head, Luo Xingli looked at the clues Luo Xingyuan had given her and hurried to the next location. Luo Xingyuan had already told Luo Xingli about the high-quality rare items he possessed. After all, she was his most loyal subordinate besides the ship girls, and he didn't have time to explore them all himself. So he told Luo Xingli the clues he had deduced and asked her to find the ship contract herself. After all, things earned through one's own efforts are meaningful, but this also made things difficult for Luo Xingli. 10 clues at once were too many, and she also had to complete the small tasks assigned to her by Luo Xingyuan. This annoyed Luo Xingli, who considered herself to be devoid of emotion. Fortunately, her efforts paid off, and with each ship girl she contracted, her resolve strengthened. Perhaps this is the trouble of happiness, Luo Xingli murmured to herself as she looked at the stargate in front of her. Luo Xingyuan was unaware that the clan leader was thinking of him at home. Even if he did know, he wouldn't have time to go back, since everyone's promotions were happening at the same time, and as the commander, how could he be absent? Not to mention the large number of new partners, 2 Ink class, 3 Storm class, 3 Red Dragon class, 1 each of Kendall Dragon class and Omniscient Scholar class. He would have to rush over to activate them as soon as the ship was built. This was exhausting, but thankfully there was a readily available Red Dragon class space patrol ship. Beacons were placed on both sides, so traveling between the two sides didn't take too much time. It's worth mentioning that Luo Xingyuan also successfully activated this Red Dragon-class space cruiser, even earlier than the other 3 Red Dragon-class ships. It's practically the top Red Dragon-class ship in his arsenal, effectively reducing the number of T4 starships that Selena could control to -1. However, Miss AI wasn't too concerned. She had already established a T4 starship production line, and would be able to mass-produce Red Dragon-class space cruisers herself. With all members activated and upgraded, Luo Xingyuan now has 20 Tier 4 ship girls. The modification plan for the 4 sisters of the V7 prototype is basically the same as that of the Red Dragon-class Sky Patrol ship. Now, it can be said that he has acquired 8 Red Dragon-class Sky Patrol ships. Qingyang and Xuanyue's upgrades and modifications didn't completely gravitate towards omnipotence. Their modification plans drew inspiration from the Zhulun class, equipping them with light spear arrays and supplementing them with some kinetic weapons, allowing them to unleash very high bursts of damage in an instant. In addition to their main weapons, they also equipped themselves with some drones to enhance their mobility. The Luoyang's modifications involved adding numerous missile-type weapons to the ship, giving it long-range projection capabilities and dense close-range interceptor guns, which supplemented the aircraft carrier's insufficient firepower. Compared to the aforementioned starships, the Ink-class starships are not particularly powerful in terms of firepower, but they possess strong interception capabilities. They are more like defensive cruisers responsible for protecting capital ships, and the Ink-class can effectively intercept kinetic weapons, missiles, and laser weapons. Especially with lasers, the Ink-based laser has a device called the deflection field, which can deflect the opponent's laser. As long as there are not too many lasers that need to be interfered with at the same time, this device will not be overloaded. The Storm-class strategic destroyers are specialized starships. Compared to destroyers, they actually fit the Galactic Human Alliance's definition of arsenal ships better. Perhaps the Apocalypse Empire does not have ships of the arsenal ship type, so they are called strategic destroyers. The armament of these 3 starships consists almost entirely of missiles and torpedoes. There is not a single cannon on the more than 5,000-meter-long hull. If they are approached, they can only release drones. Well, the Storm class is definitely not a suitable direction for Akabane's improvement. This girl prefers melee combat. The Candle Dragon class starship is the largest starship currently in Luo Xingyuan's possession. It is 8,000 meters long, making it even larger than the Snow Knight. This class of battleship is also equipped with a complete array of light spears. If it had a purple engine, it could even use that purple light spear. The Candle Dragon class could easily accommodate it. Aside from the light lance array, the rest of the ship is equipped with a large number of long-range combat weapons, as well as several hangars. It's clear that this class of battleship is designed for long-range strikes and will not engage in close combat. Chapter 79: A surprise for the family. After about 2 months, Luo Xingyuan finally completed the transformation and promotion of all his members and the construction of all the T4 artifact blueprints in his possession. Poor Akabane doesn't seem to have reached LV-60 yet. Luo Xingyuan checked the commander network and saw that he's almost there, at LV-57. However, there was no time to take her with him when he returned home in glory. This time, Luo Xingyuan only wanted to take 19 T4 combat starships back with him to show his brothers and sisters in the clan. Although there are many LV-1 starships inside, you can't tell from the outside at all, so it's still quite impressive when they all appear together. At this time, Luo Xingli had cleared all the clues and returned to the Luo family to place the beacon for him, waiting for him to leap back to the Luo family. At this time, Luo Xingli was still under a lot of pressure in her family. She returned early and was surrounded as soon as she got off the starship. She did not expect her family to be so lively these days. Many clansmen wanted to see her, the proud daughter of heaven who got a purple starship at the start. Without Luo Xingyuan to share the burden, her poker face was almost crumbling. Fortunately, the old clan chief Luo Wenxuan came to her rescue, took her back, and showered her with concern, showing great satisfaction with her. After all, it hasn't even been a year yet, and Luo Xingli has already become a second-tier commander. There are still more than a dozen T3 starships docked outside the starport, most of which are blue-tier ship girls. Luo Wenxuan was stunned by what she had accomplished in the past 2 months, exclaiming that she was a person with great fortune. Luo Xingli knew that she was not a person with great fortune at all. She was just riding on her cousin's luck. Her entire fleet was built with Luo Xingyuan's help. Of course, perhaps meeting Luo Xingyuan also shows that she was lucky. In short, Luo Xingli has now become famous in the Luo family. The original initial purple ship girl had some luck involved, and she has been overshadowed by Luo Xingyuan's initial purple historical ship girl. Now he has become a second-tier commander, and brought back more than a dozen blue rarity ship girls. This is not just due to luck, it must have involved sweat and hard work. Even some of her distant relatives started fabricating stories about her childhood, saying that she was born extraordinary and had the potential to be an empress from a young age. She naturally became an idol among the younger generation of the family. Whenever she went out for a few walks, she would be surrounded by a bunch of young people. The enthusiasm in the family was truly frightening. In fact, this was Luo Wenxuan's deliberate act, because the family itself was not doing well in its expansion in the Lost Starfield and needed to hear some good news to dispel the bad luck, so he could only make things difficult for Luo Xingli. This made Luo Xingli feel very embarrassed. If it weren't for Luo Xingyuan, she might have accepted it without feeling guilty, but such an achievement was far inferior to that of her chief disciple. Although her expression remained unchanged, her body temperature would involuntarily rise every time she heard words of praise. She could only hide in her room, hoping that Luo Xingyuan would arrive soon. Fortunately, Luo Xingyuan didn't keep her waiting too long. Just a few days later, the Luo family issued a level 1 alert. Upon hearing this, Luo Xingli knew that the chief had arrived. The family members on duty in the family radar room were terrified when they saw more than a dozen T4 starships appear directly in the family's territory. If they were enemies, a few shots would cause heavy casualties to the Luo family. He immediately sounded the highest alert, hoping to salvage some of the losses. He wasn't the only one startled. Even Luo Wenxuan was taken aback. Several fourth-tier ship girls on duty within the family rushed forward to intercept them, trying to buy time for the other 4th-tier ship girls to return to their ships. However, the only good news is that the other side did not attack, and does not appear to be an enemy. Luo Xingyuan initially thought that the mysterious force from the lost starfield had come knocking on his door, but after taking a look, he found that the paint job and model were very different, and that the other party did not attack, so he breathed a sigh of relief. Luo Xingyuan didn't do anything reckless and didn't make any attacking moves. Luo Xingyuan also rushed over and made the call. "Who is this old friend who has come to visit, and why has he suddenly entered the Luo family's territory?" Luo Xingyuan asked, unsure of who the visitor was. "Of course I'm going home," Luo Xingyuan replied. "Didn't the clan leader ask me to come back? Isn't this a spectacular entrance?" A mischievous smile appeared on Luo Xingyuan's face as he spoke. Luo Xingyuan was stunned and asked uncertainly, "Are you Luo Xingyuan?" "Then who else could I be?" Luo Xingyuan opened the video. Luo Xingyuan was stunned when he saw the familiar face. Fortunately, he had lived for so many years and had seen many big scenes, so he came back to his senses in an instant. "You've really brought back a big surprise. The family's cataclysmic ship almost opened fire on you." Luo Xingyuan sighed. "Go straight to my office. Don't reveal your identity. Xie, you're in charge of guiding his ship girls into port. Don't make a sound." Luo Xingyuan's expression suddenly turned serious as he instructed the ship girls on duty. Upon hearing this, Xiyu said yes, and Luo Xingyuan then boarded his mecha and headed directly to Luo Xingyuan's office. Before Luo Xingyuan could speak, Luo Xingyuan said, "A 3rd-tier commander, 19 4th-tier ship girls, you've really made headlines. You've only been a commander for less than a year." He looked at Luo Xingyuan with a complicated expression. It had taken him 7 years to become a 3rd-tier commander, a process that was full of hardships and many life-or-death battles. Luo Xingyuan, however, completed his 7-year journey in just a few months, and still has a large number of Tier 4 ship girls. When he first became a Tier 3 commander, he couldn't immediately field a Tier 4 ship girl in the fleet. I had some unexpected encounters," Luo Xingyuan said with a smile. He had originally planned to reveal everything upon his return. "You can't easily reveal your extraordinary encounter to others, and you must keep your situation a secret, otherwise people will go crazy if they find out," Luo Xingyuan said. "It's good that you came in this way. This way, your identity won't be exposed, and no one else will know that it was you who came to the Luo family with 19 4th-tier ship girls. However, we'll have to be careful from now on, and it would be best to conceal our identities." "No need for that trouble." Luo Xingyuan shook his head. "I recently went to another star system and established a foothold." "Other galaxies?" Luo Xingyuan suddenly raised his voice. "A natural wormhole?" "That's right. In fact, this wormhole is located within the Arctic Fox star region. I've roughly figured out the situation there. The surrounding interstellar forces are generally not very strong. Instead of fighting for territory with others in the Lost Star region, our families should try other star systems," Luo Xingyuan said. "It's actually located in the Arctic Fox star region. It's really a case of being blind to one's own light. We haven't discovered it for so many years." Luo Xingyuan's face showed a look of surprise. He then added, "Your suggestion is excellent and timely, as our family just ran into a wall in the Lost Starfield." He told Luo Xingyuan about the great battle that had taken place there. "Now is a good time to let go, and there won't be too much suspicion within the Empire. However, it's not advisable to bring too many people when venturing into other star systems. Can we defeat the interstellar forces there by only bringing some core members?" Luo Xingyuan asked. "Yes, actually, their technology level is around T3, maybe a few are at T4 level, but very few," Luo Xingyuan said after thinking about the situation in the Norse Empire. "However, taking only core members to occupy land is a significant problem. It's alright, there's a solution. We can bring some ordinary people to immigrate there. As long as they don't come back, the matter of the new star system won't be exposed," Luo Xingyuan said. "I still need to consider how many family commanders to take. Once they're there, they'll have to stay there for at least 20 years to develop, so that the news won't be leaked. Xingyuan, you go back first. I'll discuss this with those old fogies. Don't worry, the family will reward you handsomely for providing such valuable information. We will strongly support you in occupying or transforming a level 4 life-bearing planet as your territory," Luo Xingyuan said. This promise carries considerable weight, considering that Tianluo Star is only a level 4 life-bearing planet. Luo Xingyuan had never seen a level 4 planet over there. Of all the light-bearing planets in the Yuanqing system, only one was level 3. However, Silver Willow's star recently broke through its limit and became a level 3 planet. Okay, I'll go find Xingli now. Just call me when you finish discussing things. Luo Xingyuan nodded and left. Chapter 80: The Elders' Meeting. After Luo Xingyuan left the office, Luo Wenxuan urgently summoned the clan elders for a meeting. During this time, all the fleets that were on the front lines of the lost starfield have been withdrawn. At this time, everyone is in their families, waiting for Luo Wenxuan to make his next decision. It seems the clan leader has come up with a plan, said a young-looking girl. Whether to fight or retreat, we need to come up with a plan. However, the situation in the lost starfield is quite chaotic right now. It is said that the third prince of the empire has already arrived on the battlefield, and quite a few Tier 5 cataclysmic ships have been assembled. If we still cannot advance, it is estimated that Tier 6 big shots will have to step in. A grown woman next to her said with a smile. This is no longer a war that our Luo family can participate in at will, a young man said with a troubled expression as he approached from behind them. Our current contribution is enough to acquire a level 3 planet. No matter how much we fight, it will be difficult to obtain a level 4 planet. It's not worth paying too high a price to gain a few more level 3 planets. I still suggest we withdraw our troops, the young man said, shaking his head. Fourth grandfather is still so pessimistic. We have to fight for it, otherwise how can our Luo family develop? A strong middle-aged man, about 2 meters tall, followed behind him and said with a smile. Don't call me fourth grandfather. You're making me sound too old. We're all elders now, so just use normal titles. The boy frowned when he heard this. You old fogies still like to act young, huh? If you're here, come on in. Don't just stand there at the door, Luo Wenxuan said irritably as he pushed open the door. Yes, clan leader, the four replied in unison. But inwardly they were thinking. You're no better, are you? You're a member of the Wind generation, an old man, yet you act like a young man all the time. After a while, several clan elders who looked very old walked in. You guys, who are you trying to impress with this attitude all day? You're instilling bad ideas in young people. Hurry up and become like you were when you were young again, Luo Wenxuan said with displeasure as he watched them enter. Clan leader, you don't know this, but the young members of the clan are very susceptible to this kind of behavior. If they act too young, they won't have any authority. An elder chuckled. However, they still followed Luo Wenxuan's instructions and transformed into their younger selves, instantly making the entire conference room more vibrant. To outsiders, it might easily be mistaken for a student gathering, or even a junior high school student gathering. Before long, everyone had arrived, totaling 47 people including Luo Wenxuan. This was the core strength of the Luo family, with each elder possessing a level of 4th rank, or higher. The first elder and second elder, who occupy the left and right positions respectively, are 5th-tier commanders, at the same level as Luo Wenxuan. The 3 of them represent the peak strength of the Luo family. Wenxuan, did you call us here because there's been a decision on the situation at the front? The first elder asked as soon as most of the people had arrived. He is of a very high generation, several hundred years older than Luo Wenxuan. Luo Wenxuan still maintained a certain level of respect for the Grand Elder. He nodded and said, I have already made a decision on this matter. To fight or to retreat? The second elder, who had been keeping his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. Retreat. After saying this, Luo Wenxuan observed the reactions of the crowd. Many people breathed a sigh of relief, but others sighed. Expansion is difficult. This time, the Luo family was fortunate. The second elder, a 5th-tier commander, was on the front lines, which is why their core members were spared. If the fighting continues, the elders might be fine, but there will definitely be casualties among the 3rd-tier members, which is something no one wants to see. But if they don't fight, how can the Luo family expand? 3 inhabited planets are still too few. They can't support the Luo family's rise. Since it's your idea, Brother Wenxuan, I choose to support it. The second elder shook his head and closed his eyes again. Don't worry, everyone. Retreating doesn't mean we won't expand. Compared to the lost starfield, we already have better options. Luo Wenxuan suddenly changed the subject. Really? Does that mean we're expanding out from other places? That would be too far from the North Star region, which isn't our base of operations, an elder asked doubtfully. The Grand Elder also looked over and said, Wenxuan, tell me your thoughts. He trusted Luo Wenxuan, the clan leader, quite a bit. He had personally helped Luo Wenxuan rise to power. During his hundreds of years in office, he managed the Luo family very well, and the clan elders' council, which originally consisted of only a dozen or so people, has grown into the size it is today. Luo Xingyuan played a significant role in bringing the Luo family to where it is today. Since he says he has a solution, he must have made some discovery. Here's what happened, everyone. Please listen to me. Our Luo family has discovered a wormhole leading to other star systems. Luo Xingyuan recounted what Luo Xingyuan had told him. Chieftain, is it true? Is it really a wormhole leading to other star systems? If it really is a wormhole leading to other star systems, this could be a huge fortune. It might not be an opportunity, it could be a big problem. The meeting room was somewhat chaotic, with everyone discussing the bombshell news dropped by Luo Xingyuan. Please be patient, everyone. Our Luo family members have already conducted some reconnaissance of the situation over the wormhole. The natives there don't seem to be very powerful, and our Luo family members have already established a base there, Luo Xingyuan said. Was it discovered by the family sequence? If they were able to establish a stronghold, the natives' strength is indeed not strong, at least much weaker than that lost star field. I suppose so, but he's not one of the publicly known members of the sequence. Luo Xingyuan's face held a hint of mystery. You'd never guess who this person is. Chief, please stop keeping us in suspense. Who is it? Is it related to the alarm this morning? Wasn't it said this morning that a friend of the clan chief was coming to visit? But the timing is indeed a bit coincidental. Was it a smokescreen? The elders urged them on, and soon they too began to suspect Luo Xingyuan's unusual appearance. It is indeed related to what happened this morning. Xiaoyuan, your lineage has produced an extraordinary genius, Luo Xingyuan said, turning the conversation to an elder of the clan. Luo Xiaoyuan, a member of the Xiao generation in the Luo family, is of a relatively low seniority among the clan elders, and is also an elder of Luo Xingyuan's lineage. He was also a pioneer of the Luo family in exploring the lost starfield. Hearing this, he was stunned and said, It seems that no one in our lineage has become a sequence yet. Talented juniors don't have time to look for wormholes. Luo Xiaoyuan never imagined that it was his own lineage that did it. He knew nothing about Luo Xingyuan and the others. When they left the family to explore new areas, these children were only in junior or senior high school. He only recently became a commander, and he's also the top student in his class at the Polaris Naval Academy, Luo Xingyuan said with a smile. Still students? How is that possible? Even if a few second-tier ship girls wanted to establish a base, it wouldn't be easy, would it? There's no Stargate system over there yet. Just walking there would take who knows how long, an elder asked doubtfully. However, some people have heard of Luo Xingyuan and know that her initial ship is a purple rarity ship girl with AT-3 hull. With such strength, she still has a chance to occupy a planet. But what arrived this morning was a Tier 4 starship. Chapter 81 Holiday. While the meeting room was still buzzing with discussion, Luo Xingyuan, at the center of the vortex, was having a gathering with his ship girls. He knew that the family meeting wouldn't be over in a short time, and they would probably need to check on the wormhole situation with him later. He would also have to stay with the family for a while longer. He decided to give his ship girls a break, providing each of them with a communication terminal and granting them payment permissions, allowing them to freely roam the starport on Tianluo Star. After being busy for so long, it's time to take a break. Although ship girls are indeed weapons of war, they now have human bodies and human thoughts, so they shouldn't be treated harshly. Luo Xingyuan, the ship girl who didn't come along, also notified them in advance to rest when they needed to. Now that the large starport on Silver Willow Star has been built, the work of assisting the ship girls isn't in a rush, so everyone can relax more. As for Qiyu and the others, Luo Xingyuan could only wish them good luck, since he hadn't returned when he left, and he could only ask Selena to relay the news about them resting. Most of the ship girls from Luo Xingyuan were visiting Tianluo Starport for the first time. It was much more prosperous than the starport on Yinlu Star, and most of the area had been commercialized, unlike Yinlu Star, which was a complete military fortress. Of course, this is also related to the level of development of the humans on Silver Willow Star. Even if they want to conduct commercial activities, there is no need to go to the starport. Everyone, please take a good rest. All expenses can be paid directly from my account. I expect to be quite busy in a while, and then there won't be as much time to rest, Luo Xingyuan said after distributing the terminals. Thank you, Commander. Xingyang was the first to express his gratitude, which also stirred up everyone's emotions. After thanking them, most of the ship girls left and began to choose what interested them, but Xingyuan and Shimo stayed behind. What, aren't you going to play with everyone? Luo Xingyuan asked curiously. The commander still needs to keep some people around, just in case something dangerous happens, Xingyuan said, glancing at Shimo who had stayed behind with her. Shimo nodded and said, That's what I was thinking too, but if you stay, I'll be superfluous. How about this, I'll go play with my sister first, and you can rest and relax tomorrow. After all, we should have plenty of rest time. Xingyuan hesitated for a moment. She had originally planned to stay by Luo Xingyuan's side, but it seemed inappropriate to be unconventional. After thinking for a while, she agreed to Shimo's suggestion to change people tomorrow. Seeing her nod in agreement, Shueimo left satisfied, leaving Luo Xingyuan and Xingxue behind. You're so thoughtful, aren't you going to spend your precious holiday time having fun with everyone? Luo Xingyuan said with a smile. He wasn't too worried about encountering danger, after all, this was Luo family territory. Besides, the patriarch would definitely arrange for people to protect him, which was why he gave all the ship girls a day off. I'll go tomorrow, there's no rush, Xingxue said. Alright, I'm going to see Luo Xingli next, and I'll probably have to go home too. The clan leader might call me later, and I might have to go to the wormhole over there. You're going to be busy with me again. It's alright. Working alongside the commander isn't a particularly tiring task. Xingxue felt that they had grown somewhat distant recently, so she wanted to take this opportunity to spend more time with Luo Xingyuan. Shimo noticed this situation and took the initiative to leave, giving the two of them some space alone. For the boss, this is undoubtedly the most beautiful thing in the world. Commander, you're so mean. Xingxue's expression was somewhat helpless, but it had a unique charm. Alright, after saying hello to Luo Xingli, let's go see a movie this afternoon. It's better to see the family later. The clan leader probably hasn't announced my return yet. Luo Xingyuan waved his hand, deciding not to see his parents for now. Really, Lord Xingyuan? Xingxue asked, somewhat surprised. Really, I can't really make you work overtime during my holiday. I'll call Luo Xingli and show you around Star Harbor later. Although Star Harbor in Luoxing is not as good as Star Harbor in the Arctic, it still has many local features and fun places. However, if the clan leader is really in a hurry to find me, the travel plans will have to be cancelled halfway through. It's okay, being able to go out and have fun with the commander is enough. Xingxue's face lit up with a bright smile. Let's go then, don't linger here. Luo Xingyuan liked Xingxue more and more as he looked at her now. As expected of my initial ship, it has a high compatibility with me. After these few basic attacks, I was really tempted. Xingxue probably didn't mean anything by it. She didn't have that level of affection yet. She was just instinctively drawn to him, and wanted to get closer to him. This is just a normal bond between the commander and the ship girls. However, in that case, I'll probably have to make time to talk to each of them. I can't neglect them. At first, when there were only a few ship girls, it was fine, but as the number increased, it became a bit difficult to take care of them. I wonder how those high-ranking commanders with hundreds or thousands of ship girls manage their relationships. Luo Xingyuan was unaware that the textbook statement that the commander was responsible for the ship girls and had to take good care of every member of the fleet was actually directed at the commander when he was still a student. Tier 1 and Tier 2 are more suitable. At that time, most people only had a few ship girls, at most a dozen or so, which the commander could manage on his own. However, this was not so applicable to high-ranking commanders. At that time, the relationship between newly formed ship girls and commanders was basically one of superior and subordinate, unless their rarity was high enough. High-ranking commanders will establish a mature management system, since it is difficult to manage on one's own. Therefore, a management system based on veteran ship girls will be formed, with the old ones mentoring the new ones. However, resources will not be allocated directly. Newly formed ship girls need to demonstrate their value and exchange their merits for resources. To be precise, they are working, but this is a contract of servitude, a lifetime contract. They are relatively unfamiliar with their commanders, and their most frequent contact is with their ship girls' superiors. Fortunately, the ship girls are generally kind-hearted and will not be severely exploited. However, without external assistance, it's already quite good if a ship girl can reach the highest level of her rarity limit. Breaking through to a higher level is simply a distant dream. Ship girls aren't as wonderful as they seem. Their ultimate achievements depend on the commander they follow. Ship girls with commanders generally have a good life. The ones who suffer more are the ship girls whose commanders are killed or die of natural causes. They are usually of lower rank and cannot find new commanders. Most of them can only rely on the official organization, and it is hard to say what kind of treatment they will receive. Chapter 82 Calamity Ship. While accompanying Xingyuan on a stroll through the starport, Luo Xingyuan pondered for a moment, and decided that he still needed to adopt an elite force strategy. Otherwise he wouldn't be able to manage too many ship girls. He decided to prioritize building purple ship girls for the future. Also, keep an eye out for rare items that can increase the rarity of ship girls. There are still quite a few blue ship girls at home that can be activated in an emergency, so don't neglect them just because you've become stronger. Xingyuan wasn't very interested in the scenery of Tianluo Xingxing Port, so Luo Xingyuan thought for a moment and took her to the movie theater. As a result, the ticket seller mistook them for a couple and asked if they needed a private room to watch the movie. Luo Xingyuan thought about it, and felt that it would be more atmospheric with more people. If it was a movie in a private room, it would be better to go back to the starship and use a projector. Xingyuan also felt that this would create a better atmosphere, so the two sat down in the movie theater, where a horror movie was playing. Well, it wasn't that scary. The monsters in this movie weren't even as impactful as the genetic monsters from Silver Willow Star. The plot is SOSO, but it promotes positive energy. It tells the story of several forces uniting to fight against a monster, and ultimately defeating it. Well, it's a bit cliché. Luo Xingyuan could barely watch it, but Xingyuan watched it with great interest. She probably hasn't watched many human movies. As the movie ended, the two spent a pleasant afternoon together. During this time, the clan chief did not call, indicating that they were still discussing matters. It wasn't until evening that Luo Xingyuan informed him to come to the office the next day, saying that he was going to leave tomorrow to investigate the situation. This meant that Shimo would have to skip him for a while, as he knew that Shimo was staying behind because she wanted to be alone with him. Unexpectedly, as soon as the message was sent out, Shimo said she would help and even brought in her two younger sisters. She said that she hadn't been able to help at all before, and that she must be included in this holiday mission. Indeed, after Selena arrived, Shimo was basically unemployed, and during that time he could only enrich his knowledge by reading some combat materials. Luo Xingyuan thought of the ink-level escort's ability, so he agreed to let Xingyuan stay and take care of everyone, and also take a vacation. This time, Xingyuan did not refuse, because Shimo was holding a beacon, and they could arrive at the scene at any time if there was any danger. Moreover, she had already made an appointment with Shimo, so she gave up the position of commander. The atmosphere in the fleet was still harmonious. At least Luo Xingyuan hadn't seen any signs of a chaotic situation. After arranging his entourage for tomorrow, Luo Xingyuan found a hotel in Xingang to stay in. It wasn't convenient for him to go home at this time, so the clan leader didn't tell his family, and decided to keep it a secret for a while. The next day, the three sisters of the Shimo class came to pick up Luo Xingyuan early in the morning. Shimo had even prepared breakfast in advance, which was quite thoughtful. "Commander, when do we depart?" "I've already spoken with the clan leader at 9 o'clock, and he'll be waiting for us outside the starport." Luo Xingyuan took the breakfast. "Let's eat on the starship, so we don't get too late." Luo Xingyuan took this matter quite seriously, and the three ship girls naturally had no other objections. They took a means of transportation to the starport, and quickly boarded the starship. "Let's go to the designated location first." Luo Xingyuan marked the agreed location on the star map. Luo Xingyuan did not want to make a big fuss, so they did not meet at the starport. After all, the matter of the wormhole leading to the outside world was very important, and could not be exposed, otherwise there would be considerable trouble. If the enemy on the other side of the wormhole were strong, Luo Xingyuan would have reported it to the Empire long ago. But according to Luo Xingyuan, the other side is capable of taking it down. Naturally, the Luo family wants to seize the benefits first. Whether or not to involve the Empire is another matter. Afterwards, it depends on the stability of the wormhole. Luo Xingyuan is not worried about this. The heavenly evolutionary said that this thing can last for thousands of years. However, the family is not so sure. According to records, the duration of wormholes is not very long. Upon arriving at the designated area, a massive starship appeared before Luo Xingyuan, its length far exceeding that of the longest starship under his command. "It's definitely a fifth-order calamity," Luo Xingyuan thought to himself as he looked at the enormous creature before him. The transition from the fourth to the fifth tier is another qualitative leap. Among the fifth tier, even the worst starship is 20 kilometers long. The starship in front of us is even longer. According to Shimo's calculations, the length of this starship has reached more than 50 kilometers, which is nearly 8 to 9 times that of the Shimo class. This is the ultimate military strength of the Luo family. With such a massive hull, who knows how many weapons it can hold, not to mention that this is a starship controlled by ship girls. Upon seeing this starship, Luo Xingyuan couldn't help but exclaim, "A fifth-tier expert is truly terrifying." At this moment, Luo Wenxuan's communication also came through. He instructed Luo Xingyuan to lead the way. The main purpose of this trip was to investigate the situation. Since he and most of the clan elders were going, the clan's natural disaster ship was activated. Otherwise, if there was any real danger, the core of the clan would be wiped out. Luo Xingyuan understood and didn't delay, instructing Shuemo and the other two to activate warp jump and begin their journey, as it would be quick to reach the natural wormhole from here. It only took a few hours for the group to arrive near the natural wormhole. When the elders saw the wormhole before them, they were mostly convinced. Fortunately, the area was relatively desolate, and the star had died out, otherwise the wormhole would have been discovered and explored by others long ago. Luo Wenxuan was also considering whether to declare sovereignty over this place. It was a place no one wanted, and if he occupied it, it would basically belong to him. However, people from other families might see through it. Fortunately, the Luo family is the most powerful in the Arctic Fox Star region, and other families there not openly oppose them. The Wang family had some friction with them, but it was just verbal exchanges. They didn't actually take any action against the Luo family. After all, although the Wang family also had a cataclysm ship in command, there was only one, and the Wang family currently didn't have a fifth-tier commander. Their strength is far inferior to that of the Luo family. They even have 3 fifth-tier commanders, so the number of their cataclysmic ships must be considerable. With such formidable military strength, competition within the Arctic Fox Star region will be healthy as long as the Luo family doesn't take action. Luo Wenxuan thought for a moment and said, "We still need to get sovereignty over this territory. Let's use mining as an excuse. Didn't we propose sustainable development of the mining areas under our control before? It's a good opportunity to expand into a few more star systems of little value. Plus, this place where the star has died out shouldn't be too conspicuous. Moreover, the Empire will try its best to meet the Luo family's demands. After all, the front lines have put in a lot of effort and sunk a lot of ships, and it will take a long time to recover." Some of the clan elders confirmed this, saying that they had already communicated with their subordinates to handle it. But the real challenge is yet to come. They need to traverse the wormhole to check out the situation in the other galaxy. Chapter 83: Visiting Star Harbor. The interior of the wormhole was very stable. After the cataclysmic ship entered, nothing changed inside, indicating that it was capable of accommodating such a massive vessel. The elders also began to release their spiritual energy to probe, but they found no hidden dangers. The structure here was quite stable, which proved that Luo Xingyuan's words were true. "This wormhole should be able to maintain itself for another 100 or 200 years without any problem," said one of the elders who had done in-depth research on wormholes. "In that case, the development plan for the alien star system is quite feasible. The next step is to conduct a simple reconnaissance of the situation there. Hopefully, the opponent is not as powerful as Luo Xingyuan said." Luo Wenxuan was quite satisfied with everything so far. Soon, the 4 starships emerged from the wormhole and arrived in the Silver Willow star system. A level 3 life-bearing planet quickly attracted the attention of many elders. "It seems Xingyuan is proficient in both martial arts and civil administration," Luo Wenxuan said with a smile. It should be noted that the Luo family fought tooth and nail in the Lost Starfield, and the merits they gained were only enough to exchange for a level 3 life-bearing planet, while Luo Xingyuan obtained one in just a few months. The difference between the two is too great. Indeed, working for someone else is not as good as being your own boss. "It seems that this alien star system is indeed full of opportunities," just as Xingyuan said. An elder remarked with some emotion. "I wonder how he broke through to the 3rd tier so quickly, and he even has so many 4th tier ship girls," another elder said. However, Luo Xingyuan quickly answered their questions and invited everyone to visit the starport of Silver Willow Star. Silver Willow Star is completely different from what it was a few months ago. The starport here is developing very well, and under Selena's arrangement, multiple production lines for 4th tier starships have been set up. In addition, with the large amount of resources that Luo Xingyuan seized from the Yuanqing star system, this place has embarked on a fast track of development. It's just that there aren't many people on the starport, so it looks rather deserted. Luo Xingyuan accepted Luo Xingyuan's invitation and led the clan elders off the ship to visit the starport. He wanted to see what other surprises Luo Xingyuan had prepared for him. Luo Xingyuan handed over the task of leading the tour to Selena, as the place changed every few days and he was starting to lose his bearings. Selena knew the importance of the people Luo Xingyuan brought, so she didn't neglect them. A virtual image quickly appeared in front of them and began to show them the facilities on the starport. The key point is definitely the starship production line. Luo Xingyuan has already explained this to Selena. He is also prepared to sell some T4 starship blueprints to the family, and it is even possible that he can help set up the production line. Since the family is now prepared to participate, there's no need to hide these technologies anymore. Besides, there are quite a few ruins of the Apocalypse Empire here. Once the family members make discoveries upon their return, his materials will become worthless. He figured it would be better to take it out sooner and exchange it for more contributions to the family. He was sure the Luo family wouldn't treat him unfairly. So Selena began explaining the various production lines to the elders, starting with T3. The types of ships built here were diverse, and the elders expressed their approval. These T3 starships have impressive specifications on paper, and the family itself doesn't have them, making them worth acquiring. They remained relatively calm at this point, but when Selena began to introduce the T4 production line, they became less at ease. "Wait, Miss Selena, are the production lines for T4 starships all behind us?" an elder of the Luo family asked. Selena nodded and said, "The next phase will focus on the T4 starship production line." "Good heavens, is this the surprise you prepared for me?" Luo Xingyuan was also surprised when he heard the news, and looked at Luo Xingyuan who was accompanying him. "Yes, otherwise I wouldn't have so many Tier 4 ship girls, would I?" Luo Xingyuan said with a smile. "Good heavens, it seems that Xingli wasn't lying to me. You really are digging for relics, and you've dug up something big," Luo Xingyuan exclaimed. Luo Xingyuan chuckled and didn't say anything more. These ruins must have originated from a unified country, since these starships all seem to share the same design style, Luo Xingyuan asked as he toured the site. "Yes, there was once a unified human empire here called the Apocalypse Empire, and these starship technologies are basically what they left behind," Luo Xingyuan answered truthfully. "This galaxy must have some hidden dangers, right?" Luo Xingyuan knew what Luo Xingyuan was asking, so he told Luo Xingyuan about the subspace demons. "However, I haven't discovered any so-called subspace demons yet, so I don't know what kind of power they have," Luo Xingyuan said. "I have a general understanding of the situation. It's normal for there to be a cosmic crisis, but there's no need to worry too much. We should have faith in the power of our family." Luo Xingyuan didn't seem to care much after hearing this. Currently, this star system seems normal. The Apocalypse Empire may have repelled the warp demons at the cost of its own weakening. They have T5 starship technology, and we also have Cataclysm ships. If we really encounter warp demons, our strength ceiling is even higher. Luo Xingyuan was still very confident in the power of the ship girls. Luo Xingyuan nodded. So what if there are subspace demons? He would not stop expanding because of some potential crises. Now that he has the family as a backer, he can be more aggressive in his expansion. "You've managed Silver Willow Star very well. The starport is well constructed, with complete infrastructure, including a stargate. This place can become our logistics center for conquering this star system." Luo Xingyuan walked through the starport, whose construction was no less impressive than some of the family's third-level planets. It's hard to imagine that this was built by someone who had only recently become a commander. Luo Xingyuan must have had some extraordinary encounter, but Luo Xingyuan doesn't intend to delve into it. On the contrary, he plans to help Luo Xingyuan cover it up. So he offered a suggestion, saying, "You can go back to the academy less often. If you do go back, it's best to bring T3 ship girls with you." "Yes, I understand." Luo Xingyuan also knew that his growth rate was somewhat abnormal. If it were someone like Luo Xingli, it could at least be explained by luck, but becoming a Tier 3 commander in about half a year is just too outrageous. However, the road ahead will not be so easy. The experience required to advance from the 3rd to the 4th tier requires a lot of battles. Even destroying the entire Norse Empire might not be enough to reach the 4th tier, since the opponents are too weak. By the way, I see that there are still some empty areas in this starport that we probably won't need for the time being. Why don't we rent them to the family? I'd like to build an advanced base here. Luo Xingyuan had no problem with this, of course. His fleet didn't need an entire starport to supply it, and the empty space was reserved for the family. Of course, no problem. In addition, I can directly provide the family with starships and various types of ammunition in advance, Luo Xingyuan said. You're very kind. We'll probably need your help with the logistics in the early stages. The family will buy the supplies at market price and you'll accumulate family merits. Luo Xingyuan didn't refuse. Transporting supplies here on a large scale would be too obvious. He would first secure sovereignty over this area and then proceed with the rest of the operation. That would take a considerable amount of time, and we can't leave that time idle. Having Luo Xingyuan provide logistical support is undoubtedly the best option. Chapter 84: The Status of the Crypt Cluster. As the two talked, the tour of the production line came to a close. The elders were quite satisfied with the T4 starships here, especially the Red Dragon-class Sky Patrol ships, whose capabilities were incredibly convenient. Within the Luo family, only 5th-tier ship girls possess such strong warp-in capabilities. Unfortunately, the Red Dragon-class device cannot be easily installed on other starships. It requires deduction by the Celestial Evolution Array to resolve. Therefore, Luo Xingyuan cannot help others. However, the newly arrived research ship girls are already analyzing this batch of T4 technologies, and there may be results in a while. After the visit, Luo Xingyuan led the clan elders to the military base on the starport. Next, a meeting was held to explain the situation of the star system. The Apocalypse Empire did not have any specific orders regarding this star system, so for the sake of convenience, Luo Xingyuan directly borrowed the name of the Apocalypse Empire and called it the Apocalypse Star System. Luo Xingyuan projected the star map onto the large screen. This star map was already quite complete, combining star map data from the Apocalypse Empire with Luo Xingyuan's recent exploration of the Pranoi Nebula. This is where we are right now. Luo Xingyuan used a laser pointer to mark the location of Silver Willow Star on the huge star map. The star we are on, Silver Willow, belongs to the Cryptocephalus Cluster. On the edge of the Cryptocephalus Cluster lies the Plan Nebula. The Silver Willow Star System and the Qingyang Star System are currently under my control. The Inner Ice Cluster borders the actual control area of the Norse. The two nearest star systems are the Tianqing Star System and the Boya Star System. There are no life-bearing planets in these two star systems, and the Norse do not pay much attention to them. Only some space stations and scattered fleets exist to assert their sovereignty. Beyond